Chapter 1. The Marvel Cinematic Universe, The Profane Timeline. New York Assassin Alliance Headquarters, Textile City. At this moment, Sloan found himself in a chamber housing the sacred loom, preparing to ascertain whether any new targets had emerged. Peering through a magnifying glass at the messages revealed by the sacred loom, he instantly began recording upon spotting new ciphertext. As he deciphered the cryptic symbols, a name materialized before him. Sloan. Staring at the revelation, Sloan was momentarily paralyzed, muttering, "How is this possible? How could it be my name? It must be a mistake of the loom." Yet, he resolutely asserted, the loom of fate does not err. After a few moments of silence, Sloan surveyed his surroundings, confirming the absence of other Assassin Alliance members before hastily cutting the piece of fabric that bore his name. Gazing at the cloth in his hand, Sloan was baffled as to why his name would appear upon it. It is worth noting that in over a millennium since the establishment of the Assassin Alliance, no member had ever been inscribed upon the Loom of Fate. However, the loom does not falter. Those who appear upon it are destined to perish. Could it be that his future self would become a nefarious villain? According to the dictates of the loom and the Assassin Alliance, he should now draw his weapon and take his own life, but the thought of dying did not appeal to him. As Sloan wrestled with his inner turmoil, a streak of light suddenly pierced the vastness of space, hurtling toward Earth. Enveloped within this luminous arc was an infant, surrounded by 7 Dragon Balls. The radiant light descended upon New York, crashing through the roof of the Assassin Alliance's textile factory, instantly obliterating Sloan, who was still deep in thought. Boom! The violent shockwave shattered the Loom of Fate, scattering its remnants across the room. The 7 Dragon Balls, now transformed into shooting stars, darted away, eventually landing as stones scattered across various locales. Hearing the commotion above, Cross and the apothecary shouted at the door, "Sloan! Sloan! Sloan!" After calling thrice with no response, they could no longer contain their anxiety and rushed inside. According to the Assassin Brotherhood's protocol, aside from an initial visit to witness the wonders of the loom, this chamber was reserved solely for the leader. Upon entering, the sight before them left them dumbfounded. A gaping hole marred the ceiling, and amidst the wreckage of looms lay an infant, while Sloan lay lifeless on the ground, clutching a piece of fabric. The apothecary exclaimed, "Heavens! What has transpired?" Cross hurried to Sloan's side, quickly assessing the situation, then shook his head at the others, declaring, "He's beyond saving." Cross examined the fabric in Sloan's grasp and removed it in the conference room. The high-ranking members of the Assassin Alliance had gathered. The gunsmith was the first to speak, asking, "What have you all discovered?" Mr. X responded, "The Loom of Fate has been destroyed, and Sloan is dead. We attempted to revive him, but ultimately, we have lost our leader and the guiding Loom of Fate." The butcher then inquired, "Who is the enemy?" Cross replied, "There is no enemy." The others, who had not been present at the scene, were momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" Cross tossed a document onto the table, which bore a piece of fabric alongside the deciphered message, stating, "This is the fabric Sloan was clutching when he died." Everyone began to examine the document. Heavens! How is this possible? How could Sloan's name appear on it? Mr. X solemnly remarked, "There is no doubt Sloan was indeed clutching this fabric, refusing to let go even in death." Hearing this, the group reluctantly accepted the grim reality. Sloan's name was undeniably inscribed upon it, and he was irrevocably gone. Mr. X continued, "Moreover, an infant has appeared at the scene, seemingly descending from the heavens. What are your thoughts?" For a moment, they were at a loss for words, their minds racing with thoughts they could not articulate. The apothecary spoke up, "This infant has brought an end to the Assassin Alliance's past and made a choice for Sloan. He is a divine gift, the Holy Child." Upon hearing the apothecary's words, Cross shrugged and said, "I concur with this proposition. This child is indeed a celestial blessing." Mr. X pondered for a moment, then declared, "In that case, the child shall be named Smith Dole, bearing the title of God." Cross, with a serious expression, remarked to God, "It seems you hold great expectations for this little one." The gunsmith chimed in, "It appears you value this child greatly. I wonder if he can bear the hopes of us all." The butcher interjected, am not particularly concerned about this child's future. The crucial matter is how we shall proceed now that we have lost the loom of fate. Previously, the loom provided us with a list of evildoers, which we judged and executed. Now that the loom is gone, transformed into a god, what shall we do next? The group turned to Cross and Mr. X, the two most formidable members of the Assassin Brotherhood. Mr. X contemplated for a moment before stating, "Let us pause our actions and summon the members to return. As for future developments, we shall set that aside for now." Cross proposed a different perspective. "It is indeed necessary to call the members back regarding our future actions. I have a suggestion. In the past, we acted upon the list provided by the loom, executing judgments based on either preemptive measures or the heinous crimes of individuals. In the future, we can utilize our intelligence system to directly judge those who commit egregious acts." The gunsmith inquired, "Are we to become like Robin or perhaps superheroes akin to Captain America?" Mr. X considered this and replied, "That is a commendable suggestion. It warrants further contemplation." In no time, after much deliberation, the future trajectory of the Assassin Brotherhood was determined, and plans were set in motion for the newly born Smith Dole. Whether he could truly become the god of the Brotherhood would depend on his own growth and development, but the Brotherhood would provide him with the finest training. After all, a child who descended from the heavens, having completed the final task of the sacred loom, carried with him a multitude of enigmatic qualities. 18 years swiftly passed. Now, within a training ground inside the textile factory, Smith Dole faced 6 individuals. Mr. X, Cross, the butcher, the mechanic, the gunsmith, and the exterminator. Despite being surrounded by their onslaught, he felt not an ounce of trepidation. Had this encounter occurred before today, he would have been at a complete loss, for he was merely an ordinary individual who had received training, yet now he stood unafraid. With a swift motion, Smith Dole lowered his stance and dashed toward them. Wolf-Fang fist. As Smith Dole surged forward, both Mr. X and Cross were taken aback, activating bullet time in an instant. Bullet time not only enhances accuracy during shooting, but also proves advantageous in close combat. Bang, bang, bang. However, in the following moment, they felt as if a famished wolf was charging toward them, and they were all sent sprawling. Even Mr. X and Cross, who had activated bullet time, were dispatched in an instant. Fox, observing the unfolding scene, gasped, "Goodness, Smith, you are astonishingly powerful." Wesley echoed in awe, "Incredible. God is truly formidable." Looking down at the fallen 6, a smile graced Smith's face as he remarked, "Gentlemen, I believe there is no need to continue this sparring session." The butcher, sitting up and examining his bruises, noted that without his bulk, he might have fractured several ribs. He gasped, "Smith, it seems we no longer need to engage in sparring. At least in terms of combat, it is no longer necessary." The others soon sat up from the ground, gesturing, "You have won. We concede that in terms of combat, you are fully qualified as a god." Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Smith's face broke into a smile. The ease with which he triumphed over the 6 adversaries could be attributed to the successful loading of the system just days prior. It is worth noting that Smith Dole is not originally from this universe. He was once known as Feng Yi, an ordinary individual from Earth before his transference. He had been engrossed in the mobile game Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle after an all-nighter devoted to the game. He had placed his phone beside his pillow to charge while he slept, only to find himself inexplicably transported to a realm that encompasses both the Marvel Universe and Western comics. As for why he found himself in the Marvel Universe rather than the Wanted Universe, it was due to his encounter at a museum where he saw exhibits on Captain America and the Howling Commandos, not to mention the colossal Stark Industries advertisement that loomed over Times Square. However, for reasons unknown, the narrative of the Wanted Universe had undergone a drastic transformation. The leader, Sloan, was absent, and the Son of the Cross had not been sent to experience the life of an ordinary person, but instead remained within the Assassin Brotherhood. Of course, the time spent playing Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle had served as his golden key, though regrettably, prior to his 18th birthday, the system perpetually indicated that it was still loading, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. Nevertheless, during his years in the Assassin Brotherhood, he acquired a wealth of skills. He learned the art of wax bath preparation from an apothecary, honed his skills in firing curved bullets under the tutelage of a gunsmith, and mastered combat techniques from a mechanic, a butcher taught him the blade techniques capable of cleaving bullets, while an exterminator introduced him to the concept of mouse bombs. Unfortunately, he was unable to learn the bullet time techniques from Mr. X and the Cross due to his bloodline issues. One could say that these 18 years have been immensely beneficial, and his friendships with Wesley and Fortis could be described as companions who grew alongside him. During these years, he also participated in various missions for the Assassin Brotherhood, even serving as a child laborer for a time. However, on his 18th birthday, his golden key fully loaded and bestowed upon him a delightful surprise, alleviating his concerns about lacking the strength to resist during the flickering incident. The abilities granted by the golden key bore significant differences from those of the mobile game he had played. Upon entering the interface, all the flashy functions of the game vanished, leaving behind three primary functions, or rather, three wishes. The first was a lottery for item wishes, the second was a character card lottery, and the third comprised a partner wish lottery, along with an inventory. Through the system, he learned that these three wishing functions required neither payment nor recruitment scrolls. However, there was one rule. Upon the first use, the 7 Dragon Balls he arrived with would activate only after successfully wishing upon the Dragon Balls could he partake in further lottery wishes. As the Dragon Balls had already scattered across the world at the time of his birth, he currently possessed none. In simple terms, the cooldown for the Dragon Balls was 1 year upon a successful wish. The Gatherer could request a wish from the Eternal Dragon, and he would be granted 3 limited lottery wishes. The capabilities of the Eternal Dragon's wishes were tied to his own strength. The greater his power, the more formidable the dragon's abilities, allowing for the fulfillment of more significant wishes. Upon comprehending this information, he felt somewhat akin to the creators of the Dragon Balls, the Grand Elder of Namek, and thus, Smith proceeded to utilize his 3 lottery wishes. In the system interface, Smith first activated the item wish lottery. His image appeared below, with a small celestial body hovering above, containing a multitude of items within its confines. Upon closer inspection, he could discern items such as a Scion single-person spaceship, a Namekian spaceship, super holy water, a dragon radar, the first generation of combat armor, the second generation of combat armor, 1 space capsule, a box of space capsules, a power detector, a gravity chamber, and sins of beans, among others. Of course, there were many items he could only see as points of light, their details remaining elusive. As Smith selected to draw, his figure unleashed a Kamehameha towards the celestial body above, shattering one of the points of light. Congratulations to Smith Dole for acquiring the Battle Power Detector, 2nd generation. Observing that it was not a Senzu Bean or combat suit, Smith felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, Senzu Beans are akin to a second life. While a combat suit vastly surpasses any mere bulletproof vest, nevertheless, although the Battle Power Detector seems to have limited utility, it still fulfills a dream from his past life. Next came the Character Card Wish Lottery, where he gazed at the shimmering points of light within the star. A miniature Goku, a pre-mastered Krillin, Bulma, Tien Shinhan, Kairatsu, Yamcha, Young Chi-Chi, the Ox King, Nam, Master Roshi, and Lan Chi, all seemingly characters from the early Dragon Ball saga. With a flourish of the Kamehameha wave, the lottery concluded. Congratulations to Smith Dole for obtaining the character card of Yamcha. Observing the card, Yamcha is depicted in a bandit-esque attire, brandishing a knife, indicative of his pre-master days with Master Roshi. Skills: Wolf Fang Fist Barrage. Upon utilizing the character card, he inherits Yamcha's bloodline and abilities. The third wish involved a partner-type lottery, again predominantly featuring early Dragon Ball characters. Puer, Oolong, the Turtle, the King, UPA, the Ox King, Bra, and Android 8 that he secured the combat partner Puer. Blade Edge Attack, assistance from Puer. After reviewing the partner's capabilities, akin to those in Dragon Ball Fierce Fight, he noted the advantage of being able to directly bring them into the present world. If he could later recruit healing-type partners, it would be of immense benefit. As Smith Dole completed his 3 wish lotteries, the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the globe reverted from their stone forms back to their original appearances. Meanwhile, John Wick had just been ambushed in his own home. Awakened from slumber by several assailants, he was brutally assaulted with baseball bats, leaving this legendary assassin, once known as the boogeyman of the underworld, utterly stunned. They even murdered his last gift from his late wife, a beagle named Daisy, and made off with his beloved car. After the intruders departed, John Wick buried his loyal dog in his garden. Reminiscing about his past with his deceased wife, Helen, and her final gift, he ultimately resolved to respond to violence with violence. Upon discovering the identity of his attackers, he returned to his residence, intending to retrieve the weapons and coins from the Continental Hotel hidden beneath his home. Bang, bang, bang. John Wick swung a heavy hammer down upon the concrete floor, each strike reverberating with memories of the day's events, growing increasingly forceful. Soon, the concrete shattered, revealing a concealed box beneath. Discarding the hammer, he knelt to clear away the debris surrounding the box. Upon opening it, he found it divided into 2 compartments. The left contained 4 handguns for magazines and 4 grenades, 2 equipped with silencers, and 2 categorized as explosive grenades and smoke bombs. The right side housed a chest full of Continental Hotel coins, with a Dragon Ball, the 1-star ball, nestled in the center. Gazing at the amber crystal sphere within the coin compartment, John Wick furrowed his brow. If memory served him correctly, he had placed a perfectly round stone there upon his retirement. He recalled that the stone was remarkably round, a gift from his wife collected from the beach. Could it be that Helen had secretly placed this here? John Wick pondered aloud. Yet, it seemed implausible. With a sense of intrigue, John Wick reached for the crystal ball before him. Meanwhile, at the Assassin's Guild headquarters, Smith Dole was attending a meeting when a thought flashed through his mind. Someone had quickly accessed the Dragon Balls. He was curious to see which fortunate soul had acquired his 1-star ball. They asked the creator of the Dragon Balls. Smith could pinpoint their locations and witness scenes through the Dragon Balls themselves when others interacted with them. Soon, he beheld the surroundings of the 1-star ball and caught sight of John Wick holding it. Observing the familiar face, Smith mused, "It's this fellow, the boogeyman of the Continental Hotel. John Wick, it seems the Russian mafia in New York is in for a downfall. What a wretched soul. Perhaps I shall grant him a glimmer of hope." In the next moment, John Wick noticed the sphere in his hand shimmer, while his mind received an influx of information. Dragon Ball? Collecting all 7 Dragon Balls would summon the Eternal Dragon to grant wishes. Staring at the star within the Dragon Ball, John Wick murmured, "Is this truly the 1-star ball? If all of this is real. Helen, can I bring you back?" He carefully stowed the 1-star ball in his pocket. Before seeking the remaining Dragon Balls, he had a score to settle, harboring a shred of skepticism regarding the wish-granting abilities of the Dragon Balls. Having heard nary a whisper of such tales for many years, meanwhile, a voice from the cross spoke. "God, we are preparing to assign you a mission as your debut into the Assassin's Guild." Mr. X added, "This will not be a simple solo mission, but rather an objective to dismantle an evil organization." The gunsmith interjected, "Isn't targeting an organization a bit too ambitious?" The butcher chimed in. "What about the organization's leader? Perhaps the other executives could be handled by other members of the guild?" Listening to the discussions, Smith responded, "I have no objections. Let us select an organization as our target. By the way, have you all decided on this nefarious target?" Upon hearing Smith's agreement, Mr. X stated, "We need to compile intelligence during this time. As for the adversary, you will have the opportunity to choose later." Realizing it was a matter of choice, Smith stood and said, "All right, I have some other matters to attend to. Inform me once the target is selected." Having concluded his remarks, Smith Dole exited the meeting room and spotted Fox sitting on a nearby couch. "Fox, I'm heading out." Fox rose and accompanied Smith, and soon a black Dodge Viper rolled out of the textile factory. As Fox drove, he inquired, "Where to, Smith?" Looking at the slowly rising sun, Smith replied, "We're going to the Continental Hotel." "You still have their coins, correct?" Upon hearing the destination, Fox asked, "I do have some coins left. I collected them during previous assassinations. That you're not planning to wipe them out, are you? Just the 2 of us wouldn't stand a chance." Smith chuckled at Fox's words. "No, I'm taking you to witness a grand spectacle. I have no intentions of storming the New York Continental Hotel alone." The promise of a spectacle piqued Fox's interest, prompting him to accelerate. Meanwhile, at John Wick's residence, the phone rang. Dingling. Answering, a familiar voice came through the line. "Hello, John." It was Vigor, the head of the Russian mafia, calling. His son was the one who had attacked John Wick. Noticing John Wick's silence, Vigor continued, "I heard about your wife's passing. I'm truly sorry. Please accept my condolences. It seems fate or mere coincidence has brought us to this juncture once more." Upon hearing no response, Vigor called out again. John, let us not be driven by our darker natures. Let us resolve this matter like civilized individuals. But finding no reason to continue listening, John Wick abruptly hung up. He was already aware that the one who had stolen his car and killed his dog was the son of his former boss. Seeing the call ended, Vigor understood that a peaceful resolution was no longer feasible. He turned to his subordinates and commanded, "Prepare the men." The Continental Hotel in New York. After handing 2 Continental Hotel coins to the doorman, Smith and Fox proceeded inside. Upon entering the Continental, Smith did not linger in the lobby, but led Fox directly toward the subterranean bar. Meanwhile, Challen at the front desk, upon observing Smith and Fox making their way toward the bar, swiftly picked up the desk phone to make a call. "Manager Winston, the Smith you asked me to keep an eye on has arrived at our hotel with Fox. And they are heading to the bar area now." "All right, I understand," Winston replied. After hanging up the phone, Challen muttered to himself, "Thank goodness I reside in the hotel. I needn't leave this place." Winston rubbed his temples after ending the call and casually remarked, "What brings these two here? Could it be that the Assassins Guild has sent their madmen to target my Continental Hotel? Or perhaps yet another unfortunate soul has crossed paths with Smith?" As the manager of the Continental Hotel in New York, Winston had a fair understanding of the Assassins Guild, an organization notorious for inexplicably assassinating individuals 18 years prior. However, their modus operandi had shifted abruptly. They no longer engaged in random killings, but rather focused on eliminating those who were deeply corrupt or heinous. Locally, numerous gang leaders and unapprehended serial killers had fallen victim to the Guild's attacks, all without fail. Consequently, the Continental Hotel, along with certain gangs, reported this situation to the High Table. Yet, no action was taken. They merely sent a mediator who conversed briefly with the Guild before departing. Nonetheless, Winston had picked up some whispers. It was said that when the High Table was founded, they had extended an invitation to the Assassins Guild, even offering a seat for an elder, which had been declined. Of course, the registered assassins at the Continental had also suffered losses at the hands of the Guild, particularly Smith, who had a notorious reputation for targeting black assassins. However, so long as no murders occurred within the hotel, Winston remained indifferent. Surely, he hasn't come to make any acquaintances, he thought, quickening his pace. After paying another 2 Continental coins, Smith and Fox entered the underground establishment. As they stepped inside, the assassins in the bar turned their attention, either intentionally or instinctively, to the newcomers. Although the Continental Hotel prohibited killings, the bar area was a hub for intelligence. Each assassin instinctively glanced at the arrivals. Upon recognizing Smith, some assassins showed indifference, even raising their glasses in a gesture of salute. However, a few black assassins, upon spotting Smith, immediately turned away or stood up to head toward the restroom, with some even using their hats to shield their faces. Fox observed the reactions of those around them and leaned closer to Smith, remarking, "You're almost becoming the boogeyman for those assassins. Look at how you frightened those black assassins." Upon hearing Fox's words, Smith chuckled lightly and replied, "Isn't our duty to cleanse the world of its filth? Those few should be eliminated. There's no mistake in that." Fox nodded seriously, understanding that those present were mercenaries, assassins who took lives indiscriminately for money, and there was no fault in eradicating them. However, Fox couldn't help but notice Smith's particular disdain for those of African descent. It was said that the Guild had ceased recruiting members of that background after becoming aware of his preferences. As they spoke, Smith approached the bar and addressed the bartender, Eddie, saying, 2 glasses of Thunder Bourbon." After pouring a glass of whiskey for each, Eddie smiled at Smith, saying, "Smith, every time you visit, business seems to dwindle a bit. I suspect they're sending out texts to inform the other black assassins to steer clear of the Continental Hotel for the next few days." Smith shrugged. "In truth, I would prefer they all come to the Continental for refuge. After all, killing is forbidden here, I assent it." Eddie chuckled in disbelief. "Refuge? More like they'd be marked for death the moment they leave your sight. Is there anything I can assist you with?" The entrance fee to the bar was not merely a cover charge, but also a means to acquire valuable information. Smith produced a piece of paper and sketched a design resembling the 4-star Dragon Ball, saying, "If anyone inquires about this or something similar, have them seek me out." Eddie examined it and remarked, "A crystal ball adorned with stars?" "Understood." As Eddie departed, Fox inquired curiously, "What is this? And what about the spectacle you mentioned?" Just as Smith was about to respond, Winston approached, greeting them warmly. "Mr. Smith, Miss Fox." Smith raised his glass in acknowledgement. "Manager Winston, "It's been a while." Fox followed suit with her greeting, "Mr. Winston." Winston snapped his fingers, summoning Eddie once more. "Eddie, bring me that bottle of 1972 Macallan whiskey from my stock. I wish to toast with Smith and Fox." Upon hearing the vintage of the whiskey, Smith remarked, "Winston, that particular year of Macallan is rather costly." Winston smiled and replied, "No matter the price, its value lies in the enjoyment it brings. Moreover, fine wine is best savored with heroes. For you too, this drink is but a trifle." Before long, Eddie returned with 3 glasses of whiskey, placing them before Smith and his companions. Smith lifted his glass, inhaled the aroma, took a sip, and commented, "This vintage of Macallan is quite pleasant. Though I've heard the 1926 vintage is the epitome of excellence." Winston responded with a grin, "That vintage is hard to come by, and even I would hesitate to splurge on such a price." Smith did not elaborate further, acknowledging that the 1926 Macallan fetched a staggering £200,000 and was exceedingly rare. Winston continued, "As an establishment owner, we shouldn't fall within the crosshairs of the Assassin's Guild. Therefore, Smith, I trust you and your companion 1T disrupt the rules of my hotel." Smith looked at Winston and shrugged. "You don't seriously think we've come to dismantle the Continental Hotel, do you? As for its rules, I find them quite agreeable." Upon hearing this, a smile graced Winston's face. "Thank you to AT that moment," Fox interjected. "A new contract has just emerged at the Continental, offering $2 million. Smith, could this be the excitement you were referring to?" After expressing his gratitude, Winston excused himself and settled into an unoccupied booth. Picking up a newspaper to read, Smith, intrigued by Fox's words, inquired, "Who is the unfortunate soul being targeted?" Fox glanced at the information received and replied, "A fellow named John Wick." Hearing this name, Smith chuckled. "He is precisely the target I brought you to observe today." Fox looked puzzled and asked, "Observe? I thought you intended to swiftly complete the contract. What is there to observe about a retired assassin?" Both Smith and Fox were familiar with John Wick, having learned of him when Smith first introduced Fox to the Continental Hotel. Fox held a rather dismissive view of the assassins at the Continental. In her eyes, the Assassin's Guild resembled heroes akin to Robin Hood. Especially after learning that a tragic incident in her family stemmed from a failed mission, her admiration for the organization deepened. Though they had lost their sacred loom, they continued to uphold their ideals. Conversely, the assassins at the Continental were merely mercenaries who sold their lives for money, fundamentally different from the Guild. Furthermore, the Guild's members possessed a caliber of skill that far surpassed that of the Continental's assassins. Notably, Mr. X and the Cross's long-range sniping were particularly exceptional. Noting Fox's indifferent tone, Smith remarked, "Take your time to understand. There's no need to rush that on the other side." John Wick, having dealt with a wave of assassins dispatched by Vigo, now drove towards the Continental Hotel. With a suitcase in his left hand and a canvas bag slung over his right shoulder, John approached the check-in desk with a steady gait. However, his expression was grave. A palpable aura of menace surrounding him, clearly indicating that he had taken numerous lives just the night before. Resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, John Wick neared the hotel front desk. A beautiful female assassin, having just completed her check-in, turned to him and said, "It's a pleasure to see you again, John." Likewise, Perkins. After exchanging pleasantries, John proceeded with the check-in process, while Perkins exited the hotel lobby. Once settled into room 818, John Wick took out his phone to watch a video of his late wife for a while, then retrieved a Dragon Ball from his pocket and murmured, "Helen, if all of this is real, I will wish for your resurrection." Subsequently, John produced a pouch with a string, placed the Dragon Ball inside, sealed it, and hung it around his neck, believing that keeping it close was the safest option. After completing these tasks, John donned his attire, rose, and made his way towards the underground bar. Upon arriving at the bar's entrance, he inserted a Continental Hotel coin and stepped inside. Once inside, John Wick surveyed his surroundings, only to find no African-American assassins present. Frowning at this unusual sight, given that the Continental Hotel typically hosted a considerable number of them, he proceeded further into the bar, even spotting Perkins and nodding in acknowledgement. Navigating through the crowd, John Wick approached Winston, who was seated in a booth. "Hello, Winston." Winston lowered his newspaper and looked up at the man before him, a smile gracing his face. Jonathan. John Wick's full name was Jonathan John Wick, though most referred to him simply as John Wick, with close acquaintances opting for Jonathan. Observing John Wick seated across from him, Winston removed his glasses and remarked, "If memory serves, you are the one who never cleans up the mess." John Wick chuckled lightly and replied, "That sounds about right." Winston scrutinized the man before him and continued, "What brings you here?" John Wick responded, "Ruthven Tarasov." Winston, perplexed, inquired, "What about him?" John Wick stated, "I wish to have a conversation with him." Winston took a sip from his glass and said, "A conversation? I'm quite familiar with your phrasing, Jonathan. May I ask, have you truly turned over a new leaf?" Upon hearing Winston's question about his retirement, John Wick calmly replied, "Just paying a visit, this." Winston, with a serious expression, probed further, "Have you truly considered it?" "Thoroughly. You escaped once, but you are in too deep now. You might find a way out, but it will only draw you further in." Ignoring Winston's insinuations, John Wick interjected, "Where can I find him?" Recognizing John Wick's determination, Winston cautioned, "You know the rules here. Don't cause trouble in my establishment to avoid severe repercussions." He then took another sip of whiskey and added, "Have a drink first, then relax." Just as Winston prepared to write down an address, John Wick stood up and interrupted, "This is a personal matter." Observing John Wick's departure, Winston shook his head, pondering, "When you step back in here, do you truly believe others will regard your retirement as absolute?" John Wick made his way to the bar, where Eddie, upon seeing him, exclaimed, "My goodness, Jonathan. Hey, Eddie." Eddie pulled John Wick in for a friendly kiss on the cheek. "It has been 4 years, hasn't he it?" John Wick shook his head, "More like 5. Eddie, curious, asked, "So, how is retirement treating you?" John Wick replied, "Quite well, Eddie. Much better than I deserved." Eddie's tone turned somber as he remarked, "I am really sorry about your wife." John Wick interrupted, "Thank you." Eddie looked intently at John Wick and said, "I've never seen you like this." John Wick, puzzled, asked, "Like what?" Eddie scrutinized him closely and slowly responded. Haggard, taking a deep breath, John Wick replied, "I'm retired." Upon hearing this, Eddie chuckled and said, "As long as you're here drinking, it means you aren't." He then gestured to the liquor cabinet. "The usual? Sounds good." Meanwhile, in a nearby booth, Fox glanced at a message on his phone and then directed his gaze towards John Wick at the bar, saying, "Smith, this guy's bounty has reached $4 million. Oh, and there's an additional 4 Continental Hotel coins thrown in." Fox continued, "If I'm not mistaken, that scar on his face looks fresh. It seems this retired Night Stalker isn't what he used to be. Is he planning a comeback? If so, I wouldn't mind pocketing some extra change." Smith, gripping Fox's shoulder, remarked, "See, you're getting ahead of yourself. The show hasn't even begun." Eddie, holding a glass of whiskey and a napkin marked with lip prints and an address, declared, "The hotel's picking up the tab." Upon hearing that, John Wick turned to Winston, who raised his glass in a toast. With the first piece of information secured, John Wick pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone and a Continental Hotel coin. He retrieved a photo of a Dragon Ball from his phone and said, "I seek information regarding this item, or any similar ones that he spoke." John Wick pushed the coin forward towards Eddie. Eddie examined the photo on his phone, surprise evident on his face. Since receiving a commission from Smith Dole earlier that day, the Continental Hotel's intelligence system had been activated, and there was currently no information on such an item. However, he hadn't anticipated John Wick would arrive so soon with a similar request. Eddie pocketed the coin and said, "How fortuitous. Had this been before today, you might have come up empty-handed." John Wick, intrigued, asked, "How so?" Eddie explained, "Just today, a guest posted a commission with a similar image that if anyone seeks this or a related item, they can approach him for information. By the way, he is currently in the bar." As he spoke, Eddie pointed towards Smith Dole's location. John Wick paused, taken aback. This information was quite different from what he had expected. He had thought the Continental Hotel would be completely oblivious or only possess some legendary lore. After contemplating for a moment, John Wick turned and walked towards Smith Dole. Fox nudged Smith playfully and quipped, "$4 million is heading our way." Smith chuckled, displaying a complete indifference to the amount mentioned. The Assassin's Guild, a clandestine organization with a lineage spanning over a millennium, possesses an unimaginable depth of heritage. To them, money is a trivial matter. It is worth noting that the United States has a mere 200 years of history. While any item that has survived since their inception is likely to be a valuable antique. John Wick approached the two, placing his phone on the table before them, the screen displaying an image of a star sphere. He spoke, "Eddie informed me that if I wish to learn about this object, I should consult you directly. Fox glanced at the photo on the phone and then curiously turned her attention to Smith. Uncertain of the nature of this crystal-like object, Smith examined the image and smiled, saying, "It appears you have acquired a star sphere." John Wick, somewhat taken aback, took a seat and, with a mix of anxiety and apprehension, inquired, "Is the legend true?" Smith Dole's smile remained unchanged as he replied, "Indeed, it is true." Upon hearing this, John Wick inhaled deeply to steady his emotions and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the information. May I ask how to address you?" "I am Jonathan Dorr, and this is Fox," Smith introduced. John Wick organized his thoughts before speaking slowly. "Mr. Smith, how much do you know about this object? Or do you possess anything similar? What would be the cost for me to acquire it?" Noticing John Wick's evident tension, Smith scrutinized him seriously. "We are members of the Assassin's Guild, and this object is a sacred relic we protect." "John Wick, this is not a suitable place to discuss such matters." While speaking, Smith gestured towards the phone before continuing. "Moreover, you have important tasks to attend to. However, I must mention that you are currently a subject of our observation." John Wick contemplated Smith's words and, after a brief silence, responded, "I do have matters to attend to. When might we discuss the star sphere? Once you have completed your tasks and are prepared, you may find us at room 819 in the Continental Hotel for a detailed conversation." Smith instructed. John Wick nodded and then departed, heading to find Vigo's son, Ruslan Terrazovi. As John Wick exited, Fox, intrigued, asked, "What exactly is this object called the star sphere? Why has it become our sacred relic? And what are we observing in John Wick?" After John Wick had left the bar, Smith stood and replied, "I will explain the specifics of this object shortly. Remember to control your expressions and demeanor. Do not show surprise that I asked for the observation. Follow him and see what he is up to." Fox stood, leaning closer to Smith, whispered, "I hope the conclusion of this tale brings a surprise. Otherwise, you're in for trouble." With that, Fox playfully twisted Smith's waist. "Ouch!" Smith feigned pain before saying, "Hurry up. Otherwise, you might lose track of John Wick." That moment, John Wick was driving towards the Red Circle Club, his mind replaying his conversation with Smith Dole. He had heard tales of the Assassin's Guild, a group that operates outside the conventional bounds of society, yet never accepts assassination contracts. Their members are renowned for their formidable combat skills. However, having been retired for 5 years, he felt out of touch with recent developments. Regarding their intentions and observations, John Wick had his suspicions. Feeling the dragon pendant hanging on his chest, John Wick's resolve solidified that I must revive you, Helen. Inside the Red Circle Club, John Wick's battle was nearly concluded, with Smith and Fox witnessing the events unfold. Once back in the car, Smith turned to Fox and asked, 31 kills, for by dagger. How do you feel about that?" Fox glanced at Ruslan Tarasov, who had already escaped, and replied with a hint of regret, "Decisive and ruthless. He employed the Mozambique drill. 2 shots to the chest, 1 to the head. He certainly left no survivors. Although he killed many, his true target was likely the one who just fled." Smith nodded in agreement, acknowledging Fox's astute observation. "Let us go. We have witnessed his strength." Back to the Continental Hotel. With a firm press on the accelerator, Fox sped off, while John Wick emerged, bearing the marks of battle. Ruslan Tarasov had long since made his escape. In room 819. Fox leaned against the wall, arms crossed, contemplating. "You're not considering recruiting him into the Assassin's Guild, are you? Given his abilities, he could be a suitable candidate with some training. But do you think he would accept our principles? I even suspect he might be a target we are aware of." After pondering Fox's words, Smith shook his head. "I currently have no intention of recruiting him into the guild. However, your suggestion is intriguing and merits consideration." Fox, somewhat exasperated, poured herself a glass of bourbon and remarked, "I hope the final answer won't be too dull." As time passed, John Wick returned to the Continental Hotel, undergoing treatment from the hotel doctor before retreating to his room to rest. The sound of the door opening was not discreet. Smith Dole, in the adjacent room, recognized it was John Wick's return. Sure enough, moments later, the sounds of a scuffle echoed from next door. Fox, having heard the commotion, quickly dressed and remarked, "It seems not everyone adheres to the rules of the Continental Hotel, if I'm not mistaken. That's John Wick's room." Smith chuckled, already aware of the unfolding situation. Had it not been for John Wick's friend firing a warning shot outside the hotel, Wick might have fallen victim to the stealthy assassin. Perkins, rules are often meant to be broken. provided one can withstand the consequences of such transgressions. Fox smiled, commenting, "It seems someone is in for a rough time. The one who broke the rules will surely face the repercussions." With such a commotion, it was likely that other guests had alerted the Continental Hotel staff. After a brief interval, the sounds of conflict ceased, indicating John Wick's victory at that moment. Smith Dole opened his door, observing Perkins crawling along the corridor, and remarked to Fox, "It appears we have an overconfident individual here." Having ended a call with the hotel, John Wick emerged from his room, seizing Perkins from behind while pressing a gun to her head, ultimately extracting the information he sought. After rendering her unconscious with the butt of his gun, John Wick looked at Smith and said, "Smith, would you kindly look after this unconscious individual? I am willing to pay a gold coin to have her delivered to the Continental Hotel by morning." "You know the rules. No killing within the Continental." Smith chuckled at this, responding, "The rules of the Continental, indeed. Bring her inside. I have some matters to discuss with you." John Wick nodded, then returned to his room to retrieve a pair of handcuffs and a coin from the Continental Hotel. He secured Perkins' hands behind his back and led him into Smith Dole's chamber. Upon witnessing John Wick seat Perkins in a chair and placing a Continental coin on the table, Smith spoke up, "Fox, please pour John a glass of bourbon." Fox stepped forward, filled a glass with bourbon for John Wick, and then stood aside, her curiosity piqued by the forthcoming conversation. John Wick approached, raised the glass, and took a hearty sip. "This bourbon is quite good. Shenron recommended this brand to me." Smith Dole smiled and nodded before continuing, "John Wick, your personal matters are yet to be resolved. However, before we proceed, I must ascertain what your wish entails." Upon hearing Smith Dole mention a wish, John Wick set down his glass and, with a serious expression, responded, "My wish." After a brief pause, he elaborated, "is to resurrect my deceased wife." Smith Dole recognized that John Wick was not speaking falsely, but scrutinized him for 3 seconds before replying, "Very well. I believe you are not lying at this moment." Fox, bewildered, struggled to comprehend how the conversation had shifted to resurrection, yet maintained a stoic demeanor as she regarded John Wick. The Assassin's Guild is an organization that has persisted for over a millennium, and the Dragon Balls are sacred relics within our order. What you possess is one of the 7 Dragon Balls. If you gather all 7, you can summon the Eternal Dragon and make a wish. John Wick nodded, already aware of the significance of the Dragon Balls from his prior encounters, which sounded reminiscent of Aladdin's lamp. Smith dismissively remarked, "That is merely a tale spun by bards after hearing whispers of the Dragon Balls." John Wick was taken aback by this revelation and posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind. "If the Dragon Balls are indeed sacred to your organization, why would one appear in my home?" Smith replied, "The Dragon Balls, upon granting a wish, will automatically disperse to various corners of the world, concealing themselves as stones. After some time, they will revert to their original form. The Assassin's Guild does not hoard the Dragon Balls, but rather allows them to be encountered by those deemed worthy, evaluating their intentions. That if the individual passes this assessment, and their wish is not rooted in selfishness or destruction, the Guild will guide them in their quest for the remaining Dragon Balls." Hearing this, John Wick nodded, albeit uncertain of its veracity, yet he grasped the general premise. "And if someone's wish is malevolent and filled with greed, what then?" Smith Dole slowly inquired, "How do you assassins perceive our Assassin's Guild?" Reflecting on the legends surrounding the Guild, John Wick recalled that they did not accept any assassination contracts, yet individuals or factions often met inexplicable deaths at the hands of the Guild. Was this because those individuals failed the Guild's assessment? It was no wonder that there were no tales of the Dragon Balls circulating. Those in the know had been eliminated. Observing the cold sweat forming on John Wick's brow, Smith smiled but remained silent. Meanwhile, Fox internally scoffed, thinking how adept Smith was at manipulation. When had the Assassin's Guild's mission become one of evaluation and guidance? Yet, was there truly such a thing as Dragon Balls? Could they genuinely grant any wish? Why did John Wick believe so fervently? Was it that crystal-like object? Ignoring the beads of sweat on his forehead, John Wick asked, I simply wish to revive my wife, Helen. Also, have I passed your evaluation?" Smith Dole chuckled before responding, "You are still under observation." With this answer, John Wick rose and declared, "I hope to pass your assessment, but for now, I must attend to my personal matters." Regarding his love for dogs and cars, John Wick needed to gain clarity. As these were treasures left to him by Helen, he understood that if he faltered, not only might he fail the assessment, but Vigo and his son, Ruska Tarkovsky, would also become obstacles to his subsequent actions. Smith Dole nodded, his expression gentle as he said, "Go attend to your personal matters. Your evaluation continues." "Thank you," John Wick replied before departing Smith's chamber. Once the door closed and he confirmed no one was outside, Fox scrutinized Smith. "God, are you being serious?" Smith smiled and replied, partially. Fox's eyes widened in shock as she asked, "So, the Dragon Balls are real?" Seeing Smith affirm her inquiry with a nod, Fox, though she had suspected as much, was still taken aback. "As for the remaining part, I believe it will soon become a reality." After a moment of silence, Fox inquired, "Since it's real, don't you wish to make a wish or something?" Smith shook his head, saying, "I have no need for that." Fox opened her mouth to express something but ultimately refrained, remaining silent for a few seconds before stating, "No wonder you're our god. Your perspective is on another level." Noticing Fox's bewildered expression, Smith refrained from offering any explanation. After all, the Dragon Balls were a construct of his own power. He had no wishes to fulfill. What he could achieve did not require the dragon's assistance, and with his foresight regarding the Marvel Universe, he was already at an advantage. Smith then took out his phone and dialed Winston. Within seconds, the call connected. Making a call at this hour to an elderly person is quite impolite. Hearing Winston's voice on the line, Smith smiled, showing no signs of embarrassment, and stated directly, "Winston, someone has violated the Continental Hotel's regulations. As a good Samaritan, I shall help you dispose of this trash." Upon hearing Smith's words, Winston sat up abruptly, fully alert, and gravely inquired, "Are you certain he violated the Continental's rules? What exactly did that fellow do?" Smith glanced at Perkins, who was seated in the chair, then replied, "Perkins has set his sights on John Wick's bounty and attempted an assassination within the hotel. I believe the corridor surveillance will clarify everything." After speaking, Smith drew his firearm and shot Perkins in the head. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed as a bullet pierced Perkins' skull, killing him instantly. Hearing the gunfire on the other end, Winston fell silent for 3 seconds before finally saying, "I understand." Smith hung up and remarked, "I do not wish to see this fellow until dawn. We have other matters to attend to." Fox rolled her eyes and said, "You realized she was already awake and eavesdropping on our conversation, didn't you?" Smith nodded. That wildly beating heart betrayed her long ago.it seems the news of the Dragon Balls certainly stirs excitement. We should also head to Little Russia and observe John Wick's next moves. With that, Smith Dole and Fox departed the Continental Hotel. Shortly after their exit, Winston arrived with his men at room 819, inspected the surrounding rooms, and took Perkins' body away at this hour. The sky had yet to brighten, and Smith Dole, accompanied by Fox, arrived near the church in Little Russia, a significant stronghold for the Russian mobster Vigo Tarasov, housing crucial evidence of bribery, political leverage, and some cash. Upon arrival, the two surveyed the church's vicinity and located a warehouse suspected of holding John Wick. They ultimately chose a vantage point on a rooftop that offered a good view while remaining discreet, waiting patiently as daylight broke. Fox, armed with binoculars, observed John Wick entering a church, his large canvas bag slung over his shoulder. Smith, John's arrived. The sharp crack of gunfire erupted, signaling the commencement of the Night Demon's deadly performance. That moment, Smith Dole retrieved a second-generation combat power detector from his tactical backpack, donning it to begin his observation. Curiously, there exists such weak combatants within the Russian syndicate. Let me ascertain John Wick's combat power. The reading displayed a surprising value of 6, unexpectedly high, indeed, surpassing that of the 5th-tier fighters by a slight margin. John Wick unleashed a flurry of gunfire, each shot lethal, his movements fluid and devoid of superfluous actions, exuding a unique charisma, unlike some fools who expound lengthy justifications even while taking a life. Wick's decisive nature captivated Fox, compelling her to witness this exhibition of slaughter alongside him. Meanwhile, Fox's curiosity about Smith's device surged, causing her to momentarily divert her attention from the carnage. "Smith, what is this contraption?" "I've never seen anything like it." Smith gestured to the device and explained, "This is a combat power detector, capable of gauging a target's energy level and quantifying an individual's combat prowess." Fox was taken aback by Smith's revelation, overwhelmed by the day's myriad perplexities. "Quickly, let me test this miraculous device that I want to see my own combat power." Smith turned to Fox, and soon the screen displayed a reading of 6, unfazed by the number. Smith noted that while Fox's skills exceeded those of John Wick, The disparity in energy levels was minimal. Point 0.6, Fox echoed, momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether this was commendable or lacking. Smith pondered for a moment before responding. It's a point or two above that of an average person. You can compare for yourself to AS. He spoke. He handed the combat power detector to Fox. After securing it, Fox turned her gaze back to Smith Dole. The numbers on the screen began to fluctuate before stabilizing at 9. Smith, your combat power is 9. An impressive 1.5 times mine. Let me see the combat powers of others. Fox's attention shifted to the skirmish within the small church, where the device scanned and displayed the combat power of another figure. 0.5. She remarked, noting another with a reading of 3. John Wick with a 6. How can that be? I believe defeating him would pose little challenge. After her brief experimentation, Fox returned the combat power detector to Smith. Once reattached, Smith elaborated, this device primarily measures an individual's biological energy. The higher the energy, the greater the combat power. If one's reading exceeds another's by 1.3 times, a crushing victory is assured. Your belief in easily conquering John Wick stems from our Assassin League's combat techniques, which are not reflected in this numerical value. Understanding the basis of the detector's readings, Fox marveled at its utility. Just as she pondered its effectiveness, the confrontation involving John Wick reached its conclusion. 2 Women emerged from the church, shortly followed by billowing smoke. Smith, it seems John has set fire to the place. This will incur significant losses for Vigo. Smith nodded in acknowledgement, though neither was particularly concerned about the cash, antiques, artworks, or the incriminating evidence against Vigo Tarasov and his collusion with government officials that are in their line of sight. John Wick exited the church, not retreating but rather positioning himself for an ambush. Observing Wick's actions, Fox remarked, I must admit, I'm beginning to appreciate this fellow. His professional skills are indeed commendable. John Wick concealed himself within an abandoned shipping container outside the church, blissfully unaware of Smith and Fox's hidden vantage point on a nearby rooftop. Before long, Vigo received a call from the survivors of the church, hastily arriving with his henchmen. After a thorough inspection of the basement, he emerged in a fit of rage, executing the priest who had opened the underground vault for John Wick without hesitation. Damn it, everything has been reduced to ashes, Vigo raged, turning to his advisor and part-time lawyer. Is there any way to salvage this? The advisor shook his head, responding, Vigo, you know what was stored in the basement, right? That money is insignificant. Vigo's ire flared at John Wick's audacious actions that moment. Wick, hidden in the shadows, emerged, brandishing a Kahari Arms Ca-415 assault rifle, unleashing a barrage of fire upon Vigo's men. The sound of gunfire echoed as Vigo turned, witnessing one of his subordinates collapse, struck down. Realizing Wick was upon them, he instinctively ducked behind a car. Damn it, retaliate. His men hastily drew their weapons, returning fire, while Wick utilized the surrounding vehicles as cover, occasionally firing back. Unfortunately for Vigo's men, their marksmanship was atrocious, wasting ammunition and falling prey to Wick's superior skills. Fox observed the ensuing gunfight through her binoculars, commenting, these gangsters are horrendous shots. They are merely wasting bullets and offering their lives. Smith nodded in agreement, stating, John Wick is a retired Marine, having earned the moniker Night Demon after his exploits at the Continental Hotel. Without formidable skills, he would not have survived this long. Ironically, Wick once served the Russian syndicate under Vigo, completing an impossible task to earn his discharge, only to find himself in this predicament. As they conversed, John Wick had already dispatched 8 of Vigo's men, but his luck turned when one of Vigo's trusted associates careened into him with a vehicle, sending Wick sprawling. The impact did not claim his life. Instead, he lost consciousness. Fox, witnessing the scene, remarked, Smith, your subject appears to be in dire straits. Smith chuckled lightly, assuring her, fear not, he will not perish. With the gunfire ceasing, Vigo commanded his men to bind John Wick and transport him to a warehouse for interrogation. Fox watched in disbelief, questioning Vigo's sanity for sparing Wick's life. Smith turned to her, saying, when confronting an enemy, even if they lose consciousness, one must ensure their demise. Excessive dialogue can provide the adversary an opportunity to recover. Should Vigo realize that his hesitance ultimately cost him not only his life, but also his son's, one can only imagine his regret. Smith and Fox trailed behind Vigo and his entourage, discreetly positioned outside a window above the warehouse. With Smith's skills, they made not a sound. Inside, Vigo Tarasov ordered his men to secure John Wick to a chair. Stripping him of all weapons and discovering the Dragon Ball hidden on his person. Holding the Dragon Ball, Vigo scoffed. What is this? A child's toy. Casually discarded amidst the arsenal extracted from John Wick, which included 3 daggers for handguns and 2 grenades, was an item of indeterminate value at the time when Vigo encountered the Dragon Balls. Smith had refrained from disclosing their capabilities to him, leaving Vigo oblivious to the significance of the item he had carelessly tossed aside. Observing John gradually regaining consciousness, Vigo spoke. Let me put it plainly, my subordinates will undoubtedly dismember you at that moment. One of Vigo's henchmen placed a chair opposite John, and Vigo advanced, ready to deliver his lengthy monologue. As John Wick awakened, he conducted a brief survey of his surroundings and noted the weapons and Dragon Balls that had been stripped from him on the ground. John, Vigo continued, I shall ensure my men turn you into pieces. You are ever so audacious, aren't you? John Wick lifted his gaze to meet Vigo's. Is that so? Vigo replied with a smile. Indeed, I dare say. After 5 years, you, John Wick, remain as formidable as ever. John Wick inquired once more. Is that so? Vigo leaned closer, stating, people seldom change. You know that. Time does. Recalling the flames ignited by John Wick, Vigo's irritation flared as he exclaimed, do you have any idea what lies in the basement? Artifacts, cash, they may hold little value. Yet, my web of criminal connections in this city, the video recordings, physical evidence, extortion, these are priceless, as he emphasized his point. Vigo's voice rose, accompanied by a dramatic gesture, showcasing his profound anger. Priceless. Observing Vigo's fury, John Wick maintained a stoic expression and replied in a calm tone. Is that so? I find it rather enjoyable. Vigo, taken aback by John's tone, erupted into laughter. Yes, you certainly do enjoy it. Are you laughing? With that, Vigo swung a punch at John Wick's face, nearly toppling both him and the chair. Meanwhile, Fox and Smith, concealed by the warehouse window, exchanged incredulous glances at the gang leader's incessant ramblings. Fox quietly asked, given the situation, do you think John Wick can still turn the tables? Smith remained silent, gesturing in a particular direction. Peering through his binoculars, Fox spotted a man on a rooftop outside the warehouse, aiming a sniper rifle at the interior. Indeed, there was someone coming to his rescue. After an extensive dialogue with Vigo, John's words had evidently struck a chord, and as Vigo departed, he waved his hand, signaling his men to dispose of John Wick. As Vigo exited, 2 of his henchmen placed a plastic bag over John Wick's head, preparing to suffocate him. At that moment, Smith Dole acted swiftly, firing 2 shots at Vigo's henchmen. Bang, bang, the bullets shattered the glass, arcing through the air to strike both men in the head. Smith Dole scooped up Fox and leaped down from the height, landing directly in front of John Wick. Meanwhile, Marcus, who had been poised for rescue outside the warehouse, understood that John Wick was now safe upon witnessing the sudden intervention and the demise of the gang members. John Wick gazed at his unexpected saviors with surprise and gratitude. Thank you for rescuing me. Fox produced a knife and cut the bindings restraining John Wick's hands. Smith observed John Wick's disheveled state and remarked, you look rather disheveled. John, I thought you were about to join Helen. Nodding in agreement, John Wick acknowledged that he had indeed believed he was on the brink of reuniting with his beloved wife. Thank you, Smith. I owe you my life if you ever need my assistance. I shall give it my all. With that, John Wick began to gather his weapons from the ground, securing them while tucking the Dragon Balls into the inner pocket of his suit. He picked up the Keltec KSG shotgun and inquired, am I still under evaluation? Smith nodded. The evaluation is ongoing. Fully armed, John Wick declared. Smith, once I conclude my current matters, I will bring the blood oath to the Continental Hotel to find you. Allow me to expedite this task. Upon receiving Smith Dole's affirmation, John Wick dashed out of the warehouse. Fox turned to Smith, asking, blood oath? Smith explained, it is a pledge backed by the Continental Hotel, allowing the holder to compel the signatory to perform a task, any task. Breach of the oath incurs the wrath of the Continental Hotel. After speaking, Smith waved in Marcus's direction. At that moment, Marcus realized he had been discovered, but the thought of witnessing Smith's extraordinary feat, leaping down while carrying someone from such a height, was rather intimidating. Was this the might of the Assassin's Guild? Without unnecessary movements, Marcus retracted his sniper rifle and turned to leave. Fortunately, he was not black-skinned. Otherwise, he might have met his end today. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of joy that his old friend had been saved without his intervention. Yet, he remained curious about how John Wick had become entangled with the Assassin's Guild. Given that John had retired 5 years prior, Fox observed Smith's actions and remarked, "What a stroke of luck to obtain a blood oath contract. Truly, a worthy candidate for leadership." Smith chuckled lightly but did not refute the statement, instead suggesting, "Let us return to the Continental Hotel." Outside, John Wick had already blocked Vigo's car. Standing atop the hood, he shot Vigo's driver with a shotgun and demanded, "Vigo, where is he?" When Vigo remained silent, John fired a shot beside him. The barrel pressed against Vigo's face, indicating that should he remain uncooperative, the next bullet would find its mark within him. Understanding the gravity of the threat, Vigo divulged the location where his son was hiding and rescinded the bounty on John Wick's head. Having achieved his objective, John Wick paused for a moment, refraining from attacking Vigo. This was merely a personal vendetta. As John Wick departed, Vigo exhaled in relief. Smith paid little mind to the events transpiring with John Wick, thus did not follow to observe. Upon arriving at the Continental Hotel, Fox remarked, "The bounty on John Wick has been lifted." Smith nodded. "It seems John Wick and Vigo have reached an understanding." Fox, perplexed, queried, "An understanding? No eradication of the threat." Clearly, Fox could not comprehend this development. Previously, Vigo had been verbose about his plans, yet now it appeared that John Wick had only compelled him to lift the bounty and clarify his inquiries. Smith was aware of the general reasons behind John Wick's choices, but refrained from explaining to Fox. After parting with 2 gold coins, Smith and Fox re-entered the Continental Hotel. "That I do not have many coins left," Smith remarked, "and the entry fee is quite steep." Hearing Fox mention the coins, Smith felt somewhat exasperated. "It may not be long before you no longer face this dilemma." Fox's eyes lit up, as if a thought had struck him, and he gazed at the Continental Hotel with a look of wistfulness. The coins of the Continental Hotel were entirely minted, issued, and promoted by the establishment itself, while the material was of high quality. The cost of production was relatively low, leading to fluctuating values. However, acquiring them was challenging, though their use was swift and convenient. Specifically, entry into the Continental Hotel required 1 gold coin, ensuring safety. A stay at the Continental Hotel cost 1 gold coin, with options for 1 to 7 days. Entry into the hotel bar also required 1 gold coin. One may obtain intelligence. Arrange for a physician's treatment. 1 gold coin. Dispose of a corpse. 1 gold coin. Leave no trace. Cleanse the scene and the body. Acquire weapons, bulletproof vests, etc. 1 gold coin. It can be stated that any single service within the Continental Hotel starts at the price of 1 gold coin. Of course, assassin services, in addition to the base price of 1 gold coin, necessitate corresponding task bounties. The value of 1 gold coin is trivial enough to cover a haircut at the hotel, yet substantial enough to ensure one's safety within the Continental Hotel, or to hire an assassin to execute a hit. It is worth noting that John Wick, the infamous assassin known as Baba Yaga, has a bounty of merely 4 gold coins on his head, and such an amount can entice assassins to disregard the rules and commit murder within the Continental Hotel, under the global promotion of the Continental Hotel. These gold coins have become the hard currency of the assassin world. As long as the gold coins offered are sufficient, even in the absence of US dollars, assassins are willing to provide their services. Most assassins worldwide have registered as members of the Continental Hotel, utilizing its global network to post and accept contracts and to enjoy its amenities. The Continental Hotel, functioning as a platform for assassins, also possesses its own enforcers, tasked with punishing those who transgress its rules. Indeed, each Continental Hotel is managed by its own armed forces. Behind the Continental Hotel stands a more formidable organization known as the High Table. The High Table is an alliance formed by major global factions, consisting of 12 seats, with its headquarters located in the desert near Casablanca. These 12 seats constitute the governing body of the High Table, occupied by powers such as the Camorra, the Mafia, the Yakuza, and the Triad. Where there are people, there will be conflict. The High Table, composed of these various factions, remains rife with undercurrents and intrigue. For the Assassins Guild led by Smith Dole, this organization is regarded as refuse that must be purged, a blight upon the world that the Guild seeks to eliminate. One wonders whether the High Table is infiltrated by Hydra. It seems plausible that such an organization might have 1 or 2 seats under the control of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. However, As a champion of justice, Smith Dole has resolved to eradicate this tumor before the Marvel event commences, and John Wick serves as a prime operative for this task, gazing at the Continental Hotel before him. Smith Dole's eyes glimmer with amusement. Meanwhile, Viggo Tarasov, after revealing the location John Wick sought, did not immediately drive away. He was puzzled as to how John Wick had escaped his grasp. He had given the order for Wick's execution before departing. And at that moment, Wick was as vulnerable as fish on a chopping board. Returning to the warehouse where John Wick had been held, Viggo discovered that 2 of his henchmen had been executed on the spot, leading him to realize that someone had intervened. Recalling that there were concealed cameras above the warehouse, Viggo promptly reviewed the footage to ascertain who had thwarted his plans and endangered his son's life. As the footage played, revealing Smith Dole and Fox, Viggo Tarasov gritted his teeth and muttered, "So it is you." He had heard rumors about this pair, who, although not registered assassins in the Continental Hotel, frequently frequented its premises. He had even investigated their backgrounds and considered recruiting them. After all, since John Wick's retirement, he had lost his ace in the hole. However, before making any overtures, he had received a warning from Winston to avoid provoking them. As for the intelligence surrounding the Assassin's Guild, Viggo, with his current resources, had not been able to penetrate that world. Smith Dole, Fox, and no matter who stands behind you, I will ensure you pay the price. Having stated this, Viggo did not linger. He left the warehouse and drove home. That moment, Viggo wore a grim expression. Had he known his son would prove such a liability, he should have shot him against the wall. With the vast assets of his Russian syndicate, what antiquities could he not afford? Yet he chose to steal, targeting the infamous Baba Yaga and even killing his dog. Having come this far, he merely assaulted John Wick and departed. His son had learned nothing of ruthlessness. He was nothing but a worthless fool. The crux of the matter was that he had only this one son. Although he had revealed Wick's location, he had also dispatched numerous henchmen to guard it, equipped with both light and heavy weaponry. Though the so-called heavy weapons were merely assault rifles, he still held on to a sliver of hope that his men could eliminate John Wick. After all, in times past, some of them had managed to capture him. Though he lacked confidence, Viggo clung to a 1 in a million chance and awaited the outcome. Time passed, seconds ticking away. Viggo, his face clouded with tension, smoked a cigarette, the ashtray on the table overflowing with butts as he awaited the agonizing news. When the phone rang, Viggo inhaled deeply and answered. Upon hearing the news on the other end, Viggo Tarasov paused momentarily before hanging up. He took a few vigorous puffs from his cigarette. It was indeed a failure. Though he understood that his son might not escape death, he felt a profound ache at the outcome. Subsequently, Viggo picked up the phone to summon all his men to headquarters. As long as John Wick refrained from taking action, their enmity could be considered at an end. However, he had no intention of sparing Smith Dole, the one who had thwarted his plans. This time, he would ensure everything was foolproof on the other side. John Wick, having avenged his grievances, returned to the Continental Hotel, where he needed to meet Winston to receive a blood oath and deliver it to Smith Dole under the hotel's auspices. Just as he arrived back at the hotel and prepared to change his attire, he heard Karen's voice behind him. "Oh, Mr. Wick." Upon hearing Sharon call him, John Wick halted, turning to approach the service desk and inquiring, "Is there something you need, Sharon?" Seeing John Wick approach, Sharon produced a car key and stated, "Mr. Wick, the Continental Hotel deeply apologizes for the events of last night. This is a token of compensation from the management." After speaking, Sharon pushed the car key towards John Wick. Wick glanced at the key but did not refuse it. Instead, he took it and said, "Please schedule an appointment with Winston. I have matters to discuss with him." After giving Sharon his instructions, John Wick turned and departed. Once back in his room, Smith changed his attire and proceeded directly to visit Winston. Arriving at Winston's office, John Wick declared, "Winston, I require a blood oath emblem. Furthermore, I need to partake in the blood oath under your witness." Upon hearing John Wick's request, Winston tapped his fingers on the desk and replied, "Jonathan, it seems you are indeed drawn back to this place." John Wick shook his head. "No, this is merely a private gesture of gratitude. Only a blood oath from the Continental Hotel can convey the requisite sincerity." Winston regarded John Wick once more and said, "Jonathan, by entering here again and even performing a blood oath, others will not perceive it as retirement." John Wick, with a serious expression, replied, "I need the blood oath emblem to bolster my sincerity." Recognizing John Wick's resolve, Winston refrained from further objections and smiled. It appears you have accrued quite a debt of gratitude this time. Come, let me witness your blood oath. John Wick led Winston to the entrance of Smith Dole's room, where he gently knocked on the door. The door swung open. Winston realized that John Wick's blood oath was to the members of the Assassin's Guild, prompting him to ponder whether Wick sought to repay a favor, seek support, or perhaps both. Smith Dole, observing the two at the door, remarked, "It seems your personal matters have been settled?" John Wick nodded. "Indeed, they have." Hearing this, Smith gestured, "Please, come in and take a seat." Smith Dole invited two individuals into the room. Upon entering, John Wick wasted no time. He produced a blood oath contract medallion from his possession and spoke. "Smith, I am grateful for your assistance this time. You have saved my life. This blood oath contract is, in my estimation, the only item that may prove useful to you. Once you activate this medallion, I shall fulfill my mission, even at the cost of my own life." At this moment, Winston interjected, "This blood oath medallion shall be signed under the auspices of the Continental Hotel. Should the bearer of the medallion violate the contract, they will face the consequences imposed by the Continental Hotel." Smith Dole comprehended Winston's implication. Should John Wick fail to uphold his end of the bargain, the Continental Hotel would be compelled to eliminate him. Observing John Wick's blood fingerprint imprinted upon the contract medallion, Smith Dole accepted it with a nod. "I appreciate your gratitude. It is indeed heartfelt." At this juncture, Fox spoke up. "John, have you dealt with Vigo?" Upon hearing Fox's sudden inquiry about Vigo, John Wick replied candidly, "I merely have some personal grievances with Vigo's son. The matter has not escalated to involve him. After he provided me with the address and rescinded the bounty, I allowed him to leave." Fox rolled his eyes at John Wick's words, exasperated by his apparent lack of foresight. "Good luck. I hope Vigo does not take offense at your actions against his son." Winston, too, found the situation somewhat incredulous, remarking on Jonathan's notorious disposition. "I trust Vigo Tarasov will honor our agreement, but I appreciate your concern." Just then, Smith Dole's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID labeled the cross, he promptly answered, "God, we have selected your task parameters. Prepare to return." "Understood. I will be back shortly." After hanging up, Smith Dole addressed John Wick and Winston. "I have matters to attend to. Feel free to carry on. Winston, please inform Sharon that I have checked out." Smith Dole then turned to Fox, saying, "Fox, let's head home." After witnessing Smith Dole and Fox depart, John Wick prepared to visit his old friend Marcus. The gunshots that had rung out in the hotel room that night had enabled him to turn the tables on Perkins. Driving the black Dodge gifted by the Continental Hotel's upper management, John Wick arrived at the familiar haunt where he often met Marcus. "Marcus, I am grateful for your assistance at the Continental Hotel." Marcus retorted, "John, how many times must I come to your rescue? Though this time, it seems you have befriended quite a formidable ally." At that moment, Marcus recalled a vivid image, a man leaping from a 10-meter-high rooftop with a woman in his arms, landing with remarkable poise. Was this man not akin to Captain America? The sheer absurdity was astounding. John Wick expressed his gratitude once more. "I truly appreciate it, Marcus." As for the subject of Smith Dole, John Wick chose to remain discreet. Marcus scrutinized the man before him and remarked, "You appear to be in fine form. That I have retired, and this is my current state of retirement." Marcus felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at his old partner's response. Yet, he sensed a vitality within John Wick that contrasted sharply with the despondency he had exhibited following his wife's death. "Retired? Do you genuinely believe that? When you re-emerge at the Continental Hotel, everyone will assume you've returned. No one will accept your claims of retirement. Regarding your conflict with Vigo, do you think others are oblivious to the developments?" With that, Marcus placed a hand on John Wick's shoulder and continued, "Prepare yourself. Your troubles are far from over." With a sigh, he turned and walked away. The conversation between the two was far from pleasant. Unbeknownst to Marcus and John Wick, their encounter was being meticulously recorded by Vigo's henchman, who had been dispatched to assign a new task to Marcus in New York, headquarters of the Russian mob. Vigo Tarasov watched the footage transmitted by his subordinate, his expression darkening with fury. He had not anticipated that. In the matter concerning John Wick, not only would Smith Dole intervene, but even the assassin he had hired, Marcus, would betray him. Marcus was a registered assassin at the Continental Hotel and one of Vigo's operatives. Their relationship akin to that of John Wick and Vigo prior to Wick's retirement. Although Marcus was technically a subordinate, Assassination contracts had to adhere to the Continental's regulations. When the bounty on John Wick was announced, Vigo had approached Marcus to carry out the hit, offering a reward of $400,000. Initially, Vigo had presumed that Marcus's failure stemmed from a lack of opportunity or unsuccessful execution. The revelation of Marcus's betrayal incited Vigo's fury. While he could tolerate external interference, treachery from within was intolerable. Damn Marcus. He shall learn the consequences of his betrayal. That he swiftly dispatched orders to his henchmen to continue tracking Marcus and ascertain his whereabouts. Upon discovering that Marcus was en route home, Vigo immediately commanded a blockade and prepared to personally deal with this traitorous subordinate. At that moment, Vigo Tarasov's phone rang. Upon answering, a subordinate reported, "We have tracked Smith Dole. He is driving towards the suburbs. Eliminate him." Meanwhile, Fox was driving Smith towards the textile factory when they halted at a red light at 8T-junction. Is the final assessment about to commence? Smith, seated in the passenger seat, nodded and replied, "The Cross has informed me that the final task has been selected. I need to return for the intel." Fox's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Does that mean if you complete this assessment, you will become the sole leader of the Assassin Alliance?" God. A smile graced Smith's face as he remarked, "After 18 years of anticipation, we are on the cusp of realization." Just as they conversed, a black SUV suddenly veered in from the side and collided with them. In a moment of crisis, Smith yanked Fox to safety, doing his utmost to mitigate the impact. Crash. The vehicle was violently jostled, shoved to the roadside. The unexpected collision left Fox disoriented, but she instinctively drew her handgun, preparing to aim at the driver of the vehicle that had struck them. At that moment, two more SUVs came barreling in, one from the front and one from the rear, crashing into their car with tremendous force, causing Fox to drop her weapon. In that critical moment, individuals from all three vehicles leaned out, brandishing submachine guns, ready to unleash a hail of bullets upon Fox and Smith. With no time to lose, Smith kicked the mangled door away and seized Fox, escaping the vehicle just in time. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down upon the driver's side, transforming the already wrecked car into a veritable sieve. Smith pulled Fox into hiding beneath the car's wheel well, seeking refuge from the gunfire. "I will handle them." As Smith prepared to confront their assailants, Fox seized the opportunity during a lull in the shooting and reached for her weapon hidden in the compartment of the passenger seat. With a powerful leap, Smith vaulted onto the side of the first vehicle that had struck them, delivering a forceful kick against the B-pillar. Boom! The sheer force caused the car to flip over, rolling 3 times before coming to a halt, leaving its occupants disoriented and unable to escape. The gunmen from the other 2 vehicles immediately trained their sights on Smith Dole, pulling the triggers as bullets erupted forth. Smith retrieved a short blade from his tactical pack and slashed at the incoming bullets. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets fired towards Smith were effortlessly cleaved in two, cascading down to the ground at his feet. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the assailants were left utterly dumbfounded, their faces frozen in disbelief at the sight of bullets being sliced apart. A panicked voice rang out amidst the chaos. "It's a monster. Run! Get in the car!" Just as the adversaries sought to escape in their vehicle, Fox rose to his feet, guns in hand, and pulled the trigger towards the gunmen in the 2 cars. Rat-a-tat-tat. Several bullets were unleashed, each finding its mark with lethal precision, resulting in the immediate demise of several individuals. The driver of one of the cars was not spared either, as he too received a bullet, collapsing lifelessly. At that moment, the vehicle overturned by Smith had finally allowed its occupants to crawl out, leaving 4 survivors, 3 of whom were still breathing. Observing the remaining live witnesses, Smith charged forward with a burst of speed, seizing one man by the neck and lifting him off the ground. "Who sent you?" he demanded. The man, his face turning crimson under Smith's grip, struggled to articulate a response. Noticing his silence, Smith twisted the man's neck before casting him aside onto the ground. He then turned to another individual and inquired, "Who do you work for?" At this moment, only 2 of the 3 who had escaped remained. One of them attempted to flee. Bang! In the instant he turned, Fox shot him in the back of the head, and he fell to the ground lifelessly. With only himself left among the 3 vehicles, the remaining gunman trembled as he confessed, "We are from the Russian mob." Under Vigor's command. Upon hearing this, Smith swiftly severed the man's head from his body. "Vigor, it seems your demise is imminent," Fox remarked as he approached Smith, leaning against him. "That wretched John Wick has forced us to clean up his mess. Smith wrapped his arm around Fox, clearly concerned for his injured state. Had it not been for the timely collision protection and the vehicle's quality, he could have very well met his end. Smith retrieved his phone and contacted the Assassin's Guild cleanup crew at the intersection of Klein Avenue. Dispatch someone immediately. 12 bodies and 3 vehicles. Handle it swiftly. After hanging up, Smith carried Fox towards a nearby SUV. Disposing of the bodies from the car and placing Fox in the passenger seat before driving towards the textile factory for the Russian mob. Their existence in New York had become redundant. Not only did Vigor need to die, but the entire Russian organization must be eradicated. Meanwhile, the doors of the Assassin's Guild's textile factory swung open as the cleanup crew, accompanied by several workers, drove out in garbage trucks towards Klein Avenue to clear the scene before the police arrived. This moment, Vigor had Marcus cornered in his home, disarmed and restrained. Several of Vigor's henchmen held Marcus down as Vigor unleashed a brutal assault on him, leaving Marcus bloodied and on the brink of consciousness. Seated on the stairs, Vigor pulled out his phone and dialed John Wick. "Hello, Jonathan, I am grateful you allowed my son to meet his end. I hardly know how to express this matter." John Wick, driving as he listened, absorbed Vigor's words. "Marcus betrayed me, breaking all boundaries for you. I shall deal with him according to the Russian mob's code." With that, Vigor ended the call, standing up with a towel twisted tightly, resembling a length of rope. Marcus, barely conscious on the ground, gasped, "You canceled the bounty." Hearing this, Vigor's anger flared. As long as the bounty exists, you still have a chance to kill John Wick. Had you done your job, my son might still be alive. Vigor struck Marcus again before brutally suffocating him with the towel. As the call ended, John Wick slammed the steering wheel, turning the car around towards Marcus's home. During his drive, Wick recalled Fox's and Winston's words at the Continental Hotel, realizing that his aftermath was a complete disaster. He then considered the possibility that Vigor might have discovered Marcus's involvement in saving him, and likely Smith's intervention as well. He immediately dialed Smith's number. "Smith, it's John." "John, what's wrong?" At that moment, Wick's expression was tinged with sorrow. A dear old friend who had saved him multiple times was now in peril because of him. "I shouldn't have let Vigor go. Marcus helped me, and Vigor had him killed. Smith, you saved my life and thwarted Vigor's plans. I'm concerned he may come after you as well. Please be cautious." Smith glanced at Fox, who sat in the passenger seat, sighed, and replied, "Vigor has already sent people, but they have all been dealt with by Fox and me." Upon hearing Smith's words, Wick expressed his apologies. "I'm sorry, Smith. I will handle this matter and ensure he no longer troubles you." As the call ended, Smith shook his head. Although Wick intended to take action against Vigor for the sake of his old friend, Smith had no intention of allowing Vigor to escape unscathed. However, he needed to return to the Assassin's Guild first. As for Vigor's life, it would depend on who found him first. Soon, Smith returned to the Assassin's Guild with Fox, placing him in the recovery room before proceeding to the conference room. Inside, the gunmaker, Butcher, Cross, Mr. X, and others had been awaiting Smith's arrival. Cross looked at Smith as he entered and spoke. "God, your task options are now available. Choose one." He placed a document in front of Smith. "The organizations listed here are deemed necessary for elimination, though their difficulty varies, including our longtime rivals." Cross spoke. Smith perused the document, surprised to find the first page detailing the Russian mob in New York, complete with information on its high-ranking members, headquarters, and their primary criminal activities. Scanning through the information, Smith turned to the second page. If the Russian mob served as an appetizer, then the second enemy, the Hell's Kitchen Syndicate, represented a formidable challenge. After a brief glance, Smith turned to the third page, which detailed the high table, and the fourth page contained information on the Hand Association. The Hand Association was a long-standing adversary of the Assassin's Guild. Though recent years had seen no conflict, it could be said that the former leader, Sloan, achieved significant success by halting the war with the Hand Association. Despite the challenging organizations listed, Smith felt no fear. Even with their current capabilities, they were more than sufficient to confront them. Seeing that Smith had finished reviewing, Cross continued, "There are 4 organizations here, but you only need to choose one from the first 2 to complete. The last 2 can serve as your focus after you become the leader of the Assassin's Guild." Understanding Cross's words, Smith realized that while it appeared to be 4 tasks, it was effectively 2. The Russian mob was simple, while the Hell's Kitchen Syndicate was slightly more challenging. Smith closed the document and declared, "I accept all 4 tasks." Taken aback, Mr. X responded, "Smith, completing just one is sufficient." Smith nodded but asserted, "First, I will handle the Russian mob. As for the remaining three, since they are all targets we need to eliminate, I will address them one by one." Cross replied, "Then we will begin with the Russian mob, but you must handle it alone. As for the other three organizations, the entire Assassins Guild will be at your disposal." On the other side, John Wick had arrived at his friend's house in his car. Upon stepping out, he retrieved his weapon and stealthily made his way towards the room. Unaware of whether Vigo still had anyone lingering there, upon entering the room, John Wick surveyed his surroundings and discovered only the lifeless body of Marcus, lying in a pool of blood. Vigo and his men had long since vanished without a trace. Approaching Marcus's corpse, a grimace of anguish crossed John Wick's face, for his friend had suffered greatly in life. His visage was unrecognizable from the brutal beatings he had endured, his legs pierced by daggers. And ultimately, he had been strangled to death. Gazing into Marcus's wide-open eyes, John Wick gently closed them with his hand, murmuring, "Marcus, I shall avenge you." He then took out his phone and called Winston. Once the call connected, he stated directly, "Winston, I wish to know Vigo's whereabouts." Winston's voice echoed through the line. "The Continental has its rules, so I cannot divulge that information. However, I can tell you that someone is currently at their stronghold." Having summoned all of his men, upon hearing Winston's words, John Wick immediately understood the implication and hung up the phone. His gaze returned to Marcus, and with resolute determination, John Wick decided to seek vengeance for his friend. Rising from beside Marcus's body, he exited the house, knowing he needed to prepare. He would require more weapons for the assault on Vigo's lair. To charge and unprepared would not be revenge, but a death wish. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Russian mob, Vigo had received reports from his subordinates that all personnel sent to deal with Smith Dole had gone dark. Disappointment washed over him as he shook his head. It appeared that yet another mission had failed. Recently, misfortune had plagued him, and efforts to confront John Wick had consistently ended in failure. First, a squad dispatched to infiltrate had met their demise. Next, nearly 30 lives were lost at the Red Circle Club, followed by the elimination of close to 50 individuals at the Little Russian Church stronghold. Finally, there were the guards at his son's location, and now the 12 men ambushed while attempting to take down Smith Dole. In total, due to that cursed car and its accompanying dog, the Russian mob had suffered the loss of over 100 men, no mere street thugs, but elite operatives armed with assault rifles. At that moment, legal advisor Ivy turned to Vigo and inquired, "Boss, what are the next steps?" Vigo did not respond to Ivy, instead directing his attention to his brother, Abran Tarasov, and asking, "Abran, have you summoned your men?" Abran nodded, replying, "My best men are downstairs, but hasn't the matter with John Wick been resolved?" For Abran, the fear of the infamous assassin, known as the Boogeyman, loomed large, as he was acutely aware of Wick's formidable capabilities. Had it not been for their brother's significant losses, he would never have been compelled to send men. Hearing John Wick's name, Vigo inhaled deeply and said, "This time, the foe is not John Wick. I have reconciled with him. Our adversary is Smith Dole." However, as he spoke, Vigo felt a headache coming on. Initially, he had planned to eliminate the condemned Marcus and then deal with the meddlesome Smith Dole. Once the Russian mob's operations were secured, he intended to lay low for a while. After all, he had foolishly provoked John Wick with a taunting phone call during Marcus's assassination, and leaving New York would have been a simple matter. Yet now, with Smith Dole still unresolved, there was a potential for Wick to come after him. Abran, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Wasn't there a reconciliation? I noticed you even lifted the bounty." Vigo briefly recounted the situation with Marcus, then turned to another high-ranking member of the Russian mob, Elio. "Elio, how many men have you brought?" Upon hearing Vigo's inquiry, Elio quickly reported, "I'm in charge of handling the stolen vehicles. There aren't many capable fighters. Only about 10 have gathered outside." Vigo was not surprised by this answer and nodded in acknowledgement. Just as he was preparing to strategize a decisive blow against Smith Dole, the latter had arrived at the Russian mob's headquarters. This establishment was a private club and not open to the public. Sprawling in size. As Smith approached, he noted the 4 security personnel stationed at the entrance. "Sir, this establishment is not open to the public," one of them declared. Without uttering a word, Smith drew his pistol and fired at the heads of all 4 men. The sudden onslaught left the guards no time to react, before they could even draw their weapons. Their brains were splattered across the ground, The sound of their bodies hitting the floor alerted those inside the hall, but Smith showed no hesitation as he pushed through the door and entered the main area. Unleashing gunfire upon the security personnel present, bullets flew with precision, each one claiming a life as Smith's rapid-fire technique decimated the defenses. Within moments, the security detail in the hall was annihilated. The first two had fallen before the others even realized what was happening. The final guard, who had just begun to draw his weapon, was cut down before he could pull the trigger. With the area cleared, Smith ascended to the second floor, where several burly Russian men had gathered. Armed with submachine guns and bottles of vodka, one of them, taking a swig, remarked, "Hasn't T. Ivanov's situation been a bit off lately? We've had several groups of brothers come through today. The boss reconciled with that boogeyman, but the losses have been significant. Might he not take out other gangs to assert dominance?" Ivanov tightened his grip on his weapon and replied, "Sergei, it seems we may soon be called to action. Drink lest I fear you might not be able to pull the trigger one day." Just as Ivanov was about to say more, the alarm system of the club blared. An intruder had breached the premises. Security personnel were to engage the assailant on the second floor. The men in the room immediately set down their bottles and grabbed their weapons, heading out. The monitoring room had triggered the alarm after witnessing the chaos in the main hall. Alerting security to assemble. As Smith ascended the staircase toward the second floor, he was unfazed by the alarm blaring overhead. If the situation in the main hall had gone unnoticed, Vigo would not have survived this day. At the entrance to the second floor, four armed men rushed in response to the commotion below. Hearing the alarm, they readied their weapons, ensuring safeties were disengaged, poised to unleash a hail of bullets upon any enemy that revealed themselves. Smith, observing the entrance, refrained from stepping inside. Instead, he swiftly fired 2 rounds in a graceful arc, eliminating 2 guards stationed at the threshold. With 2 shots fired, Smith darted into the corridor, pulling the trigger against the enemies that emerged. Each bullet claimed a life, yet more adversaries continued to pour forth from the upper floor, while additional foes emerged from the rooms along the corridor to mount a counteroffensive. However, Smith's pinpoint accuracy kept his foes at bay. Though soon the magazine of his handgun was emptied, the crisp sound of the mechanism echoing in the AT that moment. A gunman hiding at the stairwell of the 3rd floor called out, "He's out of bullets. Charge." Smith scoffed dismissively, remarking that a lack of ammunition was not something they could contend with. Without pausing to change magazines, he hurled the weapon in his hand towards the exposed enemy. The sheer force of the blow sending the first assailant crashing to the ground. However, this time, he was not alone. 3 others emerged behind him, and the 2 additional adversaries raised their weapons, opening fire on Smith. Tap, tap, tapped out in the face of the incoming bullets. Smith did not attempt to evade. Instead, he drew a machete from his lower back and charged forward. Clang, clang, clang. One by one, the bullets were deflected by Smith's blade. And as he closed in on his foes, he executed a lethal swing, severing 2 massive heads in an instant. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the top floor, Vigo and his associates received the alarm from downstairs. Urgently requesting the surveillance feed from the control room, they watched the footage of a man effortlessly dispatching all the henchmen in the hall. Their expressions darkened. "Quick, send all our men to assist. If he dares to breach our Russian gang alone, I want him dead here." The group immediately notified the gunmen they had brought along for assistance. After relaying the orders, Abram turned and asked, "Brother, who is this man?" Vigo glanced at his sibling and replied, "Smith Dole." The mention of that name. Everyone fell silent, realizing that the very individual they had discussed earlier had now come to their doorstep. "Is he attempting to become a night demon?" Ario interjected. "With the level of security here, even John Wick would perish." Vigo nodded in agreement. And just then, the video from the second floor was transmitted upward. Upon viewing it, they all shuddered. "Is this man even human?" Abram's face turned ashen, pondering if this was what Captain America had become in this world. Vigo recalled Winston's earlier warning to avoid provoking Smith Dole. Shaking off the regretful thoughts, "I have a helicopter on the rooftop. Ivy, arrange for the crew to start it immediately. We need to arm ourselves and head to the terrace." Ivy pulled out her phone, directing the flight crew to the rooftop, while the others hastened their way upstairs. This moment, Smith had already penetrated the 3rd floor, leaving a trail of corpses in the hallways. The only noticeable change in him was the condition of his attire. Assessing the bullet wounds on his body, he felt a twinge of pain. Although his combat power rated at 9, the smaller caliber bullets posed little threat causing minor damage to his clothing, but he experienced a degree of discomfort akin to that of an average person being hit while wearing a bulletproof vest. After all, with a combat power below 10, he was still susceptible to some injury. Even the 10-point version of Goku would feel pain after sustaining a barrage from Bulma's weapon. Smith flicked the blood off the tip of his knife, activated his combat power detector, and scanned for enemy locations, quickly charging upward. With the detector's assistance, hiding foes were easily revealed by their combat power readings, akin to having X-ray vision. Armed with this advantage, Smith Dole's efficiency surged. None of the enemies posed a challenge as he surged forward, swinging his blade or delivering powerful kicks. Every enemy he encountered met their demise with a single strike, and he even refrained from using his signature Wolfang fist as he slaughtered his way to the top floor. Observing several combatants with power levels of 4 or 5 moving above him, Smith charged directly towards the rooftop. Boom! He kicked open the terrace door, stepping out to find the helicopter already running. Seeing Smith emerge, Vigo shouted, "Quick, take off, ascend." Smith surveyed the individuals aboard the aircraft and grinned. How delightful. The leaders of the Russian gang are all gathered here. This saves me the trouble of searching for others. Ivy poked her head out, shouting, "Mr. Smith, is there any possibility for negotiations? We are willing to pay substantial sums." Hearing this, Smith shook his head. "Foolish. The money from the Russian gang will still belong to me after I eliminate you." Aberrant and Aereo, realizing there was no hope for negotiation, seized their assault rifles and opened fire on Smith. Tap, tap, tapped in the face of the onslaught. Smith did not defend himself, but brazenly charged ahead. As the helicopter began to ascend, he refrained from any futile attempts to grab onto it with bare hands. Instead, he summoned Paul from his system space. "Paul, transform into a rope and ensnare it." "Yes, Master Smith." Upon emerging, Paul morphed into a rope, one end wrapping around the helicopter's skids. Smith leaped, grasping the rope, and swung himself into the cabin. Inside, gunfire erupted, followed by silence. After dispatching Vigo, Smith unceremoniously tossed his corpse from the helicopter, sending it crashing onto the rooftop. After eliminating the pilot, Smith leapt from the cabin onto the roof. As Paul reverted to his original form, he returned to Smith's side. "Master Smith, you were truly magnificent just now." The enemies were all vanquished. Meanwhile, the helicopter, now pilotless, spiraled out of control, plummeting toward the ground. Boom! The helicopter crashed at the entrance of the club, resulting in a violent explosion. Thus, the upper echelons of the Russian mafia, along with their gunmen, were entirely decimated by Smith Dole. John Wick, who had just arrived in his vehicle, paused at the sight of the crashing and exploding helicopter, confirming there would be no secondary explosion. He disembarked, heavily armed and laden with a bulging tactical backpack, clearly prepared for a confrontation. What transpired here? Approaching the entrance of the club, John Wick encountered the slain guards and, upon entering the hall, was met with the horrific carnage within. At that moment, Smith took out his phone and dialed cross. The call connected promptly. Vigo, Ivy, Aberrant, Aereo, and the other high-ranking members of the Russian gang have been eliminated. With the remaining core gunmen mostly dead, the solitary eradication of the Russian gang has been accomplished. Smith, having reviewed the Russian gang's dossier, noted that there were only 4 high-ranking members, with an estimated 200 core gunmen. John Wick had already killed nearly 100, and Smith had similarly dispatched another 100, leaving a negligible number of survivors. Upon hearing Smith Dole's report, Cross Carlos fell silent for a moment, taken aback by the rapidity of the outcome. He had faith in Smith's prowess, believing that with the unique marksmanship of the Assassin's Alliance and his inherent combat strength, the mission would undoubtedly succeed. However, he had anticipated a few days' duration. Instead, it was a swift annihilation of the Russian gang. "Congratulations, God. You shall henceforth be the leader of the Assassin's Alliance." Smith nodded and continued. "The Russian gang has been eradicated. Arrange for personnel to secure their assets and locate their treasury. The scene also requires cleanup." "Understood. We will make the arrangements." With the call concluded, Smith Dole descended the stairs, coincidentally encountering John Wick on his way up. Upon spotting Vigo's lifeless body at Smith's feet, John Wick inquired in astonishment, "Mr. Smith, did you slay all these enemies?" Observing Wick, who was fully armed, Smith recognized his intent for vengeance against Vigo, and, glancing at the deceased Vigo, replied, "You arrived too late." The shock in John Wick's eyes remained undiminished. Aside from the few foes he had encountered on the first 2 floors, All others had fallen to Smith's cold steel or fists. The sheer magnitude of his power was staggering, having once walked the same path. John Wick comprehended the extent of Smith's strength and menace, particularly at the sight of the bullets cleaved in half, reinforcing his belief in Smith's formidable abilities. "What would you have me do next?" Smith pondered for a moment before responding. "Continue with your unfinished tasks. I will reach out to you in a couple of days." He watched Smith Dole stride away. John Wick contemplated the necessity of recovering his beloved vehicle. And thus he did not linger. Shortly after their departure, the cleanup crew of the Assassin's Guild arrived, springing into action at the headquarters of the guild, as Smith Dole pushed open the door to the conference room. Cross embraced him, exclaiming, "God, you have truly given us a splendid surprise." Smith and Cross shared a brief embrace, both smiling as they remarked, "It is what I ought to do." Cross then guided Smith to the seat of honor and declared, "This position shall be entrusted to you henceforth." Smith did not express any humility or reluctance, simply taking his seat. Observing Smith seated, Cross returned to his own chair, and Mr. X, sitting opposite, spoke up. "After 18 years, the Assassin's Guild welcomes its new leader, Smith Dole. Let us extend a warm welcome to our god." He then led the applause, which was met with enthusiastic clapping from all present. As the applause subsided, Smith Dole raised his hands to quell the noise and began, "I am deeply grateful for your trust in me, allowing me to assume the leadership position that has remained vacant for 18 long years." Smith Dole was well acquainted with the workings of the Assassin's Guild over the past 18 years, fully aware of the dedication the upper echelons had invested in his development, although he was initially unaware of the reasons behind his selection as leader. He recognized that he had become a symbol of hope for many, and his growth over the years had garnered widespread approval. Of course, he had some inkling of the reasons. The death of Sloane and the disappearance of the Holy Loom were significant factors. However, he vowed not to disappoint those who had chosen him for this role. "That I shall forever remember the mission of the Assassin's Guild. We will resolutely continue our efforts to eradicate the malignancies of this world. As for our forthcoming actions, in addition to systematically gathering information on those who pose a threat to society, our primary focus will be on the High Table and the Continental Hotel." The moment Smith Dole emphasized the High Table, agreement resonated throughout the room. "There is no question. We have long sought to eradicate this colossal malignancy. God, what shall be our course of action, with the support of the Assembly?" Smith Dole declared, "We shall launch a thorough investigation into the headquarters of the High Table and the regions governed by the 12 Elders. This time, we will dismantle them from top to bottom. As for the Continental Hotel, a hub for assassins, it too must be eliminated." The meeting concluded. News of Smith Dole's ascension to the leadership of the Assassin's Guild spread throughout the organization, informing all that the leadership position, vacant for 18 years, had found a new occupant. With Smith Dole's orders, the intelligence department of the Assassin's Guild sprang into action, initiating investigations into the High Table and the Continental Hotel. The following day, at the Tri-Wing building of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, Agent Phil Coulson entered the director's office, holding a document. "Director, our undercover agent within the Assassin's Guild has relayed crucial intelligence regarding significant changes within the organization that necessitate your attention." Nick Fury accepted the document from Phil Coulson and began perusing its contents. 18 years, and the Assassin's Guild has appointed a new leader. I had assumed that following Sloane's death, they would adopt a council system and refrain from selecting a leader. They have set their sights on the High Table. Quite intriguing. After reviewing the document, Nick Fury remarked, "Coulson, you have seen the intelligence. What is your perspective on this matter?" Coulson pondered briefly before responding, "It could be seen as a positive development. The High Table has grown excessively powerful in recent years, and it requires an outsider to trim its excesses. While such an organization does not pose a significant threat to us, its continued growth could disrupt societal stability. Moreover, their elder positions are hereditary, precluding our undercover agents from ascending to high ranks." Nick Fury nodded in agreement. The ordinary gangs were of little concern to SH.IL.D, as it was not their mandate. However, an organization composed of numerous global gangs like the High Table warranted closer scrutiny. The establishment of the High Table was a recognition of the fact that criminal organizations cannot be entirely eradicated. Dismantling one will invariably lead to the emergence of another. Having a governing body can mitigate some of the chaos. Naturally, it also serves as a means of managing the situation, allowing for potential intervention when necessary. Noticing Nick Fury's approval, Coulson continued, the methods of assassination employed by the Assassin's Guild are formidable, so we need not worry about particularly adverse repercussions, whether one side prevails or both suffer losses is. From our perspective, advantageous. Nick Fury concurred with Coulson's assessment and then inquired, how much do we know about the new leader of the Assassin's Guild? Could he become a source of trouble? H.L. maintained a higher level of interest in the Assassin's Guild than in the High Table. This was due, in part, to the Guild's long-standing history and their intrigue regarding certain elements, such as the formula for wax baths, the ability for bullets to curve, and the shooting technique known as bullet time. Attributed to Cross, they had even investigated the Holy Loom, which had momentarily been classified as an Item 804, but before they could dispatch agents to seize it, they learned it had already been destroyed. While the wax baths had been highly regarded and rare in the outside world, early agents had found it impossible to access the formula due to their low ranks. Subsequent technological advancements rendered such items less appealing. The only remaining interest for them lay in the ability akin to bullet time, but after investigation, they discovered it could only be passed through bloodlines and subsequently abandoned the pursuit. The assets within the Assassin's Guild were somewhat superfluous to H.I.E.L.D. Yet they had still dispatched operatives to infiltrate and see if they could ascend the ranks. Coulson stated, regarding this new leader of the Assassin's Guild, our initial surveillance has been limited, and we did not anticipate his rise to leadership. Thus, we lack detailed psychological profiles and analyses, but we have received some basic information. Smith Dole, male, 18 years old, an orphan, he was adopted by the upper echelons of the Assassin's Guild and has lived at their headquarters. Bearing the codename God, that he has consistently adhered to the Guild's principles in his actions and is unlikely to lead the organization down a path that disrupts societal stability in the short term. It is said that targeting the High Table is his first objective following his ascension. Nick Fury chuckled, God, what a grand title. Clearly, the 18-year-old leader is highly regarded by the upper echelons that we must intensify our surveillance on Smith Dole. We need to understand how he has managed to ascend to leadership at such a young age. Is it due to special abilities, or was he deliberately chosen? As for the Assassin's Guild and the High Table, let our undercover agents continue to gather intelligence as usual. Coulson nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Prior to any indications of these two organizations possessing potential Item 804 materials, Nick Fury's focus had not been particularly intense. His priorities lay elsewhere. In the recovery room of the Assassin's Guild, Fox was recuperating from injuries sustained in a car accident. Smith Dole removed the wax coverings from Fox's eyes and mouth. Inquiring, you are awake. How do you feel? Upon opening his eyes and seeing the man before him, Fox replied, I am somewhat thirsty. Smith called out, Paul. Yes, Master Smith, Paul responded. Paul floated over with a small glass of whiskey and poured it into Fox's mouth. Fox widened his eyes in disbelief, asking, what is this? A talking, flying blue. Smith Dole contemplated for a moment before responding, this is my companion, Paul. He then turned to Paul and introduced, this is my friend, Fox. Paul, hovering in the air, greeted Fox, hello, I am Paul. Although Falkland understood the words of the other party, he still asked somewhat bewilderedly, aliens? Smith pondered for a moment, concluding that Poole must be an animal like Earthling from Dragon Ball. Not quite related to Dragon Ball, though. Fox nodded in confusion. Yet another enigma. What shall we do next? Shall we go and eliminate Vigo together? Smith shook his head. Vigo is already dead, and the Russian gang has been obliterated. By the way, I am now the leader. Upon hearing this, Fox sat up in excitement, the solidified wax layer shattering instantly. Congratulations, he exclaimed. Then, somewhat perplexed, inquired, how long have I been treated this time? I remember my injuries weren't severe. It shouldn't have taken a week, right? Smith chuckled softly. No, you merely slept for one night. He then recounted the events that transpired the previous day to Fox. Meanwhile, John Wick had retrieved his beloved car. At that moment, he was at home, revisiting videos his late wife had recorded, all the while clutching a 4-star ball in his hand. Helen, wait for me. Just then, the doorbell rang. John Wick assumed it was Smith's arrival and promptly got up to open the door. To his disappointment, upon opening the door, he found it was not Smith Dole, but Santino Antonio. Come in, he said, ushering Santino Antonio into the room. Once they reached the living room, he remarked, it's a pleasure to see you. Santino Antonio reciprocated with a smile, saying, likewise. John Wick turned to the kitchen to prepare coffee for his guest. As Santino Antonio gazed at the photographs of John Wick and his wife adorning the room. He spoke, "I am truly sorry about your wife, John." John Wick paused for a moment before replying. "Thank you." He poured a cup of coffee for Santino Antonio, and the two sat facing each other on the living room sofa. Santino Antonio looked at John Wick and began, "Listen, John, to be honest, I didn't want to come." Observing the man before him, John Wick had already surmised his intentions. After all, aside from Smith Dole, he had previously bestowed upon this man a blood oath contract. However, considering his impending quest for the Dragon Balls, he replied, "Please, do not pursue this." Santino Antonio retrieved the blood oath contract John Wick had once given him and stated, "I'm sorry, but no one can withdraw and return without facing consequences." Placing the contract on the coffee table, he continued, "I am also in a difficult position, John. But do not forget, if it were not for me, you would not have had the opportunity to sit here and enjoy 5 pleasant years. This entire situation is thanks to me. In a sense, it all belongs to me." John Wick looked at him and said, "Take it back." Santino Antonio responded in surprise, "Take it back? The blood oath contract is no jest." John, if a person gives their blood oath contract to another, it signifies a pact made with their soul. Gazing at the blood oath contract, John Wick yearned to refuse Santino Antonio's request. However, having just given Smith Dole one, he hesitated at the thought of rejecting another blood oath contract, considering how that would reflect on him. Yet, he was retired and wished to avoid entanglement with Santino Antonio's affairs. He wanted to devote his energy to searching for the Dragon Balls. After a moment's contemplation, John Wick asked, "Is it urgent?" Santino Antonio nodded. "Very urgent. Am I the only one who can do this?" Santino Antonio picked up the blood oath contract and continued, "You are the only one." Noticing the conflicted expression on John Wick's face, Santino Antonio took a deep breath, pulled out his phone, and displayed a photo that I heard you were inquiring about this item. Looking at the 4-star ball on the phone, John Wick endeavored to maintain a neutral expression, replying calmly, "Do you know what it is?" Santino Antonio shook his head. "I do not. Nor do I need to know that. I merely heard you were searching for something similar. And upon searching a second-hand platform, I discovered it was for sale. What do you think of that?" Upon realizing that Santino Antonio was unaware of the Dragon Ball's significance, John Wick felt a sense of relief. Though the means of acquisition left him astonished. "John, would you be willing to tell me what this is?" John Wick, maintaining an impassive demeanor, queried, "Are you willing to exchange a blood oath contract for information about this item?" Santino Antonio, astonished, replied, "John, what kind of joke is this? Initially, I did not wish to seek you out. I respected your decision to retire. However, when you stepped back into the Continental Hotel, even offering a new blood oath contract, I believe you have returned." John Wick shook his head. "That was a personal grievance." Santino Antonio disregarded John Wick's words, holding the blood oath contract as he stated, "The Continental Hotel has 2 rules. First, no killing within the hotel. Second, blood oaths must be fulfilled." John Wick nodded, and Santino Antonio continued, "Those who relinquish their blood contracts cannot harm the holder, and the task of the blood contract must be completed. Refusing the task results in death. Fleeing also leads to death. Killing the holder guarantees death. Violators will be expelled from the Continental Hotel and hunted by the High Table." Understanding the gravity of the situation, John Wick realized he could no longer refuse and said, "Tell me your request. Also, I want the 4-star ball in your possession." Upon hearing John Wick's acceptance, Santino Antonio's face lit up with a smile. "So this item is called the 4-star ball. No problem. Once you complete the task, someone will deliver it to you." Santino Antonio continued, "As for the task, I need you to kill my sister." John Wick, taken aback by the request to assassinate his sister, asked, "Why?" Santino Antonio, with a serious expression, replied, "The High Table consists of 12 seats. Kimura, the Mafia, the Honor Society, the Chinese, the Russians. When my father passed away, he bequeathed his seat to her. Now she represents Kimura, and I cannot help but wonder what achievements I could attain by replacing her." John Wick confirmed, "You want me to kill Gianna Antonio?" Santino Antonio nodded, "I cannot do it myself. She is my kin, and I still love her at that moment." John Wick comprehended the perilous and intricate nature of this task, stating, "This is impossible." Santino Antonio then divulged his intelligence. "She will be crowned as the leader of Kimura in Rome. You can enter through the underground catacombs." John Wick shook his head. Where she is does not matter. Did he recognize the complications of the situation? Refusing the task would mean the Continental Hotel and the entire high table would seek his life, leaving him no chance of survival. Undertaking the task would likely yield the same fatal outcome, as assassinating a soon-to-be crowned high table elder was perilous, especially with the 4-star ball still in her possession. Santino Antonio regarded John Wick and said, "Thus, I need the ghost John Wick, that I require you to assist me in this endeavor. You will fulfill your blood oath, and I will present you with the 4-star ball as a gift." "What do you say?" John Wick rose and stated, "I accept the task, but remember to hand over the 4-star ball to me." A smile spread across Santino Antonio's face as he took a sip of the coffee on the table and then departed from John Wick's home. Meanwhile, Smith Dole was accompanied by 2 henchmen. One is the son of the cross, Wesley, another is Fox, and of course, there is Paul by their side. Wesley is already acquainted with Paul, yet he occasionally casts curious glances in his direction. Filled with intrigue, God, what is our next mission? After a moment of contemplation, Smith Dole spoke, "Wesley, go fetch John Wick. I have matters to discuss with him. Here is his address." Accepting the task, Wesley promptly drove to John Wick's residence. Watching Wesley depart, Fox inquired, "Are you planning to inform Wesley about the Dragon Balls?" Smith nodded and replied, "Not just Wesley, but the entire upper echelon will be made aware. I have stated that the Dragon Balls will become the new relic of the Assassin's Alliance." Fox glanced at Paul, "And what of him? The streets are rife with surveillance. If we speak outside, someone is bound to alert the authorities." At that moment, Paul transformed himself into a blue helium balloon using his shape-shifting abilities. "I will not speak outside to trouble the young master." Fox stared in astonishment at Paul's transformation, realizing he possessed such capabilities. "Now I have no concerns," Smith shrugged. "For now, Paul remains undisclosed. However, with this wish concerning the Dragon Balls, I believe his strength will be significantly enhanced. By then, even if Paul is exposed, he need not worry, as the early Marvel Universe is not particularly perilous." Before long, Wesley returned with John Wick to the Assassin's Alliance. Upon entering, he found himself intrigued, discovering that they were in a textile factory in New York. "God, I have brought John Wick," Wesley announced. Mr. Smith observed the two greeting one another, and John Wick nodded. "Would you care for a drink?" John Wick asked. "A glass of whiskey, please." Fox stepped forward to pour John Wick a glass of whiskey. After taking a sip, John Wick stated, "I have located the second Dragon Ball." Upon hearing that John Wick had swiftly found the second Dragon Ball, Smith inquired, "Which one?" "The 4-star ball. Currently in the possession of Santino Antonio, but it will soon be in my hands." Wesley, seated nearby, felt somewhat bewildered, unaware of what the Dragon Balls were. However, with John Wick present, he refrained from asking questions. Fox, having just perused the information regarding the high table, asked, "Is it the Antonio who governs Kimura?" John Wick nodded. "Indeed. Her sister is about to inherit a seat at the high table, and she approached me with the Dragon Ball and a blood oath, requesting that I eliminate her sister." Fox and Wesley exchanged glances, realizing that their next target as the Assassin's Alliance was indeed the high table and its associated Continental Hotel. The emergence of internal conflict was fortuitous, aware that John Wick's words heralded the commencement of the plot from John Wick. Chapter 2, Smith stated, "Once you acquire this Dragon Ball, I will disclose the whereabouts of the third. As for this blood oath, it is your personal mission. Proceed with confidence." John Wick downed his whiskey and rose, saying, "I understand." Observing John Wick's departure, Wesley curiously asked, "What exactly are these Dragon Balls?" Smith turned to Fox. "Perhaps you could elucidate for him." But as Fox recounted the tale, Wesley was left agape, struggling to fathom the existence of such objects in the world, while also pondering why they would grant John Wick the opportunity to make a wish. Meanwhile, Santino Antonio arrived at the Continental Hotel and addressed Winston. "Manager Winston, could you assist me in arranging a meeting with Mr. Smith Dole?" Winston twirled the ring on his finger and looked up. "Mr. Smith is not a member of the Continental Hotel. Contacting him is no easy feat. May I inquire as to the nature of your business?" Santino Antonio smiled and replied, "He once issued a message through Eddie, stating that those who find similar items could reach out to him." Upon hearing this, Winston became intrigued and remarked, "It seems you have indeed found a similar item." Santino Antonio chuckled and then expressed curiosity. "I am rather curious about who this individual is. He isn't even a registered member of the hotel, yet can move about freely. I've heard he has eliminated numerous African assassins, instilling fear in many." Winston refrained from revealing Smith Dole's identity and instead stated, should you one day inherit Kimura and become one of the 12 seats, you would then easily uncover his identity. Understanding that this was related to the high table, Santino Antonio recognized that the individual in question was not simple. Please assist me in arranging a meeting with him. Winston, seeing this, took out his phone and dialed Smith Dole's number. This is Winston, Mr. Smith. Hearing the voice on the line, Smith responded, Manager Winston, what can I do for you? Winston continued, Mr. Smith, you once posted a task through Eddie. And now Santino Antonio has acquired a similar item and wishes to meet you at the Continental Hotel. Very well. Have him wait for me at the Continental Hotel. After hanging up, Smith Dole smiled. Realizing that it was indeed the fortunate Santino Antonio. Fox, drive us to the Continental Hotel. Wesley quickly interjected, what about me? Take me along. Glancing at Wesley, Smith inquired, do you possess any Continental Hotel coins? If so, you may join us. Wesley retrieved coins from his pocket, managing to produce 3 that I will cover the entry fee. Smith smiled and replied, then let us proceed together. The 3 soon arrived at the Continental Hotel, where Fox handed the car over to the valet before entering alongside Smith and Wesley. Upon reaching the dining area, Smith immediately spotted Santino Antonio, who was savoring steak and sipping wine. Smith led the two to Santino Antonio's table, and they took their seats. Raising his wine glass, Santino Antonio said, Mr. Smith, would you care for something? The steak here is quite good, and it's on me. Smith snapped his fingers, signaling a server to bring 3 servings of steak and wine. Santino Antonio glanced around and chuckled. Mr. Smith, your presence has sent the surrounding patrons fleeing. Smith dismissed the notion with a smile. After all, this was your choice of venue. Santino Antonio swirled his wine glass and remarked, I appreciate the rules here, no killing within the Continental. Smith replied nonchalantly, yet I am not a registered member here. The flicker of tension crossed Santino Antonio's mind, but he maintained his composure, yet you have not violated the rules. Have you? I am quite curious about your identity, but today is not the day for that discussion. What intrigues me more is this as he spoke, Santino Antonio pulled out his phone and displayed a photo. Observing the image of the 4-star ball, Smith Dole instinctively sensed its corresponding location. He noted a short-haired woman trailing John Wick, holding the 4-star ball. Recalling the plot of John Wick, Chapter 2, he recognized this woman as Ares, one of Santino Antonio's subordinates, known to be among the few capable of going head-to-head with John Wick. At that moment, a server approached, wheeling in the cart with their steaks and wine. Santino Antonio gestured. Please, let us indulge in our meal first. We shall discuss matters afterward. The trio did not hesitate and began to eat, engaging in casual conversation as they dined. Following the meal, as the server cleared the tableware, Smith spoke, what would you be willing to offer for this information? Santino Antonio pondered for a moment before speaking. How about 4 gold coins, 3 for the entrance fee and 1 for the information? The offer put forth by Santino Antonio could hardly be deemed exorbitant. Yet, it fell significantly short of the value of intelligence regarding the Dragon Balls. Smith shook his head, declaring, not sufficient, gazing intently at Smith. Santino Antonio slowly inquired, what do you require? Smith retrieved John Wick's blood oath contract from his pocket and stated, to obtain this information, John Wick has offered a blood oath that if you desire it, I must insist on a similar blood oath. Upon hearing Smith's words, Santino Antonio realized he was at a considerable disadvantage. If mere information warranted a blood oath from John Wick, what then was the worth of the item itself? Moreover, having summoned John Wick for assistance, not only did he expend a blood oath, but he was also prepared to surrender a Dragon Ball to the other party. This line of thought ignited a flicker of contemplation within him. The price was exorbitant. Surely there must be an alternative. Santino Antonio was reluctant to part with a blood oath, for such a thing could very well serve as a death warrant. One could never know what demands the other party might impose. Smith, observing his hesitation, added, alternatively, once you possess 2 Dragon Balls, I shall reveal their purpose to you. Santino Antonio queried, why? Smith chuckled softly and replied, hasn't one already been prepaid to John Wick? The gravity of Smith's words darkened Santino Antonio's expression. It was unexpected that this matter was already known to him. However, if he could compel John Wick to act without providing anything in return, he could indeed procure 2 Dragon Balls. When I acquire the 2 Dragon Balls, I trust that Mr. Smith will enlighten me about their secrets. Smith nodded in agreement, silently pondering, if he is still alive by then. Immediately after Santino Antonio departed, He mobilized his resources, one to seek information regarding the Dragon Balls, and the other to place a bounty on similar items. John Wick, ever diligent in his preparations for assassination, found his movements closely monitored by Ares. Concurrently, Ares received instructions from Saint Tino Antonio to extract a Dragon Ball from the other party and eliminate them. 3 days swiftly passed, and John Wick successfully completed his mission. During his escape through the subterranean tunnels, he encountered Ares, an underling of Saint Tino Antonio. Approaching John Wick, Ares held forth a Dragon Ball in his palm and announced, "Saint Tino instructed me to deliver this to you. But he has a question." John Wick accepted the Dragon Ball, stowing it in the pocket of his suit, and inquired, "What is the question?" Ares probed, "Do you possess the other one on your person?" John Wick, his expression impassive, replied, "It seems you have not come to deliver a reward, but rather to conclude matters." In the next instant, 4 armed assailants burst forth from the shadows, prompting John Wick to shield himself with his suit while returning fire. His attire, a state-of-the-art fluid ballistic suit from the Continental Hotel, provided protection without adding weight. The incoming bullets were thwarted by the fabric, allowing John Wick to retaliate even as he fled at that moment. He faced not only the pursuit of Ares and his cohorts, but also the vengeance of Gianna Antonio's followers. Yet, despite the dual threats, John Wick managed to escape Rome, leaving a significant number of adversaries in his wake. Meanwhile, through his attunement to the Dragon Balls, Smith discerned the convergence of 2 Dragon Balls, both held by John Wick. Just then, a text message arrived on a phone that was not Smith's own, but a task phone belonging to a slain African assassin. Upon opening the message, the content unfolded before him. An unknown sender offered a public bounty of $7 million for the capture of John Wick, specifically for the 2 Dragon Balls in his possession, with an additional $200,000 as a bonus. The message included images of both the 1-star and 4-star Dragon Balls. Realizing the implications, Smith understood that Saint Tino Antonio had turned traitor and faced dire consequences. His subordinates had evidently failed in their mission to retrieve the other 2 Dragon Balls and were compelled to resort to a bounty. However, the reputation of John Wick, the legendary assassin of the Continental Hotel, had soared remarkably, with his bounty escalating from $2 million to $7 million. Yet, this peril was substantial, given the public nature of the assassination order. It appeared that Saint Tino Antonio had wielded his influence, as typical bounties were usually confined to the Continental Hotel's task board, either designated for specific individuals or open to all. This open bounty, however, was disseminated directly to every assassin, ensuring that many would be drawn to the lucrative offer. As Smith set the phone down and prepared to leave for a workout, Fox entered the room. "God, your target John Wick is back on the bounty list. And this time it's a public assassination order with a staggering reward of $9 million, $200,000 of which is for the 2 Dragon Balls. His value is skyrocketing. Yet, it seems he may not survive this bounty." Smith replied with a smile. "What's next?" Fox inquired. Smith stood, declaring, "Next, I shall venture to the Continental Hotel to witness a grand spectacle." The 2 drove to the Continental Hotel, where they were greeted with respect by Shenron. "Mr. Smith, Ms. Fox, it is a pleasure to see you both again." Smith, regarding the African man before him, asked, "Shenron, it is delightful to see you. Is the manager available?" Shenron felt a pang of anxiety, but quickly reassured himself, responding, "He has been present all along. Would you like me to notify him?" Smith smiled. "That would be most kind." Shenron promptly dialed the number. "Sir, Mr. Smith and Ms. Fox wish to pay you a visit." Very well, very well." Shenron hung up, saying, "The manager is in the dining area. You will find him there." Smith nodded and, with Fox, proceeded to the dining area. Upon arriving on the basement level, they quickly spotted Winston. Engrossed in a newspaper, Smith approached and sat down directly across from him. Winston folded the newspaper and set it aside, adjusting his glasses before speaking slowly. "Smith, have you come regarding John?" Gazing intently at the overseer of the Continental Hotel, Smith began, "Saint Tino Antonio has acted immorally. John has only just fulfilled his blood oath, and now there is a bounty of $7 million on his head." After a brief pause, Smith continued, "The crux of the matter is that if John Wick were to perish, the blood contract badge I possess would be rendered useless." Winston, noting Smith's serious demeanor, mused inwardly, That last point is the crux of your concern." He then spoke deliberately. "Issuing a bounty is a right afforded to every member of the Continental Hotel. Besides, Saint Tino Antonio has ascended to his family's position, becoming a member of the High Table and enjoying certain privileges. Thus, the issuance of a hit is quite reasonable. Most crucially, he added, Gianna Antonio, as a High Table member, will undoubtedly hold John accountable for her death. Smith shook his head. Winston, you must understand that it was not John Wick who killed Gianna Antonio. It was Saint Tino Antonio who compelled John Wick to do so under the blood oath. This is a private matter between the two of them, and the High Table cannot pursue John Wick for it. Furthermore, I doubt Saint Tino can withstand John's retribution. He is a man who bears grudges. Winston regarded Smith with curiosity. You seem quite confident in him. Do you? Do you wish to bring John Wick into your fold? Smith Dole chuckled. I have complete confidence in John Wick. Winston rose and spoke. I hope you enjoy your time at the Continental, Mr. Smith, Miss Foster said as he watched Winston depart. Smith realized that he was headed to reclaim the blood oath medallion held by Santino D'Antonio. Fox turned to Smith and remarked, It seems you truly have high hopes for John Wick. Since I've known him, he has been on a path of slaughter. However, the silver lining is that he only targets the wicked. Smith Dole nodded and added, Especially this time's target, Kimura. It is indeed rather intriguing that I in the office of Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division, Phil Coulson was reporting the latest findings. Director, we have just analyzed a segment of footage related to Smith Dole's combat activities. Through this footage, we can clearly ascertain that Smith Dole possesses extraordinary physical abilities. As he spoke, Coulson placed his tablet before Nick Fury. Nick Fury opened the video and observed the display of strength by Smith Dole, along with his audacious claim of cleaving bullets with a blade, before stating, This is the analysis from our psychological experts, behavioral analysts, and polygraph specialists regarding the veracity of Smith's statements. Coulson meticulously arranged the documents on Fury's desk at this moment. Nick Fury picked up one of the files and began to peruse it. Instructing, Coulson, please share your own analysis. Director, based on my interactions and the intelligence gathered from Smith, I do not recommend forcibly detaining him. According to the information disclosed by him and my assessment, this individual named Smith is not the ordinary backgroundless Asian youth we initially presumed. He is likely a product of an organized entity with a lineage specifically trained for such purposes. As he spoke, Coulson extracted several photographs from the file, featuring not only Rock Lee but also Irika Yumino and Sasuke Uchiha. He pointed to the forehead protectors worn by Smith, Irika, and Sasuke, saying, We have yet to uncover specific details about this symbol, but all three bear the same insignia. Furthermore, they are all of Asian descent, leading me to boldly speculate that they originate from the same place. As for why they are associated with Smith Dole and have made him their guardian, that remains unclear. Upon hearing Coulson's analysis, Nick Fury nodded thoughtfully, then took out Smith Dole's information to scrutinize it carefully. From being adopted to becoming a registered assassin at the Continental, and at the age of 18. Killing his adoptive parents before embarking on a solitary journey within the Continental. The records indicated that Irika Yumino appeared beside Smith when he was 19, followed by Sasuke Uchiha and the Assassin Guild member Jinny when he turned 20. And at 21, Smith emerged as a formidable young man. Aside from Jinny, the identities of the remaining three were all processed by Smith at the Continental. After a thorough examination of Smith Dole's information, Nick Fury remarked, 2 years ago, Smith was merely a gun-wielding assassin, but upon the arrival of this Irika Yumino, he quickly made a name for himself in the assassin world, evolving into a cold weapon-wielding ninja. Oomph! Nick Fury snorted, stating, The Hand, a den of underground rats, rather than staying in their homeland. They have the audacity to venture here, and no wonder they would eliminate the Assassin Guild. Their vendetta has indeed persisted for quite some time. Clearly, Nick Fury regarded both Smith and the others as members of the Hand, as only that faction is renowned for its exceptional ninjas worldwide, coupled with the mentorship Smith and the others received. He surmised they were likely trained by the Hand, though he was uncertain which of the 5 fingers they served under. Coulson, these individuals need not be engaged further. The Hand members hold no value for recruitment. Archive all this information, classifying it as level for confidentiality. Upon hearing the director's directive, Coulson promptly gathered the documents and then inquired, Should we withdraw the personnel on standby? Withdraw them. Our elite should not squander time there. At the Continental, Smith wore a smile as he dined with Jinny in the restaurant area, savoring steak. Meanwhile, Winston sat on a nearby couch, engrossed in a newspaper. Ginny pierced a small piece of beef with her fork, bringing it to her mouth, her gaze fixed on the man before her. After swallowing, she delicately dabbed her crimson lips with a napkin and remarked, "Smith, you seem to be in good spirits." Hearing Ginny's words, Smith thought to himself, "Today is indeed a splendid day. I earned 50 gold coins from my signing in earlier, and there's an exciting spectacle to behold later, so of course I feel good." Smith replied, "Today is a fine day, a rather intriguing one at that." Without waiting for Ginny's response, he turned to Winston and said, "Winston, today will be a day filled with intrigue, one that will alter some of the status quo. What do you think, Winston?" Winston shook the newspaper slightly and slowly replied, "Mr. Smith, I hope all goes as you wish." Ginny shot a glare at Smith, chiding him for being cryptic once again. Noticing Ginny's expression, Smith chuckled, "Ginny, don't be hasty. There will be an entertaining show soon." After explaining briefly to Ginny, Smith resumed devouring the steak before him, lapsing into silence. Ginny lifted her wine glass, taking a delicate sip. All the while fixated on the captivating man before her, Fox observed Santino D'Antonio beginning his meal nearby and turned to Smith, asking, "Does he seek John Wick's blood oath?" "Why?" Fox continued, "Wasn't that fellow just placed on a wanted list?" Smith's face contorted into a smirk as he replied, "The bounty was issued by none other than him. Yet he has suddenly realized that the power he holds cannot shield him at this moment." Feigning surprise, Fox responded, "So he just attempted to revoke John Wick's membership." Smith laughed. "Some individuals, they issue blood oaths to send others on missions, only to turn around and place contracts on their heads, scrambling for refuge when they find themselves outmatched, even seeking to rescind others' memberships. One ought not to be so." Santino. Smith did not lower his voice, and the assassins in the dining area heard every word clearly. Many cast disdainful glances at Santino D'Antonio, for although none were virtuous, it was their first encounter with such despicable behavior. At that moment, Santino D'Antonio's expression was one of profound embarrassment, having fled to the Continental. He was already in a precarious situation, being rejected by Winston and now ridiculed by Smith, his anger flaring. However, he could do nothing against Smith Dole. After inheriting his sister's position, he immediately utilized his authority to investigate Smith's information. The Assassin Alliance, an organization that prides itself on maintaining peace even among high-ranking members, only intensified Santino's frustration as he tightly gripped the knife in his hand. For now, he could only bide his time within the Continental, preserving his own safety before devising a plan to eliminate John Wick. As for Smith Dole, not only could he not afford to offend him, but he also needed to extract information about the 2 Dragon Balls from him. On the other side, John Wick relentlessly pursued the trail to the entrance of the Continental Hotel. Gazing upon the establishment before him, he understood that Santino D'Antonio had sought refuge here, for it was a sanctuary bound by the rules of nonviolence. Pushing open the hotel doors, John Wick entered with a menacing expression, gun in hand, and approached the reception desk to address Sharon. "I am here to see Santino D'Antonio." Sharon, observing the signs of recent conflict etched upon John Wick, noted that the aura of menace surrounding him had not dissipated in the slightest. Taking a deep breath and swallowing hard, he responded slowly, "He is waiting for you in the dining area." "Sir." Without hesitation, John Wick made his way to the dining area on the lower level, where he found Santino D'Antonio indulging in red wine and dinner. Also present were Winston, the hotel manager, and Smith. Along with Fox, John Wick paid little mind to Smith's presence. His sole focus was on conversing with Santino D'Antonio. As the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, Santino recognized that the figure descending was none other than John Wick, the very man who had been pursuing him. Taking a deep breath, Santino felt a sense of calm wash over him. After all, the Continental Hotel was an infallible safe haven, and John Wick would dare not act violently within its confines. Adjusting his suit and straightening his posture against the chair, he watched as John Wick approached in the dining area. All eyes were fixed upon John Wick, and the atmosphere was charged with an ominous tension, especially with the palpable threat emanating from him, accentuated by the weapon he wielded. As John Wick stood before him, Santino leisurely picked up his fork, speared a piece of beef, dipped it in duck fat, and savored it with deliberate nonchalance. Leaning back in his chair, he regarded John Wick while continuing to eat, then remarked, "Duck fat is a crucial condiment." Winston, sensing the precarious nature of the situation, interjected urgently, "John," yet Santino, emboldened, taunted, "John, Have you seen the menu here? Feel free to choose anything. Realizing the escalating tension, Winston urgently cautioned, John, please listen to me. However, John Wick remained unresponsive, standing resolute before Santino D'Antonio. Fox, observing the unfolding drama, hesitantly whispered to Smith. Do you believe John Wick would dare to breach the rules here? Smith replied matter-of-factly. If he lacks the courage to defy the rules, he shall never achieve his desires. Smith D'Antonio understood the formidable power wielded by a high-table seat holder. John Wick had eliminated the leader of the Camorra and driven Santino to seek refuge here, primarily because both were newly anointed and still lacked the full extent of their influence. With Gianna's death occurring prior to the succession ceremony, Santino's crowning was yet to take place, leaving a significant portion of his power untapped. If Santino were to evade this peril, he could consolidate the forces of the Camorra and the High Table from afar, ensuring that John Wick would find no sanctuary. In fact, continuous bounties could render John Wick's existence unbearable. Santino continued his provocation. The menu here is quite extensive. One could linger indefinitely as John Wick's aura of menace intensified. Winston implored, Jonathan, you must leave this place. Seemingly undeterred by the gravity of the situation, Santino mockingly added, Indeed, John. At that moment, John Wick realized that if he did not eliminate Santino D'Antonio here and now, he would be doomed to a life of perpetual peril, with his very survival in question, let alone the pursuit of the remaining Dragon Balls. In defiance of the Continental's rules, he resolved that he must first kill Santino before contemplating his next steps. With Smith D'Antonio's words ringing in his ears, John Wick no longer hesitated. He raised his weapon and fired, the bullet piercing Santino's skull. Witnessing John Wick's audacity, a smile crept onto Smith's face. Rules were meant to be broken. After all, that if Perkins could do it, so could John Wick. Meanwhile, Winston stood in shock as John Wick brazenly executed Santino D'Antonio within the Continental Hotel, under the watchful gaze of many. Staring at the lifeless body of Santino, Winston slowly uttered, What have you done? John Wick placed his handgun on the hotel's table and coldly replied, I have ended it. Turning his gaze towards Smith D'Antonio. John Wick received the response. Your examination continues. Survive to enter our domain. You know the way. As John Wick departed the hotel, Winston approached Smith. Mr. Smith, do you believe John Wick will make it to you alive? For Winston, the Assassin's Guild possessed the means to safeguard John Wick, though it remained uncertain how much effort they would invest in this matter. This incident could potentially reignite hostilities between two factions that had long been at peace. After all, John Wick's actions could lead to significant consequences, depending on how the 12 elders of the High Table chose to respond to the breach of Continental protocol. Smith D'Antonio chuckled softly and replied, If he lacks the ability to survive, then there is no need to protect him. Winston grasped the implication. John Wick needed to demonstrate his worth. I thank you on Jonathan's behalf. That moment. Rain began to pour heavily outside as John Wick returned home, drenched. Upon entering his abode, he gazed longingly at a framed photograph of himself and his wife, then retrieved his phone to watch her video once more. Having acquired 2 of the 7 Dragon Balls, 5 remained. Helen, wait for me. Just as John Wick was lost in thoughts of his beloved wife, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found Sharon, the hotel's concierge. Standing there. Mr. Wick, Sharon said, if you are willing, I can take you to see Winston. John Wick nodded in silent agreement. Sharon drove him in Winston's Rolls-Royce, and as John sat in the back seat, he was acutely aware that upon meeting Winston, the hunt would commence, and he would need to head to the Assassin's Guild. His trial would be one of survival. If he could navigate this perilous journey, the threats from the hotel would become moot. But if he were to fall, it would be the end of all. The Assassin's Guild represented his last hope. As he gazed out at the passing scenery, John Wick awaited his fate in silence. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of a park, where the sun was just beginning to rise, illuminating the sky. John stepped out of the vehicle, and Sharon approached him to shake his hand, saying, It has been a pleasure, Mr. Wick. Goodbye, John replied, gesturing toward a direction in the park where his contact awaited. Entering the park, he crossed a footbridge and spotted Winston seated at the center of the plaza. Approaching Winston, he greeted, Jonathan. Without preamble, John Wick inquired, Winston, what punishment shall I face? Winston, seated on the steps, looked at John with a grave expression and replied, The Camorra has raised the bounty on Santino's head to 20 million and demands the return of the 2 Dragon Balls in your possession. You are now globally hunted. Upon hearing the name Gamora, John queried, "The high table?" To which Winston nodded. "Yes." John Wick pressed on. "And what about your Continental Hotel?" Winston raised his gaze, locking eyes with John, his tone laced with irritation. "You committed murder within the Continental, Jonathan. You have left me no choice but to declare your expulsion. All matters related to the Continental are now closed to you at that moment." Winston rose to his feet and approached John Wick, stating, "I regret to inform you that your life has now been forfeit." John, his voice somewhat hoarse, replied, "Then why am I not dead yet?" Upon hearing John's words, Winston's expression grew grave as he replied, "Because I believe the time is not yet right." Subsequently, Winston nodded towards a man clad in a black trench coat standing nearby. In the next instant, the trench-coated man pulled out his phone and spoke. Now, the bustling park, once filled with activity, instantly resembled a scene paused in time, with all individuals ceasing their movements. John Wick surveyed his surroundings, realizing that Winston was not jesting. Once it was evident that John Wick comprehended the situation. Winston nodded once more. In the blink of an eye, the throng in the park resumed their motions. Winston glanced at his wristwatch and addressed John. "You have 1 hour. I cannot delay any longer. You may find this useful in the future." In his hand appeared a blood oath medallion, the very one that John Wick had once possessed, a token he had received for aiding others but relinquished to Winston upon his retirement. Today, Winston returned the medallion to John Wick, who, upon receiving it, declared, "Winston, tell them, tell everyone. Regardless of the future, regardless of the means, any assassin who comes for me will meet their end. I will kill them all." Winston regarded the resolute John Wick with a smile, replying, "Of course you will." As John Wick turned to depart, Winston recalled his encounter with Smith Dole and spoke again. "You have but 2 paths ahead of you: the Assassin's Guild and the Elders of the High Table. The former can offer you protection, the latter can rescind the bounty." Upon hearing Winston's delineation of his options, John Wick understood with clarity that only the Assassin's Guild was a viable route for him. He halted and expressed, "Thank you, Winston." Without another word, he exited the park. As Winston watched John Wick leave, he picked up his phone and dialed. Account 11111.1 hour later. John Wick. Exile. Unbeknownst to them, Smith Dole and Fox were observing the exchange from a building just outside the park through binoculars. Fox glanced at a message and remarked, "The price has risen again. $20 million. John Wick must now be at the top of the bounty list for the Continental. The people of Gamora have begun to take an interest in the Dragon Balls. Have they acquired intelligence regarding them?" Smith Dole disabled the display of combat power values, noting the absence of any surprises below, and commented, "If the secret of the Dragon Balls were so easily discerned, they would not still be shrouded in obscurity. However, it has indeed attracted some attention. Many assassins are now investigating this matter, especially since both John Wick and Santino are seeking it." Fox nodded in agreement. "It will certainly pique interest. I hope John Wick can survive long enough to reach the textile factory." Smith Dole cast a glance at the retreating figure of John Wick and said, "Let us follow him and witness his performance." Not long after Smith Dole and Fox began their pursuit, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, as if a storm were approaching. That moment, John Wick, nursing his injuries, was slowly exiting the park when an assassin blocked his path. "John, you have less than an hour left. I'll offer you 100,000 to reclaim the 2 Dragon Balls in your possession." Upon hearing the assassin's interest in the Dragon Balls, John Wick cast a cold glance and replied, "Not for sale." The assassin pressed further, "Tell me their worth, and as compensation, I want to come after you in an hour." John Wick was acutely aware that revealing the secret of the Dragon Balls would seal his fate and lead to his failure in the trial. "If you wish to meet your demise, feel free to find me in an hour." The assassin shrugged. He merely sought to make a quick profit. John Wick's rising bounty had also inflated the value of the Dragon Balls, with whispers that replicas were already being considered in the black market. However, no one had seen the genuine article, nor did they understand its true worth. Perhaps only John Wick and the people of Gamora knew this secret. John Wick recognized that his destination was the Assassin's Guild's textile factory. However, the distance was daunting. He had an urgent matter to attend to: the library on New York Park Road, where a portion of his gold was hidden, along with a pass from the Rosso Romani that could facilitate his escape. Should he fail to break through the encirclement, he could use this pass to ensure his safe passage. Suddenly, rain began to pour from the sky. John Wick hurriedly hailed a taxi and instructed, "To the New York Public Library." The driver turned back and replied, "Certainly." The vehicle began to move, but before long, it was ensnared in traffic, caught in the rush hour amidst the downpour, unable to budge an inch. Listening to the incessant honking of horns and the stalled cars, John Wick's expression grew increasingly anxious. He quickly deduced that if he remained in the taxi, reaching the Assassin's Guild would be an impossibility. Let alone the library. Fox, holding an umbrella, commented, "What a stroke of bad luck. There has been an accident up ahead that it seems it was deliberate." Smith chuckled and replied, "Someone simply doesn't want him to leave by any means of transportation." After all, with only an hour to spare, he could cover a fair distance in New York. During their conversation, John Wick realized this and opened the car door, stepping out. Once outside, John Wick sprinted toward the library. At that moment, all the assassins on the street had their eyes fixed on him, yet none moved. Time had yet to resume, and they were bound by the rules of the Continental before long. John Wick, braving the downpour, arrived at the New York Public Library that he rushed to the service desk and immediately addressed the staff. The author of Russian folktales is Alexander Afanasiev, 1864, but observing the librarian searching for the book's location. John Wick refrained from urging them, merely checking the time to confirm that the hour of safety had not yet elapsed. Soon, the librarian finished, handed John a note, and informed him, "It's on the second floor." "Thank you," he exclaimed, taking the note and swiftly ascending to the second floor. Meanwhile, Fox, who had followed Smith into the library, was puzzled. Why is he here? Shouldn't he be heading to the textile factory? Could there be some secret weapon here to assist him? Smith nodded. Indeed, there must be something that could aid him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here. Glancing at the timer on the detector, Smith smiled. "Do you think anyone would dare to make a move early?" Fox surveyed the patrons in the library and replied, "You once said that people die for wealth and birds for food. There are bound to be some audacious individuals willing to take action. After all, John Wick is not the only one who has acted within the hotel." Smith chuckled and nodded. The world of assassins was never short on the bold. Meanwhile, Shenron drove Winston back to the Continental Hotel. Upon entering the establishment, Shenron remarked, "I truly hope Mr. Wick can escape safely." Winston adjusted his collar as he walked, responding, "Shenron, he is knowingly courting danger, even killing within the hotel." Shenron, following closely behind Winston, inquired, "Do you think he can make it out?" Winston turned to face Shenron and spoke. "He, along with the 2 Dragon Balls he possesses, has been placed under a bounty of $20 million. Every assassin in the city is eager to claim a share that I believe his chances of escape stand at merely 50%, contingent upon his ability to reach a sanctuary." Shenron, perplexed, inquired, "Where?" In his understanding, every assassin in the city sought the bounty on John Wick. Even the infamous Night Demon, John Wick, would likely not survive the day. Winston chuckled. "Smith Dole has promised that if John Wick can reach their stronghold, he will be spared a power capable of contending with the High Table. If he makes it alive, he will survive. If not, he shall perish on the way." With that, Winston ascended the stairs. Shenron remained momentarily stunned. Unable to fathom what force could rival the High Table, nor could he comprehend the extent of Smith Dole's influence that in the library, John Wick, clutching a note, swiftly arrived at the location of the books on the second floor. Upon locating the book, he tore off the sticker, revealing a photograph of his late wife, 5 gold coins, and a pass. A trifecta of items. He placed the photograph on the shelf, then glanced at the coins' quantity before pocketing them. He subsequently retrieved the pass and stowed it away as well. After completing these actions, John Wick picked up a photograph of Helen and himself, saying softly, "Soon, we shall be together again." After kissing the photograph, he carefully tucked it back into the book that moment. A voice echoed, "Consider why God created you. It was not to live like a beast, but to pursue virtue and knowledge," accompanied by the sound of footsteps. A towering figure exceeding 2 meters emerged, holding a book, and addressed John, exclaiming, "Dante." He displayed the book's cover to John Wick, indicating that these were the words within, before placing it back on the shelf. John Wick, likewise, returned the book he held to its rightful place. Observing John Wick, the giant remarked, "You appear somewhat weakened, John." John Wick gazed at the imposing figure and replied, "Ernest, the time has not yet come." Ernest, unabashed, retorted, "It is nearly upon us. Who will know when you meet your end?" John Wick's expression grew grave as he asked, "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Ernest tilted his head back, his eyes glinting with greed. 20 million. That is no small sum. John Wick's demeanor hardened. No. First you must still be alive to spend it. However, Ernest was unaware that his words had been overheard by Smith Dole and Fox, who merely needed to inform Winston, and the Continental would handle him. Without hesitation, Ernest drew a dagger from his cloak and lunged at John Wick. John swiftly grabbed a book from the shelf to defend himself, and the two soon engaged in a fierce struggle. Ernest's dagger found its mark in John Wick's shoulder, yet through sheer will, John managed to disarm his opponent, utilizing his height and reach to his advantage. Ernest seized John Wick's head with one hand while the other gestured for silence. Shoo! The giant forcefully slammed John Wick's head against the nearby bookshelves. Bang! 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 With a powerful kick, he sent John Wick sprawling from the shelving area into the corridor. On the floor, John Wick caught a glimpse of Smith Dole and Fox observing the fray, yet he showed no sign of surprise. Grabbing a nearby book, he swung it at Ernest's groin. Ernest howled in pain, doubling over, and John seized the opportunity to strike at his throat. Witnessing this, Smith Dole smirked. Such low blows and throat strikes, truly lethal maneuvers. On the combat power detector, Ernest registered a strength of 6, rivaling John Wick, who possessed a slight advantage in height and weight. However, following John Wick's brutal assault on Ernest's throat, he fell lifelessly to the ground. Regarding his deceased foe, John placed the book back on the shelf. Suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder, rubbing it, he discovered it was smeared with blood. Smith Dole observed John Wick emerging and stated, "Continue with your actions. This is part of the observation." John Wick nodded, understanding that Smith was not motivated by bounty. To them, wealth was inconsequential. With the Dragon Balls in their possession, he hurriedly made his way towards the library's exit, one hand clutching his wounded shoulder while contemplating the distance to the Assassin's Guild. He realized he needed to tend to his injury, for in his current state, he could succumb to blood loss without any adversary's intervention. Fox snapped a photo of Ernest's lifeless body and sent it to Winston with a note. Someone acted prematurely. Upon receiving the news, Winston cursed FK and promptly warned the assassins in New York that those who defy continental regulations would face consequences. The message included the photograph of Ernest's demise at this juncture. Only 10 minutes remained until John Wick's expulsion from the Continental Hotel. Meanwhile, in the Bowery district, the underground King Bowery King addressed his subordinate, Ella, saying, "Spread the word. The Bowery district will respect the expulsion decision. We will provide no assistance or services to John Wick." Smith Dole and Fox trailed John Wick to the residence of the black market doctor in Chinatown. John Wick knocked loudly on the door, calling out, "Doctor, doctor, it's Wick." The partition of the door slid open, and the doctor peered out, saying, "Mr. Wick, no, you should not be here. Time is running out. I am in a state of urgency." John Wick replied, "I know. Doctor, please, there is still time." The doctor, gazing at John outside, steadfastly refused. "I cannot do this." Faced with the doctor's refusal, John produced a gold coin from the Continental and held it up, pleading, "I have 5 minutes left, I beg you." The doctor, seeing the coin through the small window, took it from John Wick's hand and opened the door, urging, "Hurry inside." Once John Wick entered, the doctor cautiously peered out into the corridor and froze upon spotting Smith Dole and Fox. Smith chuckled, "You have 5 minutes left. Go attend to your business." The two then entered the room and closed the door behind them. The doctor, now in a state of panic, was uncertain how to proceed. John Wick quickly urged, "They won't harm me. You must hurry." The doctor snapped back to reality and led John Wick to his workbench, urgently instructing, "Sit down, quickly." Without hesitation, John Wick shed his suit jacket, revealing the wound on his shoulder. The doctor assessed the injury, exclaiming, "Let me see it." As he spoke, he grabbed a gauze to staunch the bleeding, commenting, "It's a deep stab, having severed an artery. This requires suturing." Without delay, he began to stitch the wound. Time ticked away, and John sat in the chair, glancing anxiously at the clock in the doctor's office. "Doctor," he called. The doctor continued to work, saying, "Almost there. Just half left to suture." "Doctor, only 5 seconds remain." John began to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the clock struck 9, the bell tolled. The doctor looked at John Wick with regret. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wick, I can no longer assist you." John understood. "I realize this is the rule," the doctor murmured. "The rules." Subsequently, feeling a tinge of nervousness, he cast a glance towards Smith, Dole, and Fox, reiterating, "I have not violated any rules." Smith nodded in acknowledgement. remarking, quite punctual at this moment. The expulsion from the Continental Hotel had been irrevocably enacted, rendering any organization or individual loyal to the high table beneath it unable to provide any services to John Wick. John Wick did not solicit assistance from Smith and Fox. Instead, he commenced the remaining suturing on his own before the mirror. Meanwhile, at the Continental Hotel's Information Processing Center, a message had been dispatched to all registered assassins. Target of the bounty, John Wick and the 2 Dragon Balls in his possession, accompanied by a photograph of the 4-star ball. Bounty amount, $20 million, $16 million for John Wick. $2 million for each Dragon Ball. Distribution, Global Assassins. Status, public. Last known location, New York's Chinatown. Update, the expulsion bounty has officially come into effect. At that moment, Winston, engaged in a word game at the Continental Hotel, noticed the message on his phone and murmured, "The show is about to begin." Meanwhile, Sharon at the hotel reception observed numerous assassins in the administrative hall corridor simultaneously glancing at their phones. In New York, upon receiving the message, a substantial number of assassins hastened towards Chinatown. Even Smith, Doyle, and Fox, who were in company with John Wick, received the bounty notification from the Continental Hotel on their phones. After a brief glance at the information, Smith and Doyle remained unfazed at this juncture. John Wick had completed the suturing of his wound and began searching for painkillers in the doctor's cabinet. After rummaging for a considerable time, he found himself overwhelmed by the multitude of bottles and jars. Observing John's continued search with a sense of respect, the doctor interjected, "Top shelf, to the right. Yes, take 4 of those. They will help you regain your energy and alleviate the pain." Fox cast a surprised glance at the Asian doctor, astonished that he dared to assist John Wick at such a time. Following the instructions, John Wick promptly retrieved the medication and ingested it. The doctor then approached the cabinet, opened a drawer, and retrieved a handgun, stating, "Mr. Wick, they will not believe I have ceased treatment on time." John regarded the doctor and replied, "But you indeed have stopped." The doctor, holding the handgun, continued, "They will find out." John turned to organize his attire, inquiring, "Discover what?" Fox interjected, "The doctor informed you of the location of the painkillers." The doctor nodded, affirming, "Indeed, that is correct." Upon hearing the doctor and Fox's words, John Wick comprehended the situation. The doctor then stepped before John Wick, handing him the firearm before taking a seat and preparing a hemostatic gauze to staunch the bleeding. John accepted the handgun and, standing opposite the doctor, asked, "Where should I shoot?" The doctor lifted his shirt, pointing to a spot, "Here, beneath the floating ribs. Just avoid shooting my." Before the doctor could complete his sentence, John Wick raised his hand and fired, hitting the target precisely. The doctor cried out in pain, collapsing into the chair. Just as John was about to lower the handgun and exit, the doctor called out, "Wait, one shot might not suffice." He then unfastened his collar, exposing his shoulder and neck, continuing, "Just make sure not to hit my." Before he could finish, the gunfire erupted once more. The doctor groaned in agony once more. John proceeded to retrieve his suit jacket and turned to leave. The doctor, watching John Wick's retreating figure, uttered, "Good luck, Mr. Wick." John Wick paused, turning to face the doctor, who was clutching his wound, and said, "Thank you, doctor." With that, John Wick made no further delay and headed outside. Fox turned to Smith, asking, "Do you think he can reach us in time?" Smith, observing John Wick's silhouette, replied, before suturing the wound, he had little hope of survival. However, now the prospects have considerably improved. Upon reaching the street, John Wick gazed at the rain-soaked sky and the bustling crowd below, immediately breaking into ARUNAT. That moment, a fishmonger at a roadside stall was busy at work when his underling emerged. Spotting the running John Wick, exclaiming, "Boss, it's him," the fishmonger, casting aside his hat in indignation, declared, "Let us go earn some money." Yet another group also spotted John Wick and swiftly gave chase as John Wick darted into a building. He sprinted up the stairs, locking the door behind him. Thus, John Wick found himself in a gun shop within the building. Observing the firearms behind the counter, he attempted to open the showcase only to discover it was securely locked. Consequently, he shattered the glass, retrieved a revolver, and began loading bullets. Just as John Wick was assembling the handgun, the fishmonger and his underlings arrived. Bang! The first underling to enter was immediately met with a bullet to the head, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. After firing a shot, John Wick swiftly repositioned himself, Concealing behind cover as the fishmonger and his crew rushed in, he listened intently to the footsteps before taking the initiative. But his shot missed the intended target. Fortunately, the close distance allowed him to disarm the opponent. A melee ensued, with John facing two adversaries without gaining the upper hand. Both parties noted the assorted knives and daggers in the showcase, shattering the glass to seize the short blades and began to retaliate. Clang, clang, clang. With weapons in hand, injuries soon followed. However, additional assassins rushed in. John Wick had just dispatched one when two more appeared, utilizing the short knives from the counter as throwing darts. He struck each opponent with precision. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The encounter was fraught with tension and excitement, culminating in John Wick achieving 9 kills, eliminating the wave of assassins entirely. As he exited the building, he was quickly targeted by other assassins. Meanwhile, Smith and Fox entered the scene of the recent altercation. Smith observed Fox, equipped with a combat power detector, and inquired, "You've witnessed the combat capabilities of these individuals. What are your thoughts?" Fox surveyed the fallen bodies on the ground and replied, "Combat power does not entirely measure a person's strength. Throughout this journey, some adversaries matched John Wick's combat power, while others were slightly weaker. Yet, after multiple assaults, only John Wick remained standing." Smith nodded and stated, "In battle, combat power is not the sole determinant. Resolve, timing of action, and decisiveness all influence outcomes. That a single misstep can alter the result. However, an elevation in combat power can lead to overwhelming dominance." Fox then asked Smith, "To what extent must it be raised to initially disregard the damage from small-caliber firearms?" Smith pondered briefly before responding, "A combat power of 9 would suffice to negate the impact of small-caliber weaponry." Upon hearing this, Fox considered her own combat power of 6, recognizing the proximity of the figures yet acutely aware of the difficulty in bridging the gap. Enhancing one's physical energy by half is no trivial feat. They continued to observe Smith's next course of action. On the other side, John Wick relentlessly advanced from the street to the stable, where he eliminated all the encroaching assassins, now mounted on a horse. He surged forth. As he burst onto the road, 2 assassins on motorcycles pursued him. That moment, John Wick found himself beneath an overpass, galloping furiously, when one of the motorcyclists caught up, extending a hand in an attempt to drag him from his steed. But to no avail. After several attempts, seizing the opportunity, John delivered a sharp strike to the assailant's helmet, causing him to lurch forward, revealing a handgun tucked into his waist. In a swift motion, John leaned over from his horse and extracted the pistol from the assailant's waist, aiming it at the foe's neck and firing 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. The motorcyclist fell lifelessly, his bike veering uncontrollably into a nearby truck. Noticing another motorcyclist approaching from behind, John Wick skillfully maneuvered to the side of his horse, concealing himself alongside it, before extending an arm and firing several shots at the approaching motorcycle. Instantly, the motorcyclist lost control and crashed into a parked vehicle ahead. With both motorcycle assassins dispatched, John glanced back to confirm that no one else was in pursuit. Realizing he was somewhat fatigued from his relentless journey, he pondered whether he could reach the Assassin's Guild alive. Riding across New York for such a distance was excessively conspicuous. Instead, the Belarusian theater was not far from him, and he concluded he would have to use a pass to secure transportation there. Without further hesitation, he spurred his horse towards the Belarusian gang's theater. Meanwhile, in the Continental Hotel, Winston's phone, discarded on the table, chimed with a new message. Upon picking it up, he discovered that the bounty on John Wick had escalated to a staggering $21 million. Quite a substantial sum. "Where are you headed, Jonathan?" John Wick arrived at the ticket booth of the theater, slapping a hand against the glass that were closed. The ticket clerk replied without looking up. John produced his pass from his pocket and slammed it against the glass again. This time, the clerk glanced up and, upon seeing the pass, opened the door to let him in. Across the street stood 2 groups of individuals. Smith Dole cast a glance at the place where John Wick had entered and said, "Well, the surveillance ends here for today. Let's head back." Fox, unfamiliar with the location, inquired, "Aren't you going to take a closer look?" Smith shook his head. "Not necessary." The 2 turned to leave, while another group of assassins took note of the location and settled in to wait at the entrance. Inside the theater's grand hall, a number of Belarusian gang members had gathered. One of them greeted John Wick. "Long time no see." As he approached the table, John placed the pass down, followed by the gold coins and blood oath medallion from his pocket. The man who had just spoken then added, You also need to place your belt on the table. Obediently, John removed his belt and laid it down. The man then instructed someone nearby, "Take him away." He turned to John Wick, saying, "See you later." John, picking up the pass from the table, replied, "See you later." He entered deeper into the theater, pushing open a door. Inside, the leader of the Belarusian gang, a woman, was watching a dancer perform. John Wick approached her, kneeling on one knee while displaying the pass he had brought. The director glanced at John Wick and inquired, "Jonathan, why have you returned home?" John Wick remained silent, simply raising the pass in his hand. The director responded, "You show me this as if it holds the answer." John Wick's voice was hoarse as he replied, "I have another pass." The director scrutinized the man before her and remarked, "In the past few weeks, you have caused such chaos that you believe your pass is still valid. Have you forgotten that the Russian gypsies are bound by the high table, which is above all? They might kill me for merely speaking with you. You bring death to my doorstep? Is this how you show me respect? Oh, Jonathan, what has become of you?" Taking a deep breath, John Wick said, "I am Jonathan John Wick, a child of Belarus, an orphan of your tribe. You have a duty to assist me." John Wick raised the pass, emphasizing, "You have an obligation, I have a right." The director regarded John Wick intently before calling out to the girl dancing the Swan Lake on stage, "Rooney, that will be enough?" She then stood and addressed John Wick. "Follow me to AS." The director led John Wick backstage. She remarked, "You have rights. You possess nothing, Jonathan. You know, when my students first arrive here, they desire but one thing, to live without pain. I attempt to dissuade them from these naive notions. But as you know, art is suffering. Life is suffering." John Wick observed the dancers backstage, remaining silent as he followed the director. "You have somehow escaped life's torment. Yet today you have returned to where it all began. For what purpose?" The director halted at the wrestling area, watching the ongoing training, and asked, "Do you recall fond memories?" Without waiting for John Wick's response, the director continued onward, leading him through another training room before entering an office where they sat opposite each other. The director looked at John Wick and said, "Even if I wish to help you, I cannot, Jonathan. The high table seeks your life. How can you stand against a tempest? How can you shatter mountains? How can you bury the sea? How can you escape the light? Certainly, you could venture into darkness, but they dwell there as well. So tell me, what is it that you truly seek, Jonathan?" John Wick replied earnestly, "A passage." The director questioned, "Where do you wish to go?" John Wick provided the director with the address of a textile factory in the suburbs. The director chuckled, initially thinking John was jesting. "The suburbs of New York. Wait, a textile factory? You've managed to contact them. You truly are fortunate." John Wick extended his arm, holding the pass before the director, after a glance. The director stated, "Then it's settled. You give me the pass, and I will tear it apart if that is indeed what you desire." John Wick nodded, removed the pass from his hand, and handed it to the director. The following day, at the Assassin's Guild textile factory, a garbage truck arrived and parked outside. As the back opened, John Wick leaped out, and the truck made a turn before departing. John surveyed the building before him, confirming it was indeed the correct location, and approached the door, knocking firmly. A window in the door slid open, and Wesley peered at the man before him, saying, "Mr. John Wick, it is a pleasure to have you here." John Wick replied tersely, "I have arrived as per our agreement." As the doors of the textile factory swung open, Wesley led John Wick inside. This marked John Wick's second visit to this place. As he walked, he meticulously observed his surroundings. It was evident that there were noticeably more guards stationed at the entrance. Upon entering the castle, he was immediately greeted by the sight of numerous looms in operation and workers bustling about. However, John Wick could distinctly sense that these laborers were not ordinary workers, though he refrained from voicing his suspicions and simply followed closely behind Wesley. The two traversed the factory, passing through the staff break area until they reached the door of a room. Wesley spoke, urging, "Go ahead and push the door open." John Wick swung the door wide. Sunlight flooded in, illuminating him as if he no longer needed to retreat into darkness. Smith Dole sat comfortably on a single armchair. Observing John Wick as he entered, it was clear that John was in a state of disarray. His white shirt was stained with blood, and he walked unsteadily, indicating that his day had not unfolded favorably. John Wick approached Smith Dole, kneeling on one knee before him, and spoke with a voice full of yearning, "Mr. Smith, I have come." Smith gazed at the man kneeling before him, well aware that John had reached an impasse, and inquired, "What is it that you seek?" John Wick lifted his gaze to meet Smith's, the nascent sunlight streaming through the window, casting a golden light that exuded both brilliance and authority. "Mr. Smith, I have found myself in trouble at the Continental Hotel and seek your protection." Smith retrieved John Wick's blood oath contract, idly toying with it before declaring, "John Wick, you have been excommunicated from the Continental Hotel, with a bounty of $21 million placed upon you, of which $4 million is for the Dragon Balls. You are currently the most wanted individual in the Continental Hotel's assignments, and assassins from all over New York are on your trail. Should you be discovered by assassins from other regions, they too will converge upon you. John Wick, what do you believe I stand to gain from your protection?" Upon hearing Smith Dole delineate his dire circumstances, John Wick understood that he had no alternative path before him and made a resolute decision. He retrieved 2 Dragon Balls from his person and placed them upon the ground. Then, with a serious demeanor, proclaimed, "I am willing to pledge my loyalty and join your ranks within the Assassin's Guild." Smith Dole did not glance at the Dragon Balls on the floor, but instead focused intently on John Wick, asking, "Are you familiar with the Assassin's Guild?" John Wick shook his head, responding, "I know little. Only that it is a power capable of countering the High Table." Smith Dole elucidated, "The Assassin's Guild has been established for over a millennium, a venerable organization steeped in rich history." John Wick was taken aback. Considering that their nation had merely existed for 200 years, he marveled at the Guild's longevity and the reason it could stand against the High Table. After Smith Dole elaborated on the organization's history, mission, and vision, he posed another question. "John Wick, you have been absent from the assassin world for 5 years, for the sake of your beloved. Although this period has witnessed considerable bloodshed, you still assert that you have not returned. Are you prepared to re-enter this world?" John Wick had never anticipated that the Assassin's Guild was an organization dedicated to purging evil. It made sense now why they were either eliminating assassins or dismantling criminal syndicates. He replied earnestly, "I am prepared that in my past, my hands were stained with blood, but upon meeting Helen, I chose to retire from the assassin's life. However, her departure has made me realize that a man such as I, steeped in sin, cannot truly find peace. That I pledge my loyalty to you and wish to join the Assassin's Guild to cleanse the world of its filth in atonement for my past transgressions." Smith Dole nodded in satisfaction and stated, "John Wick, I accept your loyalty." Upon hearing Smith Dole's affirmation, John Wick felt a weight lift from his heart. He then held the 2 Dragon Balls in his hands, presenting them before Smith Dole as a token of his allegiance. Observing John Wick's actions, Smith felt a sense of contentment. The man exhibited intelligence. Smith Dole did not reach for the Dragon Balls in John Wick's hands, but instead inquired, "John Wick, has your wish altered?" John Wick solemnly replied, "My wish remains unwavering. It is solely to resurrect my wife, Helen." Smith Dole responded, "You may retain the Dragon Balls. I will inform you of the location of the next one." John Wick maintained his posture of offering the Dragon Balls and spoke, "Mr. Smith, the High Table continues to pursue me. If the bounty is not rescinded, I may find it impossible to move freely after I leave." Smith Dole acknowledged the truth in John Wick's words. Without the cancellation of the bounty, he would not survive beyond the following day after departing from the Assassin's Guild. "John Wick, should you desire true safety, there are but 2 paths before you. The first is to have the Continental Hotel reinstate you, thereby prompting the High Table to withdraw the bounty against you. Only the 12 elders of the High Table possess the authority to enact such a change." Realizing that Smith Dole was not merely alluding to this option, John Wick inquired, "And what is the second?" Smith Dole chuckled lightly and replied, "The second path is to eliminate the so-called High Table and the Continental Hotel. For once that is accomplished, your bounty shall cease to exist." John Wick's pupils constricted at the enormity of Smith Dole's ambition. He had not expected the man to target the High Table. In the eyes of assassins, the High Table was a formidable titan. Yet, contemplating the mission of the Assassin's Guild, everything suddenly appeared reasonable. The underworld was on the brink of upheaval. "Mr. Smith, what must I do?" In response to John Wick's astonishment, Smith smiled, "Not so fast. In your current condition, you are not prepared. You need to recuperate with a wax bath." A.S. Wesley escorted John Wick to the recovery room for treatment. Smith Dole began perusing the dossier sent by Fox. This dossier contained extensive information regarding the 12 seats of the High Table, while the identities of the 12 organizations were already established. The locations of the High Table's headquarters and the strongholds of the 12 gangs were still under thorough investigation. although organizations like the Camorra and the Mafia were relatively easy to locate. Their headquarters were well concealed. Moreover, dismantling the High Table was not merely a matter of eliminating the 12 elders. It required the complete eradication of their 12 gangs. Otherwise, according to bloodline succession, the death of a leader would merely prompt the bloodline to appoint another in their stead. However, simultaneously exterminating the 12 gangs posed a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, dividing their forces into 3 groups posed no issue for the Assassin's Guild, despite the factory's modest size and the seemingly few members. This was merely the headquarters. With over a millennium of legacy, the Assassin's Guild had numerous branches, and with his current strength, he could lead a team to sweep through effectively. However, the elder hidden in the desert at Casablanca would likely necessitate a visit from John Wick. The following day, after reviewing the dossier, Smith Dole spent the day training in the gym, yet he found the results lacking. It had been several weeks since he gained Yamcha's combat prowess and bloodline. But he still could not perceive the energy. The bloodline of the Dragon Ball Earthlings did not seem to offer any enhancement if he were to rely solely on his training and the abilities he just acquired from Yamcha. It would take considerable time to achieve the ability to sense energy. It appeared imperative for John Wick to expedite his collection of Dragon Balls, as the onset of a significant Marvel event was imminent. Exiting the training facility, Smith Dole held a bottle of bourbon whiskey as he made his way to the recovery room. Upon entering, he found John Wick enveloped in a wax bath, with only his face visible. Hearing the footsteps, John Wick instantly became alert, but with his face encased in wax, he could not articulate his words and could only emit muffled sounds. Noticing John had awakened, Smith approached and asked, "John, are you all right?" Upon recognizing Smith's voice, John Wick ceased his facial struggles, now able to speak, though he felt considerably better, albeit somewhat parched. As John spoke, the wax on his face began to crack, with some pieces even falling into his mouth. Smith wiped the wax from John Wick's face and then said, "Here, have a sip of water." He subsequently uncapped the bourbon whiskey he had brought with him, poured a small glass, and offered it to John Wick. As the liquor slid down his throat, John felt significantly better and remarked, "Thank you. I truly enjoy the flavor of bourbon. What is this wax bath?" Upon hearing John Wick's appreciation, Smith was not taken aback. After all, he was Belarusian, a nationality not typically averse to alcohol. Smith set the bourbon aside and took a seat beside John Wick, explaining, "This wax bath stimulates white blood cells, accelerating the recovery process. Here, bruises, cuts, and fractures can heal within hours." Stunned by this capability, John Wick stammered, This is incredibly powerful. With this, there's no fear of ordinary injuries. No hotel on the continent offers anything this remarkable, especially with cuts and fractures healing in mere hours. It's an exaggerated effect. Even a severely injured assassin could recover by the next day and continue fighting. This is the essence of a power that has endured for millennia. I can only wonder how many more treasures they possess. As for what John Wick considered treasures, Smith was indifferent. If he could wish for a healing chamber or sins of beans from the Dragon Balls, that would be the true treasure. Anything that could restore life as long as it did not lead to immediate death. Smith nonchalantly remarked, "While this is indeed remarkable, it only addresses superficial wounds. If one is shot in a vital area, there's little that can be done. Should the opportunity arise, you will encounter true treasures." Upon hearing that some critical injuries could not be treated, John Wick felt no disappointment. For him, the wax bath was already a perfect solution. However, he was somewhat curious about the true treasures Smith mentioned. But not surprised. Having managed the Dragon Balls for over 1,000 years, the Assassin's Guild must have acquired numerous valuable items. This wax bath was already extraordinarily potent. If made public, countless assassins and gangs would surely go wild for it. Smith paid no heed to John Wick's musings and stated, "All right, I'll step out for now. Once the wax bath has melted, prepare to emerge. I will be waiting for you in the conference room." At the New York Continental Hotel, a black Mercedes-Benz pulled up at the entrance. A tall woman, clad in a black coat and black boots with even her nails painted black, stepped out, carrying a black briefcase. She strode towards the hotel, exuding an air of competence and coldness, and soon arrived at the service desk. Challen greeted the woman at the desk, saying, "Welcome to the Continental Hotel. How may I assist you?" She produced a coin signifying her status as the adjudicator, gently pushing it towards Challen with 2 fingers, remaining silent while staring at him. Challen picked up the coin from the desk, examined it closely, then placed it back down and picked up the desk phone to dial internally. Once connected, he directly stated, "Sir, an adjudicator wishes to see you." "Understood, sir." Challen hung up and respectfully informed the adjudicator, "The manager is in the lounge." The adjudicator glanced at Challen, pocketed the coin, and wordlessly proceeded to the lounge. At that moment, Winston entered the lounge and observed the standing female adjudicator, saying, "I presume you are here to discuss John Wick. If so, we can keep it brief that I instructed him to leave, but he refused. That is the entirety of the matter." The adjudicator approached Winston and stated directly, "Mr. Wick has violated the rules." Winston nodded in response. "Indeed, did I have no knowledge of his whereabouts," Winston began, but the adjudicator interrupted, "You misunderstand. I am not here to seek Mr. Wick. I have come because Mr. Wick has broken the rules within this hotel, spilling blood on the floor of the Continental." "Is that not so?" Winston replied gravely, "Correct." Winston continued, "In fact, the body is cooling within these walls." The adjudicator fixed her icy gaze on Winston and said, "I wish to see him." Winston nodded, leading her to the location where the body of Santino D'Antonio lay. They walked to the incinerator, where Santino D'Antonio's body was laid out upon a gurney. The adjudicator gazed at the corpse and addressed Winston. "Santino D'Antonio, a newly appointed member of the High Table, was killed by Mr. Wick while seeking refuge at the Continental." She then leaned down to inspect the fatal wound on Santino's forehead, stating, "It appears to be a .45 caliber Colt automatic pistol." Having determined the weapon of death, the adjudicator rose to meet Winston's gaze. In response to her look, Winston explained, "I cannot control Mr. Wick's actions." The adjudicator countered, "Yet he survives because of you, does he not?" Winston admitted calmly, "Yes." Seeing Winston's acknowledgement, the adjudicator continued, "You have known Mr. Wick for many years. It would not be inaccurate to call you friends, would it? You did not stop him from killing. You stood idly by while he murdered Santino D'Antonio right before your eyes." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Winston quickly interjected, "I have disavowed him from the Continental." The adjudicator pressed on, "Yet you still granted him an hour's head start." Winston's voice faltered, losing its initial confidence. "But he insisted. He broke the rules within my hotel." The adjudicator's demeanor turned stern. "That is precisely the issue. Your hotel. Where is your loyalty?" Winston gazed into the adjudicator's piercing eyes and explained, "I have served for over 40 years. The adjudicator regarded Winston with a serious expression and stated, "Under the High Table, service is to the High Table. Everything exists under the High Table. That I recognize your loyalty, but this cannot be overlooked. Let me be clear. I am here to judge you. You have 1 week to address this matter." Winston, taken aback by the adjudicator's proclamation, exclaimed, "What do you mean?" The adjudicator continued, "At that time, your successor will be nominated. The rules are the only thing that separate us from," Winston began, "from animals." The adjudicator interjected, nodding in agreement. "You have 7 days." With that, the adjudicator turned to leave but paused to address Winston. "If you require any assistance during this transition, you may find me in room 217. Winston watched the adjudicator depart, remarking, "Please enjoy your stay at the Continental Hotel." The adjudicator cast a lingering glance at Winston before exiting without further words. In that moment, Winston realized the magnitude of his predicament. For aiding John Wick, the High Table sought to strip him of his management of the Continental, leaving him with only a successor, while he himself might pay with his life. He could not afford to remain passive. In the conference room, Smith Dole contemplated how to dismantle the High Table entirely, considering a comprehensive purge of the families associated with the 12 elders. Even the Assassin Alliance cannot muster such a multitude of personnel. After all, the 12 families represent the 12 most influential factions globally, and engaging them all at once would only invite fierce resistance. It is better to sever a single finger than to injure all 10. The Assassin Alliance's ability to simultaneously attack 3 factions would inevitably lead to a vigorous counteroffensive from the adversary. Smith gazed at the list of the 12 families and began to identify the 3 he would primarily target, just as Smith Dole was deliberating on which 3 to eliminate first. The door to the conference room swung open. Setting aside the documents in his hand, Smith Dole addressed the approaching John Wick. "Take a seat here." John Wick sat down opposite Smith Dole. Quietly observing him, Smith Dole inquired, "Have your injuries fully healed?" John Wick touched the area around his shoulder and neck, then replied, "They have completely mended, leaving not a single scar. The recovery room here is truly remarkable." Smith Dole nodded, confident in the efficacy of the recovery room, and continued, to dismantle the high table, we must thoroughly eradicate the influence wielded by the 12 seats. Merely eliminating the elders of the 12 seats will yield no results, as they will simply select new elders from their bloodlines. Even if we were to eliminate the main lineage, new heirs would arise from the collateral branches. Therefore, we must completely strangle the organization behind them. Upon hearing Smith Dole's words, John Wick solemnly nodded, realizing the gravity of the situation exceeded his expectations. What do you need me to do? Smith Dole replied. We have already located 11 of the 12 factions of the High Table. But one remains elusive. We have only discerned that the headquarters of this elder is situated within the deserts of Casablanca. However, the exact location within the desert remains unclear, and I need you to find them. After contemplating for a moment, John Wick responded, I am aware of an elder in that vicinity, but I am uncertain of how to locate them. However, if I venture alone, the chances of encountering them are quite high. Yet, if I bring others, they will not meet with me. Smith Dole was not surprised and continued, We will accompany you to Casablanca, but the task of locating the elder must be undertaken by you alone. Your responsibility is to find him and ensure your own safety. John Wick curiously inquired, It is a desert. How will you find me? Smith smiled and replied, You need only carry the Dragon Ball. It will guide us to your location. Upon hearing that the Dragon Ball possessed a locating function, John Wick nodded thoughtfully at that moment. Smith Dole produced a photograph and placed it before John Wick. This is a high-ranking official at the Casablanca Continental Hotel, and she is your acquaintance. She currently possesses a Dragon Ball and is one of your objectives for this mission. John Wick was taken aback upon seeing Sophia's photograph, surprised to learn that she possessed a Dragon Ball. However, remembering that he held her blood oath contract, the task seemed considerably simplified. John Wick accepted the photograph, nodding, I will retrieve the Dragon Ball from her. After a moment of reflection, he added, I have some other connections. If we aim to topple the High Table, they might be willing to lend their support. Smith Dole, unfazed by John Wick's words, replied, It is heartening to see your resolve. But we do not have the luxury of time to contact them. Once we have pinpointed the elder hidden in Casablanca, we must launch our assault. After this matter is settled, you may reach out to those you trust to either retaliate or extricate themselves. John Wick nodded. I understand. Smith Dole, contemplating for a moment, continued, Once you secure the Dragon Ball, head directly to the desert in Casablanca. Look up. The Canis Minor constellation will guide you as it trails Orion in the night sky. Follow the brightest star. Continue until you are on the brink of death, and then push onward. When your last breath is drawn, he may come for you, or he may not. All hinges on your fortune. Shortly, I will have Wesley send someone through our channels to escort you to Casablanca. Meanwhile, on the other side, the King of Bowery Street was at his gang headquarters when Ella approached, stating, A judge wishes to see you. The King of Bowery Street looked at his subordinates, exhaling deeply, internally reflecting, I never anticipated that the High Table would dispatch a judge. I provided John Wick with a firearm. I hope that will not come back to haunt me. He glanced at the numerous underlings present, uncertain who had reported this matter to the High Table. That moment, the King of Bowery Street took an umbrella and ascended to his rooftop, where he kept pigeons, awaiting the judge's arrival. Soon, Ella arrived with the judge in tow. The King of Bowery Street greeted the approaching judge with a smile, saying, Welcome to my operational control center, my strategic brain, and the superhighway of information. Here, I hold sway over the streets and the pathways of the world. The judge surveyed the surroundings, astonished, and remarked, Pigeons? The King of Bowery Street glanced at the pigeons, responding, Indeed, you see winged rats, while I see the internet. He spoke with confidence. Without an IP address, without digital footprints, they are untraceable, unhackable, and unfindable. The judge scoffed. Will they make you ill? The King of Bowery Street's previously confident demeanor vanished as he regarded the judge and replied, I would not recommend you consume them. After sizing up the judge, he inquired, What do you truly want? The judge arrogantly lifted his chin and stated, I wish to see the place where that event did not occur. The King of Bowery Street fixated on the judge, asking, Which event did not occur? The judge enunciated clearly, The place where you did not kill John Wick. The King of Bowery Street lowered his brow and replied solemnly, I have always held the impression that contracts and execution are optional. I have no issues with John Wick's actions. Upon hearing the King of Bowery Street's explanation, the judge handed the umbrella to Ella and stated, However, You provided John Wick with a 7-round 1911. Fully aware that he intended to use it against the high table, correct? After speaking, the judge retrieved a handgun from his briefcase and aimed it at the king of Bowery Street, continuing, to be precise. This Kimber 1911. After displaying John Wick's weapon of choice, the judge returned the handgun to his briefcase and stepped closer to the king of Bowery Street, stating, "You gave John Wick 7 rounds. The high table has granted you 7 days." Upon hearing the judge's words, the king of Bowery Street queried, "Clarify. What do you mean by 7 days?" The judge, expressionless, replied, "To arrange your affairs and to find a new home for your birds. After 7 days, you shall abdicate." The judge's pronouncement. The king of Bowery Street could not contain himself and erupted into laughter. Ha, ha, ha. His laughter grew louder until he flung the umbrella to the ground, exclaiming, "My dear, do you know what Bowery Street is? Judge, do you comprehend what will transpire at merely a flick of my wrist?" The king of Bowery Street gestured dramatically, continuing, "No one can usurp my throne. Because I am the throne, darling. I am Bowery Street." The king of Bowery Street glared at the judge and declared, "I am everything you would prefer not to encounter while walking the streets at night. Bowery Street is mine, solely mine." The arbiter, with an unyielding expression, spoke coldly. "Do not mistakenly believe that you exist beyond the rules. No one can. You have 7 days." After delivering this final proclamation, the arbiter turned and departed from the rooftop, on her way to the next destination. Meanwhile, Winston understood that he could not remain passive. If he wished to retain his position as the manager of the Continental Hotel, his options were limited. Unless he secured the support of the elders of the high table, he had no connections to facilitate that. Despite being the manager of the New York Continental, he remained out of reach of the elders. Thus, his only recourse was to seek out the Assassin's Guild, much like John Wick. However, the Continental Hotel was different from John Wick. The guild would not entertain a mere assassin platform such as himself. Even if they did accept him, the New York Continental would become an isolated entity, devoid of its established rules, rendering its existence unnecessary. He had but one choice: to divert the storm, pitting the arbiter of the high table against the Assassin's Guild. Only in doing so could he ensure that they would be too preoccupied to focus on him, granting him sufficient time to maneuver and alleviate the high table's penalties against him. With this plan in mind, Winston sprang into action, picking up his phone to call Smith Dole. As soon as the call connected, he spoke. "Mr. Smith, this is Winston." Upon seeing Winston's name on the caller ID, Smith Dole expressed mild surprise and inquired, "What is it, Winston?" Winston replied, "The arbiter of the high table has arrived in New York. They will soon learn that you have sheltered John Wick. That I believe they will be knocking on your door shortly. You need to prepare yourself." After delivering his message, Winston hung up and proceeded towards room 217, where the arbiter resided. Watching the call end, Smith Dole scoffed, well aware of Winston's intentions for the arbiter's arrival in New York. He remained unconcerned. Even if she had the audacity, she would not dare instigate a war between the Assassin's Guild and the high table. Yet, he could not be entirely unprepared that he needed to lead a team to Monaco to deal with a certain elder of the high table. While Cross and the gunsmith were tasked with addressing the elder Grimont in Paris, who was the CEO of the high table organization for Camorra, the mechanic and the butcher would lead that effort, while Mr. X would remain at headquarters in case of an ambush on the other side. After hanging up, Winston arrived at room 217 of the Continental Hotel. The arbiter regarded him and inquired, "Have you encountered any difficulties?" Winston shook his head. "Not difficulties, but I have learned where John Wick has ultimately sought refuge." Upon hearing this, the arbiter's interest peaked. Her mission was to punish all those who had aided John Wick. "Who is it?" she demanded, her tone laced with authority. With a measured breath, Winston revealed a name: Smith Dole. The arbiter's brow furrowed slightly. This was not a name she recognized as part of any known factions. "Which faction does he belong to?" she asked. Winston deliberated before responding. "He does not belong to the high table, nor is he a registered member of the Continental. However, in New York, he is known as the Hunter, a name that instills fear in the hearts of African assassins. According to the intelligence I have gathered, he may be affiliated with the Assassin's Guild." Initially dismissive, the arbiter's demeanor shifted upon hearing the mention of the guild, and she scrutinized Winston intently. "I asked there anything else?" Seeing that the arbiter had not pressed for further details, Winston felt his objective was accomplished and replied, "No with that. He turned to leave that as he departed. The Arbiter's mind raced with thoughts of the Assassin's Guild. Though she was relatively young and had not experienced combat with this faction, she possessed a fair understanding of this independent entity beyond the High Table's reach. Taking out her phone, the Arbiter dialed the High Table's intelligence division. Identity verification 3C434A21. Verification successful. Retrieve all records on Smith Dole. The intelligence department sprang into action. As they entered Smith Dole's name into their system, staff members upstairs promptly produced a physical file and brought it to the service desk. The operator began scanning the documents and sent them directly to the Arbiter's notebook. Upon receiving the email, the Arbiter opened it and meticulously reviewed the transmitted files. The information was exceedingly detailed, chronicling Smith Dole's initial entry into the New York Continental and meticulously noting his lack of registration as an assassin, alongside an analysis of his identity and the intelligence reported by Winston. The intelligence was divided into two sections, one compiled by the Continental's intelligence personnel and the other uploaded by Winston as the hotel manager. Within Winston's report, it was explicitly stated that Smith Dole was a member of the Assassin's Guild. After digesting all the information, the Arbiter realized that matters concerning the Assassin's Guild were beyond her purview. She immediately reported the involvement of John Wick to the Guild to her headquarters. Following her report, the Arbiter swiftly received a response from headquarters. The High Table would dispatch a messenger to the Assassin's Guild, while the Arbiter was to address the rogue factions under the High Table's jurisdiction. Unbeknownst to Winston, the Arbiter had no intention of recklessly confronting the Assassin's Guild. Instead, she had escalated the matter to headquarters. Meanwhile, rain had poured over New York for an entire day. After receiving the information, the Arbiter set out once more. That night, she stepped out of a taxi at the Hay family sushi restaurant. The owner and head chef, Zero, welcomed her with, "Welcome. How may I assist you?" The Arbiter took a seat, producing a gold coin that symbolized her authority, and placed it before the owner. Upon seeing the coin, Zero's expression turned serious, and he addressed the woman before him. "I did not expect the High Table to arrive so promptly." The Arbiter fixed her gaze on Zero and stated, "There is a task at hand involving an individual who has violated the rules and now stands in opposition to the High Table." Zero paused his actions. Looking up, "You mean John Wick? I have no idle students," he added. The Arbiter continued, "John Wick and all who have aided him. You are aware of his exploits in the past week alone. He has single-handedly slain hundreds, all for the sake of," Zero interjected, "a dog, a card." "I am well informed and quite intrigued." At that moment, Zero picked up a piece of fugu and remarked, "Fugu, lethally poisonous." He then placed the fugu in front of the Arbiter, stating, "Without dipping it in soy sauce." Unfazed, the Arbiter took the fugu and placed it in her mouth. Witnessing her consume the fugu, Zero solemnly declared, "I have always served the High Table, and I shall continue to do so." With that, he and his two apprentices bowed respectfully to the Arbiter. Receiving affirmation from Zero, the Arbiter pocketed the coin and departed the Hay family sushi restaurant with him and his apprentices. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Assassin's Guild, a black Mercedes-Benz pulled up at the entrance of the textile factory. A burly man in a suit emerged from the vehicle, holding a large black umbrella as he approached the factory's door and rang the bell. As the window on the door opened, the man handed over a letter marked with a special insignia. Connolly took the letter, initially indifferent, but his demeanor shifted to seriousness upon seeing the emblem. He promptly closed the window and hurried inside the factory. "Mr. X, the High Table's messenger has arrived." Mr. X was somewhat taken aback as he accepted the letter, confirming the messenger's identity while pondering, "Has the High Table discovered something?" Though he had his suspicions, he instructed, "Connolly, bring him to the conference room to meet me." As the gates of the textile factory swung open, Connolly arrived at the headquarters of the Assassin's Guild, accompanied by a messenger. The messenger followed closely behind, his gaze unwavering and his step steady, and soon they reached the entrance of the conference room. Pushing open the door, the messenger stepped inside, bowing slightly as he addressed the man before him, "Esteemed Mr. X." X glanced at the letter in his hand, which pertained to John Wick. The CEO of the High Table, Greymont, requested that the Assassin's Guild revoke its protection of John Wick, citing various infractions of the rules. However, this was not merely idle talk. The High Table was willing to offer a reward of $30 million in exchange. Mr. X, unconcerned, tossed the letter onto the table and replied, "John Wick is now a member of the Assassin's Guild. We have chosen to protect him Be sure to inform your Marquis to place the bounty on my head." Upon hearing Mr. X's words, the messenger spoke in a low voice. "Are you certain about this? Are we really risking our peace for a rule-breaking assassin?" Mr. X regarded the messenger calmly and said, "Return to your Marquis and inform him that if any assassins come to cause trouble, we shall consider it a provocation against the Assassin's Guild. If he wishes to hide in his bunker forever, then let the bounty remain." After a brief moment of silence, the messenger turned to leave. Realizing this was beyond his authority and would require escalation, Mr. X watched him depart, disdainfully glancing at the signature on the letter, Greymont's name. This man had little time left. Meanwhile, at the Moroccan Continental Hotel, Sophia toyed with a 2-star ball she had fortuitously stumbled upon. However, the organization known as Kimura was still placing bounties on such items, with a value soaring to $2 million each. She knew this object was called a Dragon Ball, but was unaware of its true purpose. Nevertheless, she was confident that she would soon uncover its secrets. After all, John Wick held a blood oath contract, and now that he was being hunted worldwide, he would undoubtedly seek her assistance upon arriving in Morocco, providing her with the opportunity to inquire further. Should it possess special properties, she could barter for some benefits. If its utility was limited, she could sell it to Kimura. $2 million was not an insignificant sum. Soon, Sophia received a text message indicating that her subordinates had spotted John Wick at the docks. At the Moroccan branch of the Assassin's Guild, within a villa, Wesley curiously asked, "God, when shall we make our move?" Smith Dole ignored the somewhat excited Wesley and turned to Fox, inquiring, "How are the personnel on this end?" Fox replied, "The Moroccan branch has 18 assassins, and we have dispatched 12 more from other locations, expected to arrive by tomorrow." Hearing there would be 30 assassins, along with himself, Wesley, and Fox, totaling 33, Smith Dole felt assured they could eliminate the entire contingent of the High Table. He then recalled something and asked, "How's the bulletproof vest we acquired from the Continental Hotel coming along?" Smith Dole had a particular fondness for the Continental's second model of bulletproof vest, which utilized the latest materials to create a suit-like appearance without appearing bulky, while also providing excellent ballistic protection. The vest dispersed the force of a bullet, preventing penetration, requiring only the wearer to withstand the impact. It has been successfully replicated, though the materials are quite expensive, necessitating some time for a full outfitting of our team. However, all members of this raid will be equipped with this vest, Fox concluded. Smith Dole nodded in satisfaction at this answer. Their incursion into the Continental Hotel served both to gather intelligence and to eliminate some African assassins, but he was also drawn to the hotel's bulletproof vests. As the members of the Assassin's Guild were not keen on the bulky, standard-issue vests available on the market, the second-generation vests from the Continental, however, were quite satisfactory, with the marksmanship of the Assassin's Guild paired with these vests. Their success was all but guaranteed. Even if they were to be shot, as long as it was not a headshot, the damage would be minimal. As for when to act, there was no rush. This elder was concealed in the desert and rarely interacted with others. Charging into such an open area with their numbers would be unwise. Their next step depended on John Wick, for only when he was brought before the elder could they ascertain the location of the enemy's headquarters. Once that was confirmed, they could initiate their attack. Wesley exclaimed, "God, is it really possible for John Wick to meet with the elder of the High Table?" Smith Dole chuckled and replied, "After all, John Wick is a legendary assassin. There will surely be elders willing to recruit him." Later that evening, John Wick arrived in Casablanca and was making his way toward the Moroccan Continental Hotel. Just beneath a tri-branch underpass, he found himself surrounded once again. The assailants were 3 assassins, each brandishing a dagger as they closed in on him. John Wick decided to strike first, swiftly attacking one of them. With a few deft sidesteps, he evaded the slashes of the daggers. Seizing the wrist of one assailant and delivering a punch to his face, followed by an elbow strike, the 2 remaining assassins rushed to assist their comrade, but were swiftly dispatched with a well-placed kick from John. He then executed a swift turn, throwing the captured assassin to the ground. Just as one of the fallen assassins rose and lunged at John Wick with a knife, John's reflexes kicked in, and he seized the assailant's wrist. The 2 locked in a struggle. "Enough!" a voice called out from outside the underpass. Interrupting the confrontation, a bald man stepped forward, lighting a cigarette as he approached the 2. Standing before the grappling pair, the bald man declared, "I'm afraid this friend cannot be harmed." The assassins turned to the bald man, explaining, "But he has been disavowed." The bald man shot them a sidelong glance and replied, "It is said that the manager has granted him clemency." Hearing the word clemency, John Wick looked at the bald man in surprise, wondering how he was unaware of this development. The bald man met John Wick's gaze and said, "Mr. Wick, may I request that you accompany me?" At his words, John released his grip, ending the standoff with the assassins, and returned the dagger he had seized. The bald man gestured for John Wick to follow, casting a glance at the three assassins before turning to lead John away. Witnessing John and the bald man depart, one of the assassins, begrudgingly unsatisfied, swiftly drew his dagger, preparing to strike at John Wick. Yet, before he could throw it, the bald man spun around and shot him dead. After eliminating the would-be assailant, the bald man holstered his firearm and addressed John. "Welcome to Casablanca, Mr. Wick." John expressed his gratitude for the timely intervention, saying, "Thank you." The bald man smiled and led John away, remarking, "Mr. John Wick, it has been quite some time since you last graced our city with your presence at this moment." John turned to him and began to speak. "I need to," but was interrupted by the bald man. "I know, Madame Arasva is waiting for you." Before long, they arrived at the hotel entrance, pushing open the doors to reveal a bustling small plaza, where guests were toasting with champagne as if hosting a grand celebration. "Mr. Wick, welcome to the Moroccan Continental Hotel. I hope it suits your tastes." The bald man guided John Wick through the throng, leading him deeper into the hotel. This way, Madame Arasva does not wait for anyone. Ultimately, the bald man brought John Wick to a room and stated, "Good luck, Mr. Wick." He then emphasized once more, "Good luck." The bald man smiled warmly at John Wick and wished him good luck twice before exiting the room. As the bald man departed, the hall was left desolate, and John Wick took a few steps further inside. On a round table, he spotted several photographs and casually picked up a small frame, revealing a picture of Sophia and her daughter together. As John Wick gazed at the photograph, two mastiffs emerged, glaring fiercely at him, baring their teeth as if poised to attack at any moment. Just then, from the innermost part of the room came the sound of a gun being cocked, followed by the appearance of a woman with a pistol, advancing towards John Wick while stating, "I hear you have a fondness for dogs, John." John Wick turned to the approaching figure, uncertain in the shadows, and murmured, "Sophia?" As he spoke, John Wick placed the frame back on the table, raising his hands to indicate he posed no threat. Unmoved by his gesture, Sophia fired directly at John's abdomen. Bang! The bullet struck his suit, the impact and pain causing him to fall to the ground. "Sophia," he exclaimed, "you cannot kill the bearer of your blood oath." With her gun still trained on him, Sophia stepped closer, asserting, "I haven't killed you. I merely shot you." Glancing down at John, she noted he was uninjured and remarked, "Nice suit." John Wick inhaled deeply, shaking his suit slightly, causing the flattened bullet to fall away. This suit was the latest custom-made bulletproof attire he had acquired from the Continental Hotel. It was its presence that spared him injury, though the close-range shooting was still quite painful. Looking at Sophia, John Wick said, "It's a pleasure to see you." Sophia, gritting her teeth, retorted, "I should just blow your brains out right now." Sophia understood that John Wick's arrival signified trouble. John Wick, still on the ground, acknowledged, "I know." He gradually sat up, remaining on the floor, and slowly reached into the inner pocket of his suit. Sophia, observing his movements, cautioned, "Don't do that." John Wick withdrew not a firearm, but the blood oath contract that Sophia had once entrusted to him. Staring at the contract in John Wick's hand, Sophia maintained her gun's aim, declaring, "You have been disavowed, John. That blood oath is now meaningless." Holding the blood oath emblem, John Wick slowly rose to his feet, displaying it before Sophia as he stated, "This is your blood, your contract. When you needed help, I assisted you. At that moment, John Wick echoed the words once spoken to him back to Sophia. Upon hearing this, Sophia sighed, lowered her gun, and glanced at him helplessly, saying, "Sit." In an instant, the two mastiffs obediently sat down. John Wick glanced at the dogs, his hand still raised with the blood oath emblem. Sophia, exasperated, reiterated, "I meant for you to sit down, John." She then turned and settled onto a nearby sofa. John Wick took a seat on the sofa. Sophia remarked, "You realize I am now part of the hotel's management, right? I no longer provide services, John. Therefore, I will not step outside to shoot anyone." John Wick waved dismissively, "I'm not asking you to kill anyone. I only need one thing." Sophia inquired, "What is it?" It seemed she had an inkling of what he wanted but refrained from voicing it. John Wick fixed his serious gaze on Sophia and stated, "The Dragon Ball, the one you possess." Sophia did not respond, but instead shifted the topic, saying, "Listen, I made an agreement when I accepted the operation of this hotel. The agreement requires me to abide by the rules of the High Table. Merely allowing you to enter could lead to my demise." With a serious expression, Sophia continued, "If I make one mistake, create one enemy, it could bring trouble to my daughter that I know what you did to save her. But that is a risk I cannot bear. I'm sorry." John Wick lowered his head, speaking solemnly. "Do you want to know where she is?" Sophia looked intently at John, replying earnestly, "No, I've never wanted to know, because I don't trust myself to resist the urge to find her that a part of me longs to see her. And every day I must suppress that part to keep her safe at that moment." Sophia's voice carried a tinge of sorrow as she continued, "Sometimes you must stifle those you love. That is why I gave you that blood oath. It's also why I'm sitting here now, in this chaotic situation." John Wick glanced at the blood oath emblem in his hand, saying, "You reap what you sow." Sophia nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you reap what you sow." Looking at Sophia, John Wick pressed, "I only need you to hand over the Dragon Ball in your possession that I know you have one. If you give it to me, we'll be even. Other matters will not involve you." Subsequently, John Wick placed the blood oath emblem on the table, sliding it towards Sophia. Sophia regarded the blood oath contract that John Wick had pushed toward her and returned it to him, stating, "No, it's not even. Clearly, I do not wish to settle the score. I want to sever ties with you entirely." John Wick remained silent for 2 seconds, understanding Sophia's stance. His circle of friends was limited, and those with whom he shared his life were even fewer. Now he found himself losing another. On the table where they spoke lay a square box that appeared quite elegant. Sophia brought the box closer, opening it to reveal the yellow cloth within, which housed the 2-star ball. Sophia glanced at the Dragon Ball inside and turned the box towards John Wick, asking, "Is this what you desire?" John Wick examined the contents of the box, responding, "The 2-star ball. I didn't expect you to have this one," Sophia remarked. "I never anticipated that this was called the 2-star ball. It seems related to the stars inside." Noting John Wick's willingness to exchange a blood oath for it, she mused that it must hold significant secrets. Seeing John Wick remain silent, Sophia pushed the box closer to him. John Wick picked it up, carefully scrutinizing the Dragon Ball within his hand, confirming it was indeed what he sought. "That's right. This is what I've been searching for." Sophia looked at John Wick and then asked, "Now that I've given it to you, can you tell me the specific purpose of the 2-star ball?" "Just to satisfy my curiosity." John Wick took a deep breath, then replied, "Sophia, it's not that I don't wish to tell you. It's that this thing could bring you immense trouble. Perhaps even death." Observing John Wick's serious demeanor, Sophia understood he was not lying. But what sort of secret could lead to death? John Wick believed firmly that if Sophia were to learn the secret of the Dragon Ball, she would face scrutiny from the Assassin's League. Failure to meet their standards could result in mortal peril, and beyond that, both of them would encounter adversaries. "Sophia," John Wick called her name, prompting her to ask, "What is it?" He inquired gravely, "What is your wish?" Upon hearing John Wick pose this inquiry, although perplexed, he nevertheless spoke up, "I wish for my daughter to be safe. This has always been my fervent hope." John Wick was acutely aware of the High Table's methods for controlling these assassins, and it was Sophia's daughter whom he had assisted in rescuing and ensuring her departure. If Sophia were to meet her daughter, the High Table's operatives would undoubtedly take notice, posing the gravest danger solely from them. Contemplating the current actions of the Assassin's Alliance, John Wick remarked, "I believe it will not be long before your wish is realized." With that, he activated the blood oath medallion, pricked his finger, and pressed it against the other side of the medallion to leave his fingerprint. He then closed the medallion and presented it to Sophia before retrieving the Dragon Ball and placing it in his suit pocket as he turned to leave. Sophia stood frozen, not rising to bid farewell to John Wick. She was engrossed in analyzing his words, fully aware of what threatened her daughter's safety. As this realization dawned upon her, her expression grew exceedingly grave. Bewildered as to what audacity allowed John Wick to utter such words, especially considering the power of the high-tabled in New York, amidst a torrential downpour, the king of Bowery Street sat in his internet hub, allowing the rain to drench him while he tenderly caressed a pigeon in his embrace, surrounded by several of the judge's subordinates, who scrutinized him intently. Meanwhile, below, a massacre was unfolding. 0, accompanied by his disciples, relentlessly eliminated the king of Bowery Street's men, with none proving a match for them. No one could halt their merciless advance. Whether wielding cold weapons or firearms, the king's subordinates inflicted no harm upon Zero and his followers. The slaughter continued until every last one of the king's men was vanquished, marking the battle's conclusion. On the rooftop, the king of Bowery Street observed the judge approach, unfurling an umbrella that he rose to meet the judge, declaring, "Very well. You have made your stance clear. You have earned my loyalty." During these past 7 days, he had attempted to save himself, but received no assistance. No one dared offend the high table or breach the established rules. Lacking the means to ally with the elders, the king of Bowery Street resigned himself to defeat. In truth, he intended to fill your loyalty to the brim, overflowing from your very lips. The judge remained unfazed by the king's bravado. Responding coolly, "I offered you a chance." For the king's fealty, the judge dismissed it entirely, for the rules of the high table superseded all else. The king of Bowery Street retorted, "Very well, if that is how you see it. I believe it is time for me to inform you. Descend from your high table and go fuck yourself." The judge took no offense, expressionless, and said, "I shall accept that. You granted John Wick 7 bullets. Your debt shall be repaid with 7 knives." Upon hearing this punishment, the king of Bowery Street exhaled in relief. 7 knives sounded fearsome, yet it was not a certain death sentence. He then remarked, "Well, sometimes you must stab a bastard a few times." Afterward, the king glanced at the assassin Zero beside him, covering the pigeon's eyes with one hand and saying, "Don't look here, sweetheart." He then turned to the judge and declared, "The king is dead." Releasing the pigeon, he approached Zero and proclaimed, "Long live the king." Without hesitation, Zero unleashed a flurry of 7 swift strikes upon the king of Bowery Street. The sound of the 7 cuts sliced through the air, blood splattering as the king cried out in agony and fell to the ground. The judge cast a glance at the fallen king before departing with his subordinates. The judgment was complete. From this moment forth, he would no longer reign as the king of Bowery Street. After everyone had left, Ella arrived on the rooftop, observing the severely injured king of Bowery Street, whom she then lifted and carried away. 2 days prior, in Paris, the high table's Greymont summoned his subordinates to bring Kane forth. Upon Kane's arrival, Greymont emitted a whistle akin to beckoning a dog. "I have a task for you." Kane promptly declined, stating, "With all due respect, I have retired. I am done. I have washed my hands of this tea." That moment, a servant approached Kane with a tray, and Greymont took a bite of a dessert, then remarked, "I don't think so." Kane reiterated his refusal, asserting, "I am of no use to you, nor to the high table." Greymont chuckled, "That is not for you to decide." Kane smiled faintly, even tapping his nose with his hand, then replied, "I believe you should seek someone else." Greymont savored another bite of dessert while regarding Kane, stating, "You are too close to her." When his subordinates sought Kane, they found him near his daughter, listening to her play the violin. According to the agreement with the high table, Kane was forbidden from seeing his daughter. "Today, you are too close. You have put her in danger." Hearing this veiled threat, Kane chose not to respond further, but instead reached for the tray held by the servant, stating, "I am aware of your agreement." On the tray lay a business card, which Kane picked up. Tracing the braille that spelled John Wick, Greymont remarked, "An old colleague, is it not?" Kane inhaled deeply and replied, "Indeed. Also a friend." Greymont nodded. "Yes. The terms of the high table remain unchanged. We provide you with a name, and you are tasked with eliminating him. Otherwise, we shall kill your daughter." Kane, feeling somewhat resigned, ultimately knelt with his cane raised and declared, "I accept this task. I pledge my loyalty to you." Greymont clapped, exclaiming, "Splendid." He then approached Kane, saying, "However, this target is somewhat different. John Wick has violated the rules of the high table and allied himself with our enemy, the Assassin's Alliance, gaining their protection. Your adversaries this time are not solely John Wick, but also members of the Assassin's Guild. In fact, to locate him, you must infiltrate the guild's stronghold." Upon hearing these words, Kane's expression shifted, and he inquired, "Am I to undertake this alone?" Greymont shook his head, stating, "It is impossible for you to act solo, although I hold your capabilities in high regard. Kira will lead her team along with 3 special task forces to launch a feigned assault on the Assassin's Guild, while your responsibility will be to eliminate John Wick." Kane nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. At the border where Morocco meets the desert, Smith Dole calculated the time elapsed since John Wick's departure. 3 days had passed. According to the typical progression of events, the adversary should soon encounter the Elder at the high table. He sensed the dragon pearl on John Wick, an image flooded Smith Dole's mind. Revealing John Wick unconscious at that moment, an Arab appeared atop a dune, leading a camel, and descended towards the unconscious figure of John Wick, hoisting him onto the camel's back and setting off into the distance. Realizing that John Wick had been retrieved by the elder's subordinate, Smith Dole waved his hand and declared, "Let us depart. Preparations for action must commence that I shall guide you." Behind Smith Dole stood 32 fully armed individuals. Mounted on camels, wielding specialized weapons from the Assassin's Guild, impervious to the winds and sands. Wesley cracked his neck and remarked, "After such a prolonged wait, our moment to act has finally arrived. The malevolent high table shall be eradicated by our hands." Fox gazed across the vast desert. Compared to the tasks at hand here, she preferred the assassinations within the city. She glanced down at her latest bulletproof vest, hoping for minimal casualties. Meanwhile, Kane accompanied Kira and others to New York. Upon meeting the Arbiter, Kira inquired, "How fare your operations?" The Arbiter glanced towards the New York Continental Hotel and responded, "The Belarusian mob and the rulers of Bowery Street have been dealt with. Only Winston of the Continental Hotel remains. When do you plan to act?" Kira replied, "Our original plan was to assault the Assassin's Guild's New York base tonight. However, according to recent intelligence, 3 days ago, John Wick was spotted in Casablanca, suspected to have entered the Moroccan Continental Hotel. The hotel manager, Brenda, reported that John Wick exchanged a blood oath for the dragon pearl held by the manager. Sophia T has since vanished." The Arbiter remarked softly, "A blood oath. Sophia's actions are not entirely against the rules." Kira nodded and continued, "If no new information arises, we shall probe the Assassin's Guild. It is highly likely that they have returned." In the desert, Smith Dole, while observing John Wick's condition through the dragon pearl, led his group closer. Fortunately, they rode camels. Had they been in an SUV, they would have likely been ensnared in the sands. Smith Dole maintained a cautious distance, not daring to approach too closely until John Wick encountered the Elder. The desert stretched endlessly, and being too near would risk revealing their presence. Naturally, they could not remain too distant either, as he needed to afford John Wick ample time for rescue. He did not wish for delays to result in John Wick losing a finger, for he was currently under Smith Dole's command. Time slipped away, and John Wick was finally brought before the Elder. The attendant, showing no courtesy, yanked him off the camel and flung him onto the carpet as sunlight kissed his cheek. John Wick gradually regained consciousness. "Drink," a voice whispered in his ear, prompting John Wick to instinctively reach for his pocket. Where the dragon pearl resided, "Do not worry. Your belongings remain intact. Drink." Upon hearing this, John Wick slowly regained his composure and turned towards the source of the voice. Before him sat a man with dark skin, dressed in luxurious Arabian attire. John Wick slowly propped himself up, grasping the cup of water, ready to drink, when the man spoke again. "Child, why have you lost your way?" John faced the man, responding, "I have not lost my way. I seek you. Did you believe I was referring to your location?" John did not answer immediately, but instead took a sip of the water. He was parched. I have never encountered anyone so desperately striving to escape the world of slaughter, only to willingly return to the beginning. The Elder approached John, crouching before him, and asked, "Tell me, Jonathan, why do you wish to live?" Upon hearing the question, John Wick replied, "For my wife, Helen." "For her, for us." After responding, John bowed his head, contemplating when Smith Dole's support would arrive and when he could initiate a counterattack. The Elder, intrigued by John Wick's response, asked, "So, you wish to live for the memories of love?" John Wick lifted his gaze, speaking in a low voice, "Not merely for memories." The Elder studied the man before him, not pressing further on his words. Instead inquiring, "I have heard that you have gained the protection of the Assassin's Guild." John Wick felt a mixture of surprise and inevitability at the Elder's knowledge of this. He chose not to lie. "Yes, I have received their protection." The Elder assessed John Wick and remarked, "You are the first and only individual to enter the Assassin's Guild under the guise of a registered killer from the Continental Hotel. I am curious how they would choose to shelter and accept you." John Wick thought of the dragon pearl gifted to him by his wife, and said, "It is this fortune bestowed upon me by Helen. Perhaps her blessing." The Elder chuckled, not taking John Wick's words at face value, and posed the question, "Having gained the Guild's protection, what brings you to see me?" John Wick understood he must further delay, stating, "I seek to nullify the bounty placed upon my head." The Elder was not surprised by this request. He had already analyzed John Wick's intentions upon learning of his approach. That it seems you are not content merely to remain at the guild's headquarters. I can offer you the chance for freedom, to roam without fear of assassination. However, you must complete 5 tasks for me and disclose a secret. If you agree to these terms, I can rescind your excommunication, and the bounty will be lifted. The 5 tasks will require your utmost effort throughout your remaining days. The elder primarily desired John Wick's allegiance, yet he recognized that after receiving the guild's protection, John would be unlikely to consent to such an arrangement, leading him to propose this compromise, which also benefited him. John Wick, upon hearing the elder's terms, maintained an outwardly composed demeanor while internally dismissing the proposal. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Assassin's Guild was poised to engage in battle with the High Table imminently, and this elder was destined to be among the first to perish. Accepting the conditions posed was inconsequential. For now, he simply needed to buy time. Unbeknownst to the elder, who was oblivious to the guild's plans and John Wick's thoughts, he returned to his seat and stated, "Of course, the choice is yours. Will you choose to step outside the fortress to commemorate your wife, or remain confined within for all eternity?" Hearing the elder's choice, John Wick stood, casting a glance around in search of Smith Dole and his companions. Finding no sign of them, he could only continue to delay, asking, "What secret do you wish to know?" The elder merely assumed that John Wick had acquiesced, and with a light clap of his hands, a subordinate approached, cradling a box. Upon reaching John Wick, the box was opened to reveal its contents. John Wick was momentarily taken aback, astonished to discover that the elder possessed a Dragon Ball, and judging by the stars within, it appeared to be a 3-star ball. That a surge of joy coursed through John Wick. With this, he would soon have 4 Dragon Balls in his possession, bringing him closer to the 7 needed to fulfill his wish. The elder spoke. "Tell me, what is this treasure, and what secrets does it conceal?" John Wick paused for 2 seconds before responding. "Must you know what it is? Perhaps we should first discuss the nature of your 5 tasks." Noticing John Wick's reluctance to divulge information, the elder's curiosity intensified. The more elusive the secret, the greater its worth. There was no rush regarding the tasks. They required your entire lifetime to accomplish, for now. The only pressing matter was to reveal the secret to me. Taking a deep breath, John Wick slowly replied, "If you must know, I hope you won't regret it later. This is a 3-star Dragon Ball, of which there are 7 in total, collectively known as the 7 Dragon Balls. Based on the number of stars, they are categorized as 1-star, 2-star, and 7-star balls. When all 7 are gathered, one can summon the Eternal Dragon." Upon hearing this, the elder inquired with curiosity, "The Eternal Dragon?" John Wick nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, based on the information I have gathered, it is the Eternal Dragon." The elder, puzzled, asked, "What can the Eternal Dragon bring? What purpose does it serve?" After a brief silence, John Wick responded, "The Eternal Dragon will grant the summoner one wish." The elder stood there, momentarily stunned, and uncertainly asked again, "You mean to say it can grant wishes, just like Aladdin's lamp?" John Wick nodded. "Precisely." Excited by this revelation, the elder leaped to his feet, eager to inquire about the 2 Dragon Balls that John Wick possessed. However, before he could utter a word, a flurry of bullets pierced the air, striking down the surrounding guards one by one. They fell lifeless to the ground, their bodies crumpling under the onslaught. Relieved by the turn of events, John Wick swiftly drew his weapon, taking the elder hostage. As the sounds of gunfire and falling bodies echoed around them, more guards emerged from the tents, only to be met with a relentless barrage of bullets. The members of the Assassin's Guild, led by Smith, were all marksmen of masterful caliber, with Wesley and Fox among the most skilled. As they exited the tents, they were immediately gunned down, their firepower overwhelming. Smith Dole, witnessing the overwhelming dominance of his team, leaped from his camel and sprinted towards the elder's tent, quickly distancing himself from the larger group. The elder, wide-eyed at the unfolding scene, exclaimed, "Do you know what you are doing, John Wick?" with his pistol pressed to the elder's temple. John Wick replied, "I told you, my purpose is to find you." The elder seemed to grasp the situation and fell silent. Smith Dole entered the pavilion after dispatching a would-be assailant targeting John Wick. Surveying the scene, the elder's subordinates, all Arabs, lacked even basic protective gear like bulletproof vests. Perhaps years of complacency in this region had led the elder to lower expectations for his men, making it easier for Smith Dole's team to wreak havoc. Due to their exceptional marksmanship, there was no need for close-quarters combat. They executed their attacks from a distance. As a result, The marksmen at the high table struggled to inflict significant damage, their bullets often failing to penetrate even the flimsiest of defenses, with only a few camels falling victim to the gunfire. In a moment of calculated precision, Wesley activated bullet time, ensuring that none of his comrades fell, while his twin guns unleashed bullets that curved to claim the lives of their enemies. At this point, the Elder's forces could no longer mount an effective resistance. Casualties mounted. Smith Dole observed John Wick holding the Elder at gunpoint and remarked with a smirk, "John, I told you all we needed was to find the Elder, and we would arrive in time." John Wick, slightly tense, replied, "I delayed with the information about the Dragon Balls, believing the Elder would be willing to listen if we took a bit more time." At that moment, John Wick felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain whether his actions would bring him trouble or affect his evaluation outcome. Smith Dole was unconcerned about the Elder learning of the Dragon Balls. After all, the man before them was on the verge of death. Smith Dole approached the Elder, stating, "I presume you are one of the Elders of the High Table." As he spoke, the gunfire outside dwindled to sporadic shots, eventually fading into silence. The Elder, witnessing the extent of his subordinate's demise, displayed no fear but instead turned his gaze to Smith Dole, saying, "It seems the Assassin's Guild intends to tear apart the peace agreement with the High Table." Smith Dole replied nonchalantly, "Agreement? It appears you have truly forgotten the mission and principles of the Assassin's Guild." With that, the Elder fell silent. Smith Dole surveyed the area, noting that Wesley and Fox, along with members of the Assassin's Guild, had gathered. "Kindly lead us to your true base," he requested. Clearly, this location could not possibly be the Elder's headquarters. With minimal defenses and a few tents, it was merely a place for the Elder to meet others, a makeshift outpost at best. The Elder realized he needed to disseminate news of the impending conflict to the High Table. Dying here would yield different consequences than meeting his fate at his base. There might still be a glimmer of hope for survival within the confines of his headquarters. "Since you were so eager to visit my headquarters, I see no harm in taking you there." Smith Dole was taken aback by the Elder's swift compliance but felt reassured, as long as they were taken to the base. That was all that mattered. "Then let us proceed." The Elder slowly rose and exited the pavilion, surveying the remains of his fallen subordinates while mentally tallying Smith's forces, 34 individuals, still presenting a chance for victory. As for the topic of the Dragon Balls, the Elder chose not to mention it, viewing it merely as a fabrication spun by the Assassin's Guild and John Wick. "The journey will be a bit lengthy, so follow me," the Elder instructed. John Wick picked up the 3-star ball from the ground, placing it in his pocket without a word, and followed closely behind the Elder. The Elder mounted a camel, leading Smith and the others toward his true base. At that moment, Fox rode alongside Smith on a camel. Although their team had escaped injury during the skirmish, several camels had perished. Fox leaned into Smith and whispered, "When shall we signal the others to strike?" Smith Dole glanced at his combat power detector, noting the absence of new threats, indicating they were still some distance from the headquarters, but he quietly replied, "Once we locate their base, use the satellite phone to inform them to launch the attack simultaneously. Coordinating our strike will leave no time for the enemy to prepare, ensuring that when these 3 Elders alert the other High Table members, they will be unable to mount a rescue." Meanwhile, at the New York Continental Hotel, Winston observed the arrival of the adjudicator, knowing that his scheme to divert attention had not succeeded, though somewhat disheartened. He steeled himself for the impending conflict. The adjudicator approached Winston, coldly inquiring, "Have you decided on your successor?" Winston gazed solemnly at the adjudicator before him and declared, "I disagree." Over the past week, Winston had not been idle. He had summoned numerous assassins from within the confines of New York, individuals who had either received his benevolence or were bound to him by blood oaths. Only such individuals would dare to stand alongside Winston in defiance of the High Table. Upon hearing Winston's refusal to step down, the adjudicator remarked, "This is your own decision." That he then turned, retrieving his phone to dial the management department. "I wish to amend a commission." Adjudicator 3C 434 A21, Continental Hotel. Cease operations. After receiving confirmation of the hotel's closure from the other end of the line, the adjudicator hung up and approached Winston, stating, "Winston, this establishment has now ceased operations. You may now conduct your business within the Continental Hotel. Since you refuse to step down, you shall lose your life. The High Table's emissaries will arrive shortly to expunge your existence from this building. Good night, Winston." With that, the adjudicator turned away, leaving Winston to contemplate his departure. Softly, Winston murmured, "The safe harbor is no longer secure." He then took out his phone and notified Charlemagne. The The confrontation with the High Table has commenced. After concluding the call, Winston proceeded to the armory and safe house within the Continental Hotel. Soon, an announcement echoed throughout the hotel. Ladies and gentlemen, please be advised that the Continental Hotel is closing and will be temporarily ceasing operations. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Please proceed to the nearest exit. Meanwhile, the adjudicator arrived at the hotel's lounge area, observing Zero and his apprentices seated on the sofa. He addressed them. Now, you may commence your work within the Continental Hotel. Before departing, the adjudicator reiterated to Assassin Zero, we will dispatch some of our finest operatives to provide additional support. Zero smiled, replying, excellent, very good. The adjudicator then returned to his quarters, awaiting the outcome of the judgment. In short order, 2 armored buses arrived at the hotel entrance, from which dozens of fully armed assassins, donning specialized ballistic helmets and the latest tactical body armor, emerged, forming a tactical formation as they proceeded into the Continental Hotel. That moment, the bloodshed within the hotel officially began. Meanwhile, at the Assassin Alliance headquarters, a textile mill, 3 armored buses approached the factory's exterior, only to be met with gunfire before they could fully close the distance. Tat. However, the hail of bullets inflicted no substantial harm. As the vehicles were armored and equipped with bulletproof glass, the 3 buses pressed forward through the barrage of fire, directly ramming the factory doors open. Boom! The armored buses came to a halt within the factory. And as the doors swung open, fully armed assassins poured out, returning fire toward the source of the gunfire. Kira and Kane, clad in bulletproof suits, charged down from the buses. On the rooftop of the castle, Mr. X employed specialized weaponry, activating bullet time to specifically target the neck and face of the High Table's emissaries, finding little in the way of protection. Although the High Table's personnel were fully equipped, they posed little challenge for Mr. X, who found his pace of slaughter somewhat hindered. As both sides exchanged fire, the High Table pushed the battle into the textile factory, compelling Mr. X to relocate his firing position. Elsewhere, Smith Dole and his companions rode camels alongside the Elder, finally arriving at the enemy's base headquarters. This location was situated deep within the desert, a rare rocky area where the enemy's headquarters lay not above ground, but underground. It was indeed a challenge to find a suitable site for constructing an underground base. Upon surveying the headquarters, Smith Dole activated his combat power detector, quickly revealing the combat power readings of those below ground. Noting that none exceeded 5 points, Smith understood why the Elder held John Wick in such high regard. He then turned to Fox and ordered, notify everyone to commence battle. Fox nodded and promptly contacted the Cross and the Gunsmith to inform them of the operation. Upon receiving the message, the Cross and the Gunsmith, accompanied by their assassins, launched an assault on Kamara and G. Ellermont. As Smith Dole entered the headquarters entrance with the Elder, he unleashed Poole to assist his subordinates, aiming to minimize casualties. Poole, having graduated with distinction from the Shapeshifting Academy, was significantly stronger than the average individual, albeit not as powerful as Smith Dole. Kill. With Smith Dole's command, the first to meet their demise was the Elder. He charged forth, leading his subordinates as they swept through, impervious to bullets, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. His Wolf Fong fist proved insurmountable for the High Table's minions, and with the aid of the combat power detector, none could evade his wrath. Wesley and Fox unleashed a relentless dual-wielding assault, while John Wick executed his strikes with ruthless precision, ensuring that any shot that did not result in a headshot was followed up on. Before long, news of the Elder's attack and the call for rescue spread from the base, prompting Glermont and Kamara to likewise request assistance. Smith Dole's group swiftly cleared the entire base, leaving no survivors. As all hidden foes were detected by the combat power detector, despite Smith Dole's formidable strength in leading the charge, some of his subordinates sustained injuries, and had he not reacted swiftly, a bomb could have inflicted serious harm. Ultimately, 8 members of his team, including John Wick, were injured, with 3 fatalities, all due to grenades. None fell to gunfire. Surveying the now desolate base, Smith Dole declared, the Elder's forces have been entirely eradicated. Retrieve our fallen brothers, and let us withdraw. This battle allowed John Wick to witness firsthand Smith Dole's power, rivaling that of Captain America, providing him with a more profound understanding of the Assassin Alliance's capabilities. Meanwhile, news of the Elder's assaults reached 3 separate locations, prompting the High Table to convene an Elder meeting. During the online conference, only 9 of the 12 Elders were present. The meeting room featured a massive electronic screen divided into 12 independent segments, each corresponding to a high table elder. As the video conference commenced, the figures of the elders appeared on the screen. Ultimately, only 9 screens illuminated, while the remaining 3 displayed the elders under attack, seeking assistance. Observing the presence of merely 9 elders, each face reflected a somber demeanor. At that moment, Elder Marktum spoke first. Esteemed colleagues, the long-dormant Assassin Alliance has once again turned its sights upon us, launching an assault against 3 of our own. The High Table stood on the precipice of life and death. Everyone understood the Assassin Alliance's modus operandi. Upon hearing Marktum's words, a Russian-looking elder interjected. If they seek war, then let us welcome it. We at the High Table fear no force. The elder representing the Mafia also voiced his agreement. Let us engage in battle, if we fail to respond. The Assassin Alliance will soon be upon our doorstep. With all the elders expressing their stance, Marktum continued, Colleagues, what you are about to witness is the battle footage relayed by the 3 attacked elders, which will confirm the veracity of my claims. In short order, the screens representing the 3 elders played the surveillance footage recorded during their assaults. The elders quickly discerned the presence of the Assassin Alliance, recognizing their distinctive shooting style and immediately identifying the attackers. Indeed, it was the Assassin Alliance. At that moment, an Asian elder's expression turned to one of astonishment as he remarked, The video from Casablanca. Can it be confirmed that it is not fabricated? Even Captain America could not withstand a micro-attack with mere flesh. In the scene, Smith Dole resolutely charged forward amidst the barrage of 3 submachine guns, eliminating the assailant on the spot. As the words of the Asian elder resonated, the crowd's attention turned to the video footage, and silence enveloped them as they beheld Smith Dole's display. It was then that the elder representing the Mafia spoke. No wonder the Assassins Guild dares to target us. They must have acquired a secret weapon. Meanwhile, Elder Marktum expressed his uncertainty. Could it be that they have replicated the super soldier serum? Upon hearing this, the assembly fell silent once more, prompting the Asian elder to declare, If they have indeed succeeded in replicating the super soldier serum, we might as well concede and disband. If all members of the Assassins Guild transform into super soldiers, who could possibly contend with them? Although the elder's words somewhat dampened morale, the others nodded in agreement. 1 Captain America alone had once stirred chaos within Hydra, leading to its demise. If every member of the Assassins Guild were to become a Captain America, the High Table would stand no chance of resistance. At this juncture, Elder Marktum interjected, Even if we wish to surrender, would the Assassins Guild grant us mercy? They are an organization that sees itself as the world's janitor. Marktum continued, Based on the footage from 3 locations, there is currently only one individual possessing the abilities of Captain America, John Wick. The assailants at the other 2 sites, while formidable, did not exceed our expectations, nor did they inflict particularly high casualties. Thus, I conclude that Smith Dole's circumstances are merely an anomaly. Hearing Marktum's words, an elder posed a question. What if he is merely a prototype? Marktum's expression darkened, and he retorted, Then we shall await our demise, and choose a suitably auspicious burial site. However, before that, we must at least take a couple of their teeth. At this moment, the Russian elder inquired, Marktum, what are your plans? Marktum replied, I wonder if you all noticed the footage from earlier. Smith Dole must evade the explosions of grenades, indicating that his physical strength has its limits. If we consolidate all our forces and strike first at Smith Dole, should we succeed in eliminating him without any new super soldiers emerging, the scales of victory will tip in our favor. The Russian elder responded, Marktum, I support your proposal. The Mafia elder echoed, Marktum, I stand by your suggestion. Soon, Marktum's proposal garnered unanimous support from all the elders present. To survive, they must inflict pain upon the Assassins Guild. As long as no new super soldiers appeared, hope would remain. Meanwhile, at the Continental Hotel in New York, Winston found himself unable to withstand the onslaught of the High Table's emissaries and Zero the Assassin, particularly without the assistance of John Wick. The emissaries, heavily armed, proved nearly impossible to defeat, and Winston's men suffered heavy casualties without inflicting significant damage. Especially without the sniper John Wick, Zero and his disciples were virtually unstoppable. At that moment, the emissaries breached Winston's safe house, and the adjudicator strode in, ready to deliver the final judgment upon Winston. Winston, no one can defy the will of the High Table. Opposing them is against the rules, and you lack the capacity to do so. Gazing at the haughty adjudicator, Winston sighed, realizing defeat was inevitable. Without John Wick as a spearhead, his men ultimately could not withstand the High Table's emissaries, nor could the Assassin's Guild divert the adjudicator's attention. With a bitter expression, Winston conceded, "I have lost. I accept my punishment." The adjudicator replied, "For your defiance against the High Table, I shall judge the separation of your soul and body." As the adjudicator's words fell, Zero stepped forward, swiftly beheading Winston and taking his head away. In stark contrast to the smooth proceedings on the side of the adjudicator, Kira's faction faced utter devastation. Upon entering the textile factory, Mr. X unleashed a torrent of bullets with dual pistols, akin to a rampage, slaughtering the High Table members with the aid of his subordinates, who left them in disarray. Kane, too, met an untimely demise, shot in the head by a bullet, a victim of the Assassin's Guild's curved bullets that misled his judgment regarding the angle of attack. What he thought was a safe position still led to his death. Meanwhile, the Cross and the Gunsmith also experienced a successful operation. Gralamont's decision to send his elite forces to assault the Assassin's Guild left his own headquarters vulnerable and easily overwhelmed. As for Kamara, he suffered significant losses due to John Wick's 2 massive assaults, while the other 2 locations achieved commendable results. The following day, at the Assassin's Guild's textile factory in New York. Within the conference room, Fox began his report. All injured personnel have been arranged for wax baths for recovery. However, due to the higher casualties in the other 2 teams, our recovery room lacks sufficient space. But we have temporarily supplemented it with bathtubs. Smith Dole nodded, directing his gaze towards the Cross and the Gunsmith. The Cross reported, "We successfully attacked Gralamont in Paris. The resistance was not particularly fierce, or rather, it was considerably weaker than we anticipated, as Kira's squad did not appear. However, due to time constraints, we managed only to clear all personnel within the building at that time, that we can only say that we eliminated the majority of the Gralamont family. While some who were not in Paris remain unaddressed." Upon hearing the Cross's report, Smith Dole replied, "Though we requested the elimination of the entire family line, it is unrealistic to expect comprehensive coverage in a single operation. They would not gather all family members in one place to facilitate our task. As for the other members of the Gralamont family, let the members at the Paris stronghold discover their targets and conduct the cleanup." The Cross nodded. "I have already instructed them before departing." Smith Dole then turned his attention to the Gunsmith, who reported, although there was some resistance from Kamara's side, John Wick's 2 large-scale massacres led to a weakened response. With the direct bloodline eliminated, there was some internal chaos, and we coincidentally attacked while they were discussing the succession of the leader's position. Essentially, all personnel from Kamara's lineage have been eradicated. Hearing that the Gunsmith's operation was also quite successful, Smith nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "It seems our operation has gone exceptionally well. I have also located the Elder hiding in the Casablanca desert through John Wick and eliminated all personnel at their headquarters. With a total of 12 Elders at the High Table, we have successfully diminished their strength by a quarter, a significant achievement. If we can eliminate 3 to 4 more Elders and their affiliated families, the High Table will inevitably crumble. Therefore, after a brief period of recuperation, we must press on with renewed vigor to thoroughly eradicate this malignant organization." Smith Dole's speech was met with applause from the assembly. As the applause subsided, Smith inquired, "Upon my return, I noticed the gates and castle were under repair. What transpired at headquarters?" Mr. X explained, "God, after all of you departed, a messenger from the High Table arrived here, seeking to negotiate regarding John Wick. However, after I refused their overtures, they left. Subsequently, last night, a group of High Table emissaries attacked headquarters. Although we managed to eliminate them, some casualties were incurred." Upon hearing that it was the messenger, Smith Dole furrowed his brow and asked, "Are there any photos of the assailants?" Mr. X produced several photographs taken after the assailants were dealt with. Observing faces resembling Donnie Yen and Kira, Smith Dole declared, "Cross, Gralamont has dispatched his elite forces here. These individuals are his subordinates." He tossed the photographs to the Cross, who glanced at them and remarked, "No wonder we haven't seen Kira's squad. I was concerned that with this team, Gralamont's bloodline could rise again." Smith Dole then addressed the assembly, stating, "In 3 days, once the injured have fully recovered, we shall act again. This meeting is adjourned." "Understood." "Indeed." As the meeting concluded, Smith Dole stepped out of the conference room and, upon noticing John Wick waiting outside, beckoned him to follow. John Wick rose and trailed behind Smith Dole into the office. Smith Dole retrieved a bottle of Chivas Regal 1983, pouring a glass for both himself and John Wick. He raised his glass and proclaimed, "Let us celebrate the success of our endeavor." John Wick lifted his glass, clinked it with Smith Dole's, and downed the contents in one swift motion before setting it down and directing his gaze at Smith Dole. Seated comfortably, Smith Dole inquired, "John Wick, how many Dragon Balls have you collected thus far?" John Wick opened his portable case and replied, "I have gathered 4. Only 3 more remain to complete the set of 7. Smith Dole nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the locations of the remaining Dragon Balls before stating, "I shall divulge the whereabouts of the other 3. You must expedite their collection to fulfill your wish at that time. I will ensure that you are accompanied by Poole, for his presence will provide you with a measure of security. This world is on the brink of upheaval." John Wick responded, "We are already at war with the High Table. Is it truly prudent for me to seek out the Dragon Balls at such a time?" Upon hearing Wick's stance, Smith chuckled lightly and replied, "Precisely because we are at war with the High Table. It is imperative that you hasten your quest for the Dragon Balls. Only thus can we prevent further factions from becoming embroiled in this conflict." He then adopted a serious tone, adding, "John Wick, your friend Winston met his demise last night at the hands of the High Table's judgment, his head displayed in the lobby of the New York Continental." The news struck John Wick like a thunderclap, momentarily leaving him stunned before he uttered, "Why?" Smith Dole explained, "He defied the High Table's rules to assist you, resulting in his forfeiture of the Continental's managerial position. Yet, he resisted and could not withstand the High Table's onslaught." Understanding the gravity of the situation, John Wick fell silent at that juncture. Smith Dole pressed further, "John Wick, do you still hold steadfast to your wish?" After a brief pause, John Wick lifted his gaze to meet Smith Dole's, and after a moment of contemplation, declared, "The High Table shall pay. Helen is my everything. My wish has never wavered." Pleased to hear Wick's unwavering resolve, Smith Dole nodded approvingly and continued, "The remaining 3 Dragon Balls are located in Osaka, Japan, Hong Kong, and Russia. The one in Russia is currently in the possession of Anton Vanko, while the one in Hong Kong belongs to Su Shaoling. I will ensure you receive their profiles. Expedite the retrieval of these 3 Dragon Balls to realize your wish." Smith Dole glanced at the box on the desk, which contained 3 Dragon Balls. John Wick had initially intended to leave all 4 with Smith Dole, but the latter decided it prudent for Wick to take one. Facilitating his observation of Wick's actions regarding the locations of the other 3 Dragon Balls, Smith Dole was initially taken aback, never expecting Ivan Vanko to fortuitously acquire one. However, considering Ivan's dire financial situation, Smith believed that as long as John Wick was willing to spend, it would not be overly difficult to procure it. That Su Shaoling, on the other hand, posed a challenge. Being the sister of Su Shangqi and operating an underground fighting arena in Hong Kong afforded her considerable influence, necessitating that John Wick devise a strategy to obtain the Dragon Ball from her. Conversely, the Dragon Ball in the Continental's possession belonged to one of the few friends John Wick could truly trust with his life. The urgency behind hastening John Wick's collection of the Dragon Balls stemmed from Smith Dole's realization that although Yamcha's initial prowess was commendable, it was insufficient to dominate the situation. The inability of standard firearms to inflict harm did not preclude the possibility of grenades, sniper rifles, or even more formidable weapons being effective. John Wick lacked a specialized vibranium shield to draw fire, and Smith Dole was somewhat cognizant of the technological capabilities of the Marvel Universe. To prepare for the impending crisis, he required greater strength to safeguard himself, and achieving a combat power exceeding 50 points was a commendable strategy, at least sufficient to secure his standing in the early chapters of the Marvel Universe. Meanwhile, Poole approached John Wick, bearing 3 files, and stated, "John, the Master instructed me to deliver these to you and to accompany you henceforth." John Wick accepted the materials, quickly perusing them before concluding his next course of action. "Poole, how can I keep you by my side without inciting a disturbance?" With that, Poole transformed into a blue helium balloon and replied, "You can simply carry me like this." John Wick nodded, recognizing the simplicity of the solution. And together they departed the textile factory, setting their sights on the Continental Hotel as their first destination. That night, at the Continental Hotel, Ijima was patrolling his domain with his subordinates, greeting guests with nods of acknowledgement. The notorious assassin known as Hunter, accompanied by his robust German shepherd, entered the Continental. Akira welcomed the man, inquiring, "Welcome to the Continental Hotel. How may I assist you?" The hunter slid a Continental coin across the counter and stated, "I require a room." Akira accepted the coin, glancing at the German shepherd beside him, and added, "I'm sorry, but our establishment does not permit animals." The hunter replied, "Emotional support animal." Akira looked at the German shepherd and asked, "Is it your emotional support animal?" The hunter, glancing down at the dog, responded, "Actually, it's the other way around. I'm its emotional support animal, right?" As he spoke, he crouched down to scratch the dog's head. Akira suppressed a laugh and handed over a room key, saying, "It must remain in your room." The hunter took the key and turned to leave, while Akira remarked, "I hope you enjoy your stay." "Sir." Watching him depart, Akira shook her head with a smile. The hunter settled into the sofa area of the lobby, retrieving his phone to check information on John Wick, the publicly listed bounty now standing at $22 million. "Not bad," he exclaimed, setting his phone aside and flipping through his notebook filled with previously marked targets. He paused when he reached the page depicting John Wick's likeness, marking it as complete. Ijima, patrolling the lobby, noticed the German shepherd accompanying the hunter and approached Akira, asking, "Why is there a dog in my hotel lobby?" Akira sighed and explained, "That is an emotional support animal." Ijima scoffed, "Sure it is." Akira then briefed Ijima on the schedule for the following day, to which he inquired, "What's on the agenda for 8 o'clock?" Akira responded, "Dinner with your daughter. She's concerned that you've been overworked lately." Ijima chuckled, "What kind of karma have I accrued in my past life to deserve such a thoughtful daughter?" Akira smiled, "Good deeds beget good fortune." Ijima nodded. Indeed, he then surveyed his surroundings and asked, "How are our guests faring?" Akira replied, "Some members of the Gold Club seem quite anxious." Ijima nodded. "This world has been anything but stable." Akira continued, "There was an incident at the New York Continental yesterday. The manager was decapitated." Ijima's expression remained impassive as he inquired, "What about my concierge?" Akira responded, "She's a bit concerned that I asked the concierge of the Continental." Akira held a position akin to that of Shenron at the New York Continental, but unbeknownst to others, she was also Ijima's biological daughter. Ijima jested, "Perhaps I should get you an emotional support animal." Akira did not elaborate much as the group entered the hotel's inner sanctum that he began. "A grave mistake in meeting John Wick can lead to disaster." Shizu interjected, "We have never offended the High Table." Akira retorted, "The nature of your relationship with John Wick is well understood. The High Table will come." Clearly, Akira was unaware that John Wick had joined the Assassin's League, mistakenly believing the latter would seek assistance from his father. Shimizu replied, "However, we will treat our guests with courtesy." Akira remained unconvinced, stating again, "Wherever John Wick treads, not a blade of grass survives." Shimizu turned to his daughter and remarked, "When I first met him, you were not yet born." Akira apologized, "Forgive me, father." With that, Akira turned and departed. Shinzu sighed and then added, "Akira, please convey to my daughter that I eagerly anticipate the dinner this evening." Upon hearing this, a smile graced Akira's face. Shimizu, fully aware of the High Table's methods of control through threats involving family, dared not openly express his paternal feelings for Akira. Thus, he feigned the role of a member of the concierge department when in the presence of others. Shimizu traversed through the kitchen and ascended to the rooftop terrace, instructing the 2 sumo members stationed there, "Stay vigilant and allow no one to enter." The sumo members nodded in acknowledgement as Shimizu pushed open the grand door and stepped outside. Upon reaching the rooftop terrace, where an outdoor dining table awaited, Shimizu observed a blue helium balloon floating beside the man before him, but he remarked, "Your transformation is quite remarkable. You have taken a liking to this toy. I had expected you to find tranquility, yet it seems that outcome eludes you." John Wick turned to Shimizu, but remained silent. Shimizu gestured toward the dining table, inviting him to take a seat, and continued, "The High Table has decreed the fate of the Continental Hotel in New York solely because they aided you to my daughter fears we may be the next to suffer." John Wick replied, "I regret what happened to Winston. I will seek vengeance for him." But he seated himself at the dining table, and Shimizu poured tea for both of them before inquiring, "Have you considered how this will all conclude?" John Wick raised his gaze to Shimizu, uncertain whether to disclose the recent achievements of the Assassin's League. Shimizu continued, "The High Table will never cease its operations. You know this. It only takes lives and brings forth death." John Wick took a sip from his teacup and declared, "I will kill them all." Shizu Koji chuckled, "I believe you will fight fiercely, but no one can annihilate every last one. Not even you." He added, "Do you wish to die? It is your choice. Only a dignified life can lead to a glorious death." John Wick responded, "We have long cast aside the days of dignity, my friend." Shizu fell silent for a moment before taking a sip from his teacup. After some contemplation, John Wick said, "Koji, I apologize for interrupting you like this." Koji, unfazed, replied, "True feelings reveal themselves in times of hardship." John Wick looked at Shinzu and stated, "I need to take something from you. In exchange, I will provide you with a satisfactory reason." Curiosity piqued, Koji asked, "What is it?" John Wick retrieved a 4-star ball from the pocket of his suit lining and said, "I know you possess a similar item with 5 stars. I require it." Seeing the object in John Wick's hand, Koji was not surprised. He reached into his own pocket and produced the 5-star ball, placing it before John Wick, stating, "When I heard that you and the Kimura were seeking this, I suspected you would come. Since you need it, take it." Grateful for Koji's willingness, John Wick accepted it without hesitation, saying, "Thank you, Koji." He then added, "If you wish for your daughter's safety, I can recommend a place." Koji inquired in confusion, "Given our status, what truly safe place remains in this world?" John Wick replied, "I have joined the Assassin's League, and recently they have completely eradicated 3 elders of the High Table and their backing forces, Kimura, Marquis Gray, and the elders from Casablanca." Upon hearing this, Koji was taken aback. Disbelief etched on his face as he stammered, How? How is that possible? What is this Assassin's League? I have never heard of it. The only force capable of resisting the High Table that I know of is the Hand." Realizing Koji had never even heard of the Assassin's League, John Wick recognized that the Continental Hotel in Shimizu's domain was not as formidable as its New York counterpart. "You can contact these 3, and you will soon understand that they have vanished completely." Koji beckoned to one of his subordinates stationed at the door, who promptly approached, after whispering a few instructions. The subordinate hurried off to as John Wick watched the man depart. He began to introduce the Assassin's League. "What? This organization has existed for over 1,000 years. They have previously clashed with the High Table and are now fixated on it. Incredible, such an organization exists." Koji was astounded, filled with admiration for the League and its leader. "Jonathan, you wish to send my daughter there? Do you believe the Assassin's League has the strength to completely defeat the High Table?" John Wick did not directly answer the question, but instead asked, "What do you think of my abilities?" Koji contemplated before responding, "Very strong. Among the assassins I know, you are undoubtedly the most formidable. Even those I believe capable of contending with you in a fight to the death, I am convinced you would prevail." Satisfied with Koji's acknowledgement, John Wick began to explain, "My power ranks low within the Assassin's League. If they wish to assassinate me, I might not even see their faces in a matter of days." John Wick had gained considerable insight into the League's strength, particularly regarding their long-range sniping and bullets that could change direction. Once targeted, death was all but assured. As for their leader, known as God, John Wick found him incomprehensibly powerful. Even the comparison to Captain America seemed a humble understatement. After all, Captain America required a shield, whereas their leader could withstand bullets with mere flesh. Koji covered his mouth in astonishment and then asked, "What do you wish me to do?" John Wick replied, "The least favorable option is to send your daughter there for refuge. I have a few slots available and have mentioned this to the leader. The middle option is to remain neutral. The High Table will surely mobilize forces to confront the Assassin's League, and you should remain inactive. The best option is to wait for the right moment to turn against the High Table, demonstrating your stance to the Assassin's League." Upon hearing John Wick's suggestions, Koji inhaled deeply, realizing that the impending times would be anything but tranquil. Just then, the subordinate returned, reporting that both the Kimura and the Marquis were unreachable. As for the elder from Casablanca, he was already a mysterious figure, but from the Continental Hotel in Morocco, it was confirmed that significant changes had occurred. Koji suppressed his rising trepidation and commanded, "Summon Akira." Watching his subordinate leave, Koji turned to John Wick and declared, "I will pursue both strategies simultaneously." John Wick's face lit up with approval as he remarked, "Koji, trust me. Your choice will not be in vain." Koji retrieved a bottle of whiskey, pouring a glass for both himself and John Wick, then raising his glass, proclaimed, "May all go smoothly." John Wick lifted his whiskey glass and affirmed, "It will go smoothly." At that moment, Akira approached and inquired, "Father, did you call for me?" However, upon seeing John Wick, she froze in disbelief and exclaimed, "What is he doing here?" Koji rose and addressed his daughter, saying, "Mr. Wick is our guest. Akira, somewhat irked, shouted, "Father." Koji Shimizu then commanded, "Come here." Although Akira felt displeased about her father's meeting with John Wick, she obediently walked over. Koji Shimizu turned to John Wick and introduced, "Wick, this is my daughter, Akira." "Akira, this is your Uncle Wick." Reluctantly, Akira replied. "Uncle Wick." John Wick retrieved a specially crafted 3-part bullet from his suit pocket and placed it on the table, then instructed, "Koji, have Akira take this bullet to Castle William, located southwest of the Navy shipyard in Brooklyn, New York. Someone will be there to receive it." Koji Shimizu nodded and told his daughter, "Akira, don't forget to thank your Uncle Wick." Akira did not pick up the bullet, but instead looked at Koji and asked, "Father, what are you planning to do?" "I will not leave," she said, deeply concerned about her father's decision. Realizing he intended to assist John Wick, Koji Shimizu's expression shifted, and he spoke earnestly, "Akira, this is not a discussion. It is an order." Hearing her father's stern tone, though confused, she nodded and replied, "Yes." Koji Shimizu's demeanor softened, and he continued, "Take the token and depart immediately." Akira picked up the bullet and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Smith Dole observed the conversation between John Wick and Koji Shimizu. Along with the token exchanged, through the Dragon Pearl, that he remained indifferent to John Wick's recruitment attempts. However, since Wick chose to send his daughter for refuge, he would not object. Just as Smith Dole was watching, the 9 elders of the High Table dispatched their direct forces into New York while sending their adjudicators to the Continental Hotel in their jurisdiction to select assassins. At that moment, Fox knocked and entered, reporting, "God, the injured brothers have recovered. Which targets should we strike next?" Upon hearing Fox's words, Smith Dole tapped his fingers on the table and thought before responding. "Recently, the Marquis' subordinates attacked our headquarters. If we launch an attack now, we risk being targeted again due to our vulnerable headquarters. Based on my knowledge of the High Table, their retaliation will come swiftly." Although Fox trusted Smith Dole's capabilities, he suggested, "Should we recall the brothers from other outposts to defend the headquarters and prevent any assaults on them?" To this, Smith Dole shook his head, replying, "No need to recall all the members from the field. But we must indeed avoid any strikes on our outposts. Let the members outside gather with the Italian Mafia. They will be included in our next targets. Once we execute this counteroffensive, we will concentrate our forces to eliminate 3 of their factions. And this organization will be on the brink of collapse." Fox nodded and then inquired, "How should we handle the Continental hotels in various regions during this time?" Smith Dole replied nonchalantly, "After we deal with the High Table, send someone to notify them to close and disband. If there are any objections, we will destroy them." Upon hearing the leader's arrangements, Fox did not raise any further questions and exited the office. Smith Dole proceeded to the training room to exercise and attempt to sense his energy, which would greatly enhance his abilities if successful. Meanwhile, after exchanging pleasantries with Koji Shimizu, John Wick departed from the Continental Hotel with a Pool brand balloon. Heading to Hong Kong to acquire the Dragon Pearl, he exited the hotel through the backyard. A hunter appeared nearby with his German shepherd. "John," the hunter called out. Upon hearing his name, John Wick did not turn around immediately, but instead raised his suit to shield his head. "Bayo bayo bayo, dang dang dang." In the instant he was shot, John Wick noted the direction of the bullets, curled his body, and rolled aside, drawing his handgun to retaliate. Bang bang bang. The bullet struck the large tree where the hunter was concealed, failing to inflict any significant harm. Meanwhile, the German shepherd, crouching in the grass, began to advance stealthily towards John Wick's position. John Wick swiftly drew another handgun from his waist, disengaged the safety, and half-crouched to shoot at the tree concealing the hunter. Bang bang bang. The bullets pierced the tree, sending splinters flying, while the hunter crouched beneath, hiding his entire body and counting the bullets fired by John Wick. Bang bang bang. Click. Upon hearing the sound of an empty chamber, the hunter swiftly drew his handgun and blindly fired in John Wick's direction. Bang bang bang. John Wick evaded the bullets shot by the hunter and moved closer to the tree. The hunter shouted, "Bite him." The German shepherd lunged from the grass, sinking its teeth into John Wick's shooting arm and tugging while shaking its head violently. As the gunfire ceased, the hunter dashed out, aiming to shoot John Wick in the head. Unwilling to harm his beloved dog in a moment of desperation, John Wick struck the dog's head several times with no effect, and then fired multiple rounds at the dog's head with his left-hand handgun. Bang bang bang. 3 shots shattered the dog's skull, freeing his right arm from its grip. In the blink of an eye, everything unfolded at lightning speed. The hunter, witnessing this scene, let out a sorrowful roar and immediately drew his shotgun. Da-da! With a cry of rage, the hunter aimed and fired at John Wick. Bang! John Wick reacted swiftly, raising the dog to shield his face and protect vital areas. Bang! The immense force caused John Wick to stagger back a step, though his bulletproof suit absorbed countless tiny pellets. He hurled the now mangled body of the German shepherd at the hunter. Faced with the corpse of his beloved dog, the hunter could not bring himself to fire again and instead dodged. Seeing this, John Wick charged forward, reaching for the barrel of the hunter's shotgun with his right hand while firing with his left. The hunter, overwhelmed with grief but still quick to react, felt the bullets from John Wick strike his bulletproof vest while he desperately fired the shotgun in John Wick's direction. Bang! The shot nearly struck John Wick's foot. John Wick lifted the downward-pointing gun upwards, delivering an elbow strike to the hunter's jaw while simultaneously firing at the hunter's shoulder. The hunter winced in pain, dropping the shotgun, which John Wick swiftly seized. John Wick quickly chambered a round and shot at the hunter's face. Bang! Ah! With the hunter's anguished scream, he collapsed to the ground. John Wick followed up with 2 shots to the head, ensuring the hunter was dead before casually tossing the shotgun beside the corpse and turning to leave. Utilizing the channels of the Assassin's Guild, John Wick made his way directly to Hong Kong, China. As night fell over New York, numerous high-table emissaries, assassins from Zero's crew, and hired killers gathered outside the castle of the Assassin's Guild. One high-table emissary, wielding an RPG, aimed at the castle gate and fired a rocket. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive rockets struck, obliterating the entrance of the textile factory. However, although the walls surrounding the castle had taken 2 hits and were damaged, they had not collapsed. Observing the shattered gate, the envoy at the high table waved his hand with authority and commanded, "Charge in and eliminate the target." Soon, the throng surged through the entrance, arriving at the castle's main door. At that moment, gunfire erupted on the castle walls. Those who lay in ambush immediately opened fire on the enemies below. Tat-tat-tat. Countless bullets burst forth from all directions, raining down upon the adversaries below due to the angles of fire. The unarmed assassins were the first to suffer, as bullets pierced through them, resulting in instant fatalities. Among them, the infamous cold weapon assassin Zero and his disciples were swiftly taken out by the initial wave of bullets. Meanwhile, the fully armed envoys at the high table promptly retaliated, targeting the firing points on the walls, with some even tossing grenades towards the battlements. Tat-tat. Boom, boom, boom. But a fierce skirmish ensued in the courtyard, just as the castle's doors and windows suddenly swung open, revealing an array of assault rifles and specialized firearms at the entrances. Bullets spewed forth like a metallic storm, decimating the inadequately protected assassins. That Mr. X, the Cross, Wesley, and others continued to wield their weapons, methodically eliminating the high table envoys. What posed a challenge to others was trivial in their hands. Smith Dole stood atop the castle, observing the chaos below. The envoys at the high table proved resilient, despite suffering numerous casualties from the ambush. They did not falter. Instead, they formed a circular formation and pressed closer towards the castle, while those within the defensive perimeter incessantly hurled grenades outward. Boom, boom, boom. Witnessing the battle unfold below, Smith Dole utilized a combat power detector to assess the situation. Noting the absence of particularly formidable enemies and confirming the number of attackers, after ascertaining that no additional reinforcements were on the way, he prepared to join the fray. Although the Assassin's Guild had the potential to eradicate all foes, the casualties would undoubtedly be significant, and he wished to minimize the losses among his subordinates. Smith Dole leapt from his vantage point, diving directly into the heart of the enemy's defensive circle. Under the cover of night, the high table's members were caught off guard by his descent. Upon landing at the center of the defensive formation, Smith Dole seized an enemy and hurled him skyward. Ah! Thud! Accompanied by the anguished scream, the high table envoy was launched into the air, only to come crashing down violently. The enemies within the defensive circle quickly recognized Smith Dole's presence and attempted to open fire with their assault rifles. However, Smith Dole's reflexes were quicker. He retaliated with a powerful kick. Thud! The immense force sent the attacker sprawling, toppling several high table envoys behind him. Harnessing his formidable strength, Smith Dole unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the high table envoys. With the Wolfang Fist, his assault frequency surged, shattering the sturdy helmets and visors of his foes with ease. Even fully armed adversaries could not withstand more than 2 of Smith Dole's punches. Meanwhile, Mr. X, the Cross, and others continued to eliminate enemies on the periphery, leading to the swift demise of the high table envoys through their coordinated efforts. The occasional bullets that struck Smith Dole merely ricocheted off his robust physique, failing to inflict any significant harm that moment. A high table envoy, realizing that they could not harm Smith Dole, pulled the pins from all remaining grenades and advanced towards him, declaring, "Let us die together." However, Smith Dole had already anticipated his move. He seized the envoy and hurled him outward with great force. No, the high table envoy bellowed in rage as he was cast away, only to be flung beyond the walls of the textile factory. Boom! Multiple grenades detonated simultaneously, resulting in the envoy's immediate demise. Observing the enemy's desperation, Smith Dole could not help but admire the high table's control over its subordinates, prompting him to accelerate his killing spree until all attackers had been eliminated. As the last of the foes fell, Smith Dole commanded, "Have the janitors clean up this place. Incinerate all the bodies to AT." That moment, Mr. X approached, gazing at Smith Dole's physique and remarked, "God, you have truly astonished us." Entrusting the Assassin's Guild to you was indeed a wise choice. It was evident that not everyone in the Assassin's Guild was aware of Smith Dole's prowess, yet those who had participated in the battle today were acutely aware of his extraordinary capabilities. Their leader, Smith Dole, was indeed a godlike presence, worthy of the title God. The following day, at the Triarch Wing building, within the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support, Phil Coulson entered Nick Fury's office. Holding the latest gathered intelligence to AS, he stepped through the office door. He approached Nick Fury, saying, "Director, this is the latest intelligence compiled from our monitoring of Smith Dole, the Assassin's Guild, and the High Table over this period." Nick Fury did not peruse the compiled documents, but instead turned to Coulson and inquired, "What are the key points?" Phil Coulson began his report. Currently, the Assassin's Guild and the High Table have engaged in 3 confrontations, with the High Table launching 2 attacks and the Assassin's Guild countering once. While both sides suffered casualties, the High Table has lost a quarter of its strength, a significant blow, whereas the Assassin's Guild's losses are relatively minor. According to our projections, without external interference, the High Table faces the risk of dissolution. Presently, neither the power exhibited by the High Table nor the intelligence we have gathered indicates any violations of regulations or advanced technology posing a threat. Regarding the Assassin's Guild, suspicions about their development of super soldier serum have been steadily diminishing. Aside from Smith Dole, who displays extraordinary strength, no other violators have emerged. Nick Fury nodded, responding, "It seems the likelihood of individual mutation has increased significantly." Coulson concurred, stating, "If it were indeed super soldier serum, I believe the Assassin's Guild would have no reason to promote Smith Dole as their leader. Even if the probability of success for such a serum were exceedingly low, they would not elevate a mere test subject to the position of organization leader. Based on our analysis, the chances of individual mutation appear to be more plausible. However, we cannot entirely rule out the possibility of super soldier serum development. Our agents embedded within the High Table are diligently working to eliminate Smith Dole to demonstrate that the High Table does not possess the capability to manufacture super soldier serum." Nick Fury regarded Coulson and inquired, "Have you prepared an assessment of Smith Dole's threat level? Additionally, when do you intend to make contact with him?" After a moment's contemplation, Coulson replied, "I plan to wait until the Assassin's Guild and the High Table determine a victor before making contact." Hearing Coulson's plan, Nick Fury had no objections and stated, "Proceed with your strategy." "Yes, sir." As Coulson departed, Nick Fury tapped his desk thoughtfully. In truth, he hoped for the possibility that the Assassin's Guild had mastered the creation of super soldier serum rather than individual mutations. Yet, given the current outcomes, some matters had not unfolded as anticipated. Nevertheless, there were numerous exploitable aspects within the Assassin's Guild's operational principles. Contemplating these matters, Nick Fury made a note on the file and ceased further scrutiny. Entrusting the matter to Phil Coulson AT that moment, Akira, following her father's instructions, arrived outside a textile factory in Brooklyn, New York. Observing the bustling activity of workers replacing the door and undertaking repairs, she glanced at the address to confirm she had not gone astray. Akira approached the castle's entrance, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding members of the Assassin's Guild. Just as she reached the front of the castle, Wesley, who was patrolling the entrance, called out, "This is a private area. Please do not approach." Akira produced the token given to her by John Wick and replied, "Someone sent me to deliver this." Wesley glanced at the bullet in Akira's hand and immediately recognized it as a specially designed three-part projectile for ultra-long-range sniping, crafted by their Assassin's Guild. After examining it thoroughly, he spoke, "Follow me." With that, Wesley led Akira directly into the castle, making his way towards Smith Dole's office. As Akira surveyed the surroundings, quickly deducing that a battle had transpired here. The traces of grenade explosions and bullet holes scattered about indicated that the previous conflict had been quite intense. That it was essential to remember that this was New York, not some lawless wasteland. Before long, Wesley arrived at the entrance of Smith Dole's office. After knocking a few times, he heard a voice from within inviting him in. He opened the door and entered with Akira. "Chief, this is the one who bears the token of John Wick." Smith Dole nodded, prompting Wesley to exit the office. Gazing at the girl before him, Smith Dole recognized her as the daughter of the owner of the Continental Hotel and said, "Please have a seat." Akira, feeling no need for formality, approached the chair at Smith Dole's desk and sat down, placing the token bullet on the table. Smith Dole glanced at the bullet and inquired, "Did Koji Shinu or John Wick leave you any instructions?" Surprised, Akira replied, "Sir, you know of me?" Smith Dole smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Akira continued, "There were no specific instructions, merely that I should follow the arrangements upon my arrival, as this place would ensure my safety." Observing the curiosity in her eyes, Smith Dole responded, "Since you have brought the token, you shall indeed be under our protection. That I will arrange for someone to provide you with accommodations. However, given the current instability in the world, I advise you not to wander about carelessly." Akira nodded, "I understand." Smith Dole pressed a button on his desk, and shortly thereafter, Fox entered. "Chief, you called for me?" Smith Dole instructed. "This is Akira, who seeks sanctuary here bearing the token of John Wick. Please arrange her lodging." Fox nodded, and then addressed Akira, "Please, follow me." Akira rose and followed Fox out of Smith Dole's office. As she departed, Smith Dole resumed his personnel assignments, blocking the latest offensive from the high table, with the next step being to eliminate their living forces. Contemplating the Italian mafia's influence in the area, Smith Dole resolved to personally lead the effort against this formidable adversary, while Mr. X would take a mechanic and a gunsmith to deal with the high table's elder. The Russian, Peter, Wesley, the demolition expert, and the butcher would head to Germany to clear out the Illuminati, while the cross and the apothecary would remain at headquarters. Once these three elders were eliminated, the high table would likely collapse under its own weight, for they had never been a unified force, but rather a coalition of various factions. The personnel would be ready to depart today. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, John Wick arrived at a seemingly under-construction building. Having followed the address provided by the Assassin's Guild, confirming he was at the correct location, John Wick stepped inside. Upon encountering the security personnel, he stated in Chinese, "I wish to meet your leader, Su Shaoling." The security staff scrutinized John Wick before communicating via radio, "Someone wishes to see the boss." "Yes, understood," they replied, then directed John Wick, "You may take the elevator upstairs." John Wick nodded and proceeded to the elevator, which halted at a designated floor. After a brief ascent, that a man opened the elevator door, greeting John Wick, "Night Demon, welcome." John Wick regarded the unfamiliar red-haired man and inquired, "Do we know each other?" The man retrieved his phone and remarked, "John Wick, your bounty has reached $22 million. Impressive, my friend." John Wick frowned slightly at this statement, but refrained from further comment. The red-haired man then extended his arms in a gesture of embrace, saying, "I am John. Welcome to the Golden Dagger Club." Taken aback by the man's exuberance, John Wick hesitated before reciprocating the embrace. "Hello, I have an appointment with your leader, Su Shaoling." John nodded and said, "Please, follow me." As John Wick walked alongside him, he noticed that the interior resembled independent boxing rings. Sensing John Wick's curiosity, John explained, "We are a multi-platform global club that hosts various duels on the dark web, where numerous clients place their bets. Believe me, should you choose to participate in such a duel, your current popularity on the dark web would undoubtedly attract countless eager spectators." John Wick shook his head, responding, "I have no interest in such affairs." John expressed disappointment. "What a pity." John then led John Wick into a room where several imposing security personnel stood guard. At the center, a young woman sat behind a desk. John Wick approached her and said, "Hello, Su Shaoling. I am John Wick, and I have come to request your assistance regarding a particular item in your possession. Su Shaoling regarded the man before her with curiosity. Noting, the legendary assassin Night Demon from New York, your bounty on public contracts has soared recently. However, I am intrigued. How did a disgraced Continental Hotel assassin come to ally with the Assassins Guild? While the Hong Kong Assassins Guild had contacted her, she remained puzzled by the connection between the two. After a moment of contemplation, John Wick replied, "It is all divine guidance." Su Shaoling raised an eyebrow at this statement and asked, "What is it that you seek?" John Wick stated, "You possess a sphere with 6 stars, known as a Dragon Ball. I require it. Previously, it commanded a market price of $200,000, and I am willing to offer double." Su Shaoling was not surprised by John Wick's intent. She had seen his bounty and was aware that Gamera's reward included the Dragon Ball, although it was distinct from the one she possessed. Reflecting on the Dragon Ball in her possession, Su Shaoling had studied it, noting its remarkable hardness, impervious to bullets. However, she was uncertain of its purpose and asked, "I do not know what this item truly does. It must be quite a task to collect them all. Would you care to share why you need it?" John Wick anticipated that he would face incessant inquiries regarding the Dragon Ball's purpose. Following the incident with the Elders, he had devised a plausible explanation. "This is a test set forth by the Assassins Guild, requiring me to collect 7 Dragon Balls, which is the reason for my quest for sanctuary. This item was also released by them." Upon hearing this, Su Shaoling scrutinized him closely before stating, "For your sake, the Assassins Guild has declared war on the High Table, and I hear they have suffered significant losses. You certainly have a knack for stirring the pot." Su Shaoling then retrieved the 6-star Dragon Ball from her desk drawer, tossing it lightly in her hand before declaring, "I can sell you this item. But what is it that I shall gain in return?" John Wick, recognizing that her request was not for monetary compensation, inquired, "What do you desire?" Su Shaoling pondered her own background before stating, "A promise. Akin to the blood oath contract of the Continental Hotel. When I require your assistance, I need to know you will give it your all." Initially, Su Shaoling had sought a blood oath contract. But considering John Wick's expulsion and his new alliance with the Assassins Guild, she questioned its validity. Thus, she expressed her thoughts directly regarding the Dragon Ball. This item was indeed something she had found on the beach. Drawn to its beauty, and had taken it home. It was the bounty on John Wick that warranted serious attention. Upon hearing the nature of the request, John Wick's brow furrowed. Debts of gratitude are the most arduous to repay. A significant part of his current predicament stemmed from the blood oath he had bestowed upon Santino. "Could we perhaps negotiate different terms? I see you are hosting a boxing match. How about I step in and assist you? With my current popularity, it would surely attract considerable interest online." Hearing John Wick's proposal, Su Shaoling felt a flicker of temptation. However, she recalled the connection he had established with the Assassins Guild. If John Wick's words held truth, he could ascend to become a member of the guild through a rigorous evaluation. At that point, his association with the guild would render his favor even more valuable. Perhaps one day, she might find herself in need of the power that the guild could provide through John Wick. Having contemplated this, Su Shaoling shook her head. "No, what I seek is a favor, a promise." John Wick sighed, then inquired, "Is there no room for negotiation?" "I could increase the monetary offered." Su Shaoling smiled. "John, such a thing holds no value for me. Yet for you, it is an invaluable treasure, your very life at stake." John Wick fell silent for a moment, realizing that indeed, this was a priceless commodity, a matter of life and death. "Very well, I acquiesce to your request." Upon hearing John Wick's agreement, a smile brightened Su Shaoling's face. "Provide me with a token." John Wick nodded and produced a bullet exclusive to the Assassins Guild, placing it into Su Shaoling's hand. In Siberia, John Wick exited Ivan Vanko's residence. This latest acquisition of a Dragon Ball had proven to be the simplest endeavor. No favors were expended, no promises made. Merely by raising the bid to 100,000, he secured the desired item from his counterpart. The thought brought a subtle smile to the corners of John Wick's lips. "Helena, we shall soon meet again." With all 7 Dragon Balls gathered, he merely needed to return to the headquarters of the Assassins Guild in New York, where he could amalgamate them and fulfill his wish. With these thoughts in mind, an eagerness to return to New York surged within him. Without tarrying in Russia, John Wick hastened towards New York through the channels of the Assassins Guild. Concurrently, en route, he messaged his associates, warning them of the upheaval at the High Table, advising them to refrain from involvement in the conflict. Meanwhile, although the High Table had reconvened the Council of Elders. The outcomes were far from satisfactory. While it was established that only Smith Dole possessed extraordinary capabilities, the members of the High Table failed to devise a more effective strategy. After all, their previous attempts, deploying numerous elites and subordinates, had ended in failure. They considered the possibility of eliminating Smith Dole with a missile. However, in New York, they lacked both the capacity and the audacity to do so. Minor skirmishes could be disregarded, but a missile strike would constitute a genuine act of terrorism, prompting the counter-terrorism unit of the Assassins' Guild to intervene. Of course, there were elders who proposed reconciliation. Yet hope was scant. As the council convened, the Assassins' Guild launched another assault, simultaneously targeting 3 factions. Smith Dole, accompanied by Fox and members of the guild, arrived in Italy to ambush the head of the mafia. As he gazed upon the estate, members of the Assassins' Guild had positioned themselves with sniper rifles at various vantage points, prepared for long-range elimination. Their objective was twofold: to swiftly neutralize the external guards and facilitate an organized escape. At that moment, Fox was busy taking aim at the personnel. Smith Dole approached the estate's entrance. Instead of ringing the bell, he leaped over the gate and into the grounds. The outer gate and walls posed no obstacle to him. Smith Dole made no effort to conceal his presence. Shortly after entering, he encountered patrolling security personnel. "Stop! Who are you?" Smith Dole halted, offering no reply, but merely snapping his fingers. Bang! The patrolling guard was instantly struck down, a bullet piercing through his skull, resulting in immediate death. Smith turned towards the direction from whence the shot had come, a smile gracing his lips, before proceeding towards the villa within the estate. Fox, observing through his scope, noted the smile on Smith Dole's face and felt a grin tug at his own lips as he continued to eliminate approaching mafia members alongside his comrades. Smith Dole advanced, leaving a trail of bodies felled by distant gunfire until he reached a shooting-blind spot within the villa, where the supportive fire ceased, confronting the mafia members before him. Smith Dole stepped forward and delivered a punch that sent one adversary crashing into the wall. "Pathetic. Can you not even provide me with a proper warm-up? What are you hesitating for? Can you not even pull the trigger?" Smith Dole moved through the villa as if it were an uninhabited realm. None among the mafia could withstand his prowess, and he continued his relentless advance. Meanwhile, Mark Tatum, engaged in a meeting, rebuked a subordinate who rushed in. "What is the commotion? Do you not see I am in a meeting?" The subordinate leaned in to whisper, "Smith Dole is attacking. The outer guards have been eliminated by members of the Assassins' Guild. They have breached the villa." Upon receiving this alarming news, Mark Tatum's expression shifted, and he addressed the assembly. "Apologies, the Assassins' Guild has initiated an attack. I must attend to this matter." That moment, the Russian elders and the German Illuminati elders also reported being under siege. Concluding their video conference, leaving the remaining 6 elders in a state of anxiety. Simultaneously, as Smith Dole launched his offensive, Mr. X and Wesley also turned their assault on the other 2 elders, resulting in a simultaneous 3-pronged attack. The carnage wrought by Smith Dole continued unabated. Just then, a door swung open, and Elder Mark Tatum emerged, flanked by fully armed emissaries of the High Table. "Mr. Smith, may we have a word?" Smith Dole regarded the impeccably suited man before him, a smile forming on his face. "Mark Tatum, do you truly believe there is anything left to discuss?" Though Mark harbored deep animosity towards the Assassins' Guild, he replied, "Everything can be negotiated. There is no need for enmity. Whatever the Guild requires, we are willing to offer, provided it halts this conflict." Smith Dole shook his head. "What you offer holds no value for me. The world is tainted and in need of cleansing." With that, Smith Dole wasted no further time, launching himself forward with incredible speed. The marble floor beneath him shattered as he charged forth, embodying the ferocity of a wolf. Though Mark Tatum's subordinates reacted with a moment's delay, they quickly attempted to pull their triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Yet all incoming bullets were deftly evaded by Smith Dole as he closed the distance. With a swift motion, he crushed one man's neck and kicked another, sending him crashing into the wall, leaving a considerable crack in its wake. Thud. Witnessing the slaughter unfold, Mark Tatum turned and fled towards the safe room, before Smith Dole had even finished his initial flurry of strikes. He had eliminated all the guards present. Mark Tatum sprinted towards the safe room's entrance, yet before he could grasp the doorknob, Smith Dole was upon him. With a powerful punch from behind, Mark Tatum collided with the safe room door. his lifeless body sliding down its surface. Smith Dole retrieved his phone and called Fox. Mark Tatum has been dealt with. Aside from the perimeter guards, instruct everyone to proceed with the cleanup. Understood. God. Fox hung up and communicated via radio. Team 3, maintain perimeter security to ensure no outsiders interfere. Other personnel, move in for cleanup. 3 days later, at the headquarters of the New York Assassin Alliance, within the confines of a conference room, Fox began his report. According to the latest intelligence, our elimination of the 6 elders of the High Table and the forces backing them has resulted in a significant weakening of the opposition. Currently, the factions that were once under the High Table's dominion have commenced their assaults against the elders. Simultaneously, following our notification to the remaining 6 High Table elders, the opposing faction has decided to disband the High Table altogether. Additionally, through John Wick's connections, several managers from various continental hotels, including the New York Continental Hotel, the Continental Hotel in Great Board, and the Monaco Continental Hotel, have expressed a desire to ally with us. Upon hearing this, Smith Dole inquired with curiosity. The New York Continental Hotel? Fox explained. Winston's daughter has inherited the New York Continental Hotel. And furthermore, John Wick eliminated the adjudicator of the High Table who had been enforcing punishment just a few days ago. This. Smith Dole cast a glance at John Wick, who was seated outside the conference table. After his return to New York, John Wick had sought out the original adjudicator immediately after placing the Dragon Balls with the Assassin Alliance, killing him in vengeance for Winston. Smith Dole pondered for a moment and then spoke. What are everyone's thoughts regarding the Continental Hotels? Wesley chimed in. I believe that such a platform for assassins has become unnecessary at this point. John Wick interjected. With the disintegration of the High Table, the Continental Hotels can no longer uphold their rules, and a portion of them is willing to transition and serve as offices for the Assassin Alliance. Upon hearing John Wick's words, all eyes turned to their leader, Smith Dole, as the final decision on this matter rested primarily with him. Smith Dole tapped the conference table, and after a 2-second silence, he declared, the intelligence system of the Continental Hotels, along with their weapon manufacturing and bulletproof vests, is quite commendable. Therefore, notify all Continental Hotels that, effective immediately, the Assassin Alliance will assume full control. All Continental Hotels will be converted into offices for the Assassin Alliance, and the existing managers will undergo evaluations. Those who qualify will be retained, while the unqualified will be dismissed. As for the dissenters, they will be eliminated just as the High Table was. Upon hearing Smith Dole's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, God, Smith Dole continued. This operation has culminated in a resounding success for the Assassin Alliance. Yet we still face considerable casualties. Furthermore, with the disbandment of the High Table, the underground world will inevitably descend into chaos. Moving forward, aside from recuperating, the Assassin Alliance must keep a vigilant watch over them. Anyone who causes too much trouble will be eradicated. After stating this, Smith Dole turned to John Wick and asked, John Wick, given the experiences of this period, has your wish changed? John Wick rose, his expression earnest, and replied, God, my wish remains unwavering. Smith Dole nodded and stated, in that case, John Wick and all of you, shortly we shall embark on a vessel to the open sea to fulfill John Wick's wish. The assembly responded, yes, at this moment. Those present had already gained an understanding of the Dragon Balls through Fox and Wesley, as Smith Dole had intentionally allowed this information to circulate, limited to the higher echelons. They were also somewhat aware of John Wick's wish. Although some were puzzled as to why the leader would permit John Wick to fulfill his wish, they respected Smith Dole's decision in the open sea. A decommissioned destroyer, repurposed as a vessel, appeared upon the waters. The Cross, glancing at Smith Dole, posed a question. Will these objects truly grant wishes? Smith Dole nodded. Soon, you shall witness everything. The Cross scratched his head and murmured, why not choose to eradicate evil from the world entirely? Smith Dole appraised the Cross, surprised that this was his wish, yet proceeded to explain. The Dragon Balls are not omnipotent. Wherever humanity exists, evil will inevitably arise, especially with newborns. New life brings forth new thoughts. Light and darkness, evil and justice. Hearing that the Dragon Balls cannot fulfill such a wish, the Cross sighed, his expression tinged with disappointment. Indeed, it seems we are bound to toil. May the sins of the world diminish. As for the Dragon Balls and wishes, he held no particular thoughts. After the vessel had navigated a distance across the open sea, Smith Dole summoned everyone to the deck. He placed all 7 Dragon Balls upon the deck and, under the gaze of the assembly, called out, "Arise, Shenron." With his proclamation, the Dragon Balls emanated a golden light that soared into the heavens, while the previously clear sky darkened as if it were night. The golden beam transformed into the form of a colossal azure dragon. Witnessing this magnificent apparition, the assembly, with the exception of Smith Dole, stood in stunned silence. Even John Wick, who sought the fulfillment of his wish, was no exception. Initially, they had anticipated a dragon resembling a Western dragon, a winged lizard, but were taken aback by the appearance of an Eastern dragon. The immense figure soaring through the sky left everyone utterly astonished. This is Shenron. Heavens, it is truly incredible. This is Shenron. It is undeniably magnificent. That moment, a cold voice emanated from the dragon. "The human who summoned me. I shall grant you any wish you desire." Smith Dole, gazing at the dragon in the sky, was uncertain whether it would attract undue attention. He had refrained from summoning Shenron at the textile factory to avoid complications. Moreover, concerning the resurrection of the deceased, he wondered if this universe possessed a mistress of death. That a profound silence enveloped the scene. All eyes, including those of Shenron, were fixed upon Smith Dole. After a brief moment of astonishment, Smith Dole spoke. "John Wick, articulate your wish to Shenron." John Wick stepped forward, kneeling before the magnificent dragon hovering in the air, and said, "Great Shenron, I beseech you to revive my wife, Helen." Upon hearing John Wick's wish, a flash of red light flickered in Shenron's eyes. "Your wish has been granted." In the next moment, a figure materialized upon the deck. It was none other than John Wick's deceased wife, Helen. Witnessing the resurrection of the dead, the assembly comprehended the magnificence of Shenron. At that moment, the dragon in the sky reverted to the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the globe. Smith Dole observed as John Wick embraced his wife, overwhelmed with joy, while the members of the Assassin Alliance curiously regarded the resurrected Helen and the departing Dragon Balls. Simultaneously, a thought began to blossom within their hearts. Should misfortune befall me one day and I perish in battle, might I still be resurrected through the Dragon Balls? Unlike the others, Smith Dole, after casting a glance at the crowd, turned his awareness towards the system space. The 3 previously inaccessible Dark Wish lotteries now glimmered with renewed potential. Smith Dole first selected the Character Wish lottery. Upon reaching the lottery's lower section, he gazed upwards at the meteorite and noticed a subtle change in the characters from his initial draw. The youthful figures of Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Chaozu, Master Roshi, Tao Pai Pai, the Crane Hermit, Namu, and the aged Demon King Piccolo, with the adult Goku even visible deep within the meteorite's luminous core. Observing the available Wish characters, Smith Dole's eyes sparkled. Among this selection, the most promising were undoubtedly Goku and the Demon King Piccolo, one hailing from Saiyan lineage, the other from Namekian descent. Although the precise strength of young Goku remained undetermined, the martial arts uniforms worn by Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha bore the Turtle School emblem, suggesting their powers were indeed formidable. Naturally, drawing Namu would be the worst outcome, as the Sky Cross Punch would offer little utility in the forthcoming circumstances. After a thorough observation, Smith Dole hesitated no longer and proceeded with the Wish lottery. Before him, Goku unleashed a Kamehameha, directed skyward, causing one of the luminous spheres within the meteorite to shatter. Congratulations to Smith Dole for acquiring the character card of young Goku. A card materialized before him, depicting a youthful Goku clad in Turtle School martial arts attire, wielding a power pole and executing a Kamehameha, all while standing atop a Nimbus cloud. Skills: Kamehameha Wave, Turtle School martial arts. Upon utilizing the character card, he would inherit the bloodline and abilities of young Goku. Seeing the character card he had drawn filled Smith Dole with immense joy. Aside from the hidden adult Goku, he had managed to obtain the best character card available. Not even the Demon King Piccolo could compare. Although the combat power of young Goku was still uncertain, based on his attire, it could be surmised that he possessed at least 180 points, the minimum required to compete in the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, and possibly even 260 points, the level attained during his battle against Piccolo. Regardless of which was true, both represented a significant enhancement for him, especially in terms of potential. While Yamcha had elevated his combat power, his potential remained unimpressive, lacking mastery over ki. This time, however, Smith Dole had directly filled that gap. With the Scion bloodline, a clear path to power enhancement had emerged. With the character wish lottery concluded, Smith Dole turned his attention to the item wish lottery. Opening the item wish lottery, he gazed at the meteorite above, where various luminous spheres contained an array of items, including Senza beans, a bag of Senza beans, a jar of Senza beans, a Scion single-person spaceship, a Namekian spaceship, a large Frisia spaceship, super holy water, first and second generation battlesuits, healing pods, gravity training chambers, space capsules, and power level detectors. Smith Dole surveyed the plethora of items, noting the sheer volume and even the categorization into generations. He spotted a time machine developed by Bulma in the future among the collection. Eyeing these items, Smith Dole desired them all but could only acquire one. He fervently hoped it would not be a space capsule, which would hold minimal value for him. With a resolute decision, Smith Dole initiated the lottery, unleashing a Kamehameha that struck one of the celestial bodies, resulting in the shattering of a luminous point. Congratulations to Smith Dole for obtaining a healing pod. Upon seeing the healing pod, Smith Dole felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In conjunction with the Scion bloodline he had just acquired, it would be a perfect match. As for the gravity chamber, he was confident that, given the technological prowess of the Marvel Universe, he could procure one with sufficient funding. Having enjoyed 2 highly compatible wish lotteries, Smith Dole directed his gaze towards the partner wish lottery. Activating the partner wish card, he looked skyward, hoping to uncover deeper quests. The figures of Turtle, UPA, Bra, Oolong, Pure, King, Android 8, Pilaf, Dandy, and Corinne appeared before him. He even glimpsed Bulma, Babidi, and the Supreme Kai, although the more profound entities remained obscured. While surprised by the characters above, Smith Dole did not harbor excessive expectations. With his current strength, neither the Supreme Kai nor Babidi were adversaries he could confront. As the lottery commenced, a Kamehameha surged forth, revealing a partner summon card before him. Congratulations to Smith Dole for acquiring the support-type battle partner, Bulma. Upon discovering that he had obtained Bulma, Smith Dole's eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. With such a scientist at his disposal, his fortunes were about to change. He no longer needed to seek out someone for the gravity chamber. Even the Dragon radar could be developed, along with space capsules. In that moment, Smith Dole was filled with exhilaration. With all 3 wish lotteries concluded, he did not immediately utilize his newfound items. Instead, he opened his eyes and waved his hand, declaring, "Return to base." The headquarters of the Assassin Alliance awaited him. Upon returning to the textile factory, Smith Dole issued a brief instruction before diving headlong into the training room. As his consciousness sank into the system space, the character card of young Goku materialized in his hand, accompanied by a thought. Would using it result in the emergence of a tail, a trait possessed by Science? Contemplating this, he felt a twinge of anticipation. The tail was a pathway to transformation into Super Saiyan 4, a formidable asset that could exponentially enhance his power. Use. The character card transformed into a point of light, merging with Smith Dole's being, rapidly amplifying his energy. A true Scion tail sprouted from his lower back, bursting through his trousers and coiling around his waist like a bespoke belt. Meanwhile, the power level detection displayed soaring figures: 9, 30, 90, 150, ultimately stabilizing at 189 points. Seeing this value momentarily stunned Smith Dole. It seemed he had acquired the strength of young Goku after the martial arts tournament. However, his original combat power seamlessly augmented this newfound strength. Observing his transformation, a smile crept across Smith Dole's face. The Scion bloodline was indeed an intoxicating force. Absorbing the martial arts memories contained within the character card, Smith Dole engaged in a brief warm-up. Relieved that he did not create a massive crater with his movements, he could easily command his newfound power. Glancing at the training room as sandbags, he effortlessly punched through one, realizing that experimenting with the Kamehameha might obliterate the entire textile factory. Nonetheless, while he refrained from unleashing his full power, controlling a small output should pose no issue. Smith Dole gathered his hands at his waist, conjuring a sphere of energy that radiated a brilliant white light. "Kamehameha wave," he exclaimed, releasing the energy. A beam of white light shot forth, obliterating sandbags in its path before colliding with the wall. Boom! The wall of the training room was instantly punctured by a large hole. Smith Dole surveyed his handiwork with immense satisfaction. He had expended only a minuscule amount of ki, which he swiftly replenished, while the damage inflicted was considerable. With his current strength, conventional RPG tanks posed no threat to him whatsoever. He was no longer concerned about the impending arrival of any superheroes that a full-powered Kamehameha should, like Master Roshi, be capable of pushing the moon. Unleashed in a city, it would be a devastating force. Just as Smith Dole was lost in his thoughts, the door to the training room swung open, and Fox, accompanied by several members, rushed in. "Smith, what on earth happened here? Were we attacked?" Fox inquired, his voice laced with tension as he took in the sight of the gaping hole in the wall. Noticing Fox's anxiety, Smith Dole chuckled. "Ha ha, worry not. There was no attack. This is merely the result of my training." Upon hearing Smith Dole's words, Fox's mouth fell agape in disbelief. This rivals the destructive power of a C4 bomb. Smith Dole waved his hand dismissively, responding, "Fox, I leave the cleanup to you. I must return now." Observing the departing Smith Dole, Fox stood in a daze for a few seconds before springing into action. The following day, within the confines of the office, a stunning young girl appeared before Smith Dole. Bulma, reminiscent of her first appearance during the early days of Dragon Ball. I could see that moment. Bulma, just 16, gazed at Smith Dole, her mind racing with thoughts. My goodness, what an incredibly handsome big brother. Noticing the almost starry-eyed look on Bulma's face, Smith Dole cleared his throat. "Ahem, Bulma, welcome to this world. I have a few requests to make of you." With her eyes fixed on Smith Dole, Bulma eagerly inquired, "Smith, what do you need me to do?" Smith Dole replied, "I require your assistance with a few tasks. The first is to create a Dragon Ball radar. The second is to develop a gravity chamber. And the third involves constructing a space capsule. In Smith Dole's view, the Dragon Ball radar was a straightforward task that would facilitate the collection of Dragon Balls by his subordinates. As for the space capsule, he hoped Bulma would be able to manage it, though he was uncertain whether the local materials would suffice. The gravity chamber might demand a bit more time. Upon hearing Smith's request, Bulma expressed her surprise. "Is the legend of the Dragon Balls true?" Smith Dole nodded, aware that Bulma was newly acquainted with the concept of the Dragon Balls and had yet to meet Goku, leaving her uncertain about their authenticity. "Indeed, it is all true, and I will ensure that my team collaborates with you. Should you require anything or find yourself lacking materials, feel free to voice your needs." Bulma proudly lifted her chin and declared, "Since it is a request from my big brother Smith, I will certainly fulfill it." Smith Dole pressed a button on the desk, and soon after, Fox entered the room. Fox was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the young girl in the office, but he refrained from commenting and instead inquired, "Chief, you summoned me?" Smith Dole responded, "Fox, this is Bulma. She will be our chief scientist moving forward. Please arrange suitable accommodations for her and ensure that all her laboratory requirements are met." Fox hesitated briefly, surprised to encounter such a young scientist. Despite his myriad of questions, he simply agreed, deciding to inquire privately with Smith later. Given the presence of an outsider, "Understood, Chief." Fox turned to Bulma and said, "Miss Bulma, if you would kindly follow me, I will arrange your living quarters." Smith watched Fox lead Bulma away. He instructed, "Have John Wick come in." Shortly after the two exited, there was a knock at the door, and John Wick entered. He knelt on one knee before Smith and respectfully stated, "Chief, how may I serve you?" Observing John Wick's deference, Smith commanded, "John, please sit." John Wick rose and took a seat nearby. Smith Dole assessed John Wick, noting the absence of the despondency that had once characterized him. He seemed revitalized. "John, Helen has been resurrected. However, I advise you against taking her back to your previous residence, and it would be wise to prevent her from encountering old friends or former associates. You must understand the immense temptation that comes with resurrection and the complications it may bring." For the first time, John Wick contemplated this issue, having been absorbed in the joy of his wife's return. "Chief, I will sell our old residence. Helen and I have decided to remain at the headquarters, and I will arrange for her to have a new identity." Smith Dole nodded and replied, "I will provide some cover for you, but discretion is paramount. The depths of this world are more profound than you might imagine. Focus on training at the base and spend time with your family." Remembering the matter of the Dragon Balls, John Wick realized that this world was far more complex than he had initially thought. "Understood, Chief." After finalizing arrangements for John Wick, Smith Dole entered the recovery room. Retrieving the healing pod from his system backpack, and connecting it to the base's power supply he intended for Bulma to maintain this equipment. While she would also need to replicate the healing liquid, as the initial supply was limited and could not be used indefinitely. Just as Smith Dole completed these tasks, a subordinate rushed in. "Chief, an FBI agent wishes to see you. Her name is Phil Coulson. In the Assassin Alliance's reception room, Smith observed Phil Coulson entering, realizing that he was still being monitored by SH.NL.D, or rather, the Hydra faction. He was uncertain whether this attention stemmed from the recent confrontation at the High Table or the Dragon Balls. Fortunately, it seemed that the wish made to the dragon on the open sea had gone unnoticed by them. Coulson approached Smith Dole, taking a seat, and introduced himself. "Good day, Mr. Smith Dole. I am Agent Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division." Noting Coulson's direct introduction, Smith quipped, "Aren't you an FBI agent? Have you switched departments?" Coulson, unfazed by Smith's tone, smiled and replied, "Unfortunately, our division is not widely known, so we sometimes need to adopt the identities of other departments." Smith, not surprised by Coulson's words, inquired, "Might I ask what brings you?" "Agent Coulson, from this Strategic Homeland Division," Coulson clarified. "I represent the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division." Smith Dole retorted, "Don't you think that's a rather lengthy name?" Coulson nodded with a smile. "I share your sentiment. I will suggest a name reduction to the director next time. However, before that, I need to provide you with an introduction to our agency. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division is a subsidiary of the International Security Council, primarily tasked with managing various anomalous events." Smith listened silently, indicating for Coulson to continue. Coulson added with a smile, "Based on our observations, Mr. Smith Dole, your abilities have surpassed the limits of an ordinary human. Might I inquire if the Assassin Alliance has developed a super serum?" Upon hearing Coulson mention the super serum, Smith was slightly taken aback, recalling that his previous performance bore some resemblance to Captain America's enhanced serum, albeit an upgraded version. That he shook his head regretfully, stating, "We have not engaged in research regarding a super serum." Coulson scrutinized Smith's facial expressions, sensing no deceit, which led him to feel a tinge of disappointment. If the Assassin Alliance had indeed developed a side-effect-free super soldier serum, it would have been a monumental boon for SL to whether through purchase, theft, or other means. It would have significantly bolstered their organization. Coulson then remarked, "If it is not the serum, then you must be an individual anomaly, and we specialize in overseeing individuals like you." Smith Dole raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Are you planning to take me for dissection?" Coulson chuckled, replying, "Mr. Smith, you seem to be viewing us as the villainous organizations depicted in films. Our agency's mission is to protect world peace and address supernatural occurrences. After all, the majority of society consists of ordinary individuals. Does it not?" Acknowledging Coulson's words, Smith nodded in agreement. Coulson continued, "I have come today not only to establish a friendship with you, Mr. Smith Dole, but also to inform you that you are not the only one with extraordinary abilities in this world. There are many others who possess special powers." Smith was taken aback. Was the purpose of SM merely to extend a hand in friendship? Such simplicity was unexpected. Coulson smiled and added, "Of course, it is wise not to reveal your abilities in front of ordinary people, as it may incite panic as for the actions of the Assassin Alliance. While they may be illegal, they do not fall under our jurisdiction. However, in confronting particularly heinous individuals, we may still require your assistance." Upon witnessing Coulson's goodwill, Smith found no reason to lose his temper and thus spoke. "For certain malevolent individuals, the Assassin's Guild has its own procedures," he continued. "If even you cannot resolve this adversary, I must admit my own limitations." Smith had no intention of becoming a mere tool for SH.IL.D, nor could he entertain the notion of being utilized by the Assassin's Guild. Unperturbed by Smith's refusal, Coulson retrieved a business card and placed it on the table, stating, "This world is far from simple. I believe we shall meet again one day." After leaving the card behind, Coulson took his leave. Smith Dole gazed at the card on the table, pondering Coulson's true purpose for this visit. As for the mention of more than one unique individual, Smith was well aware. He possessed a deeper understanding of this world than S.I.E.L.D. did. However, the agency had its fair share of files on individuals with extraordinary abilities, and he couldn't help but notice their attitude towards him resembled that of the fiery man. No, it was considerably better. Esikona monitored that fiery individual, and instructed him to refrain from publicly using his powers. Coulson's earlier words echoed this sentiment, even suggesting the exploitation of his abilities for free. Smith found no profound insights into Hild's intentions. He simply resolved to remain steadfast amidst their machinations. Given the current strength of H.I.L.D, he felt no fear, save for the uncertainty of whether the laser beam from the Tesseract weapon could breach his defenses. The only other concern was Captain Marvel, whom he currently could not defeat. The rest posed little threat. After pocketing the card, Smith Dole proceeded to training ground number 2, eager to experiment with flight at this stage. His version of Goku lacked the ability to fly. The skill of flight was acquired post-defeating King Piccolo at the Heavenly Temple, and he had yet to obtain the flying Nimbus. Nevertheless, Smith Dole felt no trepidation. His combat prowess far surpassed that of Bidalai, who had learned under Son Gohan's tutelage. He believed mastering Ki should not be overly challenging for him. Upon entering training ground number 2, Smith Dole focused on controlling the Ki within his body. Recalling scenes from his previous life where Gohan taught Bidalai to fly, he then extended the Ki outward, enveloping his entire being. After several failed attempts, he soon found himself floating above the ground. As his mastery over Ki improved, he began to ascend and descend gracefully within the training area at Ha. Truly, with my innate talent, I learned swiftly, he exclaimed, exhilarated by his newfound ability to fly. The freedom of flight was a dream cherished by all. Yet the training ground restricted him. He contemplated testing his full speed and concluded that the open sea would be more suitable for his endeavors. Without delay, Smith Dole summoned John Wick, instructing him to take the yacht to a remote area of international waters. John Wick first drove Smith Dole to the coastline, then boarded the Assassin's Guild yacht, steering towards the open sea. Boss, there are no other vessels nearby, but we still need to cover some distance to reach international waters, John Wick reported. Smith Dole scanned the surrounding sea and confirmed there were indeed no other ships in sight. However, given the vastness of the ocean, any distant vessels would be visible long before they approached. To avoid drawing attention, he instructed, continue towards international waters. Curious about Smith Dole's solitary journey to the open sea, John Wick refrained from questioning further, remembering the Dragon Balls had flown away that day without falling nearby. After some time, the yacht entered international waters. Once anchored, John Wick reported, Boss, we have now entered international waters, and there are no other vessels in sight. Smith Dole nodded in approval. Excellent. You have done well. He stepped onto the deck and activated his flight technique. Rising into the air, witnessing this spectacle, John Wick's previously impassive demeanor transformed into astonishment, his mouth agape. Smith Dole gradually ascended, unleashing his ki, which propelled him toward the sea, the force of the wind nearly toppling John Wick. As Smith Dole released his ki, his speed increased exponentially. With a whoosh, he shot across the water's surface like a missile, creating a spray of waves. He exclaimed, pouring forth his ki, accelerating even further. Yet he soon realized his internal energy was depleting rapidly. Through persistent experimentation, Smith Dole discovered a balance. Flying at a certain speed minimized ki consumption, allowing him to use bursts of energy for urgent acceleration. After exhausting most of his ki, he returned to the yacht. John Wick had already regained his composure, but couldn't help but ask, Boss, can I fly like you? Looking at John Wick, Smith replied, with your current abilities, you are not yet capable. Train diligently, and first reach the limits of human potential. John Wick paused momentarily before understanding that if he could not fly now, he might be able to in the future, implying that flight was a skill to be learned rather than an innate power or mutation. This realization filled him with excitement. Observing John Wick's flushed enthusiasm, Smith commanded, return to shore. Meanwhile, in the Triskelion, within the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, Phil Coulson was once again updating Nick Fury on the latest developments. Nick Fury regarded Coulson and inquired, Coulson, after your meeting with Smith Dole, what are your thoughts on this individual? Coulson pondered briefly before responding. Smith Dole has confirmed that the Assassin's Guild has not developed a super soldier serum, aligning with our recent analyses. However, according to our latest intelligence, the Guild is acquiring advanced research equipment, suggesting they are in the process of establishing a laboratory. An MY assessment indicates they are preparing to investigate his own mutation. Yet, we have yet to ascertain which scientist has joined the Assassin's Guild. Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility of them being victims of scientific fraud. After considering this, Nick Fury asked, "Can we intervene?" Coulson shook his head, continuing, "It is challenging. We only know they have ordered numerous research devices, and beyond that, we are in the dark that we are unaware of the lead scientist or the research team, making it difficult to intervene. However, based on our understanding of the Assassin's Guild, their previous research capabilities were quite limited, primarily focused on firearms. With the exception of that wax bath at IT, is likely they have sought external expertise. If we can identify the joining scientist, there is still a glimmer of opportunity. Furthermore, Smith Dole seems somewhat averse to our organization, expressing concerns about being studied. This initial contact is merely preliminary. However, based on the Assassin's Guild's training and philosophy, he should not develop an anti-human disposition. Nick Fury contemplated this before stating, so there is no need for containment or imprisonment. Yet, leaving him out in the open poses certain risks. Coulson, do you think it possible to invite him to become AS? H.I.L.D. agent. Coulson's eyes lit up with uncertainty as he asked, "Director, do you mean that plan?" Nick Fury remained silent, prompting Coulson to continue. "I previously tested the waters with Smith Dole. He did not agree to assist us. However, considering the Assassin's Guild's principles and modus operandi, there remains a chance to win him over, albeit requiring time and groundwork. By the way, Director, he also mentioned that our name is rather lengthy and suggested we shorten it." Nick Fury chuckled, replying, "I understand the gist. Continue to engage with him, observing and strategically fostering goodwill. With his physical prowess, he is likely superior to Captain America." Coulson nodded affirmatively. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, within Stark Industries, Pepper Potts displayed a look of urgent concern, as a considerable amount of time had elapsed since Tony Stark's disappearance. Yet, there remains an utter lack of news, no sign of life, nor any evidence of death that Tony's friend, Rod, informed her that the bodies of those who were with him at the site of the attack were left behind. Yet Tony's body was conspicuously absent, suggesting that he might still be alive. The military is currently engaged in search and rescue operations, and at this moment, hope still lingers. Just then, Tony's bodyguard, Happy, entered the room. Pepper Potts inquired, "Is there any news?" Happy shook his head in resignation. "Currently, there is no information." Anxiously, Pepper Potts began to pace, then spoke, "We cannot continue to wait idly. Happy, do you have any capable channels that could assist in locating him?" Upon hearing Pepper Potts' words and witnessing her worried demeanor, Happy contemplated for a moment before responding. Actually, there was a formidable force known as the Continental Hotel, renowned for its extensive global intelligence network within the underground world. However, I recently heard it has been dismantled. The entity responsible for this seems to be the Assassin's Brotherhood, which likely absorbed their intelligence system, but if there remains any significant channel, it might be this one. Pepper Potts pondered for a moment before asking, what was the status of that previous force? Happy recalled the information he had received and replied, it was reportedly the most powerful globally, controlling 80% of the underground forces. Pepper Potts momentarily froze. As Tony Stark's secretary and an arms conglomerate owner, she generally regarded ordinary underground forces as insignificant. However, the fact that this entity wielded power over 80% of the underground world certainly warranted attention. The existence of such a force, capable of elimination, particularly by entities not affiliated with official military ranks, was astonishing. Happy, are you certain of what you are saying? If such a force exists, it could indeed assist in the search for Tony. Happy nodded solemnly and remarked, Pepper, as you know, I am Tony's bodyguard that I in our line of work. One must possess a comprehensive understanding of underground forces and maintain intelligence to ensure awareness of any bounties concerning Tony at the earliest opportunity. The recent downfall of the High Table and the transition of the Continental Hotel is the most significant news in the underground world. This organization boasts a history exceeding 1,000 years, with branches spread across various nations. Coupled with the acquisition of the High Table's power and intelligence, if they are willing, they could potentially dispatch someone to that territory. They might even ascertain who was responsible for the attack on Tony. However, soliciting their assistance is exceedingly difficult. Most individuals cannot afford the price. Happy understood that it was not merely a matter of affordability, but rather that it might be impossible to even secure an audience. Given his status as a bodyguard, he had limited leverage to mobilize Stark Industries' resources. Yet, Pepper Potts was different. Although she was merely a secretary, her responsibilities were far beyond those of an ordinary secretary. While she found Happy's words somewhat credible, She remained cautious and intended to consult Jarvis for comprehensive information about the organization, but Tony's disappearance rendered her wary of placing her trust in others without due diligence. I understand. Happy. I will consider it. Happy nodded and subsequently exited Pepper Potts' office. Once Happy departed, Pepper Potts did not linger. She drove directly to Tony's residence. After authentication, she entered Tony's villa and addressed the heir. Jarvis, please retrieve all information regarding the High Table, the Continental Hotel, and the forces responsible for its downfall. Certainly, Miss Potts. Please hold on. In less than a few minutes. Jarvis' voice resonated once more. The information has been sent to the computer on your desk. Please review it at your leisure. Approaching the computer, Pepper Potts opened the folder and began to peruse the contents. Jarvis had conducted a thorough search of the dark web, compiling all relevant data, even uncovering a particular location with partial information regarding the Assassin's Alliance. However, due to Pepper Potts' insufficient clearance, he refrained from unauthorized access. The volume of information on the computer was substantial, predominantly concerning the High Table and the Continental Hotel. By examining this data, Pepper Potts discerned that Happy had not been deceitful and gained further insight into the formidable nature of the Assassin's Alliance, which had decimated such powers, although their documentation paled in comparison to that of the High Table. 3 days later, through meticulous analysis of the intelligence, Pepper Potts, accompanied by Happy, located John Wick. Mr. Wick, I wish to request a meeting with the leader of the Assassin's Alliance, Mr. Smith Dole. Here is my business card. John Wick regarded the pair with some hesitation, but ultimately accepted the card. Upon seeing the introduction on the card identifying Pepper Potts as the assistant to the chairman of Stark Industries, John Wick's demeanor shifted to one of increased seriousness. Despite his former life as an assassin, he recognized the significance of the globally renowned military-industrial conglomerate and understood the weight of the woman before him. Ms. Potts, may I inquire as to the purpose of your meeting with our leader? Rather than divulging her intentions outright, Pepper Potts replied, I have a matter of great importance to discuss with him. One that would undoubtedly be beneficial for him. I kindly ask that you notify Mr. Smith Dole that I believe that, as the secretary to the chairman of Stark Industries, I am indeed qualified to meet with Mr. Smith. Noting that she had not disclosed her reasons, John Wick speculated whether it was related to the Dragon Balls that he deemed it impossible that they were selling arms to the Assassin's Alliance. I will reach out to the leader, but whether he will agree to meet with you remains uncertain. A smile graced Pepper Potts' face as she replied, I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Wick. Meanwhile, Mr. Smith Dole was at the training facility. Clad in weighted gear, engaged in physical conditioning, his coveted gravity chamber remained a mere figment of his imagination. Fox had informed him the previous day that the equipment and materials needed by Bulma were either non-existent or unavailable for purchase, and that the orders placed would require time to fulfill. Although he had increased the weights as much as possible, it was impractical to carry several tons of steel on his person. Fox had arranged for him to wear a suit crafted from osmium, the densest metal available on the market. Suddenly, the phone on the nearby desk began to ring, interrupting Smith Dole's workout that he paused. Approached, and upon seeing it was a call from John Wick, he answered, John? Is something amiss? John Wick, upon hearing Smith Dole's voice, responded, Boss, Ms. Pepper Potts, the secretary of Stark Industries, wishes to see you. She claims to have something to discuss in detail. Hearing John Wick's words, Smith Dole blinked in surprise. Stark Industries that he immediately recalled the incident of Tony's abduction. How long had he been missing? After deducing the nature of the matter, Smith Dole spoke. John, please escort Miss Pepper Potts to our headquarters for a meeting. Understood, boss. As the call ended, Smith Dole turned to his computer to search for news regarding Tony Stark, discovering that he had been missing for nearly 3 months. With rumors circulating online that he was presumed dead at the headquarters of the Assassin's Alliance, as the door to the meeting room swung open, John Wick entered, accompanied by Pepper Potts and Happy. Boss, this lady is Ms. Pepper Potts, the secretary to the chairman of Stark Industries, and this is Mr. Happy, the bodyguard of Chairman Tony Stark. After introducing both parties, John Wick exited the meeting room to stand guard outside. Pepper Potts approached Smith Dole and extended her hand for a handshake. Hello, Mr. Smith. Hello, Ms. Potts. Once seated, Pepper Potts began, Mr. Smith, I have a significant matter I would like to entrust to you, one that may require mobilizing all your resources. Smith Dole regarded Pepper Potts calmly, stating, It appears this matter is of considerable magnitude if it necessitates the mobilization of our entire force. Pepper Potts, with a visage marked by a blend of sorrow and anxiety. Spoke with an effort to maintain her composure. Over 2 months ago, Tony Stark ventured to Afghanistan to deliver weaponry to the local American forces. Upon completing the transaction and while en route back to the military base, he fell victim to an attack orchestrated by unidentified armed factions. No remains of Tony were found at the scene, leading to the conjecture that he may have been abducted and is currently unaccounted for. Presently, both the military and our organization are deploying extensive resources in the search, yet no results have emerged. That I have heard that Mr. Smith wields considerable influence within the underworld, and I implore you to mobilize every possible resource and intelligence network at your disposal to assist us in locating Tony Stark. Perhaps from your vantage point, we might uncover different leads, even facilitating contact with those responsible for his abduction. Upon hearing this, Smith Dole recognized that the situation aligned with his suspicions that as for locating Tony. That task seemed rather straightforward. Even in the absence of his assistance, Tony Stark could likely extricate himself from peril, rendering a favor for Smith. Moreover, considering the expenses associated with the construction of the lab by Bulma, having a benefactor at this juncture was indeed fortuitous. Ms. Potts, I comprehend your requirements. You mentioned that Mr. Stark was taken by unknown armed forces, particularly in the treacherous terrain of Afghanistan. The cost of locating him will be exorbitant. And should he be found, we would also need to ensure his rescue and protection. That I am curious to know how much you are willing to invest in this endeavor. Upon hearing that the other party did not dismiss her, but instead broached the subject of finances, Pepper Potts felt a sense of relief. She had learned from her research that this organization rarely accepted external assignments. Thus, she proceeded to present her offer. Should you successfully locate Tony Stark and facilitate his rescue, we are prepared to allocate a substantial sum as a rescue fee. Additionally, understanding the nature of your organization, Stark Industries is willing to provide a batch of weaponry and even establish a sales channel for arms with your organization. Pepper Potts demonstrated immense sincerity. A substantial fee was inconsequential, and while a cache of weaponry was alluring, it would eventually be depleted. However, a sales channel was a different matter altogether. Stark Industries, on the surface, conducted business solely with the military, handling large orders. The partnership in this regard would significantly strengthen the underground forces. If this were a high-stakes negotiation, the other party would undoubtedly be ecstatic. Yet, for Smith Dole, with Bulma's support, he felt confident that such matters were easily surmountable. Nevertheless, if Tony could escape on his own, it would hardly differ from a freebie for him. Smith Dole then stated directly, in terms of finances, I require equipment valued at $100 million. There are certain items that are cumbersome for me to procure. I will need Stark Industries' assistance in acquiring them. Smith was aware that some research equipment and materials could be challenging to purchase through the companies under the Assassin Alliance due to various restrictions, particularly for specialized materials that required specific qualifications. Pepper Potts did not refuse the high price proposed by Smith Dole. Instead, she responded, as long as you can bring Tony Stark back alive. The $100 million for the equipment is not an issue. You can simply send me the list of required materials later. As for the other two conditions, I remain committed to fulfilling them. Moreover, if you exert your utmost effort in the rescue, even if ultimately no one is found, I will ensure a payment of $10 million, guaranteeing that your efforts are not in vain. Clearly, Pepper Potts had extended her utmost sincerity to ensure that Smith Dole's faction would exert every effort as long as they could return Tony Stark safely, whether through the $100 million worth of scientific equipment or additional conditions. She would consider it a worthwhile investment. Given Tony Stark's innovative prowess, generating billions would be effortless, and acquiring difficult-to-obtain items would pose no challenge. After all, this was Tony Stark, the chairman and chief scientist of Stark Industries. Seeing that Pepper Potts did not engage in any haggling, Smith Dole was very pleased with her approach. Particularly her willingness to offer compensation even in the event of failure showcased her earnestness. Smith Dole smiled as he extended his hand, saying, "It's a deal." Pepper Potts rose to shake Smith Dole's hand, saying, "I shall entrust this matter to you, and I will remit $10 million as a deposit to your organization." Witnessing Pepper Potts' readiness, Smith Dole replied, "As long as Tony Stark is still alive, we will extract him from that region." Upon hearing Smith Dole's confident assurances, a smile crept across Pepper Potts' face. Throughout the negotiation, Happy remained silent, and once the collaboration was established, he escorted Pepper Potts out of the Assassin Alliance. John Wick, unaware of the discussions that transpired within the conference room, inquired curiously after their departure. What was that all about? Did they discover the secret of the Dragon Balls? Smith Dole shook his head. Not at all. Tony Stark has gone missing, and she seeks our assistance in locating him. Offering resources valued at $100 million, John Wick, relieved that it was not related to the Dragon Balls, pondered the implications of such a vast arms conglomerate learning about them, which could lead to significant complications. He then asked curiously, "That playboy is missing? I haven't been following the news on that front lately." "Boss, is there anything you need me to do?" Smith Dole clapped John Wick on the shoulder and replied, "What you need to focus on right now is enhancing your physical conditioning. This current state of yours offers little hope for flight." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, John Wick responded, "Boss, I'm not getting any younger. And given the lingering injuries from past battles, it may be unrealistic to expect myself to reach the pinnacle of human capability." Contemplating John Wick's words, Smith Dole suggested, "In the meantime, coordinate the transformation of the Continental Hotel, ensuring that those assassins do not use it as a refuge for your physical injuries. I will arrange for you to experience a treatment pod soon." The treatment pods controlled by Frisia's faction were indeed extravagant for the purpose of healing John Wick's injuries. They could restore him to peak physical condition. Having heard of the additional treatment pods, John Wick expressed his gratitude with enthusiasm, saying, "Thank you, boss." Smith Dole then handed Fox a document in the office, stating, "This is the contact information for Pepper Potts, the secretary to the chairman of Stark Industries. Prepare to compile a list of hard-to-obtain equipment and materials from Bulma's procurement list, valued at $100 million, and present it to her." Fox, puzzled, asked, "Are we borrowing their channels to make these purchases?" Smith Dole shook his head. "No, she has requested our assistance in rescuing someone, and part of the conditions includes this $100 million worth of equipment and materials." Fox was momentarily taken aback by the sum. The Assassin Alliance had never lacked funds, having provided her with several $1 million over the years. Yet, $100 million was no insignificant amount. Who could possibly be worth that much? Smith Dole replied slowly, "Tony Stark." Upon hearing that name, Fox exclaimed, "He is indeed worth $100 million, but has that guy gotten himself into trouble?" Noting Fox's lack of awareness regarding Tony's disappearance, Smith Dole chuckled. "He was kidnapped in Afghanistan. Additionally, Stark Industries shares are likely to continue plummeting. Without causing a stir, you should arrange for the Assassin Alliance to short-sell Stark Industries stock." The expenses incurred by Bulma's research laboratory were considerable, necessitating external revenue to fund equipment procurement. The fluctuation in Stark Industries' valuation could not be overlooked. Fox, confused, queried, "If we're attempting to rescue someone, why would their valuation decline?" Smith Dole did not delve into explanations, but stated, "Follow my directives. I will inform you when to short sell and when to buy in." Fox nodded. Though puzzled, she complied with the orders. "Should we arrange for personnel to head to Afghanistan for Tony Stark's rescue?" "The station personnel there are limited and may not be of much assistance." Smith Dole shook his head, asserting that even deploying a significant number of personnel may not yield effective results in Tony's rescue. Otherwise, the military would not have struggled to locate him, relying instead on Tony's own ability to escape. However, he possesses a combat power detector, so he can search the desert over there when the time comes. Moreover, this is a matter of goodwill, and it is more fitting for him to take the initiative. The situation over there is rather complicated. I will take the lead in rescuing Tony Stark. The price set by the other party is worth my journey. Fox had no further objections. With Smith Dole's capabilities, she was not concerned about personal safety. The following day, Smith Dole arrived in Afghanistan. As he stepped out of the airport, he immediately sensed the hurried expressions of the passing personnel and the acrid smell of gunpowder in the in this war-torn country, although the Assassins' Alliance held some influence. It was largely just a small gathering point. Boarding the vehicle arranged by the Assassins' Alliance, Smith Dole proceeded to the location where Tony had been attacked. Meanwhile, in a concealed cave within the Afghan desert, Tony Stark had just developed a miniaturized arc reactor he intended to replace the cumbersome battery he had been carrying. It was such a hassle that he had to cradle it, even when using the restroom. Observing the contraption Tony was creating, Ethan inquired, "This doesn't look like a Jericho missile." Without lifting his gaze from the reactor, Tony replied, "Because it is a micro-arc reactor, I have a larger one at home that powers my factory. It should be sufficient to absorb shrapnel." Ethan, intrigued by the device, asked, "What is its power output?" Tony answered directly, "If I calculated correctly, It should be around 3 billion joules per second. Upon hearing this figure, Ethan looked at Tony and remarked, "That should be enough to power your heart for several thousand years." Tony affirmed, "Indeed, it can power large appliances for 15 minutes. Subsequently, Tony Stark produced a blueprint and stated, "This is our means of escape." Ethan picked up the blueprint, puzzled, and asked, "What is this?" Tony adjusted the layout of the blueprint and instructed, "Look at it this way." Before them appeared the design of a suit of armored armor. Ethan exclaimed, "My goodness, this is truly remarkable." In that moment, he could not help but marvel at Tony Stark's talent. What kind of genius could design such formidable equipment in such dire circumstances? A military armored vehicle sped along, kicking up clouds of dust, and soon reached its destination. Smith Dole, who had been resting with his eyes closed in the vehicle, opened them and stepped out. This was the highway where Tony Stark had been attacked. More than 2 months had passed, and the area was now free from martial law, leaving no useful traces in sight. Smith Dole addressed his driver, "You all may return. I will notify you via satellite phone if I need a vehicle." The driver nodded, "Yes, Chief." As the armored vehicle departed, Smith Dole glanced at the desert flanking the highway, activated his combat power detector, and chose a direction to advance into the sands. Once inside the desert, and confirming that no one else was around, Smith Dole utilized his aerial maneuvering technique to fly at a low altitude, employing the life detection capabilities of the combat power detector to locate the cave where Tony was imprisoned. His flying speed was not swift, and being at low altitude in an uninhabited area, he did not attract attention. If spotted, he could easily neutralize any witnesses, making for a perfect stealth operation. In this war-torn region, there were no good people to be found. Meanwhile, within the cave, Tony slowly sat up, glancing down at the arc reactor on his chest. He had finally liberated himself from the embarrassment of having to carry a battery even to the restroom. "Ethan, thank you for replacing the arc reactor for me. I could never have accomplished this alone in here." Seeing Tony Stark extend his hand, Ethan reciprocated, "After all, you are our beacon of hope for escape. How could I not assist you?" Tony smiled, a rare display of joy in the cave where he was held captive. With the reactor now in place, the prospect of escape filled him with hope. Once he completed the suit, he would be able to leave this place with Ethan. That time, he would ensure that those who had kidnapped him would regret ever stepping into this world. Dressed, Tony and Ethan retrieved a board game and began to play. Clearly, even in captivity, Tony sought a balance of work and leisure. After all, the hope of life was within reach. After a couple of rounds, Tony Stark inquired, "You still haven't told me where you're from?" Ethan rolled the dice in his hand and replied, "I come from a small town called Meatside. It's a beautiful place." As Tony poured himself a drink, he asked, "Do you have family?" Ethan looked up at Tony Stark, a hint of lightness in his demeanor as he responded, "Yes, I want to visit my family once we escape." He then posed a question in return, "Do you have family?" At this question, Tony Stark fell silent. His parents had perished in a car accident when he was still young. Remembering this, he winced slightly and finally replied, "No." Hearing Tony Stark's response, Ethan echoed, "No." He then added with a touch of regret, "You have everything, yet you possess nothing." In Ethan's eyes, family was the foundation of everything, as long as one had enough money. That was sufficient. Tony Stark glanced at Ethan, a faint smile gracing his lips as he set down the dice and declared, "All right, buddy, it's time to get to work." He moved to the pile of parts and began his welding tasks. Outside the holding room, a minor leader from the Ten Rings gang approached the iron door, peeking through a small window to gauge the situation inside, confirming that both were busy with their tasks. He nodded and turned to leave with his subordinates. In front of the surveillance monitors, another member of the Ten Rings gang held a photo of a Jericho missile, comparing it to Tony's assembly, and remarked, "It doesn't look anything like the one in the photo." Another member explained, "Perhaps it has been modified." Staring at the footage, the one holding the photo continued, "The tail section is wrong. It's positioned backward." Meanwhile, Smith Dole had just emerged from a cave, a key blast in hand that collapsed the entire cavern. Boom! Watching the dust rise from the cave's collapse, he quipped, "What a surprise, a Ten Rings outpost." But unfortunately, it's not where Tony is held. Thankfully, Wenwu was not in the vicinity. Otherwise, he might have had to activate his giant ape mode. With tenfold combat power, he could reach 1890, and even with the 10 rings Su Wenwu, he would not shy away from a confrontation, though he hoped not to encounter him here. Smith Dole then soared into the distance, continuing to scan for any combat power present in the desert. hoping not to encounter anything above 6 points, lest he face extraordinary strength. Outside the cave, several members of the Ten Rings gang were gathered around a fire, warming their hands. The leader responsible for Tony Stark's abduction, Zara, was currently observing the surveillance footage, noting that Tony was adjusting the mechanical components of his legs while absently touching a circular ring on his arm, lost in thought. After a while, Zara, accompanied by his subordinates, entered the cave where Tony was held. Upon entering the room, he surveyed the surroundings and addressed Tony Stark, who had his hands clasped behind his head, saying slowly, "Don't be nervous." Hearing this, both Tony and Ethan gradually lowered their hands from their heads. Zara approached Tony Stark, gently parting the fabric of his shirt to touch the small arc reactor on his chest. He was surprised to see that Tony had replaced his life-saving battery during this time, an impressive feat of engineering. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The bow and arrow, once considered cutting-edge technology." Zara, not noticing any abnormalities, turned to the parts Tony had created and continued. Genghis Khan relied on it to sweep across the Eurasian continent and dominate for a time. His territory was 5 times that of Alexander the Great and 4 times the area of the Roman Empire. As Zara spoke, he walked to the workbench, picked up the blueprint, and remarked, "But today, only those who possess Stark's most advanced weaponry can rule the world." Upon encountering Zara, Tony Stark's expression immediately shifted to one of tension as he laid eyes on the blueprints before him, blueprints of his own armor. Ethan, observing Tony's demeanor, sensed that things were about to take a turn for the worst. He hastily gestured to Tony to remain calm, reminding him that even he had been unable to decipher the intricate details of the schematics at first, and that their current companion had no hope of understanding them either. Zara glanced at the drawings, failing to comprehend their true nature, and assumed they were merely designs for a missile that he set the blueprints aside, unaware of whether they depicted the Jericho missile or not. But he had his own means of probing. Turning to Tony, he declared, "The one who will dominate the world in the future is me. Why do you choose to disappoint me?" Ethan, witnessing the escalating tension, interjected, "We are working very hard." In response to Ethan's words, Sir turned to him with a serious demeanor and said, "I spared your life. And this is how you repay me." Ethan, looking at him earnestly, raised his hands and replied, "It's complicated. He has been trying his best." Sir commanded his subordinates, "Make him kneel." Instantly, 2 members approached and forced Ethan to kneel before Zara. Tony Stark clenched his fists in frustration, feeling powerless as he diverted his gaze to the components on the table. Sir turned away, grasping a pair of pliers to pick up a piece of red-hot charcoal, and coldly stated, "Do you think I am a fool? I will figure this out." Ethan, feeling the tension rise, quickly explained, "We are all working hard for you." Zara, holding the scorching charcoal with the pliers, cruelly instructed, "Open your mouth." Tony Stark, bewildered, exclaimed, "What do they intend to do?" His question went unanswered as Zara pressed Ethan's head down, calmly saying, "Do you think I'm an idiot? What is he doing? Speak the truth." As he spoke, he brought the pliers with the burning charcoal closer to Ethan's face. Realizing the imminent threat to his life, Ethan knew he could not afford to tell the truth. He firmly asserted, "He is making the Jericho missile for you." Zara glared menacingly at Ethan's face, the charcoal dangerously close to his eye. "Tell me the truth." Ethan felt the looming threat of death. Yet he had no choice but to repeat, "He is building the Jericho missile you desire." Zara roared again, "Tell me the truth." At that moment, Ethan felt his eyelashes and eyebrows singe from the heat, panic flooding his mind. "He is constructing the Jericho missile you want." Seeing Ethan's steadfast loyalty despite the dire situation, Tony could no longer feign ignorance. He stepped forward and shouted, "What delivery date do you want?" "I can manage this." Zara's subordinates raised their weapons, aiming at Tony, while one of the smaller commanders in front urged, "Stop." Tony, sensing the sudden tension, halted his advance and raised his hands to signify he meant no harm. Meeting Zara's gaze, he asserted, "I need him," then turned to Ethan, stating, "He is valuable." Upon hearing Tony Stark's words, Zara set the charcoal aside and replied sternly, "You must complete the missile assembly by tomorrow at the latest." He then discarded the pliers onto the ground, instructing his men, "Keep a close watch on them." Having conducted his test to his satisfaction, Zara left the cave where Tony Stark was imprisoned, convinced that they had not deceived him. Meanwhile, Tony set about his task of constructing his armor, fully aware that time was of the essence. With each strike of the hammer against the metal, he shaped it into his desired form. After dismantling 2 strongholds, Smith Dole finally located what appeared to be the site where Tony Stark was held captive, just outside a mountainous area. The sun had yet to rise, and the sky was dimly lit. Using a combat power detector, Smith observed the numerous lackluster guards below. Unperturbed by their presence, he was certain of the location due to the abundance of Stark Industries weaponry, as the previous strongholds had not possessed such firepower. As he surveyed the defensive position below, Smith grew concerned that launching an attack might inadvertently endanger Tony Stark. He promptly summoned Poole from his system space. Young Master Smith, upon Poole's arrival, Smith Dole instructed, "Poole, I need you to use your transformation abilities to infiltrate the cave below. There are 2 individuals within the innermost chamber. One of them, Tony Stark, has a glowing circular object on his chest. Your task is to ensure his safety and prevent any harm from befalling him." Poole gazed down at the cave and responded, "Understood, young Master Smith, that I will safeguard the target." He then floated downward, transforming into a gecko as he swiftly crawled inside. Smith knew that to earn a favor, he must rescue Tony before he could escape on his own. Otherwise, once Tony fought his way out, the favor would lose its significance. He was determined to extract Tony before any action could be taken, knowing that even if Pepper Potts spent money, Tony would still owe him a debt of gratitude. Confident in Poole's abilities, Smith Dole believed that even if he initiated an attack outside, Poole could prevent anyone inside from using Tony as leverage, allowing him the time to rush in and rescue him. The combat power detector locked onto Poole as he made his way deeper into the cave, prompting Smith Dole to spring into action. He conjured an energy orb in his hand and hurled it at the defensive position below. Boom! Upon contact, the energy orb erupted in a thunderous explosion, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. The commotion immediately triggered alarms among the guards below, who shouted, "Enemy attack! Defend!" The loud sirens startled Zar awake in his tent, and he grabbed his weapon, rushing outside. As the smoke cleared, the guards beheld Smith Dole, who raised his submachine gun and open-fired. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets whirled like a metallic storm towards Smith Dole. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets struck Smith, sparking as some ricocheted to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the guards were momentarily stunned into silence. "Since you have ceased your assault, now it is my turn." Smith Dole raised his right hand, unleashing a barrage of energy orbs at the guards while carefully avoiding the munitions cache to prevent a chain reaction. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out, sending members of the 10 Rings organization skyward. In the blink of an eye, casualties among the 10 Rings were numerous, yet Smith Dole continued his onslaught, swiftly clearing the area of adversaries. Inside the cave, Tony Stark had nearly completed his armor, with just one final component remaining for assembly. The explosions outside startled him, causing him to pause and turn to Ethan, asking, "Ethan, what is happening outside? Is that the sound of explosions?" Ethan leaned closer to the entrance, pressing his ear against the door to listen intently. "It seems to be an enemy attack. I hear machine guns and explosions," he replied. Tony Stark's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope as he speculated. Could it be the military has found this place? Just then, a gecko slithered through a crevice and, upon spotting the 2 men, immediately locked its gaze onto Tony Stark. Thud! Poole transformed back into his original form before Tony. "Tony Stark?" Startled, Tony took a step back and exclaimed, "What are you?" Even the well-versed Tony Stark was taken aback by the sight of this floating blue creature. Ethan, equally astonished, stammered, "An alien? Cat alien?" The scene before Ethan evidently struck him with considerable impact. Paul paid no heed to Ethan standing nearby, instead addressing Tony Stark. "Tony Stark, I am Paul, sent by Master Smith to protect you." Ethan glanced at Tony, who appeared somewhat bewildered. He was unaware of the Master Smith referred to by Paul. Furthermore, he struggled to comprehend how this creature, resembling a blue being, could ensure his safety amidst a throng of armed assailants. Could it withstand a barrage of bullets? Moreover, his own armor was on the verge of completion, and once assembled, it would safeguard him. Yet, time was of the essence, and the commotion outside suggested he might not have it. Hearing the continuous explosions and cries from outside, Tony Stark hesitantly inquired, "Who is Smith? Are you military personnel sent to rescue me? Is the gunfire outside due to you?" Although Tony was unfamiliar with this creature and Smith Dole, the only entities he could think of that might come to his aid were the military or his own company. Yet, he did not recognize them, leading him to assume they were military personnel. Perhaps this creature before him was a covert weapon developed by the military. In response to Tony's inquiries, Paul explained, "We are not military personnel. However, the commotion outside is indeed instigated by Master Smith, who is currently dealing with the members of the Ten Rings at that moment." The Ten Rings members monitoring from within the cave also noticed the disturbance surrounding Tony Stark's confinement and expressed astonishment at the sudden appearance of the creature, exclaiming, "What on earth is that? Someone go check on Tony and capture that creature." 3 Ten Rings warriors stationed in the cave immediately armed themselves and sprinted towards Tony's location. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, Paul warned Tony, "Someone is coming. You must find a place to hide." Tony Stark and Ethan exchanged glances and promptly sought refuge in a concealed shooting position, using the assembled armor as a shield. Meanwhile, Paul floated to the entrance and concealed himself above the cave in no time. The 3 armed warriors from the Ten Rings reached the entrance, and upon opening the door and finding no sign of Tony Stark or Ethan, they shouted, "You bastards, come out! Do you think hiding in the corner will keep you safe? And where is that creature? How did it get in here?" Tony and Ethan remained silent in their corner, heightening the guards' unease as the battle raged on outside, leaving them oblivious to the unfolding events at that moment. Paul leapt down from the cave's ceiling, transforming into a colossal hammer. With a resounding crash, Paul's hammer struck the 3 men, crushing them against the wall and killing them instantly. The swift motion left them no time to react. Witnessing this scene, Tony Stark's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth was this creature capable of transformation? Outside the cave, Smith Dole surveyed the destruction he had wrought with great satisfaction. Particularly, his experimental energy blasts had proven to be exceptionally effective against such foes, capable of eliminating multiple targets with a single shot. Had Tony not been inside, one of his energy blasts could have turned this place into a crater. All Ten Rings personnel outside the cave were annihilated by Smith Dole, leaving no survivors. One must concede that the prince's tactics for clearing out minions were exceedingly convenient as the sun began to rise, casting warm rays upon the earth and revealing its unique charm. Zora, hiding within the cave, recalled the true leader of their organization, Su Wenwu, who presided over the Ten Rings in the Middle East. She was somewhat familiar with her leader's exploits. She resolved to return and inform Su Wenwu of this formidable man. Perhaps he would take an interest, as only her leader could contend with such a monster. With this thought, Zara touched the Ten Rings tattoo on her wrist and subsequently escaped through a concealed passage. After neutralizing the external threats, Smith Dole stepped into the cave. The interior was well lit, dispelling any darkness. The remaining Ten Rings members within the cave could not evade their impending demise. Once the cave's Ten Rings members were eliminated, Smith Dole approached the area where Tony Stark was confined. Upon opening the iron door, he found 3 lifeless bodies strewn around. The moment Paul spotted Smith Dole, he flew over and hovered before him, declaring, "Master Smith, under my protection, Tony Stark has suffered no harm." Smith gently patted Paul's head and replied, "You have worked hard, Paul." Upon hearing their conversation, Tony Stark and Ethan emerged from their hiding spot. Tony approached Smith Dole, gazing at the unfamiliar man, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for coming to my rescue." Surprised by Tony's outstretched hand, Smith recalled that Tony was not one to favor handshakes. Smiling, he accepted Tony's handshake and replied, "Seeing you alive makes this mission worthwhile." Tony cast a puzzled glance behind Smith, and upon noticing the absence of others, he asked incredulously, "Did you single-handedly eliminate all the enemies outside?" Smith nodded with a smile. After receiving confirmation, Tony Stark was taken aback. The gunfire and explosions had been deafening, yet he had managed to dispatch the armed assailants alone. Such prowess could rival that of Captain America, and curiously, he bore no signs of dust or injury. In light of this revelation, Tony was astonished and could not help but inquire, "May I know who sent you to rescue me?" Smith Dole glanced at the taciturn Ethan beside him before responding to Tony. "It was your secretary, Miss Pepper Potts, who sought me out and requested my assistance in bringing you back. The compensation offered was quite generous, warranting my involvement." Tony was somewhat surprised to learn that it was his secretary Pepper Potts who had reached out. He had not realized he possessed such connections that as for the compensation, he remained indifferent, knowing that any amount, even $10 billion, would be worth it. Tony expressed his gratitude once more, stating, "It is only right to repay you for your services. But I am genuinely thankful for your timely intervention. After such a lengthy period without any military response, your capabilities are undoubtedly unparalleled." As he spoke, Tony gave a thumbs up in acknowledgement. Smith chuckled. Pleased to see that Tony recognized the significance of his rescue, he glanced around the cave, observing the scattered components, and noted that the prototype for Mark I had yet to be completed. He then stated, "All the enemies in this vicinity have been neutralized. You are now safe. Is there anything you wish to take with you? I will escort you from here shortly." Hearing that all threats had been eliminated, Tony felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile breaking across his face as he recalled his armor design. "Are you certain there are no more enemies coming?" Smith Dole affirmed with a nod, declaring, "To locate you, I even dismantled 3 nearby similar strongholds. I believe it will be a while before any foes return." With this assurance, Tony's eyes sparkled with hope. If they were temporarily safe, perhaps he could assemble his armor. He then remarked, "I have created something quite intriguing, originally intended for my escape. Since there are no enemies, I shall assemble it, and we can all take a look." Upon hearing that Tony intended to construct his Mark I, Smith Dole's interest was piqued, and he responded, "Very well. Let me witness the latest invention of this genius scientist." With Smith's consent, Tony and Ethan began assembling the armor. Smith observed with keen interest, marveling at Tony's ingenuity in crafting the Mark I under such rudimentary conditions. It was no wonder he was said to be cursed with knowledge. One couldn't help but wonder who was the more brilliant, Tony or Bulma. Once all the components were assembled, Tony donned the armor and instructed, "Ethan, please secure the screws." Following Tony's directives, Ethan diligently fastened the buttons and tightened the screws. As the screws neared completion, Tony instructed, "Ethan, assist me in powering it on." Ethan set down his tools, turned around, and inquired, "Tell me, how should I proceed?" Function key F11. Upon observing the progress bar, Ethan, following Tony's instructions, remarked, "All right, it's appearing. The guidance should commence now." Tony continued, "Press Control key I, then hit Enter." Smith, Dole, and Poole stood by, quietly watching the two engage in their operations. Before long, the progress bar filled to completion, signaling the successful activation of Tony Stark's Mark I suit. With the triumphant initiation of the mech, the circuits within the cave abruptly short-circuited, causing the overhead bulbs to explode and plunging the entire confinement chamber into profound darkness. At that moment, clad in the Mark I armor, Tony flexed his fingers and knee joints without issue, then proudly declared, "Gentlemen, allow me to present to you the latest invention of the world's most brilliant scientist, Tony Stark." After his proclamation, Tony steered the Mark I towards the cave's exit. Despite its somewhat rudimentary appearance, the imposing stature of the mech provided Ethan with a distinct sense of security. Smith, Dole, and Ethan trailed behind Tony, eager to witness his display. As Tony beheld the battlefield outside the cave, littered with corpses and dismembered limbs, he felt no discomfort. These were the scoundrels who had kidnapped him, some of whom had nearly taken his life. However, he gained a more immediate understanding of Smith Dole's prowess. Ignoring the remains, Tony commenced showcasing his invention. He demonstrated the steel fists, iron legs, missiles housed in the arms, and even the integrated flamethrower. The battlefield, under Tony's exhibition, was utterly transformed, leaving any onlookers to believe only in the might of technology. Smith Dole watched with rapt attention, and even Poole found himself intrigued, while Ethan marveled at Tony's creation. The only drawback was that Tony had no adversary to engage, and the lifeless bodies on the ground could not retaliate. After utilizing his weaponry, Tony activated the flight mechanism concealed within his arm, soaring toward the heavens while exclaiming, "Did you see that? My armor can fly. Haha." Yet, before Tony could bask in his triumph for more than 3 seconds, the propulsion system abruptly shut down, sending his body plummeting toward the desert below. "Ah, help!" Whoosh! In a flash, Smith Dole ascended with his aerial technique, grasping Tony's armor just before his descent, lifting him to safety. Upon seeing his savior, Tony's eyes widened in astonishment. "Goodness, you can fly. Are you Superman? Thank you for saving me once again." Witnessing this spectacle, Ethan gasped, "Is he a god?" Poole, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "According to your terminology, Mr. Smith appears to be a god." At this, Ethan fell silent before hastening towards the two. Smith Dole gently set Tony down onto the sandy ground, and Tony lifted the faceplate of his armor, slightly embarrassed as he said, "The conditions here are quite primitive, and the materials are inadequate. Upon my return, I shall construct a truly reliable suit." Smith smiled and replied, "I have faith in you." Encouraged by Smith Dole's affirmation, Tony beamed, Smith, I shall be sure to invite you at the earliest opportunity to witness my new suit. I assure you, it will not disappoint. Smith chuckled and said, let us hope you do not fall from the sky again. Tony waved dismissively. That was due to material issues. It won't happen again. Smith Dole glanced at the approaching Ethan and Poole, stating, the display of the armor is complete. Let us prepare for our return. He produced a satellite phone and dialed the Assassin Alliance's subordinates, instructing, arrange for a helicopter to retrieve me at this coordinate. In that moment, Smith Dole longed for a space capsule, which could carry an aircraft and allow them to fly back directly. He wondered if Bulma could develop one here. It was uncertain whether she would have access to the necessary materials. Without them, even if Bulma possessed the capability, it would be futile. Soon, a helicopter arrived above Smith and his companions. With Smith Dole's assistance, Tony entered the helicopter while still in his armor, and the four of them journeyed to the airport in Afghanistan. At the airport, Ethan bid farewell to the group, expressing his desire to return to his homeland. Tony Stark's invitation to New York was likewise declined, after switching to a private jet in Afghanistan. Tony, with Poole's help, emerged from the armored dais. The plane soared toward New York. Tony, having freshened up in the shower and donned the provided attire, rejoined the others. Observing Smith Dole, who was dining, Tony felt a twinge of curiosity about this extraordinary individual, capable of flight, possessing formidable combat skills, and able to summon helicopters and private planes at will in Afghanistan. Could he be some amalgamation of Superman and Batman? However, upon examining the jet's quality, Tony couldn't help but jest. Your status is rather extraordinary, yet this private jet's caliber is somewhat inferior to mine. Should the opportunity arise, I would be delighted to show you my private aircraft if you find it to your liking. I shall gift you one. In response to Tony's extravagant offer, Smith Dole chose not to take offense at Tony's remarks about the jet's quality. I appreciate your generosity. Here is a steak I prepared for you. Please indulge. As Tony began to enjoy his steak, Smith Dole took out his phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, he spoke. Miss Pepper Potts, I have successfully rescued Tony Stark. You were correct. He was indeed kidnapped by a group of armed men, who have since been eliminated. Yes, Tony is safe at present. We are on the plane and should arrive at New York Airport in approximately 6 hours. You may arrange for someone to fetch him home. All right, I will have Tony speak with you now. Smith Dole placed the phone on the table, gesturing for Tony to answer. Tony picked up the phone and began conversing with Pepper Potts. I'm fine. Truly unharmed. Your boss is quite impressive. I must tell you. I developed quite the contraption. Those individuals were no match for me. But I am grateful for your involvement in bringing Smith Dole here. It's a pity I didn't have the chance to showcase my skills. Tony teased and reassured Pepper. Smith merely raised an eyebrow. Unfazed, his attention drifted to the metallic case nearby, which contained the Mark I suit. The emergence of the Mark I heralded the imminent birth of Iron Man before long. Concluding his conversation, Tony set the phone down and turned to Smith, softly expressing, thank you. At New York Airport, Smith Dole's private jet gradually descended. And along the runway, 6 vehicles awaited. 2 military Humvees, 2 Rolls-Royces, a Cadillac SUV, and an ambulance. Upon learning of Tony's safety, Pepper Potts had also notified Colonel Rhodes of the military, who halted the search and rescue operation in Afghanistan to meet them at the airport. Fox and John Wick stood beside a Rolls-Royce, awaiting Smith Dole's return, while Pepper, Happy, and a contingent of security personnel were also present. Even Colonel Rhodes had brought a squadron to stand by. Everyone had gathered primarily to welcome Tony Stark and Smith Dole home. As the cabin door slowly opened, Tony Stark's figure appeared before the crowd. Pepper Potts, with tears in her eyes, waved at Tony as he stepped off the plane. While medical personnel approached with a stretcher, Tony, just emerging, looked at the medical staff and told Pepper, I'm perfectly fine. There's no need for that. Please, let them go. Observing Tony Stark, who approached with a composed demeanor, Pepper's eyes welled with emotion, yet a joyful smile graced his face. At least on the surface, aside from the signs of weariness, Tony seemed to bear no significant harm. Tony Stark approached Pepper Potts and remarked, Your eyes are red. Are you worried about your boss? Pepper replied with a smile, These are tears of joy. I despise job hunting. Tony Stark responded, Well then, the holiday is over. That moment, Smith Dole, cradling Purr in his arms, disembarked from the plane. He deliberately took his time to emerge, granting Tony a moment of space. To the bystanders, it merely appeared as though Smith was holding a blue toy. Upon seeing Smith Dole, Pepper hurried forward and expressed her gratitude, saying, Mr. Smith, I sincerely thank you for rescuing Tony from the clutches of those ruthless armed men. We will promptly arrange your promised compensation." Unbeknownst to Tony, he did not inquire about the specifics of the compensation Pepper had agreed upon with Smith. Smith Dole wore a smile as he replied, "Pleasure to cooperate." He held no concern regarding Stark Industries' arms sales channels, especially since Tony would soon declare a cessation of weapon production and sales. At that point, the focus would shift to purchasing research equipment and materials, allowing Tony to assist him in acquiring items he could not otherwise obtain. With Tony's stature, he could easily procure a multitude of materials that were otherwise inaccessible. Rodney, noticing the space beside Tony had opened up, immediately stepped forward to embrace him, saying, "Buddy, don't ever vanish from my sight again. The happy Jeep is not so happy." Tony Stark shrugged, conveying a sense of helplessness. After expressing her gratitude to Smith Dole, Tony remarked, "Smith, do not forget our agreement. I will certainly show you my new masterpiece." Clearly, Tony had not forgotten the incident of embarrassing himself before Smith while piloting Mark I, nor the promise of gifting him a private jet at that moment. A metal crate was unloaded from the shuttle, and after instructing his subordinates to take it away, Tony bid farewell to Smith and made his way toward his Rolls-Royce, as he had much to attend to. Meanwhile, Fox, having witnessed Tony and the military personnel depart, approached Smith and offered an embrace, exclaiming, "God, welcome home." John Wick then took the lead in opening the car door and settled into the driver's seat. After Fox and Smith Dole exchanged embraces, they entered their Rolls-Royce, with John Wick at the helm. Inside the vehicle, Fox reported, "We have currently borrowed Stark Industries shares valued at $500 million from other institutions. When the stock price declines, we will only need to return the corresponding amount of shares. However, if the stock price rises after some time, we will require more funds to repurchase shares for repayment." But with Tony Stark's return as the chief scientist of Stark Industries, the news of his return will likely drive the stock price up, which may lead to losses on our end. Smith shook his head, saying, "Do not concern yourself with temporary rebounds. Sell all borrowed shares short to suppress the stock price. Simultaneously, continue seeking loans from other institutions, as long as there are institutions willing. We can provide ample collateral and meet their interest requirements. Continue to short the borrowed shares." Fox appeared puzzled. "Do we really need to proceed this way?" Smith Dole nodded affirmatively, stating, "Notify them. 500 million in shares is hardly sufficient. I am confident you will soon understand the rationale behind this decision." Fox nodded and promptly began instructing his subordinates to take action, while John Wick concentrated on driving towards headquarters. Meanwhile, the driver, Happy, inquired, "Where are we headed?" Pepper was the first to respond. "Please take us to the hospital, Happy." However, Tony Stark interjected, "No." Pepper Potts looked at Tony in astonishment and insisted, "No, Tony, you must go to the hospital." Tony Stark reiterated his refusal. "No, when I say no, I mean no." Pepper explained, "You absolutely need a health checkup." Tony countered, "I do not require anything that I have been locked away for 3 whole months. I only wish to do one thing." Listening to Tony, Pepper assumed he was referring to seeking out a young model and immediately interrupted with a stern expression, "Do not say another word." Realizing Pepper had misunderstood, Tony clarified, "It's not what you think. I want to hold a press conference." Upon hearing that it was not about finding a young model, Pepper exclaimed in surprise, "A press conference?" Tony turned to Happy, who was driving, and said, "Yes, Happy, drive." Yet, Pepper remained puzzled, asking, "Why do you want to hold a press conference?" Tony did not respond to her question, but instructed, "Go prepare, gather those reporters. I am certain they will be very interested in the news of my survival." Happy wasted no time, starting the vehicle and driving toward the airport, the Assassin's Guild headquarters. Smith Dole returned to his own base and headed straight to the lab prepared for Bulma. Observing Bulma assembling machinery, he greeted her, "Bulma." Upon hearing her name, Bulma paused her work and turned to face Smith Dole. "Brother Smith," she replied, "by the way, this is the Dragon Ball radar you asked me to make. I have completed it. I replicated the previous Dragon Ball radar 1-to-1, but due to the absence of the Dragon Balls here, I cannot confirm if it works." Admiring Bulma's efficiency as she presented the Dragon Ball radar, Smith was struck by the realization that the Dragon Balls had recently been turned to stone after a wish was made, rendering the radar untestable. Taking the radar from Bulma, he explained, "The Dragon Balls have a 1-year cooldown. They were recently used and are currently petrified, so they cannot be detected." Upon hearing this, Bulma understood and responded, Then the Dragon Ball radar I made should be fine. We just need to wait for the Dragon Balls to restore. Smith stored the radar and inquired, Bulma, have you researched the healing chamber? Bulma pondered for a moment before replying. The technology of the healing chamber is quite advanced. Some of its components do not belong to my Earth's technology. So I am unsure if we can find suitable substitutes here. Currently, I cannot replicate a second healing chamber, and the technology and materials here are significantly inferior to those on my side. Many devices cannot be purchased. However, John Wick has undergone treatment and has recovered exceptionally well. Many of his old injuries have healed, and his body is now in optimal condition. Smith acknowledged Bulma's insights. She was the daughter of the world's richest individual and founder of Capsule Corporation, and her exposure to technology was indeed different from what the Assassin's Guild could access. Although the technology on Marvel's Earth was also impressive, with many companies possessing advanced capabilities, the Assassin's Guild had yet to reach such technological heights, particularly with Wakanda, which thrived on vibranium and boasted formidable technological prowess. It seemed necessary to find an appropriate opportunity to acquire some vibranium from Wakanda. Perhaps Bulma could devise some innovative applications for it. Other technological companies would require financial leverage to see if any fruitful results could be attained at AS for John Wick's recovery. Smith was not surprised. He was merely curious about how much his strength could improve and whether he might gain insights into Ki. With that in mind, Smith stated, since replication is currently unfeasible, let us not focus on the healing chamber. During this time, please compare the technological disparities between the two sides and familiarize yourself with the available equipment and materials here. That way, you can utilize them for your experiments. Bulma nodded, having already begun to investigate the technological advancements and materials on this side. Brother Smith, regarding the gravity chamber you mentioned earlier, I have looked into the data here, and it appears that this country proposed research on it as early as the last century. Moreover, several locations have constructed supergravity laboratories, primarily utilizing centrifugal force. Given the current state of technology and materials here, it is indeed feasible to construct a gravity laboratory. However, the required space is rather substantial if the facility is intended for training purposes. This location is not suitable, as it is still too confined. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Smith was slightly taken aback, realizing that the concept of a supergravity laboratory had existed since the last century. Upon further reflection, he recalled that even Howard Stark, Tony's father, had dabbled in anti-gravity research back then. Nonetheless, Bulma's remarks served as a reminder to Smith that he needs a larger area for a base and must invest more funds. Bulma, your suggestion is quite sensible. I will instruct Fox to purchase land for the construction of a larger base. Bulma nodded in agreement, indifferent to these matters, and her eyes sparkled as she spoke. Brother Smith, I wish to explore the outside world to understand what differences exist between it and our own. Bulma was filled with high curiosity about this unfamiliar world, having been too occupied lately to step outside the Assassin Alliance. After contemplating Bulma's request, Smith replied, if I find some free time, I can accompany you for a stroll. Alternatively, I could have Poole, Fox, or John take you out for a bit. However, you have quite a few responsibilities to handle here, so you may not be able to venture too far. Upon hearing that she could go for a little outing, Bulma excitedly hugged Smith's arm and exclaimed, that's wonderful, Brother Smith. I don't need to go far. Just getting to know the surroundings would be splendid. Bulma was brimming with curiosity about Earth, struggling to comprehend how a single planet could be divided into 193 nations, which seemed quite unbelievable to her. In her world, there was only one nation governing the globe, divided into 43 regions. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was seated in a Rolls-Royce, en route to a press conference. Curiously, he inquired of Pepper, what did you promise Smith Dole when you engaged him? Pepper Potts turned to Tony and responded, I promised them the purchase of research equipment and materials valued at $100 million. This is the list they provided to AS. She spoke. Pepper produced a tablet, opened the list sent by Fox, and handed it to Tony. Tony glanced at it briefly. These items were of little concern to him, not warranting much effort. They were all relatively simple matters, and he instructed her to procure and deliver them as swiftly as possible. Pepper nodded and continued. In addition, I also promised to gift them a batch of weapons and facilitate a purchasing channel for Stark Industries weaponry. Tony Stark paused momentarily, taken aback by the implications. While gifting a batch of weapons was one thing, establishing a purchasing channel was considerably more complex, especially concerning Stark Industries' larger assets. which the military forbade from being sold externally. So, who exactly is Smith Dole? Pepper remained silent for 2 seconds before divulging all the information she had on Smith to Tony, mentioning that she had used J.A.V.I.S to search for his details, which were stored on her Villa's computer. Tony was astonished, as this was entirely different from his initial assumptions. He began to understand why Pepper was offering both weapons and a purchasing channel, as Smith's identity indeed required such resources. However, reflecting on his own plans, it seemed he would have to apologize to Smith Dole, as it appeared Pepper would have to breach their agreement. Yet, considering their arrangement, Tony planned to compensate Smith when they met. Perhaps by altering the final contract to stipulate that Stark Industries would procure various research equipment and materials on his behalf, which might pique Smith's interest. As their conversation continued, the car soon arrived at the press conference venue. Amidst the applause of the crowd, Obadiah Stane stepped forward to open the car door and exclaimed, "Look, Tony has arrived." As Tony alighted, Obadiah embraced him warmly, softly calling his name. After the embrace, Obadiah released Tony, a smile gracing his face as he patted Tony's shoulder, saying, "I thought I would have to visit you in the hospital." Tony Stark turned to glance at Pepper in the car, assuring, "No, I'm fine." Obadiah, still patting Tony's shoulder, insisted, "Let me take a look at you first." Tony replied, "Let us proceed to the press conference." Obadiah nodded, saying, "Follow me." Upon reaching the press conference, Tony and Obadiah waved to the audience, with Obadiah enthusiastically proclaiming, "Hi, welcome everyone." Meanwhile, Pepper Potts stood on the periphery of the reporters, smiling with a sense of pride as she watched Tony Stark approach. That moment, a man beside her suddenly spoke. "Ms. Potts." Upon hearing the voice, Pepper turned to address the speaker. "Yes, that's me." Phil Coulson looked at Pepper Potts and said, "May I speak with you for a moment?" Pepper declined, stating, "I'm not participating, if you have questions." "The press conference is about to begin." Phil glanced at Tony Stark and then turned back to Pepper. "I'm not a reporter. I'm Agent Phil Coulson, working with SHLD." After introducing himself, Coulson handed his business card to Pepper. She glanced at the card, remarking, "That's quite a mouthful." She then accepted the card from him. Coulson acknowledged her acceptance and said, "I understand. We are working to resolve it." Pepper replied, "The Department of Defense, the FBI, and the CIA have all sought us out." Coulson responded, "We are an independent agency with a more focused mandate, and we would like to ask Mr. Stark to describe in detail the circumstances surrounding Smith Dole's rescue." Pepper's expression hardened, her smile fading as she coldly replied, "I will arrange for you to meet Mr. Stark." Coulson maintained a smile. "Thank you." Meanwhile, Obadiah stood at the podium, unsure of what to say, while Tony Stark sat beneath the podium. Addressing the audience, "Hi, could everyone please take a seat?" He gestured for everyone to sit and continued, "Could you take your seats? This way, you can see me, and I can be a bit more relaxed." As numerous reporters crouched or sat on the ground, Obadiah stepped down from the podium and took a seat beside Tony. Just then, Rhodey arrived at the press conference and, observing the scene, curiously asked Pepper, "What is he trying to do?" Pepper turned to him, still watching Tony, and replied, "Don't look at me. I have no idea what he is planning to at the podium." Tony turned to Obadiah and said, "It's great to see you." Unbeknownst to him, the mastermind behind his recent attack was Obadiah himself. Tony, returning alive and seeing his loved ones was a joyous occasion, and he regarded Obadiah as an uncle. Obadiah placed a hand on Tony's shoulder, smiling. "I feel the same way." Tony gazed at him, slowly saying, "I never got to see my father one last time." Then, addressing the reporters, his tone grew serious. "I never had the opportunity to say goodbye to my father. I have a question I wish to ask him that I want to know his thoughts on producing arms. Did he ever feel conflicted or waver in his beliefs? Or was he, as the media portrays, merely a tough man? I witnessed young Americans being slaughtered, precisely under the weapons I intended to create to protect them. That I also discovered that this system operates without accountability. And I became a part of it." As Tony Stark's words resonated, a reporter suddenly raised a hand, calling out, "Mr. Stark." Looking at the reporter, Tony responded, "Please, go ahead, Ben." The journalist, referred to as Ben, inquired, "What exactly transpired there?" Upon hearing Ben's question, Tony Stark rose and declared, "I have undergone a profound awakening, realizing that my true contribution to this world should be to foster progress rather than to create explosive weaponry. Therefore, I have made the decision to shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries. Effective immediately, as Tony's words resonated, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Pepper Potts gasped in disbelief, while Obadiah stood up, rushing forward to support Tony. Tony continued, until I determine the new direction for the company. I suspect today's newspaper will fly off the shelves. I shall seek a path that aligns with what I deem suitable and in the best interest of the nation at that moment. Rhodey regarded Tony Stark with a grave expression, fully aware that ceasing weapons development would significantly diminish Stark Industries' standing within the military. After concluding his statement, Tony stepped down from the podium. However, Obadiah immediately addressed the microphone, stating, "What we should focus on is that Tony has returned, and he is healthier than ever. We will deliberate further on this matter and will promptly inform everyone of our final conclusions." Meanwhile, Smith Dole had just returned to his office from the laboratory when Fox rushed in, exclaiming, "Smith, it's happening too quickly." Smith paused, perplexed. "What is happening too quickly? Why?" Fox replied instantly. "Tony has announced the immediate closure of Stark Industries' weapons division." His announcement was too swift. Many of our ongoing contracts are now in jeopardy due to this news that we only secured 2 agreements prior, and one securities firm reneged just before signing. Had we waited 3 more days, we could have signed contracts worth billions in stocks. Some media outlets are even suggesting that Tony must have sustained a head injury during his time away. Upon hearing Fox's words, Smith understood the gravity of the situation. Though unable to secure more partnerships, he inquired, "How many shares have we borrowed?" Fox reported, 800 million. Along with the previous 500 million, we have borrowed shares valued at 800 million before the drop. Initially, when news of Tony's return to hold a press conference broke, Stark Industries stock experienced a brief surge, but now it has plummeted. Nevertheless, due to Obadiah's statements, many institutions and individuals remain on the fence, believing this order will not pass through the board for execution. Considering Fox's report, Smith contemplated before responding. If there are those who are optimistic and those who are hesitant, we must act swiftly to liquidate all Stark shares in our possession to further depress the stock price. Once we have cleared our holdings, we will simultaneously acquire and sell at lower prices, constantly shorting the stock. After a certain period, I will instruct you to go all in and acquire Stark Industries shares. Fox nodded and said, "I've already instructed my team to offload shares, but the overall market is declining, which will take some time." Smith recognized the inevitability of the situation and shifted to another matter. "Fox, I need you to help me find a large piece of land to acquire as our new base and headquarters. This place is too small. Bulma needs space to construct the supergravity chamber." After pondering for a moment, Fox replied, "I will have someone search for suitable land, but our current cash is tied up in the stock market. We must wait for this wave to conclude before purchasing and building. We require new revenue streams. Although the Assassin Alliance has some industries, their operational capacity is lacking. Regarding the destruction of the High Table, we only received a portion of cash assets, and with the shift of the Continental Hotel to a branch and outpost, we have invested much of our funds elsewhere." Upon hearing Fox's remarks, Smith began to contemplate. Although the Assassin Alliance was not short on funds, this was merely relative. With the demands for laboratories, gravity chambers, and bases emerging, a noticeable cash shortage was becoming apparent. Particularly, laboratories were financially draining until they became profitable, and the items he required were not inexpensive. Currently, the Assassin Alliance's most significant assets were primarily land, followed by antiques and jewelry, which had been inherited through a long history. As for the enterprises under their banner, they were few in number. The textile factory continued to operate primarily due to historical reasons, but did not generate substantial profits. At present, the only truly valuable asset in the Assassin Alliance's possession was a wax bath, which could serve as an excellent revenue generator. Utilizing the premises of the former Continental Hotel, it could be rapidly promoted globally, with a ticketing system targeting high-income groups. However, this project would require considerable time to become profitable. Another potential revenue stream could involve training other organizations in combat techniques, though Smith did not entertain this notion. After thorough contemplation, Smith Dole conceived an intriguing idea. He recalled that in the original narrative, Bulma had repaired a damaged power level detector. If he were to hand over his power level detector to Bulma, could she recreate it? It need not be as advanced as his. Even a rudimentary version would suffice. Eventually, he could sell the basic model as an extraordinary device, potentially garnering substantial funds and resources. To his knowledge, S.H.I.L.D. and various agencies would likely express interest in such a device, allowing for a lucrative sale. After a brief silence, Smith Dole articulated, "I have two promising ideas for new revenue projects." He then produced the power level detector and said, "Fox, take this to Bulma and request that she focus her research on the power level detector during this period. Some features can be simplified in order to produce a basic version. This will become one of our forthcoming revenue projects." Upon seeing the item Smith Dole presented, Fox's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Fantastic. I've wanted a power level detector for ages that I will take this to Bulma immediately. But seriously, I have never met anyone as intelligent as her at just 16. She surpasses even Tony Stark at that age." Smith Dole chuckled, refraining from further commentary. Meanwhile, the Hand Association convened a meeting initiated by Madame Gao. At this moment, the five fingers of the hand, Alexandra, Madame Gao, the Gambler, Sound, and Murakami, were all present, each an elder of Kunlun. However, they had been expelled for using dragon bone fossils to prolong their lives. The Gambler looked at Madame Gao and asked, "What matter is of such significance that it warrants our gathering today?" Madame Gao surveyed the assembly before responding. "Recently, I collaborated with Jean Bing in New York and arranged for the Rand Corporation to transport some high-purity flour." Upon hearing this, the others remained indifferent, knowing it could not be such a trivial matter. Could it be that the large building under Rand's name could be excavated underground? Madame Gao continued, "During my dealings with Jean Bing, I came across an intriguing piece of information. One of our old adversaries, the Assassin Alliance, has recently dismantled the High Table, thus regaining some of its former glory." Murakami frowned slightly and commented, "Even if the Assassin Alliance dismantled the High Table, is it truly worth gathering us here? As far as I know, their lineage has dwindled to just 3 members, making them unlikely to challenge us." "Bullet time." Madame Gao chuckled and said, "Do not be hasty. If that were all, it would not justify my gathering you all here." The others turned their gaze toward her. Madame Gao continued, "In exploring the conflict between the Assassin Alliance and the High Table, I discovered something rather fascinating: 7 Dragon Balls." Upon hearing this term, the assembly gasped in unison. "What? How is that possible?" Having come from Kunlun, they understood the significance of the Dragon Balls all too well, having acquired numerous Dragon Bones over the countless years since their exile from Kunlun. However, regarding the Dragon Balls, I have never encountered them. The essence of the dragon resides entirely within the Dragon Balls. Even if a dragon perishes in Kunlun, its legacy is passed on to augment the strength of the wandering dragons as former elders. They have never witnessed such phenomena. The significance of these artifacts transcends mere longevity. The paramount importance lies in the enhancement of collective strength. If obtained, 7 Dragon Balls represent a profound concept, allowing each individual to possess one, thus ensuring abundance. Should they indeed acquire them, their amplified powers could effortlessly crush the Jinchuan society led by the staff elder. Alexandra, breathing somewhat heavily, inquired, "Are you certain this is genuine?" Mrs. Gao turned her gaze towards Alexandra and replied, "Do I have any reason to deceive you all?" The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging that, given their relationship, Mrs. Gao had no motive to mislead them. Moreover, this matter warranted the convening of a 5-person council. Mrs. Gao continued, "According to the intelligence I have gathered, the Dragon Balls are primarily linked to John Wick, the notorious registered assassin from the Continental, as well as Smith Dole, the new leader of the Assassin's Alliance." Upon hearing that the Assassin's Alliance had a new leader, the group reacted with surprise. They had assumed that the Alliance would align itself with them when it transitioned to an Elder Council system over a decade ago. Yet it unexpectedly chose to elect a leader again. Based on my information, John Wick has been in possession of 2 Dragon Balls, and he has currently joined the Assassin's Alliance to gain their protection. He is also the catalyst for the conflict between the Assassin's Alliance and the Gao Tai Table. As she spoke, Mrs. Gao produced a photograph and placed it before the group, introducing it thus. "This is John Wick's deceased wife, Helen. She passed away several months ago, and this photograph was taken just a few days prior. Furthermore, her death was due to cancer. I also possess her hospital treatment records and death certificate." The group examined the photograph, which depicted the exterior of John Wick's residence, evidently taken when he returned home with his wife shortly after her resurrection. At this moment, Sawanda interjected, "She has been resurrected. It undoubtedly involves the Dragon Balls. However, I wonder if he acquired the dragon bones when obtaining the dragon balls. That I'm also curious about how many were expended in her revival, if it was the dragon balls that were consumed. That would be truly regrettable, the gambler then remarked. Since it has been confirmed, let's not waste any more time, that we should head to New York and retrieve the dragon balls. Observing the consensus among the group, Mrs. Gao stated, this time, we must secure the dragon balls from the Assassins Alliance. And we cannot overlook the dragon bones beneath that building. I hope that everyone will cooperate sincerely and bring along our elite subordinates for the journey to New York. On the other side, Jean Bing, the king of Hell's Kitchen, sat in his office with a sullen expression, while his subordinate, Target Eye, stood beside him. With the demise of the Gao Tai table, various factions found themselves leaderless. And he had intended to seize the opportunity to expand his influence across New York, ultimately becoming the king of underground forces in the entire United States. To this end, he had even reached out to the Hand Association, seeking to leverage their power to pave the way for his expansion. However, he had just received news that a significant number of elite members from the Hand Association had entered New York, indicating that while one predator had departed, another had arrived. It is worth noting that the Hand Association, established in the 16th century, has reportedly maintained the same leader for over 500 years. It remains uncertain whether the new leader has inherited the title of their predecessor or if it is due to some other reason. If it is the former, they merely represent a historically significant organization. And such groups, though rare, do exist. Not long ago, the Assassins Alliance, which brought about the downfall of the Gao Tai table, was said to have a history spanning over 1,000 years. However, if it is the latter, it would be an unfathomable phenomenon. After some contemplation, Jean Bing resolved to discreetly leak the information regarding the influx of Hand Association members into New York to the Assassins Alliance. If he could instigate conflict between the two, he would have room for survival. Otherwise, the arrival of the Hand Association's members would pose a significant threat to him. Target Eye respectfully replied, Boss, Jean Bing instructed. Discreetly inform the Assassins Alliance about the large number of Hand Association members entering New York. Do not use your handwriting. Print it from the computer and deliver it to that castle using your throwing knives. Upon hearing Jean Bing's command, Target Eye responded, Understood, leader. Meanwhile, upon learning that Tony Stark was at the company building, Obadiah rushed over. After confirming with Happy that Tony was in the adjacent exhibition hall with the massive arc reactor, he entered directly. Obadiah, cigar in mouth, glanced at the enormous reactor before addressing Tony. Look at the mess you've created. Unfazed, Tony replied. I suppose I've become the target of everyone's ire now? Obadiah removed the cigar from his mouth, approached Tony, and retorted, If you have become the target, what does that make me? How much do you think the stock price will drop tomorrow? What do you estimate the decline in stock value will be? Tony placed his suit jacket on the railing beside him and replied, I optimistically estimate around 40%. Standing beside Tony, Obadiah added, That is the minimum. Tony, we are weapons manufacturers. Just as Obadiah was about to continue, Tony interrupted, Obadiah, I simply do not wish to profit from the dead. Before Tony could finish, Obadiah countered, But that is our core business. We are arms dealers. Tony looked at Obadiah and asserted, This company is mine. I hold the decision-making power. Ignoring Tony's rebuttal, Obadiah continued, Everything we do is to maintain world order. Tony reiterated, What I witnessed there was anything but that. We are not doing enough that we can improve. We need to pursue other endeavors. Listening to Tony's words, Obadiah asked, For example, should we start producing baby bottles? Tony replied with a serious expression, I believe we should consider the arc reactor technology. Upon hearing Tony's suggestion, Obadiah scoffed, the arc reactor is merely a fade. Tony, do not be foolish. The purpose of creating this was to silence the naysayers. It was nothing more than a marketing gimmick during our initial public offering. Tony gazed at the reactor and declared, It is not a gimmick. It possesses value. Obadiah chuckled, Yes, it can serve as a scientific project at best. This endeavor won't even recoup its costs. We knew that before we began. The arc reactor technology has no viable future, does it? Tony raised his head and looked at the reactor, stating, That is merely your opinion. Obadiah chimed in from behind. Am I mistaken? How long has it been since there was any breakthrough? Nearly 30 years, hasn't it? At this moment, Tony turned to face Obadiah with a proud expression, saying, That is what they claim. Can your poker face be any more insufferable? Tell me, who said that? Obadiah looked at Tony and replied, That is irrelevant. Show me the breakthrough. Tony, curious, inquired, was it Rhodey or Pepper? Obadiah challenged, show me this so-called breakthrough. Tony continued, sure, that was Rhodey who said it. He unfastened the button of his shirt, revealing the arc reactor on his chest. How about that? Are you satisfied? Upon seeing the arc reactor, Obadiah's eyes lit up with excitement, and a smile spread across his face as he stepped forward to help Tony fasten his button, saying, you really are something else. Listen to me, Tony, we are a team, understand? As long as we work together, there is nothing we cannot accomplish, just like when your father and I did at this moment. Tony spoke, all right? I apologize for not informing you in advance, but if I had told you beforehand, Obadiah embraced Tony, smiling as he said, Tony, you cannot continue with this. Do first, ask later approach. Do you understand what I mean? Tony glanced at the reactor beside him and replied, that is my father's principle. Obadiah patted Tony's shoulder and said, let me handle this. We are about to make a complete transformation. We will become the center of attention, and you must promise me to act discreetly. Tony chuckled softly as he picked up his clothing and exited the hull of the arc reactor. Within the Assassin Alliance's training room, Smith Dole was clad in a weighted suit, diligently engaged in his workout, executing rapid punches and kicks, as well as one-finger handstand push-ups, occasionally unleashing a projectile of compressed air towards a moving target. Haha! Boom! Observing the shattered target, Smith Dole did not break a single sweat. The training environment was far too weak for his standards. He needed the gravity laboratory to elevate the difficulty, for otherwise, his exercises here could only be deemed a warm-up. At that moment, the door to the training room swung open, and Fox entered, her gaze filled with envy as she beheld the wreckage of the target. Smith, I have a letter that requires your attention. Swish! In an instant, Smith Dole appeared before Fox, his speed so remarkable that she barely registered his movement, merely feeling a gust of wind pass by her. Who sent the letter? While speaking, Smith Dole took the letter from Fox's hand and tore it open. Fox replied, there is no sender. The letter was shot into the castle with a flying knife, which embedded itself into the pillar with considerable force. Smith was somewhat taken aback. It was indeed an intriguing method of delivery. As he scanned the letter's contents, he frowned slightly, noting that the text was not handwritten but rather printed. However, the message was unexpected. It informed him that members of the Hand would soon be making a significant incursion into New York. Reflecting on the information contained within the letter, Smith Dole recalled details about the Hand organization. It was led by 5 figures. 5 Fingers Alexandra, Lady Gao, the Gambler, Soanda, and Murakami, each of whom was an elder of Kunlun but had been ousted. The Hand had been established for 5 centuries, relying on dragon bones to sustain their lives and resurrect. The Hand was in a state of enmity with both the True Pure Society and the Assassin Alliance. Although the 5 fingers of the Hand were formidable, the long-range sniping capabilities of the Assassin Alliance were terrifyingly potent, resulting in a back-and-forth conflict until Sloane's ascension temporarily paused hostilities in the 18 years following Sloane's demise. There had been sporadic skirmishes, but no large-scale war. As for the Hand's reason for coming to New York, in the original narrative, Lady Gao operated a flour factory in Hell's Kitchen. Additionally, the Rand Group owned a partially constructed building in the same area, beneath which lay dragon bones. The timing of their incursion suggested that there was more than just dragon bones at play. After a moment of contemplation, Smith Dole surmised a possibility: the Dragon Balls. It was well known in the underworld due to the bounty on Gamora and John Wick that a single Dragon Ball fetched a price of $2 million, attracting many. It was plausible that the Hand had come early due to the allure of the Dragon Balls, albeit these were not the same as the traditional ones. Nevertheless, Dragon Bones were indeed a valuable asset, whether for resurrection or extending life. Although Smith himself did not fear death, it would serve as a remarkable reward and guarantee for his subordinates. As for those skilled in the art of throwing knives in New York, the most renowned was undoubtedly the Bullseye, one of Kingpin's subordinates. Having pieced together all of this, Smith Dole declared, our old adversary, the Hand, is coming to New York. This time, we shall ensure they do not return. He instructed Fox to notify the higher-ups to convene a meeting, expanding the attendees to include 3 others, you, Wesley, and John Wick. Fox nodded in agreement. Understood. I will inform everyone immediately. Meanwhile, at the top of Fisk Tower, Kingpin stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the brilliantly illuminated Hell's Kitchen. Each nightfall marked his reign over this territory. During the day, he He feigned allegiance to the government, while at night, he bowed only to Kingpin. That moment, a thought struck him. He would not yield to the high table, nor would he to the hand. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Kingpin called out, "Enter." The door swung open, revealing Bullseye, who spoke. "Boss, I have delivered the letter to the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance. They should now be aware of the Hand's impending arrival in New York. Do you require me to masquerade as a Hand ninja and assassinate a few of their members, framing them for the deed? I am quite skilled with shurikens." It was evident that Bullseye was not one to shy away from action. Harboring a keen interest in igniting a conflict between the two factions, Kingpin turned to face him, gripping a scepter, and spoke coldly. "Bullseye, do not meddle in my affairs. In this situation, I require absolute discretion. According to my investigations, the Assassin Alliance and the Hand are already embroiled in enmity. Merely informing them of the Hand's arrival will naturally incite conflict. Remember, the Assassin Alliance's headquarters is right here in New York. Our objective is to preserve ourselves amidst their struggle and watch them clash." Upon hearing Kingpin's command, Bullseye suppressed his restless spirit and replied, "Yes, boss, I will refrain from interfering in their conflict. However, there is an individual who has been persistently troubling us. I will seek an opportunity to eliminate him." Observing Bullseye's eagerness to act, Kingpin chose not to object this time. The emergence of Daredevil had indeed been a nuisance, disrupting many of their dealings. "Go and investigate. That individual's incessant interference in our transactions cannot be allowed to continue." Upon receiving Kingpin's consent, Bullseye smiled and said, "I am not one to show mercy." With that, Bullseye took his leave, shutting the office door behind him. Meanwhile, another thought crossed Kingpin's mind. Should the Hand and the Assassin Alliance not engage in conflict, then this so-called Daredevil might serve as an excellent icebreaker. The question remained, who would prevail, the Daredevil or the Night Devil? At that moment, a phone on the conference table lit up, the caller being Lady Gao. Kingpin answered, Yes, that I have gathered all intelligence regarding John Wick and the Dragon Balls, as well as information on Smith Dole, though it pertains to the era before the High Table's downfall. That I will forward this information to you shortly. Recently, there have been no significant events in New York, and the Assassin Alliance has remained relatively inactive, likely still digesting the spoils from the High Table's collapse. Very well, some matters require a face-to-face discussion. I will visit you upon your arrival at the Assassin Alliance. The members gathered in the conference room. Smith began. Tonight, a letter was delivered to headquarters, explicitly stating that the Hand intends to make a substantial entry into New York. That I believe the contents of this letter, and it can be easily verified. He paused, casting a glance at the assembly. Upon hearing that the Hand was planning a significant incursion, the expressions of the members turned serious. The Cross spoke. The Hand is a nefarious organization. One of our targets, if they dare to come here, we shall ensure they do not return. To Mr. X added, having just decimated the High Table, they may believe us to have suffered considerable losses, thus emboldening their invasion of New York. However, what could their true intentions be? As X analyzed the situation, the others speculated on the Hand's motives. At that moment, Smith interjected, I suspect they are after the Dragon Balls. Wesley asked in confusion, Dragon Balls? Haven't they all flown away? The incident of the Dragon Balls' disappearance had been witnessed by all. Their speed had rendered them invisible in the blink of an eye, leaving no leads as to how to track them. They had previously inquired of John Wick how he managed to gather so many Dragon Balls, to which he had candidly replied that it was all through the guidance of the leaders. Fox chimed in. They are likely unaware that the Dragon Balls have already departed, considering that the fact of John Wick possessing 2 Dragon Balls is known to most assassins worldwide. Upon hearing this, the crowd gradually came to a realization. Indeed, this matter had been placed on the bounty notice of the Continental Hotel, even issuing a global manhunt for all assassins. At this juncture, Smith spoke up. When I took over, you all provided me with a list, allowing me to select one as a test. That I had stated that none would be spared. Now that the targets from the Russian gang and Gaudai Table have been entirely dealt with, our next objective is the Shoha Society, conveniently delivered to us. Upon hearing Smith's words, the assembly remained silent, offering no dissent. Smith continued, What thoughts do you have regarding the Shoha Society? At this moment, the gunsmith shared his perspective, stating, To strike a serpent, one must aim for its vital point. To annihilate the Shoha Society, we primarily need to eliminate their 5 fingers. Once the dragon loses its head, what remains is merely a rabble. Easily vanquished. Fox then added, I will instruct the intelligence department to investigate the whereabouts of the five fingers of the Shoha Society, striving to locate their movements promptly. The mechanic recalled documents he had previously perused. Articulating, "Gentlemen, as you are aware, I have a penchant for reviewing past files and intelligence. I have encountered analyses concerning the five fingers of the Shoha Society in earlier records, noting that our Assassin Alliance's leader once shot down their five fingers, even executing a direct headshot. However, it wasn't long before the deceased fingers resurfaced." John Wick expressed his astonishment. "Dragon Ball." Smith shook his head. "Not the Dragon Ball." The mechanic was not mistaken. The five fingers of the Shoha Society were indeed difficult to eliminate. Yet they were not immortal. The exterminator then voiced his opinion. "If bullets cannot kill them, then I shall use my explosives to obliterate them into dust. That I refuse to believe that they can return from such annihilation." The expressions of the crowd turned serious, yet they acknowledged the exterminator's words. If one attempt failed, they would simply try again. Even the Dragon Ball would find it challenging to resurrect someone without substantial cost. Smith interjected, "The five fingers of the Shoha Society can indeed resurrect, yet they are not without weaknesses. I shall take matters into my own hands when the time comes. Even a tiger must eradicate a mosquito." "John Wick, what are your thoughts?" John Wick set aside the documents regarding the Shoha Society and replied, "Leader, I have an idea. As you all know, I was once a registered assassin at the Continental Hotel, which has now transformed into our asset. However, I still possess contact information for those assassins. Our organization's goal is to punish the wicked and promote good, yet with so many assassins at large, they will inevitably take on jobs to survive. Moreover, the smaller platforms on the dark web will seize the opportunity to expand, and we cannot eliminate them all, given their sheer numbers. Why not leverage this mission to enlist their assistance in eliminating members of the Shoha Society?" Upon hearing John Wick's proposal, some furrowed their brows while others expressed agreement. At this point, Wesley interjected, "But what will we offer them? If we expect them to work for free, they are unlikely to exert any effort." John Wick remained silent. For Wesley's assertion held truth. No one would work without compensation. Furthermore, reopening the Continental Hotel did not align with the mission of the Assassin Alliance. Smith Dole tapped his fingers on the table thoughtfully before responding. Utilizing registered assassins could indeed be advantageous, as eliminating members of the Shoha Society would alleviate some of our burdens. As for the assassin platforms in the Continental Hotel, they are indeed unsuitable for reopening. However, we can extract their essence and discard the dross. Over the past few days, Fox and I have been contemplating how to introduce new revenue streams for our organization, one of which is promoting wax baths. We now possess a more advanced healing chamber, and releasing it will not affect us as long as we maintain confidentiality. The former Continental Hotel serves as an excellent venue for promoting wax baths. As for the previous no-kill principle and other commendable services of the original Continental Hotel, we can retain them while merely shutting down the task bounty system. The original coins issued by the Continental Hotel will be rendered obsolete, and we shall mint a new currency bearing the emblem of the Assassin Alliance. The Continental Hotel will be renamed the Brotherhood of Assassins to facilitate the promotion of wax baths. The message will be straightforward. Send a notification to all former registered members, detailing the actual benefits of the wax baths. For each member of the Shoha Society they eliminate, they will receive a coin, which can be used to gain access to a wax bath. Each use of the wax bath requires one coin along with $100,000. Upon hearing Smith Dole's proposal, the crowd's eyes lit up. However, Fox, who handled finances and had dealings with the Continental Hotel, inquired, "How do we promote the coins? In other words, how will we distribute the coins after the Shoha Society has been eradicated?" Previously, the Continental Hotel issued them through the tasks posted. Smith Dole replied, "While we will not issue bounties for assassinations, we can engage in intelligence gathering and selling. We will post the information we require as tasks tied to coin rewards. For instance, we can offer a bounty on the information regarding nefarious individuals. If someone provides accurate information, we will verify it and pass it on to the Alliance members for elimination. The coins will serve as rewards for those who furnish information. I believe that with the efficacy of wax baths and the non-lethal nature of our operations, we will attract sufficient interest." Meanwhile, back at the villa, Tony Stark gazed at the reassembled Mark I. Recalling the rescue orchestrated by Smith Dole, Pepper had mentioned that the computer contained his information, prompting Tony Stark to command, "Jarvis, display Smith Dole's dossier." "Certainly, sir." As Jarvis responded, The information regarding Smith Dole appeared before Tony's eyes, and he began to peruse it. The Hunter? This designation was rather unflattering. The Assassin Alliance, a long-established organization with a rich history, was somewhat unexpected. The fact that its leader was merely 18 years old was reminiscent of his own youth. This ideology was commendable, a visionary organization akin to a modern-day Robin Hood. Upon discovering references to the Goutai Table and the Continental Hotel, Tony furrowed his brow, remarking, "Underground forces harbor such a malignant tumor? Thankfully, it has been eradicated by Smith Dole. Otherwise, I would not permit their existence." After reviewing the dossier, Tony Stark felt the information was insufficient. From his personal understanding, Smith Dole was far more formidable than the documents suggested. Possessing immense strength, remarkable flight abilities, and that individual named Paul Jarvis, conduct a comprehensive search for all available intelligence on Smith Dole. Jarvis promptly responded, "Sir, shall I gather all available information? It may require breaching certain secure locations." Tony paid little heed to the warning, instructing, "All available information, but ensure no traces of the intrusion remain." Before long, Jarvis's voice resounded once more, "Understood, sir. The information has been fully compiled." As Tony Stark reviewed the newly surfaced documents and video files, he began to sift through them. Now this is more like it. Small caliber weapons were ineffective against flesh. This level of strength and speed aligned with his impression of Smith Dole, super soldier serum? That could not possibly account for Smith Dole's prowess. He was curious how he had become so formidable. After examining the materials, Tony Stark concluded that they still failed to capture the full extent of Smith Dole's power. As the portrayal within the intelligence was even less impressive than his own encounters to Tony, Smith Dole was his savior, having rescued him twice, and their shared values and principles resonated deeply with him, making Smith Dole a cherished ally. Once he finished reviewing the dossier, Tony's focus shifted away from Smith Dole, planning to invite him over once he completed the redesign of his armor. However, controlling the new suit would require a more powerful arc reactor, as he deemed the current one inadequate given the circumstances and materials at hand. That he needed to fabricate a new model of the arc reactor. Without delay, Tony commenced the creation of the latest version of the arc reactor. The following day, upon the issuance of a command from Smith Dole, a message was dispatched through the Intelligence Management Department, reaching assassins worldwide. The Global Continental Hotel was officially rebranded as the Assassin Brotherhood, retaining all attributes aside from the original bounty tasks, such as safe zones, equipment, firearms, intelligence acquisition, and sales. The previous currency was rendered obsolete, now solely functioning as a ticket for entry into the Assassin Brotherhood. With plans to issue exclusive Assassin Brotherhood coins, that a unique wax bath service was introduced, promising healing from knife wounds, lacerations, fractures, and non-fatal gunshot wounds within a day. The price was set at 1 new coin plus $100,000. Upon receiving this information, the assassins who were recipients of the message were momentarily stunned. What they had thought was a permanent loss of their safe zone had been restored. However, the news of the previous currency becoming worthless, now limited to access to the safe zone, left many assassins in a state of discontent. Yet, faced with the obliteration of their previous stronghold, they felt both begrudging and powerless. Upon learning of the wax bath service, they were momentarily in disbelief, exclaiming that it was impossible. Nevertheless, if the Brotherhood dared to announce such a service, it was likely legitimate. For assassins, this was a genuine treasure. A recovery period that previously took 100 days could now be reduced to just 1. This dramatically increased their chances of survival, as many of their peers had fallen to enemies after failing to recuperate in time post-mission. With the advent of this wax bath, an abundance of convenience and survival prospects emerged, prompting some assassins to see a business opportunity. Many were engaged in security work, protecting wealthy individuals, and injuries from extreme sports were frequent, making the ability to recover in a day worth millions to those willing to pay. Considering all of this, curiosity piqued regarding how to obtain the new coins, leading some proactive individuals toward the local Assassin Brotherhood to inquire with the concierge staff. However, shortly thereafter, a second message appeared on their phones. Bounty target: members of the Hand Union. Coin bounty mode: ordinary members, 1 coin per person; junior leaders, 3 coins per person; Hand Union Ninja members, 5 coins per person. Distribution: global reach. Status: immediate effect. Known locations: Midlands Central Finance Company, Hell's Kitchen, New York; Go Building, Tokyo, Japan; Update time. Noon.as. This new information disseminated. All assassins registered at the former Continental Hotel received the message, pondering how to acquire the new coins. Only to find that an opportunity had arisen. Sophia, head of the Moroccan Assassin Brotherhood, surveyed the message on her phone and instructed her bald-headed subordinate, arrange for someone to go to New York. We must show our stance in this matter. On the other hand, Koji Izumi of the Daiban Assassin Brotherhood frowned at the message, surprised that the underground world, which had only just settled, was now on the brink of a new war. Last time, John saved my life and my daughter's. This time, I cannot let him down. Akira notified all Japanese assassins, urging them to commit fully to the bounty above, as it was a request from Koji Izumi. Furthermore, he ordered the mobilization of all their forces to Tokyo to deal with the Hand Union members there. In the next moment, his phone rang again. This time, it was a link from the Assassin Alliance. Upon opening it, a comprehensive list of Hand Union members under the Alliance's control was revealed, densely populated as if it were never-ending, with a note that most of the Hand Union members were currently gathered in New York. This final piece of information ignited the assassin community across the United States. That moment, in the streets and alleys, the most uttered phrase was, "Brothers, let us go make some money." Countless assassins from New York surged towards Hell's Kitchen. Even some gangsters and assassins within Hell's Kitchen who received the news began to stir restlessly. For the five fingers of the Hand Union, Smith Dole did not issue special bounties on them. These individuals, masters of Kunlun's Qigong, were no match for ordinary assassins, and confronting them would merely be a death wish. Meanwhile, in Smith's office at the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance, Fox approached with documents in hand and reported. All changes regarding the Continental Hotel's name and functions, as well as the bounties from the Assassin Alliance, have been dispatched. Here are the designs for the reverse side of our new coins. Currently, we have two options. The front bears your likeness, while the back displays this emblem. The alternative features our distinctive three-part bullet design on the reverse. After pondering the two options presented by Fox, Smith Dole remarked, "Let the Assassin Brotherhood exclusive coins bear this marked AS for the three-part bullet design. It shall remain as a token and not be featured on the coins." Additionally, he instructed to stir the emotions of these assassins, producing several videos showcasing the recovery effects of the wax bath. I believe this incentive will be sufficient to spur them into action. Fox nodded in agreement. "I will arrange that, using previous recovery footage to edit." Smith Dole nodded in satisfaction, preferring to let the assassins expend a wave of energy against the Hand Union members, while the Alliance's members would handle the long-range sniping. For the five most formidable adversaries, he would deal with them personally. In Hell's Kitchen, Gene Bing, accompanied by his target and several subordinates, exited the Midland Central Finance Company building. Observing several individuals heading inside, one of them turned to Gene Bing and shook his head, stating, "They are not the targets. The main members reside within this building." Ignoring their words, Gene Bing proceeded to his vehicle and inquired upon entering, "What significant events are unfolding in New York?" A subordinate stationed in the car reported. "The Continental Hotel has officially been renamed the Assassin Brotherhood and is back in operation. The sole bounty currently available is to eliminate members of the Hand Union, but they've also introduced a highly enticing wax bath product." As the two conversed, more assassins arrived, making their way into the building. Through the car window, Gene Bing glimpsed the security and front desk personnel in the lobby on the first floor, already deceased. The Assassin Alliance had indeed commenced their operation. "Drive, let us depart from this place." That moment, chaos erupted within the building as a multitude of assassins flooded in, gunfire ringing out incessantly. The sudden onslaught caught the Hand Union members off guard. As the glass of the outer wall shattered, a sniper positioned at a high point outside took aim at the Hand Union members inside the building. Meanwhile, on the top floor, Lady Gao and her 5 associates were formulating an action plan, deciding to have their underlings capture John Wick to extract as much information as possible from him. However, their discussion was abruptly interrupted by the sound of alarms blaring throughout the building. Lady Gao furrowed her brow, and in the next moment, a knock echoed at the door. One of her 2 armed guards stepped forward to open it, revealing a ninja clad in short blades who reported, "A large number of assassins have intruded. The security on the first floor has been completely neutralized, and snipers are outside eliminating our security personnel." Upon hearing of the mass intrusion and the presence of snipers, Lady Gao turned to her associates, including the gambler and Murakami, and remarked, It seems someone is sending us a warning, not wanting us to establish a stronghold here, but I wonder if this is the work of the Assassin Alliance or another faction. Subsequently, Lady Gao instructed her messenger, Exine, take a team of ninjas and eliminate all invading enemies. And you, she directed another guard, retrieve the footage from the surveillance room. We must discern which faction dares to trouble the Hand Union. At the behest of Lady Gao, a messenger descended with a cadre of ninjas, while a guard activated the electronic screen mounted on the hall's wall and proceeded to operate a nearby computer. In no time, the surveillance footage from the control room was relayed to the large screen in Lady Gao's chamber. She observed the assassins displayed on the screen, noting their chaotic and disorganized approach. Some were clad in the bulletproof vests of the Continental Hotel, while others lacked even basic protective gear, exhibiting no semblance of coordination. Like a rabble of misfits, the tactical team of the Hand Association engaged. These individuals sustained significant casualties and were swiftly driven down from the third floor. However, several snipers stationed outside retaliated with gunfire, creating an immediate countermeasure. A few assassins, sensing the dire situation, turned to sever the heads of their fallen foes or capture death photos before hastily vacating the premises. The remaining assassins engaged in fierce combat at the stairwell of the second and third floors, bullets flying incessantly as grenades were hurled by the tactical team. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions from the grenades inflicted devastating losses on the attackers below. And with the arrival of the messenger, the remaining assassins were soon annihilated. As the assassins within the building fell, the long-range snipers withdrew, marking this merely as the first wave of probing. Meanwhile, the Tokyo branch of the Hand Association was also besieged by local assassins. While killers from across the globe flocked to New York and Tokyo, many assassins were eager to make their mark on the Brotherhood's inaugural bounty, aspiring to secure a coveted spot in the wax bath. Determined to reserve 1 or 2 slots for potential future needs at that moment, John Wick's wife sought out Poole, expressing her concerns. Poole, could you assist John Wick? He has ventured alone to hunt down members of the Hand Association. And I fear for his safety. It was indeed John Wick's intention to repay Smith Dole and the Assassin Alliance. He resolved to confront the organization's enemies directly, confident that while he may not match the leader's prowess, he could certainly handle the members and lower-ranking officials. Fully armed and equipped, John Wick drove towards Hell's Kitchen. Upon hearing Helen's words, Poole recognized that John Wick was a subordinate of Master Smith and understood that this adversary was formidable. Poole replied, I admire John Wick's loyalty to the Master. Since you have come to me, I shall assist him. Helen expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Poole. Poole summoned a member of the Assassin Alliance to drive him to Hell's Kitchen, vowing to safeguard John Wick, for no subordinate of the Master should perish at the hands of such scum. Following intelligence reports, John Wick arrived at the Hand Association's flour factory, which was in fact a vast warehouse. Observing the brightly lit but tightly sealed doors, John opted not to infiltrate stealthily. Instead, he parked his car and opened the trunk, retrieving a 5-round grenade launcher to commence loading. Once the 5 grenades were loaded, John Wick aimed the M1 grenade launcher at the warehouse window and pulled the trigger. Bang! Boom! With the shattering of glass, a grenade soared into the warehouse, detonating instantly with a ferocious blaze that illuminated the interior and shattered surrounding windows. John Wick did not cease his assault. He continued to fire grenades into the depths of the warehouse. Boom! 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 4 consecutive grenades were launched into the flour factory, igniting the night with flames as shrieks of terror echoed in the aftermath of the explosions. With a bandolier brimming with magazines slung across his back, John Wick seized an assault rifle and advanced, flinging open the warehouse door to deliver lethal shots to the writhing figures on the ground. Rat-a-tat-tat. Meanwhile, Lady Gao had just learned that the assailants were assassins from New York, motivated by the bounty from the Assassin Alliance. Astonished, those present realized that they had not yet initiated hostilities against the Assassin Alliance. Yet the adversaries had launched an assault upon them instead. They also noted the transformation within the Assassin Alliance, recalling that previously, the organization would not have resorted to employing underground killers. Lady Gao pondered this revelation. Her phone, resting on the table, rang abruptly. She answered it with a swipe. Boss, we have a situation. Our factory in Hell's Kitchen has come under attack, and it appears to be John Wick. Before the caller could finish, a scream pierced the air, followed by silence. The call remained connected, and John Wick, having dispatched the informant, approached the lifeless body, gazing at the still-connected phone and the title boss displayed on the screen. He picked up the phone and inquired, "Are you the head of this factory? The night demon is coming for you. I hope you can conceal yourself." Upon hearing such brazen words, Lady Gao's countenance darkened. Her voice icy as she responded, "John Wick, are you attempting to provoke me?" Recognizing the voice belonged to a woman and recalling the title boss, John Wick surmised that it might be Lady Gao herself. Although suspecting her identity, he felt no fear and replied, "You may take it as you wish." Having spoken, John Wick abruptly hung up, denying Lady Gao any opportunity to respond. Upon hearing the line disconnect, Lady Gao struck the floor with her cane, causing the marble surface to crack and splinter. Crack. Bang. After uttering John Wick's name, she turned to her subordinate Xin and inquired, "Where are the ninjas I dispatched to protect the factory?" Checking the time, Xin replied, "If all goes as expected, they should arrive at the factory within 2 minutes." Lady Gao commanded, "At all costs, delay John Wick." Turning to Murakami and the others, she continued, "Let us pay a visit to this fortunate young man." Soanda queried, "Is one John Wick truly worth our collective effort?" The gambler shrugged, "I have no objections. A little outing would allow them to witness our strength, preventing any riffraff from daring to approach us." Lady Gao asserted, "While a single John Wick may not warrant our full attention, if we do not crush him decisively, the refuse of New York will feel emboldened to harass us. Capturing him to extract information about the Dragon Balls will enable us to eliminate the Assassin Alliance's headquarters in one fell swoop. Tonight, I intend to resolve this matter completely." Lady Gao understood that many affairs must transpire under the cover of night, that a large-scale conflict in broad daylight in New York would complicate matters considerably, potentially requiring heavy sacrifices, even from them. Upon hearing Lady Gao's directive, the others had no objections and prepared to take their elite subordinates to the flower factory, while other members headed towards the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance. Intending to launch a siege en route to the flower factory, Lady Gao dialed Wilson Fisk. Once the connection was established, she stated, "Kingpin, the Hand Association and the Assassin Alliance are at war as our collaborator in New York. You cannot remain a passive observer." Kingpin, stationed at the headquarters, gazed at the last rays of the setting sun and replied, "Lady Gao, my relationship with the Hand Association is merely one of collaboration regarding the flower you produce. The Assassin Alliance's affairs do not concern me, nor do I have any conflict with them." Hearing Kingpin's response, Lady Gao let out a cold chuckle. "Heh. Wilson Fisk, the Assassin Alliance has made its move, and the Hand Association is preparing to retaliate. You don't believe you can remain uninvolved at this juncture, do you? I am well aware of your intentions, but let me make this clear, Fisk, the Hand Association will emerge victorious in this battle. Whether you choose to be a collaborator or a victim is entirely your decision. That if you do not contribute, your dreams will remain elusive. And I almost forgot to mention something. The philosophy of the Assassin Alliance. They believe that justice must be achieved through their own hands, and their peace is built upon the blood of others, and those others are people like you and me. What significance do law and morality hold for those who embrace the philosophy that all is ephemeral and all is permissible? Can you venture a guess as to who their next target for elimination will be after their triumph?" Having uttered these words, Madame Gao did not afford Jean Bing the opportunity to respond. Abruptly terminating the call, confident that the other party would make a judicious decision, the busy tone echoed through the receiver. Jean Bing's expression darkened. Madame Gao was pressuring him for a declaration. Should he choose not to collaborate, he would undoubtedly be the first to be suppressed by the Hand after their victory. Conversely, if the Assassin Alliance emerged victorious, having systematically dismantled the Russian gang, the Camera, the High Table, and the Continental Hotel, among other substantial underground forces in America, only he, occupying Hell's Kitchen, would remain. Unlike other underground factions, the Assassin Alliance offered no prospects for collaboration, even if they acknowledged a debt of gratitude for his warning. It would merely serve to spare his life, with his influence sure to be dismantled. Moreover, under their code of conduct, could he truly safeguard his own existence? Jean Bing picked up the phone and commanded, "Target I, rally the men. We cannot remain uninvolved this time. The author is diligently working on the manuscript. For those who enjoy it, please collect it and look forward to the subsequent chapters." Jiangnan thought quietly to himself. A hint of anxiety crossing his face. If this situation persisted, the only fate awaiting him would indeed be death. "If you do not recognize me, you must at least be familiar with this card. The expression on Zhou Qian's face remained serene as she retrieved a pure gold card from her handbag, extending it towards Wang Xian and Xiongji. However, after a prolonged silence without hearing Jiang Nan's voice, the Lord of the Stormy Waves erupted in fury, delivering a forceful blow to Jiang Nan's back at 18. He had reached the pinnacle of martial arts mastery, and now at 19, he had just entered the realm of martial spirits. Was he not an old monster? The 8 elders were the shared ancestors of the Cui, Lu, Li, and Zheng families, and previously, due to the imposing presence of the 8 elders in the capital, the disciples of these 4 families enjoyed boundless glory. With many, including Zhengji Li, receiving promotions to AT this moment in the capital, the 8 elders stood as the banner and face of the 4 families, almost simultaneously as Yuan Yi detected the 3 fighter jets. Terry also located Yuan Ye's presence via radar. Just as he arrived on the scene, Ichigo paused for a moment before rushing forward to catch the plummeting Rukia. Upon hearing, Yufeng remained silent, merely nodding slightly, ultimately focusing his gaze on the elder Chu Yun, his eyes reflecting newfound respect. Soaring to the elder's side, Yufeng clasped his fists and respectfully addressed, "Master." Subsequently, he dismissed the matter from his mind. Work had commenced, leaving him little time to ponder other concerns. The Warwolves consisted of 12 teams, with teams 1, 2, and 3 being the strongest, each member possessing exceptional individual capabilities, and their leaders being among the mightiest. Second only to Su Qin. "Sir," He Chao Fong expressed her concerns. She was acutely aware of why her master sought Bao Air, undoubtedly due to the incident involving the expulsion of the tutor. "Indeed, you have awakened. The day we re-emerge into the world is imminent." The bald, muscular man was equally exhilarated. Yun Qi's voice was soft, and Su Xingyue did not catch his words, prompting her to curiously inquire. Qiu Min stood silently, and Zhaoan, mistaking Qiu Min's silence for disbelief, went to retrieve something. Qiu Min was not dismissive. Rather, he was completely taken aback, unsure of what actions to take. Lin Shen arrived at the Lin family estate in just 4 minutes. But during that time, 3 Lin family members had already been slain. While still airborne, Lin Chun beheld a ground strewn with corpses, his rage boiling over. The monkey, of course, would not respond with a yes or no. It sat on a branch, quietly observing Huo Lianjia, its round eyes blinking curiously. The middle-aged man retorted defiantly, "I have one more matter to address with you, Luo Shuqing. What punishment should you face for permitting your subordinates to accept bribes? Safeguard the Grand Hall. No outsiders are allowed near. Otherwise, there will be no mercy." Tuoba Li instructed the guards before departing. Qing Long issued commands to Bai Hu and the others before retrieving the secret treasure from the 3rd brocade box. This was not the first time Yi Xian had engaged in such solemn nonsense. He was well versed in it, effortlessly rendering Tian Yan's ears deaf. With Chu Yun's support, Wei Yifeng slowly made his way out of the airport. Escorted by Chang Qing, amidst a chorus of well-wishes, Wei Yifeng's body grew increasingly cold. Each of these individuals exuded formidable auras, yet 1 or 2 appeared nonchalant, exuding an air of individuality. This statement held merit. The second bandit, Old He, chimed in, "Stop your foolish prattling. I'm genuinely exhausted." Lin Xiaohuan's unusual behavior and the peculiar SY attracted the attention of many passers-by. Fortunately, Tai Yannian wore sunglasses and kept his head down, preventing him from being recognized as she walked. Her wrist was suddenly gripped tightly, causing Yi Zhen to frown. The figure before her wore a deep purple brocade robe, a white jade belt accentuating his slender waist. His countenance was stern, and his gaze was frigid and imposing. He was none other than the second prince of Beichu, Jun Xiaonian. All along, Ming Fei had little faith in Guqin, preferring to focus on Chengqing. Once Huangfu Linglong was awakened, with their combined efforts, their companions began to regain consciousness one after another. However, Gao Hanlu returned with disheartening news. With a flick of his sleeve, 2 streams of fire surged towards Gonda Ganzi. The strike aimed at Ganzi was particularly fierce, this casual blow seemingly carrying the weight of transformation. "Your words remind me of my former self, when I was in love with Ruo Yao. I faced opposition from my father and all the mothers, and I too uttered similar sentiments about establishing a new household with Ruo Yao and my mother." Chang Yin Zhong and Chao Ruyin listened to the rain pattering against the window, reminiscing about the past that its cesium. "Quite fascinating, isn't it? Do you remember the bomber you shot down with your missiles?" This is a high-end aircraft, equipped with instruments containing liquefied cesium in ampoules. Cesium, a metal, can melt at body temperature and explodes violently upon contact with air. Heart to body, body to heart. Yiga swiftly approached the water-light barrier, witnessing the fiery python suddenly strike the arena. The blaze dissipating to reveal the heavy sword embedded at the center, Yiga felt an illusion that the sword was not pursuing him, but rather destined to be there. Shi Xiangtong pressed a mechanism, causing the Grand Hall's restrictions to open a crack, allowing Dongfang Huang to exit. Otherwise, he would remain trapped. Zhang Yunze nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that Tim genuinely cared for him. Were it any ordinary athlete, being so blatantly intercepted and then dunked on would surely provoke a reaction, yet Tim encouraged him instead. Su Rua Yao also praised Qing Yinzhong for his discerning eye. You truly are perceptive. Ru Yin has indeed harbored feelings for Yinzhong all along. When she first entered, she felt lost and envious due to my presence, but later she came to understand, and we became as close as sisters. You were seeking accommodation, weren't you? The nearby Jinjiang Hotel has shares owned by my father. I can secure a discount, Su Runguang mentioned. Stopping in his tracks, Ma Tian glanced back at Dao Pentian. Finding it unchanged, casting aside his last shred of hesitation, he turned to nod at Su Mu and the others before continuing down the path. Yes, soon as Zhang Yunze spoke, the room fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping would have been distinctly audible. Ryoko Shuyuki and Yagyu Michi finally located Ryoko Miki and Yagyu Piaosu. They rushed over to find Miki and Piaosu disheveled, their clothing tattered, faces streaked with tears, and eyes devoid of life. The capital was shaken when, shortly thereafter, Emperor Yuan once again bestowed a marriage, granting Shui Hongzhuang to the crown prince as a concubine. Hastily waking the unconscious Yifeng, upon seeing him regain consciousness, Chen Beibei pinched her nose in bewilderment, wondering why the room was filled with a nauseating odor. Glancing around, she noticed Yifeng pointing at her own body, looking down to discover a layer of dark, grimy substance covering her. John Wick was sent flying by an invisible force, left in a state of bewilderment as he tumbled through the air, unable to discern who had attacked him. However, he caught sight of a group of individuals disembarking from a vehicle not far away. After stabilizing himself, Paul immediately flew to John Wick's side, his gaze locked onto Madame Gao. For since arriving on Earth, he had encountered no formidable opponents, and this was the first time he met someone capable of knocking him out of his transformation state. Young Master Smith said, "This world is not simple. I never imagined there would truly be masters here at this moment." Madame Gao's attention was fixed on Paul, a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. This blue-skinned being had just been a hammer. Did he possess mastery over transformation techniques, or was this merely an illusion? Although his strength was commendable, it appeared to be rather ordinary. Glancing at John Wick beside him, he waved and commanded, "Capture them." Alive, Exine, accompanied by several ninjas, charged forward, while Paul, realizing he was outmatched, resorted to a transformation technique, morphing into a wyvern to seize John Wick and attempt an escape. However, just a few meters off the ground, he was struck by an invisible force that disrupted his transformation. With a thud, both men plummeted to the ground, and John Wick bore fresh abrasions upon his visage. Observing the scene, Murakami remarked, "An intriguing transformation technique. This unknown creature is rather peculiar," the gambler added. "It seems our gains from this venture exceed our expectations." Paul shouted, "John, run now," Sawanda exclaimed. "It can even speak. What a marvelous species," noticing Paul's intent to resist. Lady Gao employed Kunlun Chi to restrain him completely. At that moment, Xin and his subordinates approached John Wick, intent on capturing him, but John immediately engaged them in combat, refusing to submit, though he was unarmed. John Wick's hand-to-hand combat prowess remained formidable. Despite being at a disadvantage, he momentarily withstood their onslaught. Suddenly, an energy bomb descended from above, crashing down where Lady Gao stood. Boom! The explosion's brilliance and the ensuing dust enveloped the vicinity. And at that moment, the pressure on Paul lifted. He shouted, "Master Smith." Smith Dole soared into the space between the two factions, turning to Paul and inquiring, "Are you all right, Paul?" Paul shook his head, saying, "Master, I'm unharmed, but be wary of that old woman. Her attacks are invisible and leave no trace." Smith nodded and commanded, "Paul, assist John to AT this moment." John Wick was perilously close to death under the assault from Xin and his associates. had it not been for Lady Gao's order to capture him alive. He would have been slain by now. Seeing this, Paul rushed into the fray to rescue John Wick. As the dust settled, a crater appeared where Lady Gao had stood, with severed limbs and blood splattered everywhere. It turned out that 2 of Lady Gao's guards had failed to evade the attack and were killed by the energy bomb, while Lady Gao herself had barely escaped, her cane shattered to reveal a concealed longsword. Witnessing Lady Gao's survival, Smith Dole was not surprised. After all, they were elders from Kunlun. Although their skills were lacking, it would be quite pathetic for them to be killed outright by a single energy bomb. Despite not being taken aback, Smith Dole crossed his arms and declared proudly, "Lady Gao, surviving my strike unscathed is quite the tale for you to boast about in the afterlife at this moment." The other 4 members of the Five Fingers gathered around Lady Gao, their faces etched with concern. They had clearly witnessed the recent attack and knew that the boy's projectiles were far more potent than grenades. Even an RPG might not create such a deep crater upon impact. If caught off guard, they would be utterly obliterated. Lady Gao, her voice grave, remarked, "Smith Dole, you are indeed the new leader of the Assassin Alliance. Have you consumed a dragon pearl?" In her view, Smith Dole's extraordinary power must stem from having ingested a dragon pearl. The 5 prepared themselves, harnessing Kunlun's chi, with Murakami gripping his katana, ready to strike. Smith Dole, wearing an expression of disdain, thought to himself, did he think he was a wicked dragon? He lightly touched the combat power detector, revealing the combat power values of the individuals before him. Their powers gradually increased until stabilizing at a steady figure. Alexandra 45, Gambler 43, Lady Gao 50, Sawanda 44, Murakami 42. Smith Dole was somewhat astonished by the combat power readings. It seemed Kunlun's chi possessed some merit, enabling them to reach such levels while utilizing their abilities. However, without their chi, a single bullet could penetrate their bodies, indicating that their pure physical strength was barely above 9 points. Their elevated values were solely due to their use of Kunlun's chi. The enmity between the Assassin Alliance and the Hand Fellowship would conclude today. Lady Gao instructed the other elite members of the Hand Fellowship to assault John Wick and the Azure creature. As the battle here was beyond the participation of their disciples and elites, Smith extended his palms, rapidly coalescing energy bombs within them, launching them toward the 5 members of the Hand Fellowship. Ha ha ha! Smith did not take long to gather energy. The bombs flew towards the adversaries like they were free, showcasing the prince's combat style. Boom, boom, boom. Upon witnessing Smith Dole employing the same tactic, Lady Gao immediately shouted, "Attack with all your might." The 5 members of the Hand Fellowship, seeing the energy bombs approaching, combined their forces to form an immensely thick, invisible energy wall for defense using Kunlun's chi. The first energy bomb collided with the wall, resulting in a violent explosion. Fortunately, it did not entirely tear through their defenses. Observing that the initial bombs had failed to breach their guard, Smith Dole switched from a 2-handed to a 1-handed technique. Slightly adjusting the charge, the energy bombs, now spaced apart, continued to hurtle toward the opponents. As Smith Dole intensified the energy used in his attacks, he swiftly ripped through the collective energy wall. In that instant, as the barrier shattered, the 5 members collectively gasped, blood trickling from their mouths. Witnessing this, Smith Dole showed no mercy. The energy bombs surged toward the 5 once more. They cried in unison as 5 bombs detonated upon them, sending them hurtling away. Hearing the anguished cries of the 5 leaders of the Hand Fellowship, the elites assaulting John Wick and Paul instinctively glanced toward the other battlefield, upon witnessing the leaders' dismal defeat. Their attacks involuntarily diminished in intensity, allowing Paul to seize the opportunity to block several attacks meant for John Wick. At that moment, Smith Dole swung his arm, sending an energy bomb toward the Hand Fellowship members surrounding John Wick. Boom! In an instant, several elite members of the Hand Fellowship were blasted skyward, limbs flying in all directions, simultaneously creating an opening for John Wick and Paul to escape. John Wick's eyes widened at the scene. Was this the chasm between himself and God? Would he ever have the chance to become this powerful? At this moment, the 5 leaders of the Hand Fellowship, Alexandra, Lady Gao, the Gambler, Sawanda, and Murakami, lay pitifully on the ground. Their bodies marred by the aftermath of the explosion, weapons shattered into fragments, their garments nearly destroyed. Under the combat power detector, their previously substantial values plummeted rapidly, soon dwindling to single digits, barely 6 or 7 points. Observing that their values had not yet reached 0, Smith Dole realized they were still alive. albeit barely as he approached. Lady Gao lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Cough, cough. Smith, this time, the Assassin Alliance has triumphed. I do not ask for your mercy, but might you grant us the opportunity for a dignified return? 4 of us are willing to take our own lives here, while the remaining one will disable himself, just to have the bodies of the others returned. Hearing Lady Gao's plea, the other 4 echoed her sentiment. Might we be granted this chance for a dignified return? Cough, cough. Blood trickled from Lady Gao's lips as she continued. Upon our return, I will transfer the assets of the Hand Fellowship to you, and after my demise in Japan, the Hand Fellowship will be disbanded. Had anyone unfamiliar with the situation heard Lady Gao and her companions, they might have acquiesced. After all, they would smoothly acquire the Hand Fellowship's assets, and with 4 leaders dead and 1 incapacitated, there would be no future threats. However, Smith Dole was no uninformed party. He stepped on Alexandra's chest with 1 foot. With a slight force, he crushed her chest cavity, resulting in her immediate death, her combat power value dropping to 0 at witnessing this. Lady Gao slowly uttered, "Smith, did you agree?" Smith Dole sneered contemptuously, replying, "Lady Gao, do not think I am unaware of your ulterior motives. You seek to use dragon bones for resurrection, do you not? Do you truly believe I would grant you this opportunity?" Upon hearing her scheme has been unraveled, Lady Gao offered a resigned smile and remarked, "Indeed, you have resurrected Helen. You must surely be aware of the dragon bone's purpose. In the game of kings, the victors have triumphed. Alas, we have yet to discover a suitable vessel for Black Sky. Otherwise, the outcome may have been different." After uttering these words, Lady Gao fell silent, bracing herself for the inevitable embrace of death. After 5 centuries, she felt no regret, only lament for her lack of mastery. Unable to rival the likes of Shou Lao and Yu Huang. Upon hearing Lady Gao's words, Smith Dole raised an eyebrow. He found himself intrigued by the beast of the alternate realm known as Black Sky and couldn't resist inquiring, "Have you discovered an appropriate vessel for Black Sky?" At that moment, he recalled Erica, the Night Demoness girlfriend, who had also been possessed by Black Sky, and how the Night Demon had seemingly been afflicted by Black Sky as well. In fact, he had even triumphed over Wolverine in other universes. When Lady Gao heard Smith Dole mention Black Sky, a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. The 5 of them, as leaders of the Hand Alliance, had once undergone possession by Black Sky to enhance their powers, though their compatibility had been rather low. Thus far, no one had emerged who could truly harmonize with Black Sky, and his hope dissipated from her gaze. Lady Gao softly replied, "No, we have not encountered a suitable vessel." Smith Dole felt a tinge of disappointment, as he had hoped to encounter a formidable adversary that he refrained from mentioning Erica, the Night Demon's ally. "In that case, could you enlighten me on the whereabouts of the dragon bone you possess?" Upon hearing Smith Dole's inquiry, the remaining members chuckled in unison, exclaiming, "Dream on." Smith Dole shook his head. Indeed, these individuals would rather face death than relinquish their treasured possessions to him. "Gentlemen, it is time to meet Mephisto," he declared, as he concentrated an energy blast in his hand, obliterating the 5 bodies without leaving a trace. At that moment, the members of the Hand Alliance who had been besieging John Wick ceased their assault during the exchange between their leader and Smith Dole. And upon witnessing their demise, they promptly committed seppuku to follow their leader. Observing this scene, Smith Dole paid no mind. It was their style, and it spared him the trouble of cleaning up the refuse himself. Though the battle on Smith Dole's side concluded, Hell's Kitchen remained tumultuous, as New York's assassins, following an initial probing, surged forth again under the cloak of night, launching attacks on the various strongholds of the Hand Alliance. Meanwhile, the war at the headquarters of the Assassin's Guild raged fiercely. With precautions in place, the Guild, equipped with night vision and thermal imaging devices, detected the approach of the Hand Alliance and Kingpin's subordinates with remarkable speed. Before the adversaries could react, they opened fire, and under the terrifying marksmanship of the Assassin's Guild, those besieging the castle suffered numerous casualties before they could even close the distance. Among them, Wesley, Cross, and Mr. X, undeterred by danger, activated bullet time, brandishing dual pistols as they charged forth, seemingly unleashing a wave of death upon their foes, causing Kingpin's minions to crumble and flee in disarray. In stark contrast to the disarray of Kingpin's forces, the members of the Hand Alliance displayed unwavering resolve. Without orders, they fought valiantly, with assault and ninja squads launching relentless attacks. Yet, they suffered immense losses under the onslaught of the 3 prodigies from the Assassin's Guild and their long-range sniping. ultimately leading to their complete annihilation. As for Kingpin's underling, Bullseye, he was executed by Fox with a sniper rifle to protect Kingpin, who, although not killed on the spot, was captured without the chance to escape. On another front, at Trident Tower, the confrontation between Smith and the Hand Alliance triggered energy detection alerts at H.LD. Particularly, the combined energy attack of the Five Fingers and Smith Dole's relentless energy blasts caused the alarms in New York's anomalous energy monitoring room to flash incessantly. While surveillance in the vicinity of the battle was sparse, it was not entirely absent. Several figures were captured on camera, prompting the already resting Phil Coulson to rush back to headquarters. The Assassin's Guild headquarters. Smith Dole returned with John Wick and Poole to the castle, where he found Helen anxiously awaiting her husband. Smith Dole patted John on the shoulder and said, "Go be with your wife. She must have been worried all night." John Wick approached his wife, and they soon embraced. Subsequently, Helen expressed her gratitude to Poole. Observing the gathering crowd, Smith Dole announced, "The Five Fingers of the Hand Alliance have been utterly eradicated and will not return. Relay this message. Soon, the Hand Alliance shall cease to exist." Upon hearing that Smith Dole had eliminated the 5 leaders of the Hand Alliance, everyone expressed their admiration. Fox remarked, "God, while you were busy eliminating the leaders of the Hand Alliance, they launched an assault on us. A multitude of Hand Alliance members and Kingpin's subordinates attacked us as well. However, we had already laid an ambush, annihilating all attackers and capturing Kingpin." Upon learning of the assault on headquarters, Smith Dole was not at all surprised. However, with Kingpin and his subordinates involved, he smiled and said, "It appears this final target has presented itself to us without requiring our intervention, saving us considerable effort. As for Kingpin, see if you can extract some funds and resources from him, then send him on his way." Fox nodded in agreement, stating, "Understood. We will make arrangements." Smith Dole then recalled the matter of the Dragon Bone and said, "Get in touch with Rand Corporation. Transfer the abandoned building in Hell's Kitchen to us. Inform their representative that the Hand Alliance has been eliminated, and they will cooperate in transferring the land to us." The current head of Rand, having been indirectly controlled by the Hand Alliance, understood how to respect the victor. "Beneath that location lies the Dragon Bone, and excavating it will be our primary focus moving forward." Everyone nodded in agreement. The matter of the Dragon Bone was of utmost importance and could not be neglected. The following day, at Trident Tower, Coulson once again knocked on Nick Fury's office door. As the door swung open, Phil Coulson approached Nick Fury to deliver his report. "Director, last night the Energy Detection Department in New York registered a significant unknown energy fluctuation in Hell's Kitchen. Based on agents' overnight investigations and surrounding surveillance footage, it has been confirmed that the leader of the Assassin's Guild, Smith Dole, engaged in combat with the 5 leaders of the Hand Alliance and emerged victorious." As he spoke, Coulson placed a tablet before Nick Fury. Fury opened the document on the tablet, which detailed the Assassin's Guild's global bounty on the Hand Alliance, John Wick's demolition of the Hand Alliance's flour factory in Hell's Kitchen, leading to a confrontation with its 5 leaders, and the ensuing rescue by Smith Dole. Additionally, it documented the assault on the Assassin's Guild headquarters by the Hand Alliance and Kingpin. After reviewing the written materials, Nick Fury played the video footage. Although the images had been restored by S.H.I.E.L.D, they remained somewhat blurry, yet it was still clear to see Smith Dole suddenly appearing in the middle of the street, unleashing an energy attack on the 5 fingers of the Hand Alliance. As he watched the footage, Nick Fury's initially relaxed demeanor swiftly turned serious, and he commanded, "Raise Smith Dole's threat level to S rank. Furthermore, analyze the abilities he has demonstrated this time. Conduct a comprehensive investigation into his entire history. I want to know everything about him from childhood to the present, including when he first exhibited his extraordinary powers." In Nick Fury's perspective, while Smith Dole had previously been powerful and the leader of a faction like the Assassin's Guild, he posed little threat with current technological means. An enhanced Captain America was hardly concerning. However, the energy attacks displayed on the video were no trivial matter, especially since the destruction they caused surpassed that of conventional grenades. Furthermore, given that Smith Dole had been nurtured in the environment of the Assassin's Guild, if he were to turn rogue, the potential for devastation would be immense. After all, weapons could be screened and secured, but such raw power was far more difficult to contain. However, an individual capable of unleashing the same formidable power with ease would become exceedingly difficult to defend against. Moreover, there remains an uncertainty regarding the limits of each other's capabilities, whether they can execute even more potent attacks, and how many such strikes can be delivered within a specified time frame. In light of these possibilities, Nick Fury found it necessary to elevate the threat level associated with Smith Dole and to prepare countermeasures against him. Coulson nodded and remarked, "Director, I will arrange for personnel to conduct visits and investigations. Our agents embedded within the Assassin's Guild are also gathering intelligence under the guise of admiration and documenting the exploits of God. Additionally, regarding how Smith Dole intends to rescue Tony, I initially planned to find a breakthrough through Pepper Potts. However, based on the abilities displayed by the adversary, it is evident that he possesses the capability to rescue Tony Stark. Furthermore, the Assassin's Guild has begun offering wax bath treatment slots for sale, indicating that the establishment of their laboratory and the acquisition of research equipment has drawn their attention to financial matters." After contemplating for a moment, Nick Fury stated, "Although wax baths may not compare to our research, they do hold significant advantages. We should reserve some slots for wax baths for emergencies and send some injured personnel for treatment, on one hand to confirm their efficacy, and on the other to attempt to unravel their secrets. Additionally, how is the investigation of the Assassin's Guild's research laboratory progressing? Have any leading scientists or collaborative teams been identified?" Coulson shook his head and reported, "According to our investigations into the Assassin's Guild and our dual inquiries regarding scientists in this field, currently no renowned scientists have joined the Assassin's Guild's laboratory, nor have they recruited any research personnel. However, in financial matters, the Guild's Fox has assembled several teams to operate in various locations, short-selling Stark Industries stocks and pursuing acquisitions. This area presents a point of contact, although it necessitates a highly capable agent." Nick Fury pondered for a moment before speaking again. "It is indeed essential to select an exceptional agent to approach them. Coulson, who do you think is more suitable for this task, Mockingbird Barbara or Black Widow Natasha?" Coulson reflected on his two colleagues, comparing their various attributes in terms of appearance, abilities, and personality. Before responding, Mockingbird Barbara bears a striking resemblance to a certain assassin from the Continental Hotel, who perished at the hands of Smith Dole and Fox. Should Barbara proceed, it would likely raise the adversary's suspicions. Coulson did not decide who would be more appropriate for the assignment, but merely articulated Barbara's disadvantages. After hearing this, Nick Fury said, "In that case, let Natasha apply to join Fox's financial team as a stepping stone to approach Smith Dole. Furthermore, we should continue our interactions with Smith Dole, attempting to win him over. You may discuss the Assassin's Brotherhood model with him." Coulson accepted the directive and departed, as he was set to visit the Assassin's Guild and meet Smith Dole. Watching Coulson leave, Nick Fury recalled his old friend Captain Marvel, with whom he had once envisioned forming the Avengers, a plan that ultimately failed when she departed. He wondered if Smith Dole could be persuaded to join their ranks. Meanwhile, Smith Dole had just finished a shower and, upon emerging from the bathing area, noticed Fox still asleep. He playfully smacked Fox's backside. Fox yawned and groggily said, "I want to sleep. Don't disturb me, I'm scared of you." Smith Dole, observing Fox sprawled on the bed, felt a moment of curiosity about how Chi-Chi had given birth to Goku's second son. When Gohan was born, one could argue that Goku wasn't particularly strong. But by the time Goten was born, Goku had already established a baseline combat power of 400,000 to 500,000. "Rest well. I'll be heading out first," Smith Dole announced before leaving the room. Just as he was about to head to the training grounds to prepare for a workout, Wesley approached him and said, "Chief, the FBI agent Phil Coulson has arrived again." Upon hearing that Coulson was visiting, Smith said, "Take him to the conference room. I'll meet him there." Smith was not surprised by Coulson's visit, as the previous day's commotion had been quite significant, and it was impossible for him not to have noticed, especially since it took place in New York. He was merely curious about Coulson's intentions this time. In the meeting room, Smith looked at the arriving Coulson and said, "I wonder what brings Agent Coulson of the Homeland Security Department here today?" Coulson smiled and replied, "Mr. Smith, thanks to your suggestion, we have shortened our name. We are now called SHLD." Upon hearing that they had renamed themselves S.H.I.E.L.D, Smith Dole shrugged and said, S.H.I.E.L.D. That name is much easier to remember. Now, tell me your purpose for this visit. Noticing Smith Dole's directness, Coulson maintained his customary smile and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Smith, on eradicating the world's malignant tumor, the hand, and ridding the globe of a menace." Smith Dole raised an eyebrow. Realizing this implied that all his actions were under their surveillance, he sighed slightly and replied, "What can be done? After all, there is an organization that has just changed its name yet remains inactive. allowing such a significant tumor to thrive. Unfazed by Smith Dole's veiled sarcasm, Coulson continued, such organizations do not fall within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jurisdiction. Therefore, the citizens of New York owe you their gratitude for your actions. Understanding that S.H.I.E.L.D. was unaware of the true capabilities of the Dragon Bone and Five Fingers, Smith smiled and said, I wonder how Agent Coulson intends to express this gratitude. Surely you do not come empty-handed. Despite Smith Dole's assertiveness, Coulson remained unperturbed, still smiling as he replied, Of course, we would not come empty-handed. As for your reformed Assassin's Brotherhood, we are prepared to offer substantial support. I hear you have introduced a wax bath treatment program with commendable efficacy. S.H.I.E.L.D. intends to make significant purchases. Initially, we will acquire 100 slots as a reserve, and if the results are satisfactory, we will increase our orders. Upon hearing Coulson mention the wax bath, Smith replied, Agent Coulson, our wax baths require gold coins as entry tickets. Mere currency will not suffice. Coulson looked at Smith and asked, Can we make some accommodations? Smith replied sternly, Rules cannot be broken, even if you are S.H.I.E.L.D. You must adhere to the regulations of the Assassin's Brotherhood to use the wax baths. There is no way to bypass the entry fee, although I wouldn't mind S.H.I.E.L.D. agents coming in to conduct business. After all, even if he refused, they could still procure gold coins and come in clandestinely. Coulson smiled and continued, Since Mr. Smith has made it clear that the rules cannot be broken, I shall comply. However, I have heard that the Assassin's Brotherhood also engages in the collection and sale of intelligence on criminals, which aligns perfectly with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s global intelligence capabilities that we often gather information on such individuals due to our various operations. While we do not oversee them, the intelligence we possess could be sold to the Assassin's Brotherhood. Surely, our information could yield a substantial amount of gold. Upon hearing Coulson's proposition, Smith Dole did not decline. Recognizing it as one of the services offered by the Assassin's Brotherhood, he was also keen to provide some work for the idle assassins, allowing them to undertake S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence tasks, which would also serve as a good deed. Since it was part of the Assassin's Brotherhood services, they welcomed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence sales. To a fruitful collaboration. Subsequently, Smith Dole and Phil Coulson shook hands, finalizing their partnership. Meanwhile, in a villa, Tony Stark had completed the construction of a new arc reactor. At that moment, he lay on a medical chair, with heart rate monitoring equipment attached to him. In the upstairs living room, Pepper Potts watched a news conference hosted by a presenter discussing Tony's situation. Holding a pessimistic view of Stark Industries' stock price. Just then, Tony's phone rang. Pepper Potts made her way downstairs to Tony Stark's laboratory. Upon seeing Pepper enter, Tony said, Hey, come over and let me take a look. Tony extended a hand and gestured, Come here. Pepper Potts extended her hands and approached Tony Stark. Observing her delicate hands, Tony remarked, What exquisite little hands you have. He then glanced at the brand new arc reactor in his possession and said, I was hoping you could assist me with a minor task. As Pepper reached Tony, she gasped upon seeing the reactor on his chest, exclaiming, Oh my heavens, what is happening? She inquired, Are you relying on this device for your very life? Tony gestured towards the latest arc reactor in his grasp, explaining, Indeed, but this one is rather antiquated. In the foreseeable future, I intend to utilize the new one. I wish to replace the old model. But I'm encountering a bit of a snag. With a serious expression, Pepper asked, What snag are you referring to? What do you mean? Tony cast a quick glance at the arc reactor in his hand and replied, It's nothing, merely a minor inconvenience to that moment. As he began to remove the reactor from his chest, he added, There's a segment of exposed wiring beneath this device that has come into contact with the socket casing, causing a slight short circuit. It's not a significant issue. As he spoke, Tony deftly extracted the reactor from his chest, exclaiming, Ah, splendid. He then placed the old reactor into Pepper's hands. Flustered by the situation, Pepper stammered, What should I do with this? Tony waved his hand dismissively, instructing, Place it on that table. It's no longer of use. Turning, Pepper set the old reactor on a nearby table, exclaiming, Oh, my goodness. Tony then directed her attention to the new reactor, saying, I need you to reach inside and gently pull out the wiring. Pepper, now facing him, questioned, Is this safe? Tony closed his eyes and assured her, Well, theoretically, yes. It's akin to a minor surgical procedure. As long as you avoid touching the socket. I won't be electrocuted. Confused, Pepper asked, What do you mean by a minor surgical procedure? Tony replied, It's just like a little game. Don't be anxious. Just carefully extract the wiring, all right? Seeing his calm demeanor, Pepper responded, "All right." However, upon gazing at the hollow space in Tony's chest, she hesitated, retracting her hand and saying, I don't think I can do this." Tony looked at her reassuringly, saying, "It's all right. You can do this. You are the most capable person to help me and the one I trust the most. This request isn't too much to ask, is it?" Pepper quickly acquiesced. Fine. Tony gazed earnestly at Pepper, stating, "I truly need your assistance." Taking a deep breath, Pepper placed her hand into the device on Tony's chest. As her hand entered, she cried out, "Oh my gosh, there's pus inside." Tony clarified, "That's not pus. It's merely some inorganic plasma that is drained from the device, not any sort of bodily fluid." Pepper exclaimed, "It smells terrible." Tony nodded, "Yes, it does have a bit of an odor. Did you touch the copper wire?" Pepper responded, "Yes, I got it. I felt it." "Excellent. Just be careful not to touch the casing as you pull it out," Tony advised. Despite his warning, Pepper accidentally brushed against the casing once. After some maneuvering, she successfully extracted the copper wire along with the magnet, installing the new arc reactor for Tony, who winced in pain and cried out twice during the process. Holding her hands, now smeared with plasma solution, Pepper declared, "Never, ever let me do this again." Hearing her words, Tony replied gently, "But I have no one else but you." They exchanged a glance, and Tony smirked, making a funny face before expressing, "Regardless, thank you for helping me find Smith Dole for my rescue. Though I was confident I could escape on my own, I still appreciate your assistance." Pepper turned away, muttering about her misfortune, before picking up the old reactor and asking, "What should we do with this?" As she held the outdated model, Tony, donning his shirt, replied nonchalantly, "Dispose of it." Curiously, Pepper inquired, "Don't you want to keep it?" Turning to face her, Tony responded, "Pepper, I have many flaws, one of which is my penchant for novelty." Unhappy with his answer, Pepper retorted, "Is there anything else, Mr. Stark?" "Nothing more, Miss Potts." Tony then turned to the nearby intelligent machine, instructing, "Bumble, what use do these have? Aside from my phone and a photo of my father, toss everything else into the trash." With the old arc reactor in her possession, Pepper exited the laboratory. Meanwhile, in the Assassin's Alliance, John Wick was briefing Smith Dole on the progress of the Assassin Brotherhood and the developments regarding the ongoing execution of the Hand Society members since yesterday. Currently, John Wick was assisting Fox in matters concerning the Assassin Brotherhood and registered assassins. "Chief, with the news of the deaths of all 5 leaders of the Hand Society, the underground forces in Tokyo have launched a full-scale assault on them. I believe it won't be long before they are completely eradicated. Koji Shimizu has already led his men and numerous assassins in an assault, while Sophia has arrived from Monaco with her followers to hunt down the remnants of the Hand Society in New York. However, according to reports from the assassins, a masked figure has emerged in Hell's Kitchen, obstructing their actions." Curious about the individual intervening against the Hand Society members, Smith asked, "A masked figure. Is there any intelligence on him?" John Wick's usual poker face revealed a hint of awkwardness as he replied, "The situation in Hell's Kitchen refers to him as Daredevil." Smith Dole chuckled, realizing why John appeared somewhat peculiar. "Daredevil. So it is that fellow. Did he manage to escape unscathed?" Daredevil, whose full name is Matthew Michael Murdoch, is a disciple of the pure way. Although he is a hero devoted to righting wrongs, he is not particularly likable. Especially given his philosophy is difficult for Smith Dole to accept. His belief in not killing is particularly vexing. In Smith Dole's view, those who are heinously criminal should be dispatched without hesitation. Minor thieves may warrant reform, but those who commit murder and arson deserve no clemency. What is this philosophy of not killing? To spare those who ought to be eliminated, only to beat them up and then release them. Justice requires evidence. Will they be released for lack of sufficient evidence? Or will they continue their heinous acts after escaping prison or completing their sentences? The Assassin's Alliance does not accept or endorse such a philosophy. Forgiveness is a divine matter, and their duty is to send these individuals to meet their maker. John Wick stated, his combat skills and reflexes are exceptionally formidable. However, after disrupting several operations, he was driven away by other assassins. Had he not escaped quickly, he would surely have been riddled with bullets. These registered assassins are not novices with cold weapons. Each one possesses remarkable marksmanship. If Daredevil were on the Hand Society's member list, he would undoubtedly have fallen victim to long-range sniping. Furthermore, the number of assassins deployed last night was unusually high. Especially after the wax bath's authenticity was confirmed, many assassins went into a frenzy. Smith Dole pondered for a moment before stating, "Issue him a warning. Spread the word. I don't mind him being an underground hero, However, should he dare to intervene in the elimination of the Han Society members again, we will place a bounty on his head at a price commensurate with the leaders of the Han Society. To harbor evil is to be complicit in it. John Wick nodded. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. I will relay your message to the assassins and the dark web. There is another matter, leader. Stark Industries has delivered equipment and materials valued at $100 million, along with light weaponry sufficient for 100 personnel. This includes protective gear, multifunctional tactical helmets, bulletproof vests, tactical vests, and gloves, weaponry, automatic rifles, sniper rifles, light machine guns, grenade launchers, handguns, bomb disposal robots, and explosive detection devices, communication and navigation equipment, tactical watches and radio communication devices, reconnaissance and observation equipment, night vision goggles, laser rangefinders, and far-infrared sensing devices, survival and first aid gear, gas masks, chemical suits, and first aid kits, as well as special task equipment, capture nets, long batons, stun guns, and breaching tools. Upon hearing John Wick's report, Smith Dole was equally astonished by the comprehensiveness of the weaponry provided by Pepper Potts this time. Although there are no heavy weapons or armored vehicles, the light weaponry is indeed extensive enough to equip a special operations team of 100, ensure the items are stored properly, and send the scientific equipment and materials to Booma's laboratory. Meanwhile, dressed appropriately, Tony Stark arrived at the Air Force Base to visit his good friend Colonel Rhodes. In the presence of Rhodes, Tony teased him lightly, with no choice but to dismiss his soldiers. Rhodes sought a moment of private conversation with Tony. He playfully patted Stark on the shoulder, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "I am quite surprised." Tony turned to face Rhodes and inquired, "Surprised about what?" Rhodes chuckled, "I never imagined you would be up and about so quickly." Tony Stark shrugged and replied, "I can do more than just stroll around." With arms crossed, Rhodes asked, "Is that so?" "Indeed." At that moment, Tony Stark's expression turned serious as he earnestly stated, "Rhodes, I need to undertake a major project. I would like to discuss it with you, and I hope you will join me." Rhodes pursed his lips, surveying the surroundings before saying, "You'd better charm everyone, because what you said at the press conference has significant implications." Hearing this, Tony responded, "This time, it's not for the military. I am not developing weapons." "This is different," Rhodes frowned. "What? Have you turned humanitarian now?" Tony explained, "I hope you will listen to me carefully." Rhodes interrupted, "No need for that. You simply need to calm down. Tony, if you cease weapon development, you will no longer be as vital to the military. I trust you understand my point." Noticing Tony suddenly laugh, Rhodes insisted, "I am serious." Tony composed himself and said, "All right." Rhodes then added, "It's truly great to see you, Tony." After this exchange, Rhodes turned away, leaving Tony Stark behind. Clearly, Rhodes was unaware of what he had missed by leaving. Rejected by Rhodes, Tony returned to his laboratory. "Jarvis, are you there?" "Always at your service, sir." After activating Jarvis, Tony instructed, "I need to create a new project folder." Titled Mark II. Jarvis inquired, "Should this be stored in the Stark Industries central database?" Tony transferred the Mark I model to a virtual display and remarked, "To be honest, I'm not sure whom to trust anymore. Let us keep it on my private server for now, unless I instruct otherwise." Jarvis asked, "So, this is a secret project, correct, sir?" Tony Stark gazed at the Mark I before him and replied, "I do not want it to fall into the hands of villains." At that moment, Tony Stark recalled the group of armed individuals who had kidnapped him, all equipped with weapons produced by Stark Industries. He then thought of Smith Dole and considered inviting him to witness the test flight of the Mark II once it was completed, as well as to discuss modifications for the third jump. On another front, in the Afghan desert, Zara, after fleeing, did not sway Su Wenwu, who was engulfed in grief over his wife's death and was seeking a means of resurrection. However, he did gain the support of his boss and returned with a group of subordinates. They returned to the cave where Tony Stark had once been imprisoned, although the exterior lay in ruins. Zara discovered that the interior of the cave had not sustained serious damage. Even the surveillance equipment remained intact, merely powered down. As his subordinates repaired the circuitry and restored the surveillance footage, Zara witnessed the recording of that day, observing the entire process of Tony Stark assembling the Iron Man suit and the rescue operation involving Tony morphing into a formidable hammer. After viewing all of this, Zara began to search within the cave where Tony had been held, quickly locating the blueprints. Back in the surveillance room, Zara compared the blueprints with the footage of Mark I, and after numerous trials of arrangement, the lines of Mark I began to emerge on the blueprints, prompting a smile to bloom on Zara's face. Though he lacked the capability to fabricate it himself, he was confident that Obadiah could indeed produce an identical Iron Man suit. Days passed. A week had elapsed since Phil Coulson visited Smith Dole. During this week, the Hand Association had been thoroughly eradicated from the world, with the remaining members adopting new identities, too fearful to declare themselves as part of the association. Meanwhile, the reputation of the wax bath had spread widely, especially among assassins who had experienced it firsthand. Singing its praises to SHLD retained 100 treatment slots as a baseline. Should any be used, they would replenish it with 100 coins. As for the intelligence sold by the other party, it was all turned over to the Assassin Brotherhood for completion, while the members of the Assassin Alliance refrained from providing intelligence to SHLD. Throughout this week, Fox successfully acquired a dilapidated building in Hell's Kitchen from the Rand Corporation through negotiations, capitalizing on its poor location, years of abandonment, and the downfall of the Hand Association. Ultimately, Fox secured the building and the land it occupied for $50 million in a half-sell, half-gift arrangement. Fox continued his report. Leader, Stark Industries stock price has now plummeted by 56.5%. Upon hearing that the decline had surpassed half, Smith knew that the day Tony would announce himself as Iron Man was drawing near. Await my instructions and be prepared for a buyback at any moment. Fox closed the documents in his hand, just as a red-haired beauty in an OL uniform emerged from the dilapidated building. Reporting to Fox, there are no workers left in the building, and the demolition points have all been designed. We only need to install the explosives for demolition. Fox nodded. Excellent. Have the building demolished and arrange for the removal of the debris. Observing the two conversing, Smith Dole's gaze fell upon the red-haired woman, realizing it was none other than Natasha Romanoff. How intriguing. He had not anticipated that SL would send her as an undercover agent. He was enjoying the privileges Tony received ahead of time. Reflecting on Natasha Romanoff's background, he recalled that she was once a Soviet operative known as Black Widow, later rescued by Hawkeye during a mission, and subsequently joined S.I.P.L.D. at his behest. Believing he helped eliminate the Red Room. If Natasha were to learn that the Red Room had not been destroyed and that S.H.I.E.L.D. was merely putting on a facade, would she reveal this truth and inform others that the Red Room still existed? Could he sway this SLD operative to his cause? After truly dismantling the Red Room, could he rescue her sister and her adoptive parents, thereby securing her loyalty? Contemplating this, Smith Dole felt a surge of hope. After all, Natasha Romanoff was not a steadfast agent molded by SHIELD. She was a product of the Red Room's training, and identifying her vulnerabilities could potentially turn her allegiance SHIELD. Sought to plant a needle in him. While he desired to sow seeds of discord within SND, had long harbored dissatisfaction with that troublesome Smith. Considering him a genuine troublemaker, without the strength to confront Captain Marvel directly, he had no intention of acting openly. Yet opportunities to undermine her would arise. A smile spread across Smith Dole's face as he turned to Fox and asked, Fox, why have I never seen this lady before? Upon hearing Smith's words, Fox interjected, introducing, this is Natalie Rashman, my newly appointed secretary. She possesses remarkable talent in finance and has assisted me with numerous tasks. She is fluent in French, Italian, and Latin, has experience as a model, and possesses some skills in mixed martial arts. Smith Dole, slightly taken aback, remarked, what a well-rounded individual. Fox nodded in agreement and responded, the responsibilities you have entrusted to me continue to grow. Perhaps I require a team of secretaries. Even with Wesley and John Wick's assistance, I would need at least 2 more secretaries. Upon hearing Fox's complaint, Smith chuckled and said, all right, I will accommodate your request. As long as suitable candidates are available, you may select 2 more to AT that moment. Natalie Rashman extended her hand and greeted, hello, boss. Smith Dole shook hands with Natasha before smiling and saying, I am not your boss. Fox is. Upon hearing this, Fox smiled and then stated, I am preparing to contact a demolition company for the building's teardown. Let us depart from here. Smith waved his hand dismissively and replied, there is no need for such inconvenience. Since it has been confirmed that there are no other individuals present, nor any homeless persons, I shall handle this matter. Inform everyone to retreat at least 100 meters and maintain order, ensuring that no unauthorized individuals approach. Fox immediately arranged for personnel to maintain order, and everyone retreated to a distance of 100 meters AT this moment. Fox and Natasha stood beside Smith. Smith remarked, Fox, Today, I shall show you what it means to be at the pinnacle of greatness. With both hands gathered at his waist, energy began to coalesce within them. Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha. Smith unleashed the Kamehameha wave, a beam of white light shooting forth from his hands towards a nearby, unfinished building. Boom! Smith raised his hands upwards, and the previously straight beam of energy veered upwards after colliding with the building, demolishing it from bottom to top until it soared into the sky. Boom! The sudden burst of light, and the building disintegrating into dust startled both Fox and Natasha, who were unprepared for Smith Dole's overwhelming power and such an attack. Fox murmured, "Goodness, no wonder they call you God. Truly, there are only misnamed individuals, not misnamed nicknames. God, you are divine." Natasha, too, was taken aback, despite her vast experience. She had never imagined someone could possess such formidable strength, revealing an attack capability previously unseen. Gazing skyward at the energy wave that had vanished into the heavens, Natasha pondered what would happen if Smith Dole aimed such a strike at the White House. Shaking her head, she swiftly dismissed the terrifying thought. Grateful that he was an ally of justice. At the same time, she understood why Nick Fury had sought to engage with him for observation and assessment. However, could someone of his caliber truly be recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D.? He was no mere nameless individual, but the leader of a powerful assassin alliance. Fox surveyed the scene before her, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Perhaps Smith Dole's arrival was indeed a divine sign, a fortuitous event for the assassin alliance. If he had aligned with forces like Kingpin or the Hand, she could hardly fathom the state of the world now. God, is this truly your strength? The spectacle was utterly astonishing. Surely those from the cross had to be regretting their failure to witness such a moment. Upon hearing Fox's words, Smith Dole smiled and replied, "Train diligently and elevate your physical prowess to its utmost limits." Upon hearing this, Fox's eyes widened. Could she, too, have the opportunity to become so powerful? As Smith turned to leave, he instructed, "The unfinished building has been cleared. We can arrange for our personnel to commence excavation work." Noticing Smith Dole's departure, Natalie Rashman quietly asked, "Boss, is the big boss truly a god?" Fox looked at the starry-eyed Natalie Rashman and smiled. "Such power, is it not fitting to call him a god? Moreover, he is indeed God." Regarding the excavation of the dragon bones, Smith Dole felt no concern. He knew that above the dragon bones lay an invisible barrier. When the excavation reached its conclusion, it would naturally cease. At that point, he could step forward to open the barrier and retrieve the dragon bones beneath. Thus, without the use of the Dragon Balls, his companions could return even from death. John Wick drove a Maybach, transporting Smith Dole back to the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance. Upon returning, Smith Dole summoned Mr. X. "I need your assistance in investigating a few matters discreetly." Without alerting others, the Mr. X inquired, "Leader, what matters?" Smith Dole explained, "In the past, the Soviet Union had a secret organization that trained spies, known as the Red Room. That I have received intelligence that this organization was never dismantled and continues to operate in the world, engaging in assassination and control. I need you to locate a few individuals. One is Alexei Shostakov, a former Red Guardian, who is imprisoned in a Russian jail. The other two are Yelena Belova and Melina Vostokov, who currently serve the Red Room. Your task is to gather intelligence on them without disturbing them." That Mr. X noted the details of the three individuals, stating, "I will investigate their information and report back to you once I have made progress." Watching Mr. X depart, Smith Dole immersed himself in the training room, continuing his exercises to enhance his strength. Now, all that remained was to await Tony's transformation into Iron Man and the revival of the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, in a CAF within Hell's Kitchen, Foggy and Matt Murdock sat across from one another. Matt spoke. "Foggy, have the principles I've adhered to all these years been misguided?" Foggy sighed and replied, "Matt, there is nothing wrong with helping those who cannot afford legal representation." Matt Murdock removed his sunglasses and, after a brief silence, said, "Foggy, you know that's not what I'm referring to." Foggy responded, "Matt, did you not heed their warnings and refrain from intervening in subsequent matters? Moreover, the downfall of the Hand and Kingpin has always been your aspiration, has it not?" Matt Murdock replied, "Indeed, the destruction of the Hand and the demise of Kingpin's influence has long been my desire, but not in this manner. I wish for them to face the law, not suffer such extrajudicial punishment. If they eliminate the Hand and Kingpin, who will restrain them? You do not know, but during my recent investigations, I discovered that those who killed the Hand's members are assassins. They are not good people. Upon hearing this, Foggy's expression grew serious as he asked, is it right to allow the Hand and Kingpin to continue their wrongdoing? Matt, what do you intend to do? Matt Murdock shook his head. I do not know that I am lost. I want to consult my mentor for guidance. Meanwhile, Tony was in his villa's basement, working on the Mark II ARM-AT that moment. Pepper Potts descended the stairs, carrying 2 boxes of varying sizes, with a cup of coffee perched atop one that I've been calling you. Did you not hear the intercom? Tony fiddled with the components on the arm and asked. What is going on? Pepper placed the items on a nearby table and replied, Obadiah is waiting for you upstairs. How should I approach him? Tony dismissively said, all right, I understand. I'll head up shortly. He then raised his arm and resumed his experiment. Pepper walked over and asked, didn't you say you no longer create weapons? Tony explained, yes, this is merely a flight stabilizer. It poses no threat. However, in the next moment, a laser beam erupted from his palm. The immense thrust sending Tony flying backward, while the laser shattered the iron frame before him. Observing the startled Pepper Potts, Tony remarked, this was an accident. Soon tidying up the chaos, Tony ascended from the basement and inquired of Obadiah, who was playing the piano. How are things at the company? As Tony approached the seating area, noting that Pepper was still working, he continued, oh, things must be dire, right? Obadiah, still playing, replied, I merely brought back pizza from New York. That doesn't necessarily indicate a crisis. Tony opened the pizza box on the table and said, true, the pizza is excellent. Obadiah added, if you had been there, the outcome might have been more favorable. Tony explained, you instructed me to maintain a low profile, and I complied that I keep a low profile while you manage the situation. Obadiah rose and approached Tony, stating, this is a board meeting. Tony, puzzled, asked, a board meeting? Obadiah sat beside him and elaborated, the board believes your post-traumatic stress is severe and is preparing to issue a mandate. Tony, bewildered, responded, a mandate for what? Obadiah bluntly stated, they intend to oust you. Tony scoffed. For what reason? Did the stock drop 40 points? Didn't we anticipate this? Pepper interjected, it actually dropped 56.5 points. Tony waved dismissively, that's inconsequential that we hold the controlling interest. Obadiah countered, Tony, the board has its rights. They are seeking an excuse to dismiss you, claiming that your new research direction is not in the company's best interest. Tony defended, I consider this responsible. This is my new objective, and it aligns with the company's. Hearing this, Obadiah's eyes gleamed, but Tony sensed something amiss and quickly corrected himself. I am responsible on behalf of the company. He then sighed. You all have done splendidly. After taking a piece of pizza, he declared, I'm heading to the workshop. Obadiah urged, don't be like that. He stood in front of Tony and said, hey, I'm trying to help you turn this around, but you need to provide me with some substance to placate them. As he pointed to the arc reactor in Tony's chest, he added, let me have a few engineers analyze that thing and sketch some designs. It was then that Obadiah revealed his true intentions. He had set his sights on Tony's arc reactor, recognizing it as a golden goose that must be firmly held. This way, I can appease the board. However, Tony flatly refused. No, absolutely not. It was not that he distrusted Obadiah, but rather the other individuals within the company. He had yet to uncover who had sold the company's weapons to those terrorists. I will handle this project myself. There's no room for negotiation. Upon hearing Tony's refusal, Obadiah snatched the pizza from Tony's hands as a bargaining tactic, but allowed him to keep a slice, suggesting, mind if I go down to see what you're working on? Yet again, Tony declined, telling him to wash up and get some rest. Undeterred, Obadiah was confident that the scientists he had would be able to replicate a similar miniature arc reactor once they had a direction. And he believed he would witness the fruits of Tony's underground research, as Tony had no defenses against him. Days swiftly passed. Tony Stark's Mark II armor was now fully calibrated, with only the final assembly and product testing remaining. Before the test, Tony recalled Smith Dole.j.a. or .v.i.s. Please contact Smith Dole. Certainly, sir. Initiating the call at that moment. Smith Dole had just completed his training for the day when he saw the caller ID displaying Tony Stark's name and photo. Answering the call, Smith greeted, Hi, Tony. Tony addressed the virtual screen. Hey, buddy, I've been revamping my Mark armor, and I've produced a finished product as previously agreed. I'd like you to come see it and experience my true scientific prowess. Clearly, Tony was still haunted by the failure of his first test flight, but he was confident that this time would exceed Smith Dole's expectations upon hearing that Tony Stark had created the Mark II. Smith expressed considerable interest, knowing that seeing it in person would be vastly different from merely watching it. Where shall we meet? I'm quite curious about your new armor. With Smith Dole's agreement, Tony smiled, saying, I'll have them send you the address shortly. Just come to my home, which also serves as my private laboratory. After hanging up, Tony gazed at his silver Mark II and the initial Mark I, proudly declaring, Smith will undoubtedly be astonished. This truly qualifies as a work of art. Smith Dole, having arranged to meet Tony Stark, arrived at the garage, where he beheld an array of cars, a Mercedes Maybach, Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, Audi R8, among others. Ultimately, he selected a red Ferrari as his mode of transport and drove toward Tony's villa. Navigating his beloved car, he soon arrived at Tony Stark's seaside mansion. Upon entering, the door automatically opened, and JVS's voice resonated, Welcome, Mr. Smith Dole. At that moment, Tony Stark approached, embracing Smith Dole and exclaiming, Hey, buddy, you finally made it. I can hardly wait to see your astonished expression. Hearing Tony's words, Smith recognized the confidence Tony had in his Mark II and responded with a smile. Tony, I'm very curious about what changes have instilled such confidence in you. By the way, I saw the news about your recent announcement to shut down the weapons manufacturing division. Tony nodded and replied, Yes, I am determined to close the weapons manufacturing division. You know where I was held captive. There was an abundance of weapons produced by Stark Industries. Those were originally meant to protect us. Yet they ended up in the hands of our enemies, which was never my intention. That I wanted to discuss this matter with you. Smith waved his hand dismissively. That shouldn't concern me. In fact, your announcement has allowed me to profit significantly in the stock market from Stark Industries. Tony, hearing this, teased, No wonder Pepper Potts informed me that the stock dropped by 56.5 points, exceeding our anticipated 40. It turns out you were stirring the pot, but you've struck it rich this time. I suspect the stock will continue to decline. Smith Dole glanced at the arc reactor in Tony's chest and stated, I believe you can elevate Stark Industries to new heights. When the time is right, I will complete the transaction and choose to invest. Tony, brimming with pride, declared, Buddy, choosing Stark Industries is undoubtedly your wisest decision. However, I must mention another matter. When Pepper Potts sought your assistance to rescue me, the third condition was that you would have access to purchase weapons produced by Stark Industries. Yet, as you know, IVE announced the cessation of weapon production, rendering that contract void. Here's what I propose. I can facilitate connections for you. While Hammer Industries has always been a poor imitator, they are still a reasonably competent arms dealer. I believe they will grant me a favor and allow you to become a light weapons distributor without issue. Alternatively, I've learned that you're in the market for research equipment and materials. But your qualifications have hindered your progress. That I can arrange for Stark Industries to procure these devices and materials for you, even utilizing our own shares to help you acquire some of the materials you need. Though the funds will need to come from you. Although I am the chairman of Stark Industries, I must also be accountable to the shareholders. Upon hearing Tony's proposed solution, Smith Dole pondered for a moment before responding. There is no need for a weapon procurement channel. As you mentioned, Hammer Industries is a poor imitator, and I certainly do not wish to encounter a malfunction when I require it. Let us proceed with the second option. I would appreciate it if Stark Industries could handle the purchasing on my behalf. Hearing Smith Dole's choice of the second option, Tony's smile broadened as he replied, I will have Pepper Potts coordinate with you. Whenever you need to acquire any equipment or materials, simply send her the details. Smith Dole nodded and then cheerfully remarked, Tony, now that the business matters are settled, let us go and behold the marvels of your technological creations. Haha, I can hardly contain my excitement. Following Tony to the underground laboratory, Smith Dole's eyes were immediately drawn to the fully assembled Mark I and Mark II suits. Observing the Mark I, he felt a flicker of curiosity, now that Tony had recovered the Mark I. Would Obadiah's Ironmonger still manifest, and would Tony still become Iron Man? After all, without the Ironmonger, Ethan had not perished. Would Tony still embody that Iron Man persona? Tony approached the assembly platform and addressed Smith Dole. Smith, you will be the first person, aside from myself, to witness the Mark II armor J.Arc.V.I.S. Initiate the donning of the Mark II armor as Tony's words concluded. The mechanical arms sprang into action, adorning him with the Mark II piece by piece. Activate the headgear. Acknowledged. Upload all optimization protocols. Understood. Sir. Smith Dole gazed at Tony, who now bore an uncanny resemblance to the Iron Man from his memories, the only distinction being the lack of any coloring treatment. As he beheld the silver-white Mark II, a thought struck him. Had Tony implemented any anti-icing measures for high-altitude flight? Tony flexed his limbs and then queried Smith Dole, "How does it feel?" Smith Dole marveled. "It looks fantastic. The armor is the epitome of a man's romance. The Mark I was indeed rather crude. But Tony, is this exquisite armor available for sale? If it is, please inform me at the earliest opportunity. I wish to acquire one for my collection." Upon hearing Smith Dole's inquiry about a potential sale, Tony immediately retorted, "No, I will not sell it. This is my personal property and does not belong to Stark Industries." Smith Dole was not surprised by Tony's swift refusal. His curiosity regarding the armor was merely casual. He believed that if Buma was willing, he could also craft an armor suit himself. All right, no sale is just fine. After all, its destructive potential is considerable. Selling it would only make one a weapons dealer. Tony nodded. Thus, it belongs solely to me and will not be sold. Now, allow me to demonstrate the true capabilities of the Mark II. In the next moment, Tony showcased a dazzling aerial display, causing Smith Dole to stifle a laugh. Soon, Tony soared out of the garage, and without hesitation, Smith Dole employed his own flight technique to follow suit. Exhilarated, Tony shouted, "Wow, haha, this is what flying feels like." At that moment, J.A.R.V.I.S. interjected. "Sir, Mr. Smith is following closely behind you." As Tony flew, he called out, "Smith, let us see who can fly faster and higher." Energized by Tony's words, Smith Dole responded, "Okay, I am of the same mind that I will count down. 1, 2, 3, ready, set, go." As Tony's countdown concluded, he immediately accelerated, racing into the distance, while Smith Dole matched his pace, unleashing the full force of his energy to chase after Tony. The two engaged in a high-altitude pursuit, weaving through various flight paths, with Tony exclaiming, "This feels like a dream." At that moment, J.R.V.I.S. announced, "Sir, you have not gained distance from Mr. Smith." Observing his current speed, Tony was astonished that Smith Dole could keep up. And so he declared, "All right, let Smith witness the prowess of my Mark II." Without further ado, Tony piloted the Mark II straight into the clouds, ascending skyward. J.R.V.I.S. What is the altitude record for military reconnaissance aircraft? The highest recorded flight for fixed-wing reconnaissance aircraft is 85,000 feet. Sir, records are meant to be broken. Let us ascend. Smith Dole watched as Tony soared into the sky and followed suit. As they climbed, Smith Dole began to regulate his energy, aware that with a combat power of just below 200, he was at a distinct disadvantage compared to Tony. Upon surpassing Smith Dole, Tony grew even more exhilarated, shouting, "Haha. Smith, while I cannot fly like you, the armor I crafted has finally outstripped you." At that moment, Smith Dole noticed ice forming on Tony's suit, and J.R.V.I.S. cautioned, "Sir, the ice is thickening rapidly. The armor may sustain damage." Tony dismissed the concern, continue ascending. Observing this, Smith Dole realized Tony had not implemented any high-altitude anti-icing measures, and he knew trouble was imminent. It seemed he might have the opportunity to save Tony once again. Definitely a win. Go higher. As Tony accelerated once more, the leg thrusters began to sputter, followed by the complete failure of all propulsion systems, and in the next instant, he plummeted. Thus, the erstwhile leading Tony Stark and the ascending Smith Dole narrowly brushed past one another. Descending towards the ground. J.R.V.I.S. I am frozen. J.R.V.I.S. Smith, help me. Hearing Tony's cry for help, Smith Dole did not hesitate. If he descended even slightly further, Tony would be able to save himself. Changing direction, Smith Dole darted towards the plummeting Tony. Although Tony was falling rapidly, Smith Dole's explosive dash was even swifter. He quickly reached Tony Stark's rear and caught the falling figure. Boom! Upon catching Tony, the immense impact combined with the weight of the Mark II sent Smith Dole tumbling downwards. But with another surge of energy, he successfully executed his flight technique to stabilize them both. Haha, Smith Dole, you have saved my life once again. Smith Dole lightly punched the Mark II armor, shattering the ice that had formed upon it. And soon J.R.V.I.S. revived, restoring the suit's full functionality. Smith, I am operational again. Seeing this, Smith Dole released Tony and flew aside as the Mark II's extinguished thrusters reignited. The two then soared back to the rooftop of the villa. Whereupon Tony commanded, "Cut the power." Crash. The next moment, Tony smashed through the roof, landing in the garage and flattening a car beneath him. Smith Dole flew in through the hole Tony had created, observing the clumsy bing-bing as dry ice was sprayed onto Tony, and chuckled, "Tony, what performance are you putting on now?" Tony, feeling quite exasperated, lay sprawled on the ground. He had intended to showcase his prowess before Smith Dole, but instead found himself in an embarrassing predicament. With Jess's assistance, Tony removed the armor and stepped out. Smith Dole, recognizing Tony's discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Tony, once you resolve the high-altitude icing issue, your armor remains the best," observing Smith Dole's thumbs up. Tony smiled slightly, feeling somewhat awkward. Back in the laboratory, Tony picked up a cup of coffee from the table, took a sip, and remarked, "This was brewed by Pepper Potts. You are not included." Hearing Tony's somewhat haughty tone, Smith Dole laughed and glanced at the two gifts on the table, teasing, "Not only coffee, but also gifts, huh? Tony, is your secretary trying to woo you?" Tony exclaimed in surprise, "Me pursue her? How could that be? If anything, it would be the other way around." Observing the two boxes of varying sizes above him, Tony reached for one and proceeded to unwrap it. As he tore away the packaging, he was met with the sight of his former reactor encased within a glass box, adorned with the words, "Tony has a warm heart." Upon witnessing Tony unveil the first box, Smith felt no surprise. The K version of the reactor had indeed saved Tony's life. However, curiosity piqued his interest regarding the second box. As it had never appeared in the original narrative, Tony gazed at the arc reactor before him, then set it down to open the second box. Once unwrapped, it revealed another box inside, containing a perfectly round stone, approximately the size of a baseball, with the inscription, "I hear no man can refuse a naturally smooth stone." Tony held the stone in his hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. It was indeed remarkably round. Though this gift bore no significant value, Tony perceived it as thoughtful, considering it was entirely natural and not artificially crafted. Meanwhile, Smith Dole was momentarily taken aback. That stone, if his senses did not deceive him, was likely a Dragon Ball. Although it had transformed into a stone, he could easily recognize it when it appeared before him. He was astonished that Pepper Potts had fortuitously acquired one, particularly in its stone form. With a chuckle, Smith teased, "Lucky fellow, that's quite a rare gift." Tony Stark placed the stone back into its box, setting it on the table, and with a cheerful expression remarked, "No way. Is there really someone who hasn't received such a gift?" Smith Dole shrugged, seemingly admitting that he had never received even a straight twig. Tony then returned to his computer, stating, "I need to adjust some data to further refine Mark II to Jarvis. Take note, the main sensor malfunctions above 40,000 feet, and the pressurization system has issues, likely due to icing." Jarvis quipped, "Sir, your observations are remarkably astute that if you intend to venture to another planet, we might need to enhance the exhaust system. At that moment, Smith Dole raised an eyebrow and said, "Perhaps one day we really will fly to another planet. That's a splendid idea." Tony chuckled and continued, "Contact Syscorp for the metal materials for the shell. Let's use the gold titanium alloy from the Seraphim satellite. This should ensure both power-to-weight ratio and increase the fuselage's strength." "Do you understand?" Jarvis confirmed, "Yes." Tony then picked up a glass of chlorophyll juice and took a sip. Observing this, Smith Dole frowned slightly, wondering if he was already drinking chlorophyll to alleviate his palladium poisoning. He then asked, "Tony, has it come to this?" Tony, puzzled, replied, "What do you mean?" Smith pointed at the chlorophyll in Tony's hand and remarked, "Chlorophyll, if I recall correctly, is used to relieve palladium poisoning." Tony glanced down at the arc reactor in his chest, waved his hand dismissively, and said, "It's not as severe as you suggest, just a mild poisoning. The sooner it's diluted, the quicker the recovery. I'm confident I'll find a substitute element soon. For now, this is a necessary measure. At this moment, Tony felt no concern regarding his palladium poisoning. He believed that as long as he put in a little effort in the days to come, he would discover a suitable alternative. Until he became Iron Man, the current radiation levels were sufficient for him to live a considerable time, long enough to easily find a substitute. Seeing Tony's nonchalant and confident demeanor, Smith Dole knew that in just over a year, palladium poisoning would pose a serious threat to his life. Since the time was not yet upon them, Smith felt no need to offer a warning. As for the new element, he would inform Tony before SLD had a chance to do so. He would take this favor for himself, that moment. Jarvis spoke up. Sir, would you like to see the renderings? Tony replied, show me the visuals. Just then, the laboratory's television broadcasted a news segment. The Disney concert hall, adorned with a red carpet, was ablaze with lights and bustling with activity. Tony Stark was hosting the third annual charity gala for the Firefighter Family Foundation. Held in grand fashion, Tony tilted his head, watching the news coverage with curiosity. Jarvis, did we receive an invitation? No invitation records, sir, Jarvis replied. The reporter on the screen continued. The elite of Los Angeles society have gathered. A dazzling array of stars. The event's initiator, who recently made a series of indiscreet remarks at a press conference, has since vanished from public view. That moment, Tony, tinkering with the helmet of Mark II, gazed at his photograph from the press conference on the screen, lost in thought. There were whispers of him suffering from post-concussion syndrome, bedridden for weeks. What was the true state of affairs? We could only speculate. However, it seemed nearly impossible to meet him tonight. Initially indifferent, Tony grew irritated upon hearing the reporter's slanderous remarks and promptly removed the helmet from his face, scowling at a party without the guest of honor. That hardly seems fair. Smith, care to join me at this soiree? Upon receiving Tony's invitation, Smith pondered for a moment before accepting. Is there food there? I'm a bit hungry, ever since merging with Scion blood. Smith Dole's appetite had surged dramatically, a staggering increase of 4 to 5 times. John Wick had once curiously asked if consuming such quantities was necessary to boost his strength. Tony laughed, of course, at a gala. There will be plenty of delicacies and drinks. That Smith Dole gave an approving thumbs up, indicating he was on board. At that juncture, Jarvis announced, the renderings have been completed, gazing at the depiction of the pure gold suit. Tony remarked, this color scheme is quite ostentatious. Smith observed the rendering and teased, oh, gold-plated. Tony, this suits your persona perfectly. Jarvis quickly attempted to amend, my apologies, sir. You have always favored a more understated aesthetic. Tony turned and glanced at his red, yellow, and black sports car, contemplating before saying, how about we add a touch of red from the car? Very well. It complements your understated image nicely. Watching Tony's artificial intelligence, Jarvis, Smith felt a twinge of envy. But then thought of Bulma, reassuring himself, Bulma will make me one too. Meanwhile, far away in the Assassin Alliance laboratory, Bulma sneezed, unsure if it was a cold or something else, pouring himself another glass of chlorophyll. Tony sipped while admiring the newly colored Mark suit. I love it. Let us get it assembled and painted. The automatic assembly commenced, with an estimated completion time of 5 hours. Tony glanced at a watch on the table, noting the time before saying, no need to wait for me. Dear T then took Smith Dole along, driving his Audi R8 toward the gala hall. On the way, Tony remarked, last time I said I'd show you my private jet. But I've been so busy with Mark II that I haven't had the chance. A few days ago, I ordered one from Boeing. Once it's manufactured and delivered, I'll send it your way. The style will be quite similar to mine. I trust our tastes align. Hearing that Tony remembered this detail and had even placed a custom order made Smith feel grateful. Similar? You mean the cover models? In response to Smith's jest, Tony laughed. Haha. Are you jealous? As the two conversed, they soon arrived at the Disney concert hall, where the gala was taking place. Tony parked the car and stepped out, with Smith following suit from the other side. The valet, upon seeing them, immediately greeted, good evening, Mr. Stark. Good evening, sir. Welcome to the gala, replied the valet. Smith is, after all, not a household name, and the valet does not recognize him at this moment. Tony approaches, draping an arm around Smith's shoulder, and exclaims, Smith Dale, my dear brother. After handing the car keys to the valet, Tony strides directly toward the banquet hall. The entrance of Tony Stark elicits gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Oh my. It's Tony Stark, so handsome. Oh my. Who is that dashing fellow accompanying Tony? He looks so cool. Is he an heir from some conglomerate? He appears quite young. Does anyone know who he is? Meanwhile, Obadiah, who is being interviewed, is compelled to shift his gaze upon hearing the excited exclamations from the women in attendance, immediately spotting the newly arrived Tony Stark alongside Smith Dole. As Tony and Smith navigate through the throng, they arrive beside Obadiah. What kind of world is this, where the guest of honor is not even acknowledged? Obadiah assesses Tony Stark and glances at Smith Dole, perplexed as to why Tony, who has been preoccupied with research lately, would show up here, let alone bring Smith along. Obadiah is aware of Smith Dale's existence. After all, He is well acquainted with the expenditures related to Pepper Potts' dealings. However, he bears no ill will towards Smith, as the latter had indeed brought back a golden opportunity for him. With a smile on his face, Obadiah remarks, "Look who has arrived. Hi, what a surprise." He then extends his hand towards Smith Dale, saying, "Mr. Smith, I am immensely grateful to you for bringing Tony back. Stark Industries cannot afford to lose Tony, just as the West cannot afford to lose Jerusalem." Witnessing Obadiah's flattery towards Tony, who would suspect that this bald man is the mastermind behind the previous attack? Smith Dale shakes hands with Obadiah, responding with a smile. "Tony is destined for greatness. Even without my assistance, he would have returned safely." Observing the multitude of media personnel snapping pictures around him, Tony interjects, "Obadiah, I'll be waiting for you inside." Without a moment's pause, he turns to leave. Obadiah, anxious that Tony might seize the opportunity presented by the evening's festivities to announce his research findings, realizes that if such news were to break, Stark Industries' stock price would soar. He had been planning to buy in when the price dipped, and then ride the wave of success following the announcement. Swiftly, he pivots and grabs Tony's arm, saying, "Hey, hold on. Don't rush, all right? I believe I have convinced the board." Upon hearing Obadiah's words, Tony replies, "All right, I understand that I was just a bit impulsive. Smith and I will leave shortly." Seeing that he has calmed Tony, Obadiah feels a sense of relief. But he remains curious about Smith's presence. Despite Smith having saved Tony, one would expect Tony, given his character and status, not to form a close bond. There's something more significant at play that he is unaware of. Tony and Smith enter the grand hall of the charity gala without a hint of obstruction. Not a single event staff member dares approach Tony to inquire about Smith Dale's invitation. After all, everyone is well aware that this gala is hosted in Tony's name, and bringing along one person or even 100 poses no issue at all. Tony leads Smith to the dining and beverage area, adorned with a variety of pastries and appetizers, while chefs prepare seafood and steaks on the spot. Tony remarks, "The offerings here are quite decent, though they do fall short of my personal chef standards. They suffice for a light meal. Waiter, bring me a drink." Meanwhile, Phil Coulson, who is contemplating how to engage Pepper Potts and gather information, hears a familiar voice. Looking in the direction of the sound, he is taken aback, not by the sight of Tony Stark, but by the presence of Smith Dale beside him. He is bewildered as to how these two came to be together, especially since their intelligence reports indicated that Smith had not been in contact with Tony for a month after rescuing him. They had assumed their relationship was merely professional, devoid of any deeper friendship. Given Tony's previously questionable demeanor, as for Smith Dale, he is an individual of significant interest to them, even more so than Tony. Especially after Natasha, their undercover agent, submitted intelligence highlighting Smith's importance. Regaining his composure, Coulson refuses to be distracted by Smith's unexpected appearance. Instead, he feels a sense of anticipation, hoping to glean some insights directly from him, such as whether the object on Tony Stark's chest holds any special significance to Mr. Stark or Mr. Smith. Upon hearing his name and Smith's mentioned together, Tony turns with curiosity, thinking no one at the gala would recognize Smith Dale. "Oh, you know Smith?" At that moment, Smith is indulging in a feast, and Coulson takes note of this. "I am Agent Coulson." Tony picks up a glass of wine, pondering for a moment before recalling, "Oh, right. What was it?" "Oh yes, the agency." Pepper mentioned that he still hasn't memorized the name. However, Coulson interjects, "The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division." Tony lowers his gaze at the glass, dismissively responding, "Yes, that's it." Exhaling deeply, he takes a sip of his drink and quips, "Goodness, you really ought to reconsider that name." Coulson, smiling, recalls that Smith Dale had also previously criticized the lengthy title, then replies, "Indeed, everyone says that, including Smith Dale. Thus, our organization has officially rebranded as SHLD." Surprised by the fact that they genuinely simplified their name due to public feedback, Tony responds, S.H.I.E.L.D. That sounds far better than the previous one. Coulson nods with a smile. "I'm glad everyone thinks so. There is something I would like to discuss with you both. I haven't had the opportunity until now, and it's fortuitous to encounter you here." Upon hearing that there is a matter to discuss, Smith Dale inquires with curiosity, "What is it?" Clearly, it must be something worth consulting both of us about. Tony, however, has an inkling of what it could be, having heard Pepper mention it before, and replies, "What else could it be but your rescue of me?" Coulson nods. "Precisely, We wish to learn about the entire process of Mr. Smith rescuing Tony, and we need to clarify some details. Uninterested in engaging with Coulson, Tony dismissively states, "This is a banquet. It is not the appropriate setting for such discussions. Agent, you should schedule an appointment with my assistant." Smith, sensing Tony's dismissal yet unfazed, responds, "Actually, it's quite simple. Locate Tony, eliminate the armed assailants, and bring him back that I trust your department is aware of my capabilities. Accomplishing these tasks poses no challenge for me." Tony remains silent, casting a surprised glance at Coulson, wondering if this